into center field. Page's back. Page's looking up. Out of here. And this game is tied.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. The roast is back in studio here on a Thursday morning. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. It is a Baldy day. A Baldy day. Brian Baldinger alert, folks. Baldy's breakdowns. Baldy alert, Baldy alert, Baldy alert. 7:30 this morning, right here on the Morning Roast. As we kick off training camp, the boys are down in Santa Clara yesterday, checking out the first practice of the season, first training camp practice of the season. As you say, good morning to everybody out there getting out the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? All you overnight dancers, get ready for a big-time fall season. All the cable car operators, cops, firefighters, security guards,
Strip
FBI
clubs have
agents.
seasons?
Yeah, they do. It's the holiday season. It's the fall season. It's springtime.
Fall's like another couple months.
It's like spring bling. You know what I'm saying? You got the summertime fine. I mean, you got a lot of going on. Got a lot going on in that world. So don't ask me. Not like I know anything. 888-957-9570.
Ain't nothing you can do about it.
Ain't nothing you can do about it. Robbie Ray, what nothing you can do about his fastball? What nothing you can do about his off-speed pitching? Robbie Ray. Wow, what a performance in his debut for the Giants, Shasky.
I thought at times from like the second inning on, it had a Carlos Rodon-like electricity to it, where you saw a power lefty. And I'd heard a lot about, Kyle Harrison's a power lefty. There's a difference, right? When you're pumping 96, 97, 98, Rodon even could throw a little harder from the left side. You're very unique. There's just not a lot of guys that can do that. Blake Snell can go 95, 96, a little if he wants to hump it up there. But the way Robbie Ray conceals the ball with this little kind of like compact delivery, the slider was working. He was super amped early, at least you could tell.
No doubt.
And then once he settled in, yeah, he was unbelievable. But I'm watching that entire thing, and all I kept thinking was, he's got to be thinking in his head, as everyone and their moms wants to get contract extensions. Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. I only need a couple more starts like this if I'm Robbie Ray, and then I can kind of ease into the offseason.
Yeah.
I'll opt out. Someone's going to give me a 3 to 5 year deal worth $150, $160 million.
You know, I'm going to take this approach today with the Giants. And look, I don't think they're going anywhere this season. Hey, it is what it is. Maybe they get hot. Maybe they go on a run. Maybe they sneak into the wild card. We'll see. But I'm thinking about next season, right? And I'm thinking about pillars. We keep talking about pillars and what you could bring into next season. And the Giants right now, what do they have to hang their hat on? I don't know.
Couple of young pitchers that we're feeling pretty optimistic about, but you got a long way to go.
So let's think about maybe the quickest path to be successful as an organization. The quickest path to maybe having some dominance in an area. And I'm looking at the starting rotation. And with the way Robbie Ray, now it's just one start, but it's against the Dodgers, and he went 5 innings, didn't allow a hit. And I see why he was a Cy Young Award winner.
Absolutely.
He's got the stuff.
Yeah.
And I look at this division, and there's a Shohei Ohtani problem as a big old lefty, right? The Padres got their guys on the right side. But there's a lot of talent in his division.
Freddie Freeman's a lefty.
Freddie Freeman's a lefty. You know, Corbin Carroll down in Arizona. Corbin Carroll's a lefty down in Arizona. They've got some ballers who hit from the left side. Why not? And it's probably not feasible. It's probably going to cost a lot of money. These guys are probably going to opt out. But is there a way to come back next season with Logan Webb, Blake Snell, Robbie Ray, Hayden Birdsong, and Kyle Harrison as my 5-man rotation?
What
and
about
I bumped Jordan Hicks. I bumped Jordan Hicks in the bullpen.
Okay.
He's either my 8th inning guy, 7th inning guy, but I kind of build the bullpen around Jordan Hicks. I mean, it's probably not feasible, and it's probably going to cost you a lot of money. The Giants are already spending $72 million on their starting payroll this season. I don't mind spending $80 million on the starting payroll next season. But I'm just looking like, what's the quickest path to competing at a high level? Well, can I start with a starting rotation that's going to keep me in baseball games? Like, I would feel very confident in the National League if I went into the season with Logan Webb, Blake Snell, Robbie Ray, Hayden Birdsong, and Kyle Harrison.
I think that was what they were hoping this year was going to be. But here's I agree with you. And remember, we said this kind of going into the year. two things need to happen. Number one is you'd have to sign these guys to longer term deals, right? And I just, if I'm Blake Snell, why would I want to play here?
Yeah, no doubt.
If I'm Robbie Ray, why would I want to play? I hear you.
I can't think about that though. If I'm the Giants,
no.
I got to try to convince these guys and say, "Hey, look, man, we pitch at a pitcher friendly. We play in a pitcher friendly ballpark. We're in the West. You guys know about the West. You guys have both played on the West Coast. Stay here and be our pillars, be our leaders."
I agree, but then they're going to say to you, Bonte, you don't even know who your shortstop is.
Yeah, but that's a problem.
And then the other thing they're going to say to you, they're going to turn around and go, have you seen your outfield defense?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You've let two balls drop in between guys in a 2-day span. And so, like, in terms of team building for this ballpark, absolutely, pitching in any generation is going to carry the day. And having two cost-controlled players in Harrison and Birdsong makes it a hell of a lot easier to spend $30 or $40 million on multiple high-end lefties.
And these guys can learn how to pitch and learn how to be professionals from these veterans in Robbie Ray, Logan Webb, and Blake Snell.
I just look at it two ways. The reason why most of these guys are going to say no is because the Giants have shown they're very unwilling to give 4, 5, 6-year deals to starting pitchers. They're very risk averse. And so I agree. It would be the route that I would try to go. This is why I was so frustrated when they didn't even offer Carlos Rodon anything, even though Rodon has a much bigger injury history than some of these other guys we're talking about. And then like Kevin Gausman. Kevin Gausman was a no-brainer. He's now worth $120 million. As we talk about quarterback price tags and starting left tackle price tags, starting rotation price tags, the cost is $30 to $25 million a year at minimum for a 2 or a 3.
It's through the roof. Maybe I could do a 2-year deal with the 32-year-old Robbie Ray or a 2-year deal with the 31-year-old Blake Snell. Look, odds are they're probably going to move on. Odds are they're probably going to get moved before the deadline. But if I had the quickest path to try to win, to try to be competitive, I would try to build through the starting rotation because I really think they could be really good. Now, to your point, who's playing outfield, who's playing shortstop, this is where I'm hoping that they clean house in the front office and get me a respectable GM who can flip this thing right away and has the cachet to bring in big-time players, whether it's a shortstop, whether it's a center fielder, whether it's a right fielder, whether it's a first baseman. Can I bring in the president of baseball operations who can make guys believe that, hey, we can win here? Because right now, under this direction, I asked Lubman last night, has Farhan, since he's come aboard, are the Giants in a worse position now than when he began his tenure as president of baseball operations?
Do you mean perception-wise or
perception, organizationally, minor leagues, the major league roster? Are they in a worse position now than they were when Farhan took the job?
I think they've got way more players in their pipeline that are fringe major leaguers now. We'll see if they'll be impact major leaguers than they did at the end of the Sabian run. But I will defend the Sabian run because that was on the bell curve end of a dynastic run where you were exhausting every deadline, all of your trade packages to go all in. In the same way the Warriors are kind of looking at the landscape, and we'll get to Steph later, about like, hey, we're all in for this era. Right? We only have a Matt Cain and a Lincecum and a Buster Posey one time, right? So you're going to try to maximize it now. And I think we've over-dramatized how many trades Sabian made and how bare the cupboard was. Yeah, that was by design. I mean, they only had one opportunity to do it. I would say this, Pete, and this kind of goes back to Snell and Robbie Ray. Guys like Carlos Rodon, Matt Chapman, Blake Snell, when they come here, part of why they come here is they know there's a trampoline effect. I'll sign a 1-year deal. There'll be multiple opt-outs. I have all the control. And if I play really, really well, I'll go to the place I really want to play and make the big money that I want to make.
So we're getting used as a stepping stone.
Absolutely. I'm watching Mets-Yankees last night, and the Yankees are, I mean, you want to talk about Tom Petty free-falling?
Oh, they're scuffling.
It's bad.
Aaron Boone says they're close, though. Then turning it around.
What did I do wrong?
Garrett Cole comes back, and clearly he's still working himself back, and he's a long way to go. But I'm thinking about like the allure of the Yankee pinstripes, their ability to absorb a bad $150 million contract and overspend on guys left and right. Like, to me, Robbie Ray and Blake Snell, whether it's in free agency or at this deadline, those guys scream Yankees. Yeah. The Yankees are desperate right now. And so, like, hypothetically,
they had J.D. Davis batting cleanup the other day.
I know. Matt Chapman will take his job if he wants to go to the Yankees.
And then you got a new owner in Baltimore who may want to spend some money.
Well, look, I'm looking at just the American League as a whole.
Right.
The Cleveland Guardians are a sneaky, well-run franchise. Yep. You don't think they take it cost them probably $8 million, $10 million to pay for Blake Snell the rest of the year. You don't think they do that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I think they would.
They may do that. But then what are you bringing back, and are these guys going to help you? So I look at this entire operation, and you see them win yesterday. Good for the Giants. They won yesterday. Big time eighth inning. The kid from the Dodgers, Ramirez, that was as bad as a pitched inning I've seen in a long time. The guy wasn't even close. I remember Kruk at one point said, boy, he's pitching to Tyler Fitzgerald like he's Barry Bonds or something to that effect. Like, all right, I know he's hit home runs in 5 straight games, but damn.
Thank God for Tyler Fitzgerald.
I mean, you're 5 feet off the plate with the fastball, homie. So I'm just thinking, like, you look at Robbie Ray and you see the vision, although it's come so late. We knew he was going to come back in July, but late July, it's almost like too little too late.
That's what it feels like.
You see a glimpse of how good he could be, but obviously he's going to say, you know what? I'm opted out. Blake Snell's probably going to opt out if you don't trade for him. So I get the point where you want to get something back for them, but what are you going to get back? And do you trust Farhan Zaidi to get back a good prospect for these players?
Let's talk about Blake Snell. Blake Snell this year alone has questioned the organization pushing him too hard to come back from the injury.
Oh, yeah, he's so out.
So I have a very hard time believing that he's happy with what has transpired behind the scenes. And I don't know, I understand the organization's point of view. There might not be a bad guy in this one.
No.
But I can see also Blake Snell's point of view, wait a minute, you signed me really late, okay, even though it takes 2 to tango.
Right.
You signed me really late. I didn't really have a spring training. I didn't do any real, legit rehab starts. And then I go back out there. I get hurt. I'm not the same. And you want me to go back out there when I know that I have a 3 or 4 year deal that could be awaiting me in the offseason?
No doubt.
If I'm right?
No doubt. And he's looking at Baltimore. He's looking at a prospect team. Robbie Ray's probably looking at a prospective team. And then now what do you have left? I don't think Farhan can survive this, and I don't trust him to get back the right assets for these lefties, because Robbie Ray looked great yesterday. You telling me he can't help a contender?
Oh, I mean,
Blake Snell can't help a contender?
I would love for him to stay on the team.
I would love for the Giants to start 2025 with a rotation of Logan Webb, Blake Snell, Robbie Ray, Hayden Birdsall, Kyle Harrison. 3 lefties, 2 righties. I feel great about that going into 2025. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to think the same. You know what I'm saying? And if you bring back Farhan, does he have the wherewithal to build a good line? That's the problem, man. It goes back to the lineup. Now, I know they went off in the 8th inning yesterday. They kept hitting singles, and they get a win. And maybe they get a split today. Hell, maybe the Giants get a split at Dodger Stadium and salvage maybe the first 7 games of the post-All-Star break. Maybe they do that. Maybe they give some optimism. But they're 5 games under 500. Let's be real. You look at this lineup. And Jorge Soler's an automatic out, even though he walked 3 times yesterday. Lamont Wade Jr., what's going on with him?
Quante.
Ramos was 1 of 5. You know what I'm saying? Conforto striking out 4 times.
Conforto's done. This is this transaction that I want you to just think about. I don't know if Luis Matos is any good at all. I don't know. You know why? Because you've never given him a week straight, 2 weeks straight of at-bats. When I saw the Derek Hill acquisition, I go, this guy, he just doesn't get it. And I'm talking about Farhan. We got him because he hits lefties. He's got 19 at-bats against lefties this year. This is a guy with 75 career base hits, scattered over 5 seasons, a 28-year-old. His obsession with acquiring mediocre randos, as I call them, and Derek Hill, nice guys from Elk Grove. I'm sure he's a good dude, and I understand. You cannot construct a team of Lamont Wades and Derek Hills. And no.
Not in this division.
No.
Not in this division.
Forget the division. The fan base has rejected that. And if you want to truly see what you have in Luis Matos, stop bringing him up and having him pinch hit. You said this the other day, and it's so true. The kid is a kid, number one. And number 2, Give him a pat on the back and let him play for 2 weeks. And this is where the analytic people will never understand being in the dugout and playing in the game. When you're a young player, you need to see 7, 8, 9, 10 at-bats over a 2-3 day span to get yourself feeling good.
You got me thinking about the Warriors and what we've been talking about for the last 3 years. Kaminga needs to play. Moody needs to play. You let Pajitsky play. TJD got to play. And you saw these guys get better and better by the game. Young guys need to play.
Exactly.
I always thought it wrecked Harrison Barnes with the Golden State Warriors when you brought in Iguodala, and I get Iguodala wanted to start, but Harrison Barnes came off the bench for the first time in his life, and he was lost that season. Lost the year before they won the championship.
I want Iguodala.
Mark Jackson's last season as head coach of the Golden State Warriors. Young players need to play, especially in baseball and basketball. And Matos, who does have an NL Player of the Week award under his belt, just as you're platooning a youngster who doesn't even know when he's going to play. So now he's pressing and trying to make every play in the outfield, and that's not going well. He's trying to make every hit. He's striking out left and right. He's not seeing enough pitches. And you're playing Mike Conforto at this point, who we know who Mike Conforto is. He's a guy who's going to strike out 4 times in a game. That's what he did last night. So Matos is just sitting there. Let him get at bats in Sacramento. Let him play with Luciano and bring both those guys up when you're ready to roll. And speaking of Luciano, we're going to ever see him again?
I don't even know. What position is he?
I don't. He's a baseball player.
No, but that's the
DH.
problem. They don't even know what position he is.
They don't know, which is sad.
Because the spreadsheet can't tell them.
Well, this is why I think they got to clean house, because I just go back to what the conversation was in 2022 and 2023. I was told by people who cover the Giants, even Sam Lubman, not trying to come down Lubman's road, but dude, they're setting this all up for 2024. When the kids are ready for remember we kept hearing that. We're waiting for the kids to come up in 2024. Well, it's almost August of 2024. And the only kid I've really watched play is Elliot Ramos, and now Fitzgerald, he's getting a shot. Yeah. Probably better late than never. But where's Matos? Where's Luciano? Where's the Casey Smiths? I mean, you told me, Giants fans and people who defended Farhan, just wait until 2024. That's when everything's going to jump off and the farm's going to be ready to go. Or if they're not ready to go. And now we got another lost season and they're 5 games under 500. So what's next? What's the next pivot? I'm not even getting irritated. I just want to know the plan. And I think a good plan would be, hey, let's start our plan by building around Robbie Ray, Blake Snell, Logan Webb, Hayden Birdsong, and Kyle Harrison. And the prospects of that happening are probably slim to none.
You were talking about why would these players want to sign here. And I personally believe for the fans, for the other Major League Baseball players that are out there, for the guys that are in the organization currently, they just need a PR facelift. They just do, in the worst way.
Yeah. In
the absolute worst way. And if you want to change how business is done, you can't expect the zebra to change his stripes.
Yeah.
Farhan is going to be obsessed with acquiring the Derek Hills of the world for the rest of his life.
It's unbelievable.
Like, he works the back end of the roster more than the worst guy in your fantasy league does.
Nah,
and we all know that guy who has 75 transactions a week and still doesn't win more than 4 games every year. That's Farhan. I mean, he treats this whole thing like a fantasy, not realizing that these are individual people inside those helmets and inside those caps, and they have feelings too. And so someone like a Luis Matos, for example, how can he ever feel comfortable if he literally is the only guy in the last decade to win Player of the Week and then get sent down not once, not twice, but 3 times?
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
It's almost unprecedented.
I'm just, and then I'm looking at the offseason transactions. I don't want him running another offseason. We already chronicled Ross Stripling, Sean Manaea, Taylor Rogers, Michael Conforto. Who else did they bring over in that season? They spent like $150 million on 7
Don't forget
players.
Taylor Rogers. How do you give him $12.5 million?
Yeah. And then this year, you gave Soler the money. You do give Soler's just...
I've never seen a player so addicted to trying to pull the ball. It's honestly become its own joke.
Well, and then you got Jung-Hoo Lee. Don't forget about him. We don't even know if he's a player.
I have no idea.
His salary...
It starts to jump, too.
Yeah, it goes from this year.
I forgot about that.
Haven't played that much this year. His salary, listen to the salary jump. Listen to the salary jump. He's making $7.8 million this year. It jumps to $16.8 next season.
Oh, boy.
And then it jumps to $22.8 in 2026. Then it's at $22.8 in 2027. And we don't even know who he is.
So what player coming off of multiple Tommy Johns will we be trading him for 2 years from now?
Just sell and just fire everybody. I mean, I can't even enjoy the win yesterday because I know that Robbie Ray's gone. I know he's gone, and he's a damn.
When he hugged Kirk Casale, all I kept thinking of was, that's a man who's like, I'm out of here.
I'm out of here. I got my start. I showed what I did on tape.
I'm out of here.
Oh my gosh! So the Giants, we got them out the way, man. They got to sell. They just need a facelift.
You know what I'm more exhausted of than even the Giants?
Holdouts.
These contracts are getting out of control. Look, I get it, B. I understand. Everyone's got to get the bag and this. I draw the line. I'm waving the white flag. I'm officially exhausted with players maximizing their values and all this. I understand it's a business and we got to get paid and I don't have enough guaranteed money. I mean, we've jumped the shark.
Well,
we've jumped the shark.
Hey,
this is the offseason of selfish.
Let's be real. Trent Williams does have leverage, though. He has to tell him, you want to risk going into week 1, Levi Stadium against the New York Jets without Big Trent?
He's a great player.
He's a great player. Let's get into it on the other side. Let's get into it on the other side. I don't have any guaranteed
money. Like, what are we going to do? We're going to cut you? We're going to cut you in the middle of the season. You're a left tackle. I don't have guaranteed money.
Hey,
Trent, you're going to see the $23 million. Like, come on.
He wants more. He wants 28. Like Penny Sewell. Let's talk about that on the other side. Coming up. That'll be coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 888-957-9570. Roasters, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. Shout out to you guys. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Roasters, how we feeling about Big Trent? Is he being selfish? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll take your calls on the other side here on the Roast.
See ya.
It's Joe Shasky.
It was something I knew could be a possibility. I mean, I was hoping that he would be here, but I knew it could be a possibility, and I feel pretty confident that it'll all work out in the long run, and he'll be here, and we'll get on the same page with everything, but it's just one day of practice, and I think Trent will be all right, missing a few practices.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shaq.
All right, San Leandro Mo, what's happening? Good morning to you. Good morning to all the roasters out there. 888-957-9570. This news broke yesterday midway through Steiny Guru's show. We were leaving the practice field. I get on the air, and Steiny's like, whoa, we got some breaking news here. I call Shasky. Shasky didn't even know. I'm like, yo, did you hear Trent Williams? He goes, what about Trent? Like, he's not in practice, and he's holding out due to the contract. He wants more guaranteed money. Now, Trent Williams.
And what did I say?
He goes, oh, God. He goes, are you serious? Oh, God, another one? So now there's layers to this, right? Because let's be real. The Niners can ill afford to take the field week 1 or week 2 or week 15 or week 17 without big Trent Williams. We saw what happened last year. Without Trent, you scored 17. You lost 3 straight games without your star left tackle.
He's the best. He's one of the best players on the team.
He's one of the best players on the team.
And at one of the most important positions.
And now if he gets his money, because I don't know what the Niners do here. Obviously, they said they've been negotiating with him. They knew this was a shot. And if he misses a couple practice, so be it. He's going to get veteran days off anyway. But if this lingers and he doesn't come to practice, and if he gets his money before Brandon Ayuk, all of a sudden Brandon Ayuk's like, well, damn, I've done everything. I held in. I've come to practice. I'm not practicing, but I'm in the building. I'm in the facility, and I get Trent Williams may be more valuable on this football team, but how do you spin that to Brandon Ayuk if he gets paid before him? I know it's two totally different situations. But damn, Big Trent, you want to stick us like this?
Well, this is where I'm exhausted. Like, do I understand his point of view? I do. But I also understand the Niners' point of view in this one. Dog, we gave you $40 million guaranteed and a signing bonus. Yeah. Then we gave you an additional $5 million and another $10 million fully guaranteed. Okay? And then you literally get an active game day bonus of $50,000 every game. Every game you play, $50,000.
He's taking up 12.5% of the cap this year.
You've made $170 million in your career. All right? And every year you flirt with retirement. So, like, do I want Trent Williams? Yes, of course. Is he a really good player? He's freaking amazing. He's probably the most talented tackle the Niners have ever had. And they've had Bob St. Clair, Steve Wallace, Harris Barton, and Joe Staley.
He's one of the most talented tackles we've ever seen in pro football.
No
He's
doubt.
on a short list
No
with
doubt.
Orlando Pace,
but I can also
Jonathan
feel this way,
Alden,
like,
Walter Jones.
Enough is enough. Like, as a fan, just as a fan, okay? Not like, and I'm just venting. I am exhausted by having these athletes throw I'm holding out, it's not enough money in our face at every single turn. And if I was running the team, I don't even know how I'd be able to deal with this.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to deal with it.
It would drive me insane.
You wouldn't be able to deal with it.
Like, no, and I'm not saying that these guys don't have valid cases. But I also, as a fan, I'm like, does anyone honor their contract anymore?
Well, no, coaches don't. Front office execs get extensions all the time.
I've never seen a coach say, I'm sitting out practice.
Well, no,
today.
he's not sitting out practice, but they get their extensions.
Okay.
They get their money.
Okay.
They get their money. And then when they get fired, they get every single dime. It's not always the case with player when they get cut. So Trent Williams this year is getting 20. Next year is getting 22.5. The year after, at the age of 38, he's going to make $32 million in base salary. But he wants that Penei Sewell deal, or Penei Sewell for the Detroit Lions is getting $28 million. Purdy, he's a nasty freak. We talked to Mike Valenti from 97.1 in Detroit the other day about him. I love Penei Sewell. He's my type of player. That guy gets after it. So Trent saw that and said, we're back in business, boys.
But did Trent watch,
I have leverage.
Did Trent watch his own play in the Super Bowl?
Well,
if we're going to pick apart players like we do Purdy, and we're going to pick apart Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel, like, Trent's a great player. First ballot Hall of Famer, amazing.
He did not show up to the Super Bowl.
He played terrible.
He was awful.
He played terrible.
He was awful.
So, as he's over there, like, worried about his M's, why don't you worry about your reps, dog, in the biggest game of the year? All right?
Well,
because
here's the deal.
I can make an argument every single season. He's worn down at the end.
No doubt about it.
And
he
is
worn
Trent.
down.
He's a great. And again, I like the guy. I want him on my team. I love him. I'm emotionally, spiritually exhausted by this whole excercise that's going on right now with the Niners. But you know what, though?
It's not just Trent. It's not just Ayuk.
No, it isn't just him.
It's everybody. And let me tell you something. We got the second day of practice today. and they're in shirts and skins, so I'm not going to go too crazy. Debo looked good. He did. I love this Cowie kid out of Arizona. I really do. I like this kid. I think there's a role for him on this football team. Short, quick, fast, short area quickness is there. I like this kid a lot. Juwan Jennings looked good yesterday. But it all started, you got Shanahan on podcast, and he's talking after his Super Bowl week, and what he's talking about, he's bringing up Tom Brady from 5 years ago. It's like, all right, dude, do we really need to hear that after losing the Super Bowl the way you guys did? So you got the Shanahan talking. You got Ayuk in the holdout thing. You got Trent Williams in the holdout. You got the receiver doc, and these guys know that, damn, this may be our last season in San Francisco. There's just a lot going on.
And you got Tom Brady smiling from afar.
Yeah, well, there's just a lot going on. Like, I look at the Detroit Lions. They're getting ready for the season. They want to kick the 49ers' ass. The Green Bay Packers, they got everybody up there, and I know Jordan Love is holding in, but they got their ducks in a row. They're ready to roll. You know, who else? The Chicago Bears, they got their players in camp. The Philadelphia, you're not hearing anything out of them. They're practicing. They're getting ready to roll, and they know they got to go through San Francisco, and they want to go through San Francisco. So, look, man, I'm not going to call players greedy or selfish because I know how violent this game is. I know what they go through. But I did kind of pause for a second with Trent Williams and say, all right, I understand Brandon Ayuk. I understand where Brandon Ayuk's coming from. This is one chance to cash in. Trent Williams has cashed in. The guy's made $168 million over the course of his career, and he's had multiple injuries. And
to your point, because I know everyone will Shasky, the pocket watcher. All these guys are pocket watching everyone. You gave Penei Sewell that kind of money? Well, now I need to redo it. Oh, you're going to pay Brock Purdy $70 million? Well, now's the time for the entire team to get in line with their hands out.
Well, what if it's that? What if it's Trent Williams is sitting back saying, I know you're about to pay the quarterback big-time money. And what if Trent Williams doesn't think the quarterback's all that?
I don't know. Well, I mean, he's been on enough teams with Washington and early versions of the Niners where I think he can kind of understand the business model. Not every position gets paid the same.
Yeah, but he is. But I will say this: Trent Williams is a smart customer because he's going to get his money. Because if you don't bow down to his demands and he's not in camp, well. We could have that affects Brock Purdy.
Of course.
That affects Debo. That affects Christian McCaffrey.
100%.
So the one guy you can't have hold out in Trent Williams, he held out. Which, you know what? Earlier this offseason, we thought, boy, what if Christian McCaffrey wants to hold out? He holds all the cards. So you got to take advantage of the leverage in this situation that players really don't get in the NFL. So on one end, I understand where Trent Williams is coming from. On the other end, I'm like, damn, you don't show up to practice? After that Super Bowl, after all you guys in the way you played the Super Bowl, you don't want to show up to the first day of practice? Unbelievable, man. It's just, I just want to get to football.
100% of Niner fans are like, yeah, I got to have Trent Williams. Like, there's not one 49er fan across this great world who's like, yep, we could do without Trent. We all know that. Like, that's the most obvious thing in the world. But everybody has got their hands out. And it's been, honestly, I am now not looking forward to next offseason because it's going to be, if you think this offseason is bad, next year, every single guy is going to be renegotiating, wanting to move around the money and this, that, that.
Why not?
It's out of control. Honestly, it's officially out of control.
Why not?
Out of control.
Ain't nothing you can do about it.
Ain't nothing you can do about it. It's the NFL, baby. It's the NFL. Not for long. Not for long. You got to get your money.
But you know what?
But you know what, though?
He didn't even know if he was coming back.
No, but no. There was rumors 4 months ago. There was rumors that Trent Williams may be looking for some new money. There was, and we kind of scoffed at it and said, well, we don't know. But you know what? I'm not freaking out about Trent. You know why?
We're freaking out. We're just exhausted.
No, you're kind of freaking
exhausted.
out. You sound like you're freaking out.
I thought we were getting ready to win a Super Bowl.
Hey, Shanahan's not freaking out.
It was something I knew could be a possibility. I mean, I was hoping that he would be here, but I knew it could be a possibility, and I feel pretty confident that it'll all work out in the long run, and he'll be here, and we'll get on the same page with everything, but it's just one day of practice, and I think Trent will be all right missing a few practices.
Trent will be all right missing
all optimism, baby.
All optimism.
Well, I agree with that, but again, it's just... if you didn't have the same reaction as me, I guess we're not consuming the exact same stuff. Like, again?
No, I thought...
Again?
No, I just said, damn. I said, damn, Trent Williams. I was saying, wait, he's not coming. He's not in practice. Is it contract related? And this tiny recent report from Josina Anderson is like, oh, Trent's holding out because it is contract related. And I just kind of laughed. It's like, damn. Another one. DJ Kellen, another one? But I'm thinking like this. Okay, Trent's holding out. Trent's going to get his money, whether we like it or not. How does Brandon Ayuk feel, even though the situation is completely different? Now you got Ayuk watching McCaffrey, Jennings, George Odom, and now possibly Trent Williams getting money before him.
Are you serious?
What kind of message is that going to send to Brandon Ayuk? 888-957-9570. More coming up as Trent Williams is holding out right now. I'm not going to freak out about it. We're not even in August yet. It's not even August, folks. Let's get to August. Let's get to a preseason game. But first day of training camp definitely has some drama with the 49ers. So 888-957-9570. What to make of this Trent Williams situation? Does he deserve a new contract? Do you believe he deserves a new contract? How are you taking in this holdout from Trent Williams, the star left tackle of the 49ers? That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
You reap what you sow, brother.
Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Baldy will be joining us at 7:30. Brian Baldinger. First time this football season, he'll join us right here on The Roast. And, of course, he'll join us every single week throughout the football season. We love some Baldy here, our modern-day John Madden. Of course, you hear the Olympic music, Kurt Angle, the Olympic opening ceremonies tomorrow in Paris, France. We're getting ready to roll with Team USA. We're getting ready to roll, baby. Football's back. Football's back. There's a little pep in my step right now because we know football's back. And the drama's here. Now, I fell asleep on Hard Knocks off season. I fell asleep last night on it, so I got to watch the rest of the episode, so don't spoil that. But the segment is sponsored by Go to St. Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStLumber.com, 888-957-9570. Anybody freaking out over Trent Williams holding out here? He's holding out. He wants new money. Shanahan told us, though, he's not worried.
It was something I knew could be a possibility. I was hoping that he would be here, but I knew it could be a possibility, and I feel pretty confident that it'll all work out in the long run, and he'll be here, and we'll get on the same page with everything, but it's just one day of practice, and I think Trent will be all right missing a few practices.
And then the Ayuk situation. Any update on Ayuk after day one?
It's been one day with him, and I think he's coming in with the plan that's been obvious so far. He's holding in, and we'll see how it goes each day.
That's Shanahan yesterday after the first day of training camp practice in shirts and skins. We know who looked good in shirts and skins. Debo looked good. Juwan Jennings looked good. Calvin looked good.
Debo looked incredible.
Debo looked incredible. He looked good. Shanahan real quick on that.
I think Debo looks great. I thought he looked great in OTAs and minicamp, and I think he looked better today.
Debo looked like he's getting ready for a contract year. That's what I saw from Debo Samuel. He looks like he's going to be another guy next offseason saying, yeah, what about me? I'm ready for some new money. He looks fine for a big season, even though there's no shoulder pads or whatnot. You can just look at the body. You look at how he slimmed down. The muscles are popping out, the arms, the legs. Debo looked different than anybody else on that practice field yesterday.
Yeah, he did. He looked really chiseled. It's
shirts and skins. We can't go too crazy, but
yeah, it's just. I always think about this. Like, this team lost a heartbreaking Super Bowl in overtime.
Yep.
And now they're down at the bottom of the hill, and they got to crawl their way all the way back up the hill. And there's a bounce I was hoping to see yesterday, and I think with no fans and no pads, you weren't going to necessarily get that same bounce. Fred Warner had it. I thought Debo had it. It was kind of a ho-hum day.
Yeah, first day, kind of like spring ball. You're not hitting anybody. The intensity wasn't there with the fans, right? The fans weren't there yesterday. I think they come today. The first time the fans were in the training camp practice today, so I think there will be a little juice. And then when the pads come on, when do the pads come on? Do they come on Saturday?
I don't know.
Is that the first day the pads come on? Maybe Saturday. I could be wrong there. We could ask somebody out there when the pads come on. Maybe it's next week on Monday. Maybe it's Saturday. But there wasn't as much juice as you would like. That's okay. But you know the feeling I got, Shasky, as we look at Trent Williams and he's holding out and Brandon Ayuk is holding in and you see Debo and Kittle out there and you see Shanahan, it certainly feels like this is the last ride with this group. It just has that feeling when you walk on the practice field, and they know it, we know it, and there's some built-in pressure to get back to the mountaintop. I still think that Super Bowl loss is lingering over this organization. I don't think they've quite gotten over it yet.
How can you?
Yeah.
The last time they lost the Super Bowl, it felt, and obviously COVID was just, it's the outlier of outliers. It took them, a full year to get over it?
Yeah.
It felt like it hung over everything that they did. Yep. And I think it's going to be really difficult to even win a couple of playoff games this year. Just given how deep they've gone year after year, how many moving parts they have going on. Your point about it being the last one.
Right.
It'd be hard for me to not say that looking out onto that field, the second if they give him $65, $70 million, everything's different.
Yeah.
And the same conversation that you and I have been having is being had right now in Miami over Tua Tagovailoa. It was happening in the war room for Daniel Jones and the New York Giants on Hard Knocks. It happened already this year for the LA Chargers with Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert. And I keep coming back to Purdy. And I know everyone's like, you gotta give him $50 million and you gotta give him this and you gotta give him that. I want to see this year play out. Seeing the way everyone's got their hand out on this team and seeing where all the money is and everything like that, like if you have any opportunity to be able to save some money, given everybody squeezing you for every nickel, you have to do it as an organization. And it's not that you don't love Brock Purdy, and it's not that you don't think that he's a good player, and all those things can be true. But like as I'm noticing right now, very few times does the organization have an opportunity to kind of like push back a little in these contract negotiations. And if they could squeeze, Purdy down a little, they have to do it to make the team overall around him better.
Well, here's the deal. Let's just look at the field. Forget the money for a second. Let's just look at what we saw at practice yesterday. There's no Brandon Ayuk, and his absence was very noticeable. Very noticeable.
Trent Taylor was running in the starting lineup at times.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Trent Taylor's not a starting wide receiver.
Danny Gray's not a starting wide receiver.
No.
I mean, come
Although
on.
he did make a couple of really nice intermediate catches.
Jawan Jennings popped, and I thought I was like,
Jennings.
wow, could Jawan Jennings maybe take on that role if Brandon Ayuk does not hit the field at all this season, even though I doubt that to happen. But Ayuk's absence was very noticeable yesterday.
I agree with that.
And I think the one thing that you asked me a couple days ago, what should Brock Purdy improve on? He's a good quarterback. He really is. I don't we'll play the Keep to Leave sound. He said, if Ayuk had a better quarterback, he'd be like, I'm not buying that. Brock Purdy is a top 7 quarterback in this league right now. But there is room for improvement. And what I asked for from Brock Purdy in terms of improvement is throwing outside the numbers and throwing a deep ball when it's presented to you. Downfield accuracy and throwing outside the numbers with some velocity and getting those balls there. And he needs to work on that. Yesterday, the deep ball did not look good. It just didn't. Outside the numbers, he's got to improve on that. And so when I think about $60 million a year quarterbacks, they're throwing from the left hash to the out route, to the right sideline, and they're hitting it on the dime. They're converting on these deep passes, these deep shots that present themselves every, 3 times a game? And you got to hit on them. You got to hit those home runs. If you don't hit those home runs, well, maybe you're going on a 15-play drive where you're settling for a field goal. Sometimes you need those 4-play, 75-yard drives, those quick hitters. He's got to work on the deep ball, and he's got to work on throwing outside the numbers. And if he doesn't improve in those areas, then paying the guy $60 million who can't, who's inconsistent throwing outside the numbers and inconsistent throwing deep down the field, which we saw in the playoffs and what we saw yesterday in practice, then we gotta have a conversation about the money, because intermediate 10 to 15 yards, Brock Purdy's money all day long.
Yeah.
Money all day long.
Money.
But the difference in the Mahomeses and the Allens and the Burrows is they throw outside the numbers and they make their deep shots count.
There's also an element that we have not had the opportunity to play itself out, which we don't know. But when you go with a bunch of younger guys on offense and you're the senior leader, you've got to be more of a leader and got to be more vocal. Now, when you're on a team with Kittle and Ayuk and Debo and Big Trent, those guys know where they need to be. So Purdy doesn't have to be the guy like, go over there, do this, and be demonstrative, right? But as you age and as you become one of the older players on the team and a guy making the most money on the team,
right,
we will see if that leadership, you know what I'm talking about. Like when I watch, and I've seen a lot of criticism regarding Josh Allen. I watch a lot of Josh Allen games because he's been my quarterback a couple times in fantasy. And
same here.
And I just love watching him.
Yeah.
That guy has the moxie at the line. Now, we could argue about forcing balls into coverage and, hey, take a little off certain throws, but there's a leadership quality. Tom Brady clearly had it. Peyton Manning clearly had it. I would say even at times Russell Wilson had it big time, where you could tell like his guys were riding for him and the guys are riding for Purdy. But there's a leadership aspect that has not presented itself because they haven't needed to, that I'm very interested to see if he can display.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
And I'm not knocking him. What I'm saying is that when you have established veterans,
you know what,
you don't lead them. You kind of just, play your role. But when you have a bunch of, like when Pearsall, let's say, hypothetically, 2 years from now, it's a young Pearsall and another drafted wide receiver and the kid from 4th round from Arizona out there and a tight end we've never heard of. How's his leadership going to look?
I think Purdy's leadership, actually, first day of practice, may not have seen a lot of leadership, but you know what, though? I go back to what the players say. George Kittle mentioned that he was lollygagging, not getting back in the huddle, and Brock Purdy said, get your ass back in the huddle. What the hell you doing? When he first got the job, when he first got inserted for Jimmy Garoppolo, the players around him said, Brock Purdy commanded that huddle. He owned that huddle. So when it comes to leadership, I don't necessarily worry about that with Brock Purdy. I think these players gravitate around Brock Purdy. I think they love Brock Purdy. I think his leadership is fine. I see a lot more leadership from him than I ever saw from Jimmy Garoppolo. All right? He commands that huddle. So I don't worry about that. The mental, the talking to the players, they gravitate around him. He's a tough guy. I got no problem with Brock Purdy in that department. All I want to see is improvement on the football field. The football field. Leadership, I think he has that. He got voted the captain of the football team for a reason. Trey Lance never got voted for a captain. There was obviously some leadership void there from Trey Lance. He wasn't voted as a captain.
Wasn't Jimmy voted as a captain?
He was, and they, for whatever reason, gravitated towards Jimmy early on, and they made him a captain.
Would you agree that Jimmy's leadership intangibles did diminish over time?
They did. They really did. And I think Brock Purdy's is improving. I think Brock Purdy's a natural born leader, honestly.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that you're not going to be asked to lead Debo. Like, Debo is a kind of a leader in himself, right? Like, when you're the younger guy and you're not making a whole lot and you're on a team of veterans, you got to kind of get in where you fit in. But it's also choose your spots.
It's also tough to get respect from those guys. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I think Brock Purdy,
granting him that.
I think Brock Purdy from day one, he got that respect. Brendan Ayuk went on the Pivot podcast like, oh, I like Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
That's my quarterback. That dude's good. So I think the respect and the leadership is there for Brock Purdy.
Don't you think he'll be asked to do more, though, as the team evolves around him?
There's no doubt.
Right? That's all I was saying.
Yeah, there's no doubt he's going to do more. And I think he wants to do more. I definitely think he wants to do more. But here's
we don't know. I mean, I don't know. I haven't talked to him.
We talk about fire and coming back from a Super Bowl and being down and out. Here's Brock Purdy on how that team or how the team can keep its fire after losing a heartbreaking Super Bowl.
We've all just been there, dude. Like, we've tasted it. Obviously, the Super Bowl, it's a couple plays away from literally being Super Bowl champions. The year before that, NFC Championship. The year before that, NFC. So, like, we have guys in this locker room that taste it and they want it. And, coming back, it was a heartbreak, man, losing that Super Bowl and the way we did it, the overtime, all that. And how badly we want it for this fan base and this organization, man. Like, we want it. And but coming back from like OTAs and then obviously now with camp, with having all the guys back, just the way Fred's acting, George, Juice, like these guys that have been in the league for a while, man, they're back ready, like hungry. And I'm going in my year 3, so I'm hungry. But I did the same thing. I walked in, I'm like, how are these guys gonna like seem or feel? And you can feel it, man. They're hungry for it, and we're ready to do it for this organization and the fan base.
What it means to have a normal offseason, Brock Purdy. Here's what he had to say about that.
I got OTAs, I got those reps, just able to build the relationship with the new guys that came in, and then go away for summer and continue to get better at my craft and build off of the reps that I had in OTAs and actually able to watch all the games from last year with Shanahan and Greasy and now being at camp, like, feels good. Like, I feel, ready to roll and excited. Just based off of the growth that I've had this offseason. So I'm nowhere near perfect, but I know I can continue to grow and be better, and I need to be better for this team. So that's how I look at it, but definitely excited, not coming off a UCL again. So
he's had offseason work, although it hasn't happened with Brendan Ayuk, and we want to see that report because they've made sweet music together, no doubt about that. But Purdy, are you worried about Big Trent? Because if he doesn't have Big Trent out there protecting his blind side, this offense may look slightly different. Here's what Purdy had to say about Big Trent.
It's first day of camp. I know he's dealing with some contract stuff, but, for me, I got to go out there and lead the boys in the first day. Obviously this is a long process in terms of like camp, and we got time and all that. So, but for me, my mindset was go out, do my job today, and try to bring some energy to our offense, and that's where my focus was at.
So Purdy leadership, I don't worry about that, Shasky. I just want to see him evolve and get better throwing the ball down the football field. If he could improve a little, and he was really good last season. I get it. He was really good last season in all areas. Just get a little bit better. But the leadership, I don't worry about that with Brock Purdy. I think he's a great leader for this football team. I really do.
Again, as the roster evolves around him, if he ends up getting a big amount of money, he's going to be asked to take on more of that role. And some guys rise to the occasion, some guys don't. We'll see.
Have you seen anything that makes you think that he wouldn't rise to that occasion?
I mean, I didn't see that in Jimmy G, and then all of a sudden Jimmy G
This ain't Jimmy G.
Well, no, I'm using a past example. Colin Kaepernick, Alex Smith. Like, some guys rise and fall to the occasion. We don't know how people are going to respond.
Right.
We just don't. Plus, we don't know how the coaching evolves around him as well. Like, there's a lot of unknown variables,
There
right?
is.
So
Production-wise, he may dip, right? Production-wise, but I think in terms of just leadership and commanding the huddle and commanding that locker room, I think Purdy's fine. He's gonna. They look up to him. He's taking the reins of this offense. He took this offense to another level. His help, and obviously he's got playmakers around him, but he helped take this offense to another level last season. When it comes to just leadership and leading this offense and whether or not guys listen to him and if things change when he gets his money, Brock Purdy's going to be Brock Purdy, and I think Brock Purdy's going to be fine at that department.
Well, everyone evolves, and as you go from 23,
I think he'll get better and rise to that occasion.
36,
He'll rise to that occasion. I don't think, not to cut you off or anything like that. I've seen no signs of him turning into a guy where he's not going to be a leader and he's not going to have a voice. I think he's going to. Yeah, I think he's going to get better and better.
Well, I don't know. We'll see. Like, he's played 2 years. We just don't know. And Aaron Rodgers got weird. Russell Wilson got weird. Guys changed at different paces. Like Klay Thompson got weird. Steph Curry has become a different version of himself as a leader. From the kid he was at 25, 26 years old to now a 36-year-old father of 4. Like your life changes and you change.
Yeah, but
I see Tom Brady, the greatest of all time, went from kind of like quiet ho hum dude, and then to what he became later on in his career is a totally different guy, and so we'll see. And I mean the all in good way. I just keep coming back to this team trying to put together the number one roster that they possibly can, and they got to get Trent Williams on board, and they got to be able to find a way to get Brandon Ayuk on board. And I've seen so many conflicting reports. If Trent takes a guaranteed contract, it makes it easier to bring Brandon Ayuk back. If Brandon Ayuk takes money in year 1 versus year 2, they can bring everybody back. I think they're just in a tough pickle here. I don't know how they're going to finagle the cap to be able to squeeze both of these guys in and get them both where they're happy and ready to go before week 1.
We see teams be $100 million over the cap, and then they somehow, some way sign some players or whatnot. I don't know. I don't know how this is going to work out. I've always believed that you could front load a lot of money with Brandon Ayuk and really relieve the cap for this year, and then next year you get into it. But there's going to be players coming and going. I just want to get these guys on the field. That's all I want. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. In case you're just waking up, Trent Williams holding out. Brandon Ayuk holding in. Now, Trent Williams is going to make $23 million this season. 4th most for a left tackle. Andrew Thomas of the New York Giants going to make $23.5. Laramie Tunsil, Mr. Gas Mask with the Texans. He's number 2 on the list, making $25 million per year. And you get Penei Sewell with the Detroit Lions making $28 million. So Trent obviously wants to bump up. He wants to be the number 1 paid left tackle. That means something to him. That means something to players to be the highest paid at the position and take on that pressure. So the Niners apparently knew this. Shanahan mentioned it yesterday that they've been working on it. They knew this was a possibility, so they're hoping to get him in for a week. So I'm not going to freak out. Unless this gets to the middle of August and he's not in camp, then we got a different conversation. Like, I get it. Last year, I didn't freak out about Bosa. Say, man, if he just shows up 3 days before Pittsburgh, I didn't know Bosa was going to make all these excuses. That's what I didn't have baked into the equation. That happened, and that ticked me off. Trent Williams, I need him in camp just to be in shape because the ankle injuries pop up. You never know with Big Trent. He's 36 years old. He's getting older. He wears down. He didn't have the greatest Super Bowl, but he obviously wants to be paid Penei Sewell money this season, despite making $168 over the course of his career. So Trent Williams wants his money. Guess what? Then the 49ers better pay him his money because you can ill afford to not have this guy on the football team. That's the one guy who's got a lot of leverage on this football team. He holds the cards in this situation, Chasky. The player does. The Niners got to acquiesce to the player and say, you know what? Here you go, Big Trent, whether we like it or not. It's the truth.
I mean,
it's the truth. You want to go into the season without Big Trent?
No, of course you want Trent Williams. I just wonder, though. I really wonder, like, 2 things. The first point, your capologist is as important as your personnel department in this modern age. It really is. Being able to finagle these deals and rework them and move money around, it's probably one of the most important positions in the organization. Is it not?
It absolutely is.
All right. Second point, I just wonder out loud, who's the team? I'm not saying the Niners should do this. This is not what I'm saying. But who's the team that's going to play hardball with one of these guys and just not cave in?
Well, it's a dangerous game because if you don't cave in and you don't do right by the player, other players around the league are taking notice.
Well, Pittsburgh did that with Le'Veon Bell. I'm asking now, 5 years removed, has Pittsburgh's aura taken a hit because of that move specifically?
Well, they had a lot of mess. It ruined that core. Antonio Brown, Le'Veon Bell, Ben Roethlisberger. No matter what you say, they played hardball.
Aged out.
Yeah, but they played hardball with Le'Veon Bell, who was carrying that offense, and their offense wasn't the same. It wasn't the same.
And nor was Le'Veon Bell.
Le'Veon Bell wasn't the same either. But they weren't the same. So if you want to play hardball with some of these players, feel free to do it. But just know that your team's going to take a hit.
Well, that's literally what Belichick is known. Belichick is known for playing hardball with all of his players. Not to this degree, because I feel like even in the last 5 years, this is like souped up to a whole nother level in terms of renegotiations and moving around the guarantee, or at least it's more public now than ever. I don't know. Who knows what it was behind the scenes. But like Belichick cut his teeth being ruthless. And it felt like they always got away with it because the main guy on board, Brady, right? It was always the guy at the front of the line saying, I'll quote unquote take less.
Yeah, he took a little less.
It kind of set the standard for everyone else out in the organization.
It helps when you got a bunch of endorsements and everything like that. You can build the team around them. So I get all that. But, there's something about, you have to give Howie Roseman and the Eagles credit. They got out in front of their contract extensions.
It's true.
They didn't wait on nobody else. They said, you know what, we're going to just take care of our players so we can avoid all this. And I think the 49ers in this situation, especially with Brandon Ayuk, and he was willing to get in front of it right after the Super Bowl before the receiver market exploded. Just do right by me. Get out in front of it. Well, they got in front of it with Chris McCaffrey. Got out in front of it with Jawan Jennings. He had the tenor out there for him. But getting out in front of it with Brandon Ayuk, oh, my gosh, now we're coming to camp and Trent Williams, okay, you want new money? We'll figure that out. Just come to camp and hold in. The way they've operated this offseason compared to Philadelphia, compared to Detroit, they all got out in front of these players, got out in front of these contract extensions, and got them done. Got them done. So now they're going to camp, and let's go. Let's get ready for a Super Bowl run. That's what they're thinking in Philadelphia.
But they paid their quarterback a couple of years ago.
They did.
Right? And then they also had two pretty big retirements, even though they weren't soaking up, hundreds of millions of dollars of the cap. Like when you lose Kelsey and you lose Fletcher Cox, that is a good chunk of money that gets freed up. I don't know. What's his face? Howie in general is a deal maker. Like
Howie
that's what
Roseman.
He's a deal maker. He'll swing deals for people in trades. He'll give them contract extensions. When he had the A.J. Brown deal worked up, I mean, they gave him an extension within seconds. Like they had it cooked up behind the scenes, but before it even came through. They operate different from the Niners. They just are. The Niners like to take it down to the last second.
And they had, do they not?
I'm just going off their history.
Not with Christian McCaffrey. Some of these guys. But, speaking of Brock Purdy.
A small deal.
Speaking of Brock Purdy, though, because everybody's worried about his deal. And I'm not going to do radio for the next 6 months talking about Brock Purdy's potential money. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I just want to play football. I'm going to see what he does, and we'll get to his contract when we get to his contract. That gets exhausting. What is Brock Purdy going to make? He's going to make $60 million. He's going to make $50. He's going to make a lot of money, folks. Newsflash, he's going to make a lot of money. What I'm interested in is how these players perceive Brock Purdy and how people are still doubting Brock Purdy. And that leads me to Aqib Talib. Aqib Talib took the year off. He had some personal issues, but now he's talking again. He was on with Kay Adams, and he's chirping again. Maybe he's going to do some broadcasting. He believes Brandon Ayuk is a really damn good wide receiver. A really good wide receiver. And he joined Willard and Dibbs. And by the way, they're getting all the good guests. Willard and Dibbs talking to Aqib Talib, explaining why he thinks Brandon Ayuk is a top 3 wide receiver.
I don't go off stats. So if you go off the stats, you got to pick the top 3 guys who got the best numbers and say those are the top 3 guys. But me being a cornerback and I guarded a ton of good receivers, I just go off how much problem would this guy present for a defense. And I think Ayuk is up there, man. He's going to present a lot of problems for anybody who lines up to guard him. He's going to present a lot of problems for him. So if I was creating a team, it'd probably be Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and if Ayuk ended up my 3rd guy, or if he was my 3rd guy on the board and Ayuk was there, I'll be just fine with that. So that's kind of what I meant by it.
I'm going to react to that on the other side as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. More Ayuk stuff coming up because he says something about the quarterback that it bothered me. And I'm a fan of Talib's. I love Talib. But something he said didn't sit right with me. We'll explain on the other side. Plus, Baldy at 7:30. Coming up at 7:30 here on the Morning Roast. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our summer sale is heating up, and it's about...
is Adam in the city, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, download the free Odyssey app. Listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. Catch all the live games on the app along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. You catch amazing interviews you missed, too. Like with Willard or Dibbs, they've been on a roll. Herm Edwards yesterday and Aqib Talib. TJ Husmanzadeh the day before that. As we roll on training camp, Brendan Ayuk is a hold-in. Trent Williams is a holdout as he wants new money with the 49ers. He's going to make $23 million, but he wants it bumped up. He wants that top money like Penei Sewell, who's making $28 million this season as a right tackle for the Detroit Lions. Brian Baldinger coming up in 12 minutes here on the Morning Roast. Baldy, for the first time, will break down training camp and ask him some questions about what's going on with the 49ers. And I want to play this for you, Shasky. Aqib Talib. We all love Aqib Talib, even though Steve Smith Sr. made him ice up on Monday Night Football. Ice up, son. He had the best of Aqib Talib, but Aqib Talib we all appreciate. He's a dog. He's a Super Bowl champ. And he says what's on his mind. But he tried to explain what he meant that if Ayuk is a top 3 wide receiver, just imagine if he had a real quarterback. Huh? Real quarterback? What do you mean by that, Aqib Talib? What do you mean?
Like a pass first type of offense. You know what I'm saying? Like a Peyton Manning, Denver Broncos style of offense where he's going to get, Demaryius Thomas is going to get 150 balls thrown to him. 160 balls thrown to him. The Bills have a pass-first offense. Diggs is the focal point of that offense. He's going to get 160 balls thrown to him. The Cowboys have a pass-first offense. CeeDee Lamb is going to get 160 balls thrown to him. The Niners have a run-first offense, and they got a bunch of guys, and they're going to spread the ball around. So the most targets you're going to get out there is about 90 to 100. So he's getting 60 to 70 less targets than a legit number one receiver. So that's what I mean. I ain't want to take nothing away from Purdy. Purdy's a hell of a player, and he's in a great system. He's doing his part. All you can do is play the hand that you're dealt, and Purdy is doing an amazing job running that offense. But I think it's a lot of guys who you could put in that quarterback, and they'll be able to run that offense.
Wow. What do you think about that? There's a lot of guys who could put in that offense that could play quarterback.
Well,
I don't agree with that, but
I saw 2 guys yesterday behind Purdy in Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen who didn't look anywhere near as good as him.
Yeah.
So, is it a great system? Absolutely. It's made a lot of quarterbacks look very good. And it's also made a lot of horrific quarterbacks look not so bad, you know? And so, like, I think it goes both ways is what I'm saying. The part about Purdy and is he a system quarterback? And, well, yeah, every quarterback to some level is in a system and is a part of that system. Some work in more systems than others. Do I think that Lamar Jackson, the way the Niners play football right now, today, would he look as good as Purdy? I don't think so. There's some intermediate layered throws that you watch at practice yesterday that Brock Purdy makes that I don't think Lamar's got that in the bag. I think he's gotten better at certain things.
Right.
I think they would change the playbook and that system dramatically to tailor it more toward what Lamar does. And Lamar does a lot of things that Purdy could never dream of doing. So, yeah. I mean, Bruce Arians, great example. Bruce Arians had his way of playing football. I'm going to throw the ball down the field.
7-step drop backs, all that stuff.
And Tom Brady played a very specific way with Josh McDaniels for a long time. And it evolved, and Tom got more autonomy on the offense and got more of his input. When he went down to Tampa Bay, he did not like the system that Bruce Arians had in place. They ended up finding a medium, a happy middle ground, and it ended up being a better system for all involved, right? And I think that Brady's, we all think, like, greatest winner of all time. He was a systems quarterback. You're not going to run a lot of stuff. Like, I question, and look, I think they would have won the Super Bowl with Brady. But I also admit, like, a lot of the system that they like to do would be different.
Yep.
A lot of the Shanahan things that he likes to do would look a little different. That's great coaching, and that's also players adapting and things like that. Like Peyton Manning, he had a very particular way that he liked to play football.
Yep.
So I don't know if he fits for everyone. I feel like McVay's McVay has a very specific way that he likes to play football, and he's evolved a little over time based on the personnel. So, like, I think we get caught up in these system things. A lot of guys
they're all system
products
quarterbacks
of their environment.
They're all game managers. They're all managing the offense, and they're managing the offense in terms of we don't want to turn the ball over, and we want to score a lot of touchdowns. So we're supposed to manage the offense, and Purdy does that at a very high level. Now, the system is the system. Shanahan wants to run the ball. You're not going to just go out there and air raid it out and go 5 wide, empty gun every single snap and throw the ball all over the yard. That's what gets you beat. You got to have some type of running game. You got to set the tone on the line of scrimmage. That's where most of these games are won, especially in the playoffs or the Super Bowl. In the trenches, you got to dominate the line of scrimmage. You're not dominating the line of scrimmage, just running air raid and throw the ball all over the yard. So with that, when in that aspect, yes, this is the way they play. And I'm sure if Ayuk was able to get more targets elsewhere, he'd get a lot more catches. But would that translate to winning? And also, when you got a plethora of stars, when you got Debo who wants the ball in his hands. Debo wants the ball a lot. Kittle wants the ball. McCaffrey wants the ball. And you're not going to not give him the ball, right? He's going to get his 25 touches a game at minimum. Yeah, there's not going to be a lot of targets for Brandon Ayuk. He's not going to get to 10 to 12 to 14 targets a game. He's going to get about 6 to 8. And he's got to maximize those, which he did the last 2 seasons, which he's done with the 49ers ever since Brock Purdy was inserted at quarterback. This guy's been balling since Brock Purdy became the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. So, look, the whole thing about a real quarterback, I don't buy that. Brock Purdy's a real quarterback. Put some respect on Brock Purdy's name. He's got his flaws, and I'm here to admit them. He's got flaws. I want to see him throw better outside the numbers. I want to see him throw the ball down the field better, a little more accurate. But he is a top 6, top 7 quarterback in this league right now. He is. He just is. We got to admit it.
I feel like there are so many markets having the same conversation about quarterback right now. Like, okay, everyone in America agrees, boy, Patrick Mahomes is one of one. And then we can't even agree on who else is amazing.
Yeah.
You cannot find unanimous opinions on Joe Burrow. You can't find unanimous opinions on Josh Allen, on Lamar Jackson, right? Like, who else? Who else would we throw in there? I guess right now it feels like a lot of people on C.J. Stroud, it feels pretty unanimous.
Right.
Wow, he's pretty good.
Yep.
It's pretty good, right? But even then, I'd like to see a couple more years, wouldn't you?
No, absolutely. We're not crowning C.J. Stroud as the best quarterback in the league, but those probably
no, he looked good.
Houston, Texas are a
but
team.
He threw 17 touchdowns or whatever last year. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was he threw more than that. But you get what I'm saying? Like, it just is. Like, it's 1 year. It's 1 year, and they almost didn't win the division. And so, you know, there's a lot that goes into it. We can't even agree that there are 2 elite quarterbacks. The country is divided. If you bring up Josh Allen, we get 7 texts and tweets saying like he can't stop turning it over. Diggs is screaming at him. He's a choker. If we bring up Burrow, he's always hurt. What's he going to look like if they don't have T. Higgins? And all these are all valid opinions, by the way. I'm not downplaying anyone's. Like Lamar Jackson, like he is amazing. The guy has had some really bad playoff moments. You know,
he's all
an amazing player.
Listen, guess what? They've all had bad playoff moments. Joe Montana has had bad playoff moments. You want me to go through Steve Young's postseason? It hasn't been pretty.
Brett Favre
Steve Young
was known for playoff turnovers.
So guess what? Guys struggle in the postseason because you're playing the best of the best. I'm kind of tired of hearing that. It's like, oh, Lamar Jackson struggled. You don't get to the postseason without Lamar Jackson.
Bunty,
you don't get to the postseason without the Joe Montanas and the Steve Youngs and the Brett Favres. You don't get to that level without these quarterbacks. So, you know, if a quarterback struggles in the postseason, I've got my quirks about Brock Purdy struggling in the playoffs. He's got to get better. Because we certainly didn't allow Jimmy Garoppolo to go through one postseason without ridiculing him and saying he needs to get out of town. That was after one postseason. I saw a very subpar postseason for Brock Purdy last season. Now, we'll salvage by some great fourth quarters, by some great drives in money time. Great. Awesome. But you go down 24-7 and you make that a theme, you're not going to be coming back from 24-7s. That was an exception to the rule.
No doubt. It just feels like the same conversation we had about Matt Stafford in Detroit. Like, is he the reason, you know, or is he the reason they're winning, or is he the reason they're losing? Or is it coaching? Is it this? Is it that? Like, okay, let's go around the league right now. Jared Goff. Does everyone think he's great? No, there's some people think he stinks. I think he's a good player. You know, there's a lot of people who think he's overpaid.
The people who think he stinks have a stinky mindset. He doesn't stink.
But if you bring up Jared Goff, don't you think a lot of people like they dismiss
Well, there's a
him?
lot of idiots out there.
No, I know.
They dismiss everything.
Like Dak.
They dismiss everything.
But Dak.
You know what it is? This era.
What is
this
it?
era with social media and Twitter, and it's kind of bothering me.
What's that?
There's no gray area anymore. It's
I
either
agree.
you got to be great or you're terrible. It's either you're great or you're terrible. Like, that doesn't exist.
If Boomer Esiason was in this era,
Oh, my God.
why do you say that?
Oh, because they'd be ripping Boomer. They'd be ripping Joe. They'd be my boy Dan Marino, who only went to one Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They would rip him over and over and over again. I mean, it's just I don't really care how people assess quarterbacks ananymore. It's starting to bother me how people assess this stuff.
But I think the problem, it starts with the money, right? Because when you're giving somebody, 20%, 25% of the cap.
That's the price of doing business,
No,
though.
I know, but Bonte, what I'm saying is it's creating these conversations, and everyone's doing the same thing. They're like, okay, I can either pay the quarterback or I can roll the dice and get nothing. And nobody to this point, except Cleveland, and I'll get to them in a second, has said, yeah, we're going to roll the dice. So Goff and Detroit, they had this conversation. Dak in Dallas is having this conversation right now. Tua in Miami is having the same conversation. How much? Daniel Jones with the New York Giants, they were having this conversation. Herbert, we're having this conversation.
Well, Herbert signed a fat extension.
No, I know,
He's
but I'm
locked
saying,
in.
is he worth it?
Right. Well, he's got the contract, though. Tua doesn't have the
That's
contract
true.
yet.
That's true.
Tua doesn't have it
That's
yet.
true.
Daniel Jones probably won't get an extension with the Giants after the season unless he balls out with Malik Neighbors, and that's yet to be determined. Those guys, Burrow, he's got his money. Goff just got an extension. Herbert, he got his extension. They're signed up. They locked in on those guys. So
yeah, but
they're
every
there.
team that's been presented, like Trevor Lawrence, we don't know. The jury's still out. And Jacksonville, which I get because they don't really have an identity. I get why they gave him the money. I don't think it's great money. I don't think it's great money spent. Like the only team in recent memory is the Washington football team that said, yeah, we'll let Kirk Cousins walk after franchising him a couple times. And they were kind of stuck in no man's land. And the Cleveland Browns, after seeing Baker take them to the playoffs the first time in forever, okay, number 1 overall pick, hurts his shoulder. And they're like, yeah, we can upgrade from Baker.
Yep.
And that isn't looking that good right now with the Deshaun Watson deal.
But you know what? There was also things in that locker room that was happening
That's
with Baker
true.
Mayfield, and I think both sides needed to change the pace.
That's true.
Both sides needed to separate. Deshaun Watson, we'll see. We'll see about Deshaun Watson. Is there a lot of talent there? Absolutely. We forget how good he was before everything transpired. Now, he may never get it back. He may never get that it factor.
In like 2 years.
Yeah, no, he may never get it back. Now, sitting a year of football out doesn't help. You lose the timing, you lose the rhythm, maybe you lose some athleticism. What's happening here? I want to see Lamar. This is a make or break a year for Lamar, or excuse me, not Lamar, Deshaun Watson. So I'm eager to see what happens in Cleveland with that team, with that defense, with that running game. I'm not going to just write him off quite yet, but I get it with the quarterback. If you pay Brock Purdy a lot of money, but what's the alternative? What's the alternative?
That's what everyone's saying. So
What's the
Miami's having
alternative?
the same conversation. This is what they're saying. Wait a minute. So if we don't pay Tua, so we're gonna go back in the draft?
Yeah.
We're gonna sign an old 40-year-old Kirk Cousins if he gets released or whatever. We're gonna go the Derek Carr route.
What's the alternative if you're the 49ers?
That's what there is.
Wouldn't you rather invest in Brock Purdy from what we saw last season and what we've seen through a season and a half of Brock Purdy?
If you were presenting me with pay him, $75 million a year or roll the dice, yeah, I'm probably gonna pay him. But my question is this: it's not what are the Niners going to do? Because I feel like they already kind of told us what they're going to do. Who's the first team that's going to roll that dice and not pay the quarterback?
Well, it might be Dallas. It might be Dallas. And I think when you roll the dice and not pay a quarterback, it's because of what is your team's success. It's just like the Warriors.
Okay.
Klay Thompson, I know it was an emotional move for everybody, but you finished in 10th place in the Western Conference and didn't make the playoffs. So I'm going to turn around and give a player max money who's getting a little older? No, you can't do that. That's organizational suicide. All right? That's how you sink your franchise. So if you're not winning playoff games, yeah, it makes my decision easy. Hey, Dak, we can't get over the hump. We're not paying you. You're not helping us evolve. You're not helping us elevate. Same thing's probably going on in Miami right now with Tua. We get to the playoffs and we've sunk. What's happening here? We've sunk. So can you win playoff games? To Brock Purdy's credit, he's helped them win a lot of playoff games over the last 2 years, and he's done it with dramatic comebacks in the fourth quarter. One against Dallas, one monumental one against Detroit, and one monumental one against the Green Bay Packers without Deebo Samuel. It wasn't pretty, But when it came down to money time, he helped get you over the hump, and he didn't wilt when the lights were bright.
You really think Dallas is going to not pay Dak?
If they don't make a run in the playoffs.
I think they're going to do it before then. I think I think they're going to cave and do it. I'm with you. I probably wouldn't. If I was Dallas, even though I actually think Dak is way better than everyone else thinks. I don't think he's the greatest,
right?
But I think he's a very high level.
Right.
You'll win 10, 11, 12 games.
Listen, I'm looking at our chat, and I'm looking at his Xfinity Mobile text line. Is there really some doubt with Brock Purdy? I want to get to that after we get the ball. Go ahead, hit me with my intro.
Crack, crack, crack.
Brian Baldinger joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? And we know our man Baldy has discovered a lot of islands recently. I see him on Instagram at the island of Capri out there near the Amalfi Coast. He's been visiting island after island, and right now on our YouTube page on Zoom, Baldy looks like a kid on Christmas morning, man. Camp is here, Baldy. What's happening? Football's back.
It sure is, guys. Bonte, Joe, it's good to see your faces. Good to be on the air with you here on the game. We're going to be here every single week this year. And it does start. It starts now. Not that camp, doesn't look the same to me as it used to, but that's all right. The fact is that, we've raised the flag. The season has begun. Now we have something really meaty and fun to talk about for the next 6 months. It's going to be great.
No, it will be great. It will be great, Baldy. Let's start here because we got some situations here with the 49ers. Brandon Ayuk is a hold-in. He's looking for new money. Trent Williams, which surprised us all yesterday, is holding out. He wants some new money. He wants to get paid top money like Penei Sewell, $28 million a year. So let me ask you this. Take the fans inside the locker room as a player. Obviously, you played in this league. You've been around this league for over 30 years, Baldy. You got a lot of respect for the players. What is it like from a player perspective, being a teammate of guys who are holding out? What's the conversation in the locker room? Is it an unwritten rule to not speak about players and their money or them going through contract negotiations? What are the players going through when a teammate is holding out and he's an important cog to the football team, Baldy?
Well, first of all, it's all business. It's just business. And it's not like he's there to let anybody down. It's business. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, all players like and love when their players get paid. Mm-hmm. And if they can get a new contract, I mean, it unifies a locker room, especially when it's a guy like Trent, with the respect that he carries, which might be greater than any player. And I'm not trying to rank who's most respect, but he's the elder statesman. Mm-hmm. He's the I just finished before I went to Italy, Bonte. I was at the offensive line masterminds, yep. And we were talking with a lot of Hall of Fame players that were there. Some of the great players, Lane Johnson, Teron Armstead, about some of the great players. And, you can't have a conversation about the way the game is played, especially in the offensive line, without talking about Trent Williams. And so, Trent's just saw Christian Darrisaw just get paid. Penei Sewell get paid. The market got reset. And Trent's, he's there in the twilight. And I'll never forget, I'm not getting carried away, but last year I was in the Cowboys camp day one. I'm in Oxnard, California, and Zach Martin is a holdout. And Zach Martin is their Trent Williams, mm-hmm. their right guard. And he was holding out. Jerry Jones we're holding the line. He got his contract. Well, they acquiesced, and Zach Martin got a little extra. And I think that's what's going to happen to Trent. And so the players in the locker room are pulling for Trent to get his new bag.
What about Brandon Ayuk? He kind of walked by everybody. We didn't see him. We were a little late to practice coming in, from the radio show. And I think he was in basketball shorts as he was walking by everybody. How do you think this plays out? And for Ayuk in particular, there's been a lot about his usage with the Niners or whatever. Would he be more valuable on a different team that plays a different style of football?
It's possible. He could get more targets on another team. I mean, you could definitely make the case for that. He shares the ball mm-hmm. with the leading rusher in the league, with a Pro Bowl tight end, with an elite playmaker in Debo. shares the football a lot more than he would. And they're still primarily a running team, as much as they still like to throw it. So there's teams that throw it like Kansas City, and they're not probably going to step up here. But I'm just throwing a team that throws it like Kansas City does 64% of the time. There's more targets to go around. So he's a true number one wide receiver, the way that he runs his route, his toughness, his ability to stay healthy, all that stuff, has him marked to be an elite player in this business, whether it's in San Francisco or someplace else.
Yeah, no doubt. Baldy here on the River Islands guest line, breaking down training camp here with the San Francisco 49ers. Brandon Ayuk, second-team All-Pro. Did it, 75 catches on 105 targets, over 1,300 yards. And to your point, Baldy, the Niners over the last 3 years are bottom 5 in pass attempts per game. So he maximizes his pass attempts. Let's look at the quarterback here because he could be in line for some money next year. What is one thing? Brock Purdy had an all-time season. We love what he did last year with the 49ers. Single-season passing yardage record in this franchise with Joe Montana, Steve Young, or whatnot. But what are some of the things you want to see him improve on going into 2024? What are some areas he could clean up here moving into the future?
I mean, I think every player that plays, you could call, Kyle Shanahan's offensive system, you call it whatever you want to call it. I feel like every player benefits by having more experience. Look, Super Bowls, when you lose, it's devastating. It just is. It's the final game. I spent time with Nick Bosa this offseason. I was around him a lot, him and his brother. And it just allows, like everybody does end on a losing note outside of one team that wins it all. And so it's devastating. And so you're out there, could he have made one or two more plays in that game that could have made the difference in the game? I mean, I'm sure that's how he looks at it. And so you're always going to get measured ultimately by how you play in the biggest games. That's why Joe Montana is still considered the best, if not the top 3 of all time. I think that's what you look at in the big games, in the big moments. Is there a play you could have made that could have made the difference? And it might come down to a handful of plays, but if you can be as consistent as he has been through a year and a half right now, and just make that one big play in that moment, because if you get that Super Bowl trophy next to your name, they never take that away from you. That stays with you forever, and that's the ultimate goal of these guys.
I want to ask more Purdy questions, but you opened up a can of worms. You and the Bosa brothers spent a lot of time together this offseason?
Have you seen Baldy?
No, but
hanging out with the D lineman, O lineman? I mean, he's a who's who.
So did you reach out to them? Did they reach out to you? I want to hear the whole thing. Like, where were you guys at? Did you tell them that you were underwhelmed with the season?
So here's the deal, Joe. So I have a house in Fort Lauderdale where the Bosas live. Their father, Joey, Nick, the whole group. They're all there. They all live within a couple of miles of each other. And so I'm at dinner one night at a place in Fort Lauderdale, and I'm talking to this one lady, and she's like, yeah, I see Nick every morning walking my dog. I'm like, where do you see Nick? And so she says where she sees him. I'm like, I know where that is. I'm like, let me take a walk over there. It's 2 miles away. Let me get a morning exercise. Let me just go see if these Bosa brothers, sure enough, Joe, like they work. I'm not giving away any information. They would wring my neck if I did. But they work out in this one field with their trainer. Nobody pays any attention to them. Nobody even knows. They're on this one field in Fort Lauderdale. And sure enough, 4 days a week, 8:45 in the morning, they're there and they're getting their workout in probably an hour and 15 minutes every morning. Getting their running, and they lift at another place. So I went over there, started talking to them, and I'm like, you guys, got their schedule down. So I went and visited them, 2, 3, 4 times over the course of a month. And I was just checking in on them, And so I wanted to see if Nick and Joey were going to go to the SAC Summit in Vegas with Vaughn and Max and the guys are like, nah, once we come from the West Coast back here, we're not going back to the West Coast. We're staying here. We got our boat. We got our lifestyle. We got our heat and humidity in our field. We got our track spikes. We're going to get our work done here. So that's what it was. It was fun.
Did Nick tell you, did he admit that it was kind of a letdown last year? Like, personally for him, because I could sense that he feels like he has something to prove this year. Hearing him at the podium, I mean, you're only going to get like this level of energy from him, but you get what I'm saying. Like he looks bigger, and he looks like he's been at everything when it comes to the Niners activities. Did he admit any kind of shortcomings last year? Because I think you were a little unimpressed with him, as was I, because I hold him to such a high standard.
You know what there's a lot of things that he said, Joe, but I think the most important thing is he really missed training camp last year and the off season. And he said it really affected him. They brought in Javon Hargrave. He was a big key free agent acquisition, of course. They have a lot of money to try and replace DeForest Buckner, all that stuff that had been missing with Javon Kinlaw. And he said he really missed it. And it made a difference. They signed him on Friday before the opening game against Pittsburgh, and he was there. He had 3 sacks in the game, whatever. But he said that offseason, it's put him behind. And so he wanted to be there every day this offseason, including the mandatory minicamp, all that stuff, offseason training. I think you're going to see. And then, look, this new defense coordinator, Nick Sorensen, he's telling me that it's going to make a difference. You're going to see him in different places. You're going to see Nick drop this year in the coverage.
Wow.
The way you see T.J. Watt drop. Probably not a lot,
right?
But you're going to see him drop. You're going to see him stand up and not always in just a 3-point stance. And so I think they're going to use him a little bit differently. And I think being there in the offseason, working with all the new guys, working with Leonard Floyd, I think you're going to see a different Nick Bosa during the season.
Brian Baldinger here on the River Islands guest line. That's good news to all 49er fans because it was a letdown last year. You bring in Leonard Floyd. Malik Collins looks good in the middle wearing big number 99. I like the prospects of him on his defensive line with Chris Kosaric as well. I want to go back over to Trent, Baldy, real quick here. How much more leverage does Trent Williams have, say, over Brandon Ayuk, who's still under contract? Because I believe this offense changes dramatically without Big Trent. It feels like Big Trent holds all the cards here if he does hold out. You go to week 1 against the New York Jets and don't have big number 71. Oh, gosh, we're praying that Quinnen Williams doesn't crush Brock Purdy, Baldy.
Yeah, you'll probably see Jermaine Johnson out there. Maybe if Hassan Reddick gets into camp. But regardless, I don't think it's going to come down to that, Bonte.
Yeah.
Look, Kyle and Trent have a long-standing relationship. He's here in San Francisco because of Kyle.
Yeah.
And Kyle has already gone to bat for him, saying how bad. We saw last year when Trent was battling an ankle injury what the offense looked like. It wasn't the same offense. Now, you can put that on a lot of different reasons, why they lost some games when he wasn't in there. But, he's just that kind of a difference maker. I remember Ezekiel Elliott saying, I'm going to make this comparison. I remember Ezekiel Elliott talking about Zach Martin one day in Dallas. And he said, no matter where the run is designed to go, it ends up behind Zach Martin. And for a while when Zeke was like rolling, it did. And I feel like if you said to Christian McCaffrey, regardless of where the run is designed to go, does it end up behind Trent? And I feel like it does. I don't believe as good and talented as Christian is that he wins the rushing title like he did last year if Trent Williams is in the lineup. And we're just talking about the run game. Forget about protecting Brock Purdy, giving him that security. He's just that good. And what player doesn't want to get a final payday?
Yeah.
He knows he's at this stage of his career. He doesn't need a lot of training camp. You watch him in pregame warm-up. His mental reps are probably as good as anybody that plays the game at any position of the game. He knows what it takes in order to go out there and battle for, 17-plus weeks. And so I don't think he needs a lot of time. So I don't think it's hurting him right now. You got to answer the questions every day when he's not there.
Right.
I don't know if he's back in Texas right now, where he's at, but I think he said a daughter was graduating high school. He wanted to be there, whatever. I don't know. So you give Trent a week of time to get ready for the Jets. I think he'll get ready.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. He'll be with us every single week throughout the football season here. You brought up Kyle Shanahan. He's 54-29 over the last 5 years when it comes to win-loss record, 8-4 in the playoffs, one of the best coaches in the league. There's no doubt his offense was humming last year, averaging 29 points per game. But there are some shortcomings here. The Super Bowl, we can't unsee not knowing the overtime rules. Not scoring after you pick off Patty Mahomes to start the third quarter here. Where does Shanahan need to improve in? Because he's great in a lot of areas, Baldy, but what are one of the things you want to see him improve in? Is it in-game management? Is it fourth quarter management? Is it play calling? What do you see? Or maybe we're just nitpicking here, Baldy, because he is one of the best coaches in this league.
I think, look, nitpicking can mean a lot of different things, Bonte, in this context. But look, we all know what it comes down to. He was in Atlanta with a chance to win it. He's been in San Francisco with a 10-point lead against Kansas City. He had a chance to win it last year. But he also was down 24-7 to Detroit and came back and won the championship game. So, it's not like it's just Super Bowl or bust. But, these Super Bowl games, you talk to these players, it's just not another game. It just isn't. I know we look at it as fans, we want to put another Lombardi trophy in the 49er treasure chest. I get that. But these games are weird. They're refereed differently. Things don't get called. There's this halftime thing. There's this pregame show. There's just all this fluff that isn't football. But it's a part of it. Now, the coach's job is to win a game and to coach the 60 minutes of the game. But it's not another game. It doesn't feel like another game. He just has to finish the job. He has to get there. He's got to finish it. And look, there's been a lot of coaches, Bud Grant, Minnesota. There's been a lot of coaches, Mark Levy in Buffalo. But a lot of coaches that got there a bunch of times couldn't win it. They're still Hall of Fame coaches in my mind. And Kyle will probably be there one day, along with his father. It took his dad a long time to win Super Bowls in Denver. It just took him a long time. He got there at the end of Elway's career. So you just keep chopping wood. Andy Reid took a long time. And then he got the quarterback who's the best player in the league, and now he's winning them left and right. But he went through that in Philadelphia. They questioned and nitpicked his play calling, his time management, clock management, all these things in Philadelphia. I was here during all of it. And now he's the most celebrated coach in any business right now. So I think Kyle just has to break through. That's what he has to do.
Yeah, the overtime, it's going to be so hard to shake it. Baldy, it's just... I still can't believe they didn't go for a touchdown and didn't take the ball second.
It's still lingering, Baldy, if you can't notice. If you can't tell, Baldy, we're still in Las Vegas thinking, boy, what happened in Sin City?
But Baldy, here's what I want to ask.
Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead.
You go. If you got something on it.
No, I'm just saying, the whole overtime thing, take it, not take it. I would say, without researching, I probably should research it, that every team in overtime takes the ball first. Put the pressure on the other team. They went right down the field. The right guard blew an assignment, and Brandon Ayuk's wide open in the end zone. They're going to score a touchdown in the opening drive. It takes all 11 to do things right. There's a breakdown up front, and Brock Purdy's under pressure, and could you have gone for it on fourth down? Yeah, but put points on the board for sure, and let your defense go out there and probably try to win it, or at least hold them to a field goal.
Did Nick? And I got a quarterback question, but. Did Nick express any specific frustration from the Super Bowl and how it went down? Nick Bosa?
Just express frustration in the game itself. He's been in two of these things. Yeah. And the game is just, Nick's never going to be the guy that complains about holding calls or not getting him or whatever. He just isn't. Even if it's on a hot, sweaty morning in Fort Lauderdale in June, he's never going to use that as any excuse. But my God, he can pull out plays now where he's just getting choked and dragged to the ground. That's ridiculous. And if that's October and not February, things can change a whole lot. But so it's just Nick is going to put it all on himself. He's got to play better in these games and make a bigger difference.
As a guy who played in the league, covers the league, loves the league, and is also a fan of the league like we are. I'm just looking around. It feels like quarterback and money and every position, but in particular quarterback and money and how you construct your team is a conversation in almost every market. Green Bay, hey, we're going to pay Jordan Love. We don't know how much. Herbert, let's dismantle the team because we've paid the quarterback. Same thing happening with Josh Allen. We're seeing it kind of play out with Joe Burrow. Mahomes has already been through it. Lamar is going to go through it at some point. Dak, do we pay him? Tua, do we pay him? Purdy, how much do we pay him? As someone who does this for a living and is also a fan, What do they do with this quarterback and the money and how it's balanced out? Because it feels like it is a conversation year-round for every single team in the league, and it feels like everybody is afraid to say who's good at quarterback because we're like, oh, that guy's not worth 70. That guy's not worth 50. And it's almost like sapping the love out of the game for some of these excellent, amazing quarterbacks.
Yeah, but the opposite, Joe, is if you don't have one, you can't compete. I mean, Aaron Rodgers goes down the fourth play last year. Mm-hmm. The Jets fall apart. As good as their defense was to help win some games against Buffalo and some big games, I mean, they're out of it by the time they got to December.
Yep.
If the Las Vegas Raiders can't get their quarterback situation straightened out, Davante Adams might walk out of the locker room and might come back. If you don't have that guy, you can't compete. And you certainly, if Brock Purdy isn't the sensation that he has been, then San Francisco is probably paying Kirk Cousins what Atlanta paid him to come in there and play. You know, I mean, so what's the alternative right now? Like I thought, actually, Joe, to your question, I thought maybe, say a team like Seattle that wasn't willing to pay Russell Wilson any longer. I thought, okay, we're going to reach a tipping point where we're just not going to pay the quarterbacks $50 million guaranteed, and we'll go back to the well, or we'll go to free agency. Except it's such a crapshoot if you go back to the college well, and who knows what Jaden Daniels is going to look like, or Caleb, or anybody else. We don't know. We hope that they all become C.J. Stroud, but we don't know, and we never know. And so we make mistakes at the very top, like San Francisco did a couple years ago with Trey. Like we make mistakes at the very top, so that's not a guarantee. And then if you go, all right, let's get Derek Carr. Well, all right. What's that done for you? You know what I mean? Like, so if you got a guy that you believe can be that guy, I don't think there's a choice that you have right now. They have all the leverage.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, Baldy. You got to pay the quarterback. If he's successful in your system, the well is dry. You can't take a crapshoot on court. We had the quarterback draft the other year with Trey Lance and Trevor Lawrence and Mac Jones.
Justin
and four
Fields.
of those guys are on different teams already, Baldy, just like that. So I'm with you there. You got to pay the quarterback. All right, we got a couple minutes with you. Your training camp schedule. When does it start? When does Baldy hit the practice field? When does he go on his personal training camp tour? And when you hit the West Coast, will we see Baldy make a West Coast appearance during this training camp tour?
All right, so I'll be at the Eagles tomorrow, the Jets on Saturday, big show Saturday, not big back-together Saturday in the NFL. I'll be at Cincinnati on Sunday, another big national show from Cincinnati with the blonde bomber right now and Joe Burrow. I'll stay there Monday. Fly to Tampa, be with the Bucks on Tuesday, the Jaguars on Wednesday. I'll be at the Hall of Fame game on Thursday. I'll be at the New York Giants on Friday. I'll be at Buffalo on Saturday, and then I'm heading to the West Coast to LA to do stuff around Week 1 preseason games. And I hope while I'm out there 3 weeks in a row in LA, I hope to see some scrimmages with the Raiders, with the Chargers, and hope to get up to San Francisco for at least a day.
Wow.
Baldy,
Look at that schedule. I
Did you
love
watch
that.
the receiver doc?
No, I have not seen it.
Well, it looked like Jimmy Garoppolo broke Davante Adams. Like, honest to God, what happened to Jimmy Garoppolo? Like, no, seriously, because I thought he was a good player. Never thought he was the best player in the league or anything like that. But it's just... It looked like he broke Davante Adams in a month.
It feels like mentally, Baldy, Jimmy's never been the same since the ACL.
What happened?
Between the years.
Well, there's been a compounding of injuries. I mean, let's face it. I mean, when Tom Brady was suspended, Jimmy Garoppolo got a chance to play, and he got hurt in the second game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so the injuries take its toll. He wasn't built, to take a beating in any kind of way. If you look at Jimmy, he's a tough guy by every measure. But physically, I mean, he broke down. He never had a great arm. He had a good release, but not a great arm. And, those throws over the middle, let's face it, those throws over the middle are where San Francisco makes their living. And we know that we're all holding our breath on a lot of days with those throws over the middle. Brock is much better at layering those throws. But Jimmy, late in the progression over the middle, we all held our breath. And then what Davante was alluding to was, I played with Aaron Rodgers all those years. I never got killed. I never got hit. He goes, I'm taking my life in my hands coming over the middle to try and catch these balls.
No doubt.
And look, I mean, receivers they've got to be able to make those catches at times, but you can't put them, you've got to be able to put it in the back shoulder and away from that safety or that linebacker that's barreling down for you.
No doubt. The Hard Knocks on the New York Giants all season. I think giving fans a fresh perspective. Have you checked that out? Joe Shane and the boys at the New York Giants.
Yeah, I've seen some of it. Heard the important clips of all that, and seeing how that all went down, and how Mr. Mara steps in, and Joe, and Brian, and I mean it's not pretty there in New York right now. I'll be there, in 2 weeks. I'll be over there in New York, and I'm pulling for them, but I don't know what their offensive line starts there. They haven't been able to put it together. They can't keep Saquon. I'm hoping defense can at least come together. It looks like they've got a lot of talent on that side of the ball. I was with Brian Burns this offseason. They should wire that guy up. That guy is a character, man. Yeah. Like, he will entertain you and plays the game with a high deal of energy. He's a lot of fun to be around.
Baldy's training camp tour starting this weekend. Football is back. My man smiling like it's Christmas Day, man. It's good to have Baldy back. We missed you, dude. We missed you. And all of a sudden, we fill up, looked at after watching one training camp practice with the 49ers, Baldy. We can't wait to talk football with you all season long.
I know.
Hey, by the way, nobody has a better summer than you. I'm sorry. I'm like, this guy's sitting there with Von Miller showing him how to chop, and you got the offensive lineman camps in. All of a sudden, I'm having withdrawals about the island of Capri. You're in Italy. You're in Rome. What don't you do, Baldy? Come on, man.
Well, I'll just say this. There is not any cleaner water in the world than in Sardinia. It was good to get back to Sardinia. I was dodging the yachts in the water, in my little Gemoni that, me and my girlfriend were flying around in. And, looking at Dana White on his yacht, landing by a helicopter. It's a different level of wealth over there. I'll say that.
Hey, Chaska, I'm telling you, man, the yachts are just sitting there on the Amalfi Coast and all over the south of France. I'm like, man, that's big boy money
Does
right
Dana
there.
White smile when he's on this yacht? Because he's never happy.
What's that?
Was Dana White smiling on that yacht? Because he seems to be never happy.
Yeah, well, I think you can carve out some time to be happy when you're in Sardinia. There's nothing not to like about it.
See you, buddy.
Magic Johnson's on his yacht out there half the time in the summertime too, man.
I'm not gonna be here.
He's not gonna be there. Baldy, you're the best,
See
man.
you, bud.
We'll talk to you soon, man.
Thanks,
Have fun during the training camp.
Talk to you soon, guys. You bet. Take
Absolutely,
care.
Brian Baldinger here on the River Riders guest line. All right, we running a little late with him, but it's all good. We'll get to the injury report and we'll reset.
Ow!
Well, remember Drake Jackson? We were like, whoa, what happened to Drake Jackson? Well, we saw Drake Jackson yesterday at training camp, and he's on the physically unable to perform list as he's dealing with the knee injury. We have no idea what the extent of the knee injury is. We don't know if it's an ACL, MCL, LCL. We don't know if he's got a strain, sprain. We don't know what the hell's going on with him. We just know that he's not practicing, and he missed the last 12 games of last season plus the playoffs. So Drake Jackson still on the PUP list, physically unable to perform. We're not sure when he's going to be able to suit up and get ready for practice, but it'd be nice if Drake Jackson could hit the practice field and get after the quarterback. All right, that's the injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your phone calls. Big deal about Trent Williams. You guys making a big deal about it? He's holding out. Brandon Ayuk is holding in. What about Brock Purdy? What did Keith Talib said about him? Where can Brock Purdy improve after an MVP-like season? That's all coming up here on the roast. Plus, we'll get to what Steph Curry had to say yesterday. Oh, boy, you want to miss that. Steph Curry said what? We'll bring that up here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who...
Just sell and just fire everybody. I'm not talking about the Niners, am I? Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Welcome to the roast here on a Thursday morning. Shout out to everybody out there getting ready for work, getting off your graveyard shift, all the overnight dancers, all the cops, security guards, students, summer camps, everything. Shout out to our great friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. We got to shout out our Twitch, our Twitter, and of course our YouTube audience. And they're brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. We just talked to Brian Baldinger for the first time all football season. A lot of good stuff there with Brian Baldinger, Purdy, Bosa, Shanahan, Ayuk, Trent Williams. What do you do with these guys? As Trent Williams is holding out for new money, Brandon Ayuk is holding in. We got that. You got Robbie Ray with a great performance yesterday for the Giants. To see what the Giants do here as we're, a week away from the deadline? Major League Baseball trade deadline? What the hell are the Giants going to do?
A week? We're like 4 days away.
4 days away. July 30th. July 30th. It's coming up. What is it, 25th? Oh, boy, it's coming up soon. So we'll get to that. And then Steph Curry, we kind of buried the lead on him.
Yeah, I would like to get into that.
You want to do that right now?
Yes.
We'll just do it right now. All right. So in an interview with Mark Spears from Manscaped, as Steph Curry gets ready for the Olympics. And, boy, he sat down with Mark Spears. And Mark Spears asked him, you saw the type of lackluster teams that Kobe and Dirk had at the end of their careers while staying for one team. Should we not assume that you'll be fine playing with just anyone during the rest of your career, playing solely for the Warriors? And Curry said, basically, it's tough, right? I've always said I wanted to be a Warrior for life. At this stage in my career, I feel like that's possible. You can still be a competitive. It doesn't mean you're guaranteed the championship. It doesn't mean winning. Winning is always a priority, but obviously you're realistic. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen if you stay the course. You need to shake things up and keep reimagining what it looks like to evolve with what the league is at right now, with where some of these talented teams are right now. I'm taking it one step at a time, to be honest. I think that's the only way that I will protect my happiness. Also, it allows me to enjoy being myself when I'm out there playing. And I'll continue to make decisions that are best for me and for my career at the end of the day when it comes to just the imagination. I want to win. Let's put it this way. It's a long-winded way of saying that if it is a situation where you're a bottom feeder and it's just because you want to stay there, I'd have a hard time with that. But I don't think that's going to be the reality. Steph Curry with Mark Spears on Manscaped. Again, that last line there. That last little line. Let's put it this way. It's a long-winded way of saying that if it is a situation where you're a bottom feeder and it's just because you want to stay there, I'd have a hard time with that. But I don't think that's going to be the reality. And so it already starts with Stephen Curry. And I thought this noise would begin around the All-Star break if the Warriors did struggle. But boy, what if Steph Curry says, you know what, enough is enough? These first 3 months of the basketball season for the Golden State Warriors are so damn crucial.
Hey, no pressure, Jonathan Kuminga. No pressure, Brandon Pajemski. Save us. So the way I read this, my interpretation was quite simple. This is the second vocal statement by Steph Curry, make a move or I'm going to make a move.
Within the last month.
Am I wrong?
He said things change quickly in the NBA.
Did you interpret it the same way I did?
Well, I interpreted it
directly talking to management.
Yes, that was my interpretation.
Through the media.
You better start winning some games.
I don't even know about
we cannot have another season where I don't make the playoffs.
Yes. Because
Bob Myers 2 years ago, Klay Thompson, or actually last season, Klay Thompson this season, you don't want to have this hovering over Stephen Curry, because if the Warriors get off to a slow start, they get off to a slow start. I've said this over and over. The All-Star game is in the Bay Area. They would come here, and they'll be excited about the three-point shootout and everything and being a Chase Center. But boy, oh boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. The media contingent that will come here internationally, nationally, all the Stephen A's, all the loud noise makers, all the media members, that will be the theme of the All-Star break. What do the Warriors do with Stephen Curry if they're not winning by that point? So it is imperative for this organization and this team to get off to a hot start, a rollicking start, to quiet the noise of Stephen Curry maybe looking elsewhere. And we knew this was a chance, being around LeBron James and Kevin Durant and all these Galaxy of Stars and with Team USA whispering in his ear, hey, look, we moved around before. It's not the worst thing in the world. Hey, this is concerning if the Warriors don't get out to a fight because the noise would just get louder and louder and louder.
Well, he's right. And we all see his point of view. And I don't think many people are going to have this opinion. So let me lay it out. He's also in part culpable as to why I still think other players would have gone elsewhere. But when you're the one co-signing to stay with guys for years, we're talking about Klay and Dre. When you're staying with those guys and you've been like, hey, I got to stay with them guys, and we don't know how much he put his thumb on the scale with that kind of stuff, but I think he's involved in those things. You know, if you didn't bring back Draymond Green, you could have signed Paul George outright as a free agent. You could have. You would have had the empty slot. So I think he needs to also recognize, it did kind of paint us into a corner in the sense that we were limited in the amount of moves that we could pull off. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying he doesn't have to.
That's not on Curry. That's not on Curry because how did he know and how did we know that Paul George would leave the Clippers? We had no inkling that he would leave the Clippers going into the last season.
Bonte, I saw it last year when Joe Shasky, the guy who's not even paid to look at the salary cap and explain to my superstar of superstars what is coming down the pike. This is the 1-year plan, the 2-year plan, the 3-year plan when we lock ourselves into these contracts.
No doubt.
And so all I'm saying is that you cannot say we got to play this with these guys, this and right here, and then turn around a year later and be like, you guys got you got to also accept just a slight bit of culpability for the situation that is here.
Well, come on. Steph Curry's played at an all-time level and an all-NBA level. He's done his job. And without Stephen Curry, you're not even in 10th place. All right? This guy played 70 games last year. The year before, they make the second round against the LA Lakers. You got to remember that these guys are all-time competitors that have won a lot of games together. And when you win a lot of big games together, we heard Shanahan say this with Tim Kawakami. I've been through a lot with Deebo Samuel and George Kittle and these guys. Mm-hmm. So I love these guys. And I personally love these guys. And I want to see all these guys stay here or whatnot. But he talked about those relationships and what you go through together. And for some reason, we underestimate that with the big three, Klay, Dre, and then you got Stephen Curry. And then you got Steve Kerr and Andre Iguodala or whatnot. Again, they didn't lose a Western Conference Series until 2 seasons ago against the LA Lakers together. As a trio and with that head coach. Now you could bring in the playing game with the Memphis Grizzlies. Klay wasn't there. Klay was out that year. He was out. You lost to the Grizzlies. It is what it is, but you come back and win a championship. When you go through those wars together and win all those big playoff games and you still feel like as a competitor, you still got it. And that's the toughest thing with an athlete. When Bully talks about it all the time. Boy, when Father Time kicked my butt, he goes, I thought I had it, and then you don't. But you don't realize it because you're a super competitor and you've had this ego and confidence throughout your course of your career to where you don't think there's going to be a drop-off. That's what athletes think. That's how they move. That's how they operate. So I'm not mad at Stephen Curry for saying, yeah, we need a lot of changes when you hadn't even lost a Western Conference playoff. Now the reality's here. Klay's gone. Draymond's getting older. His inability to stay on the court due to some of his emotions on the court. That didn't hurt. That didn't help the team last season. Joe Lakers pointed that out. We've heard it from everybody now. And now you got the youngsters who are unproven. Yeah, Curry's at the point in his career where he can say these things, and it's totally okay. Because he's given everything to this organization. If we're going to question anybody, I'm not ever questioning Stephen Curry, what he's done for this organization. He can say what the hell he wants to say.
No one's saying he can't say anything, but there's also a little element of him like, hey, dude, you did sign off on some of these things that put us in a position that's made it a little more difficult to be able to swing the big deal that you're looking for.
We just heard from Baldy, where he says players back players in contract negotiations. What Trent now you could go through. Baldy played in the locker room. I'm not going to question the guy who's around these players. No, hold on.
Jordan Poole got a contract and Wiggins got a contract.
Hold on. Let me finish.
And it pissed off Draymond.
Can I finish what I was going to say? What Baldy just said? Baldy just said it. Players root for players and get their money. The players root for players and get their money. So we're talking about Steph Curry here, not Klay, not Draymond. We're talking about Steph here. For Steph Curry to co-sign and say, yeah, I want this guy to get paid, that's what players do.
Yes, but also, there is a salary cap, and it's very restrictive, and we kind of knew this.
How are you going to blame Steph Curry for Draymond getting his money?
You're getting hung up on it.
No, you're saying he's
culpable. There's a culpability. There's a slice for him.
Culpability for what?
He could be 99% the reason we've won everything, but there's also a little bit. You signed up for more Draymond, and he has self-sabotaged the season 2 years in a row.
He can't tell what the owner what to do. There's a GM and an owner. He could give his input.
You're right. He's done nothing wrong.
No, I didn't say that. I mean, honestly, you're blaming him for Draymond getting $100 million?
No, what I'm saying is that sometimes when you sign up for certain situations, for example, you marry somebody who's a little crazy, don't be shocked when they get a little crazy, okay? And when you've locked yourself in to a Draymond, I'm saying when you lock yourself in with Draymond, A, there's the Draymond availability thing, and then B, again, as we found out this offseason, because of the finances, it's really difficult to wheel and deal. And so, for example, this offseason, had they not had the Draymond contract under their cap, they would have had an open slot to be able to offer. That doesn't mean Paul George is coming.
Draymond literally drove down to Joe Laco's house and had dinner with him, and they got the deal done.
Well, do you think that Steph had some influence on that?
What is Steph going to say about a teammate? About any teammate? We just heard Baldy talk about an NFL locker room saying the player wants to get paid. You know what? We got to back that because we are a fraternity.
I don't believe anything these guys are saying because they're all
because you're not in the locker room, dude.
At every turn.
You're not in the locker room, man.
This Warrior team in particular
you're not in the locker room.
got so angry. Bonte, it's obvious they got so angry about who got paid. There was literally a punch
Steph Curry's name on that? Steph Curry's name wasn't on that.
No, but when you're in a team atmosphere, these things all matter. When you're the number one high-profile player. Bonte, he's the greatest player of all time.
And Steph ran to the podium to defend Jordan Poole right away, saying that's not how we do things. That's unacceptable.
Kevin Durant is even on record saying that he didn't like the way that this team has handled things.
1 second here. 1 second. So Baldy just came on these airways literally 30 minutes ago and said, who's around the players? If anybody's around the players, it's Baldy, right? You don't believe Baldy when he says the players are looking out for each other, saying, no, we back players up to get their money and not pocket watch? I hear the same thing for Durant Wright. I hear the same thing for Festus Ezeli. I hear the same thing.
Okay.
Steph Curry did.
Klay Thompson admitted it.
Klay Thompson and Draymond. Where's Steph Curry name on that?
Okay. Again, Steph's the golden child. I understand that we can never pin even an ounce of any kind of culpability on him. He's the greatest Warrior of all time. But he also signed up for where we're currently at. And yes, they can make moves. We can absolutely make moves. But the things that you had to have in place for the last couple of years are now kind of coming to roost. And no one is saying that he can't have that prerogative and that opinion. But he also kind of helped make the bed that they're laying in.
I don't know how much culpability Steph Curry has on that one.
Even if it's 1 ounce.
Yeah, I come on, man.
Well,
let's go to Eric in Sacramento. Eric in Sacramento. Were you going to say something?
Well, no, I just want to throw kind of an extra thought here. We're kind of making this out as, Steph wanted Draymond to be here, so that's why Draymond got his money. If Steph kind of said, I don't know if Draymond really fits in here going forward, does Draymond get that contract?
He went down to Joe Lacob's house.
It's a great question.
He went down to Joe Lacob's house and got the contract.
He's like, Joe, I really want this contract. And Lacob's like, well, I don't know if we see you as a part of this future. Maybe he mentioned Steph's name. Maybe he doesn't. But if Steph said before to Lacob, hey, I don't know if Draymond really fits in on this team going forward.
Maybe he doesn't get the contract, but how's that on? Draymond Green is very valuable on this team. He's very valuable on this team.
Kind of moving things forward for this team, whether for someone getting paid or someone not getting paid.
So that's not. First of all, that's not Steph's DNA to say, "Hey, just cut this guy, don't pay this guy." You know what I'm saying?
I'm throwing the hypothetical.
And Joe Lacob, it's a wild hypothetical because of what went down actually in reality. What went down in reality is Draymond went to Lacob's house and they talked about the contract. And Draymond called Steph, and he called Klay for what he said. If you want to believe that, go ahead. Fine. I don't care. I don't care what you believe in. But Draymond said it. I went to Memphis. I called Steph, and I called Kerr, and I called Klay, saying I'm moving on. That's what happened. And then next thing you know, he's at Joe Lacob's house having dinner or wine, and he got $100 million. I don't know how involved Steph Curry was into that. I don't know. But how can we fault Steph Curry for saying, I want to play with Draymond Green? I've won 4 rings with him. Our two-man game is one of the best two-man games we've seen in the last 30 years. How can we fault Steph Curry for wanting to move off of that, for not wanting to move off of that, where he's got his trusted agent in Draymond Green, who's helped him win a lot of big games together?
But if you say that, on one end, then how is it the organization's fault of not fielding a winner around you when you have preferential roster spots that you need filled with guys that you like? So all I'm saying is that, look, at the end of the day, the Warriors are the ones that are going to be held accountable for whether or not that Steph feels that this team is good enough with him. All I'm saying is he does have some, not all, just a little bit of influence regarding what this roster has been the last few years.
What if Steph Curry wanted some of these youngsters traded a couple years ago, and that didn't happen?
That
to get help before. What if that didn't happen and he lost faith in the organization?
That's entirely plausible.
But for Steph Curry to say, hey, look, I don't want to be on a bottom feeding team.
Well, he clearly had as much influence, Bonte. He had so much influence, clearly, that Klay Thompson, from what the report said, he had to reach out to him and say, don't get involved.
And he still told the organization to get him paid. So that's who Steph is.
But that's
who Steph is.
Okay,
and that's why you can't let players... That's why you can't let players run the franchise.
Which is exactly why I said there's an ounce of culpability.
Avery Bradley. Hey, we all wanted Avery Bradley. Bob I's like, chill, we got GP2. And then Steph gets up and says, you know what, you're right about that. So I'm not mad at Steph Curry. Steph Curry, I'm with him. You don't want to be on a bottom 50 team. And so he's put the organization on those, say, look, I'm in the twilight. I'm still playing at a high level. I want to play for big stakes here. I want to play for big stakes. What are we going to do here moving forward? Are we going to bottom out? Because I'm not good with bottoming out. And that's okay for the franchise player to say that. I don't find any shame into that, and I'm not going to put him culpable
in the last
for this
30
roster.
minutes have I said that there was anything wrong with that.
He didn't draft James Wiseman.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
He didn't punch Jordan Poole.
No.
He didn't move, like, you know what I'm saying? He didn't make all these moves. So I'm not going to put
no one
any
is saying that.
culpability on Steph Curry.
Misconstruing. What I'm saying is that
I'm not misconstruing. I'm not misconstruing. You're saying that he's culpable for where the franchise is at right now, and he has a sliver of culpability because of the Draymond Green contract.
He does. No, but one of many roster spots on this team, right? Like it's yes, they do. He does. When you're the greatest player in the franchise, you do have influence, right? So all I'm saying is that he can feel exactly the way he feels, and he's valid for feeling that way. And I get his point of view. But let's not also think that he doesn't have a little bit of input on where we're at right now. They've catered this whole thing to him. Steve Kerr's not here without him, right?
No doubt about it.
That's the way I view it.
But he's also the reason why we were in 10th place.
Of course, both are true.
You don't win a lot of games. You don't win a lot of games. So it does. It's just like, all right, he's culpable for what? Like he's culpable for this building being built at Chase Center.
And so is them being able to secure financing
for the franchise being as valuable as it is. So
sure, but also. The team is as valuable as they are because they've won a ton. They've spent unbelievable amounts of money on the team. They own a big piece of real estate. Like that's all goes into evaluation. Like no, I don't think Cohen would have been able to build a team with just Steph Curry. You have to have the money to back it. You have to be able to find the investors, and you have to be able to swing deals in San Francisco to build anything. So no, I do not think that anyone would just be able to build the team.
Let's go to Eric in Sacramento. Eric, what's happening?
That's great. Thanks for taking my call. Let me tell you both something. There is no way that Klay should have been let go, and there's no way the Warriors are going to make the playoffs without Klay. They handed Dallas a silver platter. Dallas is going to win the championship now because they've got Klay. Draymond Green is a punk. He should have been let go a long time ago. He was responsible for the Warriors not making the playoffs last season. He missed 20 games. I mean, guys, comment about that.
Yeah, I'm not guaranteeing a championship for the Dallas Mavericks, and I'm not saying the Warriors are not going to make the playoffs without Klay Thompson. I want to see how this roster plays out. I want to see the moves they made. Again, August 6th is looming with Larry Markkinen. That's an important date in Warriorland. What's going to happen with Larry Markkinen, and are they going to move? We heard more reports yesterday that they want to move Andrew Wiggins. They want to move him at some point, but what are you going to get back for him? How do you build a roster without him? So I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, man, Klay Thompson, you're heading to the Mavericks to championship with a silver platter. We'll see about that.
I think the thing with the Lowry Markkinen thing feels right now, I don't know. It feels like Utah saw again, going back to the CBA and everything, they're like, all right, if we acquire Kuminga, we have to give him a 30-something, 40-something million dollar contract, and it just feels like they're not ready to do that. And that's why they're viewing Podziemski, at least from the reports, that to be the more coveted player because they don't have to worry about his contract for 3 or 4 years. And if that's the sticking point, I think you got to move.
Let me ask something, because you brought up Draymond's contract and how, quote unquote, it's pigeonholed the Warriors and the moves that they can make.
Well, I mean, I can say that about 4 or 5 contracts, but yes.
Draymond Green, 25 a year, right? 4 years, $100 million. Average at 25 per year. Is he worth $25 million a year in your opinion for this basketball team on the court?
If Andrew Wiggins is going to make $25 million a year, then yeah, he is.
Draymond is definitely worth it, right?
Yeah.
So to me, the suspensions are one thing, and the punch is one thing, and it definitely impacted the season. There's no doubt about that. But we can say when he's on the court, you see the value, right?
Sure.
And the contract looks like it's worth it, right?
Yeah. But if you want to but again, if you want to be able to upgrade, there are certain contracts where you have to draw the line. And when you gave Wiggins the money and Poole the money, that's why Poole's no longer here.
Right.
You're looking down the road. Like, again, it limits your flexibility.
But when I look at Draymond's contract and the suspensions, they do bother me. They do bother me tremendously. Most important season of his career, you missed 27 games for various issues, but more so the suspensions and the ejections. But when he's on the court, you see his value and you see what he's worth. And when I look on the court, if he could stay on the court, we got the bet that he's going to play 65 games next season. On the court, you see why he's paid what he's paid.
Sure.
When I look at overvalued and I look at contracts, I don't know how much impact Steph Curry had on Andrew Wiggins' extension. I don't know how much impact he had on Jordan Poole's extension.
But they gave those out before the current CBA.
They did give those out. I understand that.
The pre-CBA,
but they got their money, which obviously didn't sit well with a couple veterans on this basketball team. And obviously the reports come out, so I don't know how true they are, but obviously there was something there. There was something there when they got their money. And then I look at Andrew Wiggins and I'm saying, what of all the people with the contracts and who vouched for him or who didn't vouch for him or whatnot, I haven't got my bang for my buck on the court with the guy.
It's not even close.
At least when I get Draymond Green on the damn court, I'm getting some high-level play.
Even if you told me I got Draymond for 60 games this year, okay? I know those 60 are more reliable than whatever you're assuming you're going to get from Andrew Wiggins. Like, right now, the last 2 seasons have been marred with question marks with Andrew Wiggins. At least when Draymond's out there, he
plays well.
He's susceptible
so
to
if
wild
Steph Curry
things.
vouched for him, I can understand why you vouched for Draymond Green. Won a lot of games with him and a lot of championships. The other guys haven't stepped up, but we'll continue to roll on this. Steph Curry said what he said, that he doesn't want to be on the bottom feeding team. Are you surprised, Warrior fans? I'm not. 888-957-9570. But what does that exactly mean? What does that exactly mean for Steph Curry to go to St. Warriors? That's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking, no compromises.
Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com.
Jackie, I'm talking to Bronte.
This is Jeremiah from Fremont, also known as the Legend Jerry, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, two Bay Area homegrown legends themselves, everybody. And I want you guys, everybody, to say it with me now. The best part of waking up is the morning roast in your cup.
Oh, give it to me. What up, everybody? What up, what up, what up? Looking for the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area? Check out Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Shasky and Lubman bring you all you need to know about the Giants this season, plus exclusive interviews with players past and present, available wherever you listen to your podcast. Steph Curry. And this question is going to get asked more and more and more, and we're not even in the regular season yet. It's going to happen on media day. It's going to happen during training camp, all throughout training camp. It's going to happen with Team USA. It's going to happen during the first month of the season. It's going to happen during the All-Star break. And the question is going to be asked, Steph Curry, where are you at with the Golden State Warriors mentally? Are you a ride or die? And let me tell you, I know for a fact, and things change. And Steph Curry said this last month, that things change quickly. But right now, the mindset from just doing my own digging, my own little investigating, Steph Curry wants to be a Warrior for life. He doesn't want to leave.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't want to uproot his family.
He wants to be here forever. The family, what it means to be in one uniform, what it means to be the face of the franchise. He doesn't want to go anywhere. But he also wants to win. And he just told Mark Spears of Anscape /ESPN, look, I want to win. Let's put it this way. It's a long-winded way of saying that if it is a situation where you're a bottom feeder and it's just because you want to stay there, I'd have a hard time with that. But I don't think that's going to be the reality. Steph Curry has faith in the organization. He has faith in his front office to put the right players and right pieces around them to compete at a high level. So, again, I don't want to scare Warrior fans. I know for a fact Steph Curry wants to finish his career with the Golden State Warriors. However, he's not cool with being a bottom feeder. And we've yet to see that. We've yet to see that. But if they're a bottom feeder and they're out there and they're 20-40, 60 games into the season, it's not going to sit well with them.
Okay, so they're 20-40. All right. No, I agree with you. And he has every right to feel however he wants. What if they're like exactly like they were the last couple of years, which is hovering around 500? Because I think that has its own.
Yeah.
I think that's tough too. Like, I don't think necessarily you got to be 25 games under 500 for him. Okay, now I'm angry. Like, what if it's just like, in
the Western Conference, you may be 12th place and you may be 2 games over 500.
Exactly.
I don't think that's going to sit right with them either.
So now let's play this thing out. What are the fixes?
Well,
for the Warriors, not like he's gone, like you're trading him. I'm talking about what is that? What's the magical elixir trade that's out there?
One, we don't know. That's number one. We don't know. We could just throw a name out there, but there's always a disgruntled superstar. There's always one that pops up. There's always a name that comes out there. It might be Steph. It might be Giannis. It might be Embiid. It might be Steph this year. It just might be Steph. There's always a disgruntled superstar, and he may be right in our backyard. Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? But I will say this about the Warriors and where they're at as an organization right now. Moving off of Klay Thompson and moving off of Chris Paul, and signing these deals, these team-friendly deals. Like Kyle Anderson has a team-friendly deal. Buddy Hield has a team-friendly deal. Who else did I say? D'Anthony Melton, a team-friendly deal, 1-year deal. You have a lot more optionality now in terms of trades and value, and now you got your books kind of in order. Getting rid of that first and second apron, getting under that. Now you're in a better position to make a trade for said player if that comes to fruition, if that becomes available for you. So I would say the Warriors are in a better position to go big game hunting than they were, say, right before the offseason when Paul George elected to opt out. Because if he didn't opt out, obviously you would have had an avenue to go trade for him. But once he opted out, that was done. That was done. So now you have more value with this team in terms of pieces to move. If you still want to move Kuminga or Pods or whatnot, and I don't think they want to do that right now, but you still have those options later down the road. So there is a will, there's a way to try to get some players to play with Steph Curry. And obviously he still has allure because Paul George talked about it. Yeah, I want to go play with that guy. And obviously on Team USA, they love playing with Steph.
So the two names that keep getting popped up this offseason are Markkanen and obviously Brandon Ingram.
Yeah.
Obviously, it always depends on what you're giving up. But, like, is that enough?
Yeah, I don't think it's enough. I want to stay the course with this current roster and see what these youngsters. We're talking about youngsters playing with the Giants.
Yeah.
I want to give Kuminga and company a month and a half to see what they have. I want to see it.
They might not have it.
They might not even be here. I mean, who knows? August 6th is looming.
I'm looking at next year's free agent class, and a lot of these have player options,
Yeah.
so we don't know. But like LeBron, he's player option. He's probably, Jimmy Butler, Fred VanVleet, Rudy Gobert, Kyrie Irving, Ben Simmons, Harden again, Jamal Murray, Brandon Ingram. I mean, there's a couple of big-time difference makers, but alongside of an older Curry, like, they're just in a really tough spot.
Yeah, it's probably going to have to happen through a trade. And it's probably going to have to bring somebody here, which is obviously very difficult. But, look, the fact that Paul George is willing to come here, I'm not sure where Larry Markkanen's head's at. Does he want to be here? I have no idea. But I do think as long as Steph is here, he will be able to track some guys. Now, how does it look at free agency, open market? How does it look via trade? That's to be seen.
Do they have
but
assets?
I think as an organization, you do have assets now.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, Podziemski's valuable around the league. Obviously, Kuminga has some value.
Has that surprised you, Podziemski's value almost skyrocketing, it feels like, this offseason?
No.
Or maybe it's a product of the Warriors hyping him up?
Because he could be part of a winning team. He does
That's
a little
true.
bit of everything, right? That's what teams are looking for. They watch the Boston Celtics. You got Tatum and Brown. Well, look at what Derek White and Drew Holiday showed you.
Yeah.
And Al Horford for that reason. We're going to play our role. They're going to fit in. The New York Knicks.
Peyton Pritchard.
Yeah, Peyton Pritchard. New York Knicks. Josh Hart.
It's true.
Dante DiVincenzo. Hartenstein before he moved on to Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
They got guys to buy into their roles. So those type of players, I think, are so valuable when you think about the CBA, you think about the money that's getting thrown around for top superstars. You could find one of these players who could just fill a role and just do whatever you got to do to play winning basketball. That's maybe bringing up the ball up the floor, rebounding, taking charges, setting screens, whatever it is. That has value in this league.
Their Knicks that you bring up are desperately trying to trade Julius Randle.
Yep.
And it feels like no one's biting.
Ball stopper.
Well, but not only that, I think going back to your CBA comment from earlier, it's like a guy like him would have normally been moved. Someone would have taken him,
Now it's like,
no one wants to touch him.
No. And then when you add in the fact that he has the money and the contract and then the way he plays.
Yeah.
The way he plays is, it's not really team friendly. It's ISO, ISO. Give me the ball. I'm going to be the black hole. I'm going to take the ball throughout the whole shot clock, and I'm taking a shot. That's not valuable.
I'm just surprised. Like, Ingram hasn't gotten moved. Wiggins hasn't gotten moved yet. Like, Randall. Like, there are guys out there. These aren't great players. But
I'm surprised that Wiggins hasn't been moved.
I am a little surprised.
I'm not surprised.
Why?
Because if you're another organization, and from afar, if you watch Andrew Wiggins come up big in the NBA Finals, and then he takes 2 months off for personal reasons, not everybody's going to buy into that. Not every organization is going to say, oh, yeah, it's cool for you to, like, credit the Warriors for being the first-class organization and allowing that. Because they didn't have to. But, like, oh, man, personal reasons. Okay, cool. We'll acquiesce to your request, and we'll let you get your time off, and we're going to respect that. Not every organization would do that. And so, if an organization is looking at Andrew Wiggins to trade for them, Shasky, you have to ask, like, well, why did his production dip so dramatically? What is going on with him? Does he love basketball? Why is he getting injured with the adductor strain? What's going on with him?
I know,
Are
but
we willing to trade for him and pay him? How much money's left on his deal?
He got 24 this year, next year. I think that's it.
Well, it was a 4-year, $109 million deal, right? And he has a player option.
Yeah,
so think about that. Andrew Wiggins has a player option. So now that he has the player option, another team's going to say, well, damn, if we trade for Andrew Wiggins, there's a chance he opts in and triggers that money. So that's why I'm not surprised at Andrew Wiggins. I thought that was the most difficult deal to deal. And I'm not even sure I want to deal him because defensively I need wing defenders at the point of attack.
So the 2026 free agency class, Dame Lillard, Steph, Embiid, LeBron, Bradley Beal, Durant, Butler. I mean, all the old guys. Luka, Gobert again. And then all the way down, you got to scroll down to the $24 million. Draymond and Wiggins. And, you could have a chance to get your boy Harrison Barnes. Draymond's got a player option, too.
Yeah, he's got a player option. Andrew Wiggins and Draymond have player options. So that makes it that much more difficult to deal. Jeez. So, again, as much as a lot of Warrior fans want to just deal these guys, what do we always say? It takes two to tango.
And Andrew Wiggins' money goes up to $30 million if he accepts that player option for 2027.
There you go.
Whew.
There you go. So,
yikes.
I'm not surprised that teams have not been willing to trade for Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, but I see some of these other guys on this list, and they're I don't know. There's like DeAndre Ayton's on this list making $34 million a year, and he got moved. And but again, I always say like, a Portland or a Nets, but all those teams are like, no, we're gonna go young, and we don't want bad contracts. Like even Utah, like you would think Utah would take a Wiggins back and then maybe flip him again or do something with him. And no, they don't want any part of it. It feels like
again we're dealing with Danny Ainge.
I've seen him take on some bad contracts.
Danny Ainge is not the most. I mean, it's tough dealing with this joker. It is. So that's why this thing is lingering with Larry Marketed. Again, I was like, buckle up, guys. We just thought, like, maybe Utah's going to accept Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins. And I was like, what?
Did you see what happened yesterday?
What happened yesterday?
Utah waived two guys, and everyone was like, they're creating roster spots.
They might be.
For a trade.
They might be. Who they got rid of Darius Baisley and who else?
I don't know. I'm not going to
know. So I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know what they do here, but the cap does go up. The cap does go up to 155 next year. Goes up to 170 in 2026-27, and it goes up to 187 in 2027-28. So maybe the last year of these deals, when they get closer to the end of their contracts like Andrew Wiggins, they'll become more attractive. But right now, when you have two subpar seasons and then you have a player option on the back end of your deal, it's not going to be very easy to deal. It's not going to be very easy to move. So, and then what are you looking to get back for Andrew Wiggins? Like, that's the other thing. I ask Warrior fans all the time. Everybody said, trade Andrew Wiggins, trade Andrew Wiggins. I want something back. Well, what do you think you're going to get back?
Well, I'm hoping to get Brandon Ingram back or Larry Marketing. That's what I'm hoping. You're asking what I'm hoping. I'm stapling a bunch of real assets.
You still believe in Santa Claus, man?
I'm stapling some real assets, some presents to that Christmas tree as I throw it through the window.
Oh, my gosh. But Steph Curry, man. That's twice now in the last month. Where a month ago he said, man, things move quickly in the NBA. Things change quickly. It's a business.
Do you think today he finished his career with the Warriors?
Well, I asked Steiny this yesterday.
What's Steiny?
I asked Guru. No, I asked Guru.
On air or off air?
Off air. I wouldn't ask that on air. I don't even know why I even brought it up on there. But if I had to bet $1 on Steph Curry finishing his career with the Golden State Warriors.
Why bet the $1? I'll just give you the $1.
All right. Give me the $1.
Bet $1 million.
Well, I don't have $1 million.
Okay, bet.
I don't want to be in debt.
Okay.
I'll bet this cup of coffee.
A PlayStation 5 controller.
Yeah, hey, by the way, shout out to our boy Oscar. He was there at the Hilton. He came by afterwards.
Oh, I missed him.
Yeah, you did miss him.
Who's Oscar?
The guy who sold you the PS5.
Oh, that Oscar.
Yeah, that Oscar. You forgot who he was. He said that you forgot who he was, too. So, he was there yesterday. And so, would he finish his career? Would Steph Curry? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Thanks,
right now. All I know is
you and Steiny are much more alike than you.
Hey, listen. This is what I do know. He wants to finish his career with the Golden State Warriors. I do know that. But he also wants to compete.
That's like me. I really would like to retire and enjoy my life, but I also want to be able to have enough, money to actually survive. Yeah. So don't know what I'm going to be able to do.
So, I mean, I don't know. What does Steph Curry think about Larry Marketing? Well, he's playing with Kevin Durant, LeBron James, Devin Booker, Joel Embiid. He's playing with the greats of the greats right now. Life is good for him right now. And he's probably thinking, boy, is life going to be good like this in the Bay Area for the next couple of years? We don't know. How much better are these young guys are they going to be able to catch up to speed and play at a high level? I have no idea. No idea. But if I had to bet on it, I'd say Steph Curry finishes with the Golden State Warriors. But I can see why people will have their doubts. I understand why people would have their doubts about it.
How many of your favorite players in the Bay have finished their careers?
Not a lot. Not a lot.
With the team that they
There's been one. Homegrown?
Yeah.
Homegrown, not a lot. Not a lot.
And usually those guys like retire early.
Yeah. No, not a lot. I mean, Matt Cain.
Again,
Retired
elbow surgery,
early.
yeah. Buster, obviously.
Yeah.
Called it sooner than we thought.
Yeah. Not a lot. Not a lot. So I understand. Like it doesn't really happen.
Crickets.
Are you surprised at this news that Steph Curry's talking?
Well, you had kind of like teed this up months ago.
Yeah.
And I became more, aware of it.
I like how that happens. And once a week,
What?
I gave Shasky, you alluded to this about 5 months ago, and I thought you were insane.
Well, like a great partner, I can acknowledge when the other side makes good points.
I do that too.
And then I'm envisioning a future without Steph Curry.
See,
I don't want to.
I just know how this media cycle works. That's what it is. I have a grasp on like news cycles and whatnot and what's going to happen. And my fortune telling is like, oh boy, All-Star game's coming, and if the Warriors don't make the playoffs, now Klay's gone, and here we go again.
Mr. Cleo over there?
Yeah, I am Miss Cleo on BET. Oh, Steph Curry, I'm going to tell you the future here with the Golden State Warriors. In 1 year, we're going to be making noise about Steph Curry possibly moving on.
What is that accent?
I don't know. I thought it was Jamaican at first, and then I just kind of moved on. Zucci made. Chris Borland retired a Niner. He was homegrown.
He played 1 season.
Patrick Willis. All right, I guess Patrick Willis, Joe Staley.
His foot.
Joe Staley.
Staley had a long career.
That was a good one.
Yeah,
Staley.
he had a longer career.
He did. J.C. Sapolo.
Sapolo retired 30 years ago.
I'm just saying.
And I love J.C.
I'm just thinking about homegrown players who retired with their original teams here in the Bay Area. I'm just trying to dig deep here. It's not a lot.
30 years.
It's not a lot.
I know.
Steve Wallace. Did he play anywhere else with the double shell helmet?
He played anywhere else.
Yeah, I don't think he did either.
Him and Harris Barton.
What about Bubba Paris?
Oh, Bubba played. I think he played Detroit.
Did he go to Detroit? Bubba may have went to Detroit. He may have. He may have. While you look it up, let's go to Austin to San Jose. Austin, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, Bonte, Shaz, how you doing, Bonte? Listen, I don't think we should be surprised by what Steph's say. I think the more alarming thing for me, Bonte, as a fan, though, is that the fact that Steph said it, number one. And number two is he kind of said bottom feeder, which I think that while Steph's the most diplomatic guy in the NBA, maybe sometimes to a fault, I think he's sort of suggesting and sort of giving us a hint as to what the roster – I mean, if we're being honest, this roster, to me, is middle of the pack. I don't think there's any confidence that this roster, as presently constructed, is going to get more than a 7th or 8th at the most. I think they'll have to compete for a playoff spot. I think at Steph's level, at Steph's point in his career, he doesn't want to play uphill the whole season. He'd rather be in a position to be able to cope, to be ready for the playoffs, Bonte. Because as he's going to add more value, like LeBron James and those guys, they're valuable at go time when it's time to close. We need to be able to get there. So the question is, are they building the roster? Is the management building the kind of roster that could even get us there? And I think that's the big question. And I wanted to kind of go with Chasky a little bit, suggesting that Steph Curry is this puppet master behind the scenes, telling this management who to keep. That's not the way it works. I think the staff has input. And I think that Joe Lacob has said this.
Yeah.
But there's a group of investors, man. There's something called investors, and Joe is one of them. They're not listening to players tell them who to cut checks to. They're making decisions. So I would not hold Steph responsible for Draymond's money. He's not responsible for Wiggins' money. He's not responsible, as Bonte said, for the draft picks. I mean, keeping Weissman around longer than they should have. That's not Steph's issue. So this notion that Steph is culpable for the roster, I totally disagree with that. Steph's got you 4 championships. If he wants to build a roster around right now that can go and win more or can even compete for a championship, you should be listening to him. You shouldn't be questioning and saying, oh, well, Steph's kind of responsible. That's totally illogical. It doesn't make any sense.
You don't think Steph? I never said he's the sole one making decisions, but he's got input is all I said.
Yeah.
I think we're over dramatizing the whole thing. He has input. He's, whether it's some sort of form of a veto power, checks and balances. Like, part of why Gary Payton II is still here and why he was reacquired is they all liked him and Steph liked him. They didn't want to play with Wiseman anymore. Like, yes, I think the owner wanted to keep Wiseman. I do.
The owner wanted to keep Wiseman. He was not happy about that, but the players, they're like, dude, this guy can't play.
And I don't think it's nefarious. Like, I don't think it's some like sadistic, Steph's the evil guy. No, he's earned equity. Like, but to say that he doesn't have any influence, I don't think anybody's saying.
I don't think anybody's saying. And obviously, they're going to run things by Stephen Curry. He's the face of the franchise.
There you go. That's all.
And I don't disagree with that. But to say that he's slightly culpable for where the cap is at or the players. No. Because Andrew Wiggins is still here, and I don't know how culpable he is with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think anybody on this team thought Andrew Wiggins would just fall off the cliff and come up with the lack of production he did last season. Nobody anticipated that. He was on the up and up.
Bubba Paris. Final team, the Detroit Lions.
Wow.
Didn't play a game, though. And also the Colts. Same year, 91.
Oh, he went to the Colts?
Yeah.
Brian Young finished his career at the Niners. BY.
Yeah.
Dwight Clark?
94 to...
Dwight Clark?
Yeah. Dwight Clark retired in like 88,
Hey, but I'm
87.
just saying, we're just bringing up homegrown players. We can't knock it.
Jesus.
We don't care. I'm not asking what year. You asked me how many players retired homegrown. It doesn't matter if it was nice. You want me to bring up, did Frankie Albert finish his career at the Niners?
He ended up being a coach for a year. I'm not sure if you know this. And he also had a cigarette ad that I came across on YouTube. He did. So he had a cigarette ad.
I don't care what year it happened. Did they finish their career with their homegrown teams? So that's all. That's the old question.
Brian Young retired in 2007.
Yeah.
It's 2024.
Okay, I'm not counting the years. You just asked, has there been any homegrown talent that retired with their original teams?
In recent memory.
Yeah, that's recent memory, right?
There are 17-year-olds who have zero memory.
In 2007, I was, how old was I in 2007? Was I 26, 27? Oh, mid-20s.
A lifetime ago.
Mid-20s. Still got my hair, though. Cool with that. Gained a couple pounds here and there. Gained a couple pounds, but that's all good.
Did you have fun yesterday?
I did have a lot of fun. I'm having a lot of fun now. Although, 10-2 was fun last week. I hopped on with Steady Eagle yesterday, and I was like, damn, that segment went by fast. 10-2 just zooms by. Zoom. Break, back, breaking news, back. They got more breaking news yesterday. I'm telling you, man. We signed up with the devil doing this slot. No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that. Stacey Kaufman could be listening. I had a lot of fun yesterday. It was good to have football back. It was.
The game within the game. What was your favorite part?
I didn't really pay attention to the game within the game yesterday. I was just kind of locked in on looking at the field.
I did.
I talked to Corey Rush, 49ers PR president, whatever his title is. He runs the show.
We talked Niners for a second, and the banner on YouTube changes. It's just insane.
That's a sickness. That's not called that. Morality on YouTube. Bonte, is Hillary pre-booking Super Bowl tickets for you guys this season? We're going to pause on that. By the way, we don't want Hillary calling. We don't need her calling right now, just throwing salt on the wound here from last season's Super Bowl loss. So the game within the game, I didn't really pay attention to the game within the game. I was just kind of locked in. What about you?
Did you see what happened to me?
No, what happened to you?
I got basically metaphorically stiff-armed. So I worked my way down the sideline. You were kind of trailing. We weren't like hand side by side. And I look over and I go, oh, there's Ricky Pearsall. There's Talanoa Hufanga. Maybe I'll walk my way over there and try to talk to them and drop some sort of, what Friday night football game are you going to go to, T? And then hit them with one of these. And I inched closer and closer and closer. Talanoa looked over at me. He could feel it coming, and then he walked away. Damn it. I'm so close.
He's always at high school football games. I've seen him.
That's what I was going to talk to him about.
Saw him at my nephew's games, De La Salle Sarah, a couple years ago. He likes to go to Friday night games. He goes to a lot of high school games around here. I did want to talk to Pretty Ricky, though. I did want to talk to Slick Rick.
He's a little taller than I thought.
Yeah, he looks big. I tell you what, Jacob Calvin, we got to get him a different number.
What? Why don't you like 83?
I want him to wear number 5 or something.
No, it's the Wes Welker number.
No, it is the Wes Welker number, but I want him to wear like a single digit number. But Calvin may be the rookie we talk about more so as the season progresses. Now, it's just the first day of practice. And hey, you asked me players to watch yesterday. What name did I bring up? I said, I want to see Jacob Cowing.
And what did I say to you within 3 minutes?
Oh, I like Jacob Cowing.
No, I said 83 is getting unbelievable. He's so quick in and out of his breaks.
See?
He is. He's nice. He's nice.
The player to watch, Jacob Cowing.
But here's the thing.
This is why I lay it out for you guys,
here's the thing. We got to see.
New York Kitty.
Can he get off the ball? Like if somebody's pressing him, what's that going to look like?
Look, I want him out of number 83. I want him wearing, when they cut Danny Gray at some point, because I feel like Danny Gray's going to get cut. 7. Give me Jacob Cowing. Wear number 6. Give me a single digit number. Get out of 83. Because 83 is kind of a nasty number. I get his Wes Welker at 83 on a guy who's 5'8", 5'9". Just doesn't look right. Get him a single digit.
Who was the guy for the Falcons? Harry Douglas. Did he wear 83?
yeah, Harry Douglas. Louisville, Harry Douglas. Yeah, you definitely want to wear 83 in honor of Harry Douglas.
Think of decent 83s.
Yeah, who else
is that right?
Decent 83.
Well, J.J. Stokes wore 83, and
I think low-key the best part about Jacob Cowing yesterday, which again, he did have a very good first day camp. I enjoyed watching him in the 11-on-11s and the 7-on-7s. But we were watching him do the punt returns, and we're watching him about to return. I think, Bonte, you said, oh, Cowing, he could be the returner this year. Literally, as soon as those words were out of your mouth, he muffed the punt.
Returner's a problem.
Well, he did muff a punt. Trent Taylor.
Not trying to like dog on Cowing. I thought that was a funny moment yesterday.
Listen,
but he did
he did muff that punt. Trent Taylor couldn't get a punt. He's letting every punt bounce. Like, Trent, what are you doing, dude? The whole part of the drill is to catch the punt. Trent Taylor, why is he with camp? I guess you need a body, right?
Arnaz Battle wore 83. Remember him?
Yeah, get Jacob Cowing out of 83, please.
What?
Get him out of 83.
Who was our guy? Was it
Arnaz
Drew Bennett with the Rams?
Get him out of 83, please. Andre Reed, number 83?
Andre Reed was 83.
Yeah, this ain't Buffalo, though.
What's wrong with that?
83 is a nasty number.
Deion Branch, Super Bowl MVP.
83 is a nasty number. Nasty.
Is it, though?
Get Cowing number 6 or 7.
All right, who else impressed you? Because I got a couple names.
Jacob Cowing impressed me. I like Malik Mustafa. He looks like he's going to be a hitter. The backup safety out of Wake Forest. He's a rookie, but boy, he came up with an interception yesterday, ran it back. He looks good. Jawan Jennings and Debo, they popped. They really popped in the first day of not. And I tell you who didn't impress me. Devontae Campbell from Green Bay.
Why?
He looks a little slow, looks a little sluggish, looks a little stiff, especially in pass coverage. And you see why Green Bay let him walk. Now, again, I don't want to overreact. It's the first day, shirts and skins. God forbid, we know us too, especially when it comes to Trey Lance. I'm not going to overreact over the first day. But for the first day, I was like, well, I'd rather see D Winters.
So, Mustafa is jacked out of his mind.
Yes.
He's short, though. Again, we're being ridiculous, so I'll give you some, hard to not, think poor man's Bobby Sanders making plays on the ball the way he did.
He made, dude.
That interception was impressive.
It was impressive, although it was a terrible throw by Josh Dobbs.
It was a
throw into double coverage.
I'll tell you this right now. If Purdy goes down, we in some trouble.
Yeah, we are in trouble.
In the words of Adrian Peterson, I seen Dobbs and Allen throw that ball.
It was funny.
And I said, we're going to be in trouble.
Well, Dobbs threw one, and I go to Shask. I said, damn, Josh Dobbs is our backup quarterback? This ain't good. And then 5 minutes later, he goes, yeah, backup quarterback's a problem. It's a problem. Again, it's the first day without shoulder pads. But, yeah, if Purdy goes down, we're in some trouble. Now, Debo looked great. Travis Ward looked good. Travis Ward is number 7. So, again, Jacob Cowing, when Danny Gray gets cut off this football team, go ahead and grab number 6. Go ahead and change that number, big dog.
Trent Taylor was out there. They had him returning kicks. He looked shaky.
Oh, he was wearing number 19 as well.
He looked shaky.
He can't make this roster, can he?
Ronnie Bell was... look, they miss Ayuk. I'll just put it out.
They miss Ayuk.
Pretty plainly.
Yeah, don't you want Ayuk to get paid now? Get him on the football field?
Absolutely.
Yes, yeah.
The one thing I would say about this, defensive line, 99, the guy that they signed,
Malik Collins,
is a monster. Now, I don't know what he is as a player because there's no hitting or anything like that, but he's humongous.
I like him.
Humongous.
I like him a lot. I do like him a lot.
And then we watched the running back, the young man that they drafted, suffer an injury. It did not look good.
Isaac Garinto. He walked off the field. It didn't look good.
He hobbled off the field.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was out for the next 3 weeks. Now, Herm Edwards.
I think it's closer to months.
Herm Edwards talked about Ricky Pearsall. Obviously, he coached him at Arizona State. Mm-hmm. Listen to what Herm Edwards told Willard the Dibs yesterday.
He's the guy you got to be careful with. He overworks. He's that kind of guy. And he had some hamstring issues when he was with us as well, because he's one of the guys, doesn't want any rest. He goes 100 miles an hour. You got to protect him from himself, and I told John and them that when they drafted him. I said, the thing you got to do with Ricky now, if he's going to go hard, he doesn't understand this is a walkthrough. This is, that's how he functions. So he'll be fine.
Ricky Pearsall, got to protect him from himself. Hamstring. How much is this going to linger? Is it a risk to put him back out there too soon? I want to see him get rest with Brock Purdy, especially when the pads come on. Did we figure out did the pads come on Saturday? Pads come on Saturday. Does anybody know? 888-957-570. I should know this. When did the shoulder pads come on for the 49ers? I believe it's Saturday with the first padded practice, and then they'll get a day off on Sunday and then get back on the field on Monday. So, look, Isaac Garinto is going to be out for a while. Ricky Pearsall, you hear him about the hamstring injury. But Herm Edwards also was asked on how he'd handle the Brandon Hike situation. Here's what the coach had to say.
We had this situation arise when I was in Kansas City with Larry Johnson. And same kind of situation during training camp. I talked to Larry at least, once every day and just say, you're okay. And I said, you got to hang in there. This is what you got your agent for. I said, but at the end of the day, Larry, at the end of the day, your agent can run the numbers along with the GM, but at the end of the day, you get to make a decision when you want to come in and sign the contract. I said, that's up to you, not your agent. You got to make the decision. And I said, you're a part of this team. And I told the team that too. I said, look, he's not here right now. This is the business part of it. It's hard. I said, one day you'll be in this situation as a player. So understand how it goes. But when he comes back, we love him. He's part of our football team. Don't worry about that business part of it. You just get ready to play football. We'll handle the business part of it.
What do you think about that from the old coach?
I think it sounds great. I don't know how real that is in today's modern day. These athletes now it's just different. I mean, it just feels like in the last 4 or 5 years, the way that business is conducted is at a rapid rate. It used to be the NFL had all the cards, right, when it comes to these contracts. And it feels now more than ever the player empowerment of how they can almost every other year, if you're a really premium player, you can kind of control how you can. Look at Trent Williams.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't long ago that he was a free agent. He was going to go to the Kansas City Chiefs.
He did go visit Kansas City.
And he ended up picking up the phone and calling, I believe, Kyle Shanahan directly, I'm going to go to the Chiefs.
Yeah, he did. I did a hit with Kansas City. I remember that day they did a hit with me. Said, so what are we getting with Trent Williams? And I'm like, wait, you guys got Trent Williams? Well, yeah, we're in on it. It looks like it's going to be a done deal. I'm like, damn, we're about to lose Trent Williams. And the Niners came in and said, hold up, we're going to back up the Breeks truck. Trent's a smart guy. Trent Williams is a smart guy, man.
Well, he might have multiple Super Bowls if he went to the Chiefs. I mean, dude, he's going to make money no matter what. But no, I think that, when you tell guys not take it or leave it, but he's basically saying you're the one who's in control. I don't know, man. When these agents are blowing things in these guys' ears, which I understand for them to do, no, you deserve more. No, you deserve more. You deserve more. I think Herm being out, 6, 7, 8 years of the NFL, he probably is a little out of touch with where current negotiation goes. I mean, this thing is so rapid now. Look, if I brought up to you Niner offseason, the first 5 stories are all contract related.
Well, that's why I'm sure NFL Films and HBO is like, damn it, we should have got the Niners for the offseason Hard Knocks. Well, can you imagine how good that would have been?
Lynch addressed that. And he said, we're never
doing that. Yeah, we're not doing that. Can you imagine those calls? Can you imagine a war room?
What would it look like?
Oh, my gosh. It break ratings records.
I bet you. I want to see
Shanahan walking into Lynch's office, or does Lynch walk into Shanahan's office?
I don't know.
Because Dayball's always going to Joe Shane, right?
Yeah,
he's always going to his office.
It's spelt different than it's pronounced.
Yeah.
Where's Parag in this one?
Oh my gosh, where is Parag? Is
Well,
he in
and then, like,
Leeds?
does Jed
Is he
come
doing
down-
soccer?
Does Jed come down the hallway in like a Patagonia Niner, emblem, and like John Mara did with his hands in his pockets? I'd really like to keep Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's one of our popular players.
He's one of our popular players, like John Mara.
Mara was stuck.
I don't think Jed does that. Do
Dude,
you?
Mara was sitting there like, boy, just know, hey, he's one of our popular players, most popular players of all time. So,
No, and then when
he
he said-
goes to the Eagles. I really have a hard time sleeping if he goes to the Eagles.
No, that I believe Jed would say, like, man, Ayuk playing on another team might have a tough. Like that is I would say that as an owner, but I believe him to be allowing these guys to make the moves.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. I would love for the camera to pan on John Lynch when it comes over NFL Network. They're all watching NFL Network, right? Because all these teams watch everything. They listen to everything. They know what's going on the radio. They know what's going on television. They know what's going on in print. They know. But if John Lynch is there, Hard Knocks, and they're watching it, NFL Network, and then you get an Ian Rappaport. And yes, the owner of the 49ers, Jay York, says Brock Purdy's going to reset the quarterback market.
Oh, my gosh.
And John Lynch is sitting there, and Kyle Shanahan is sitting there. What are their reactions like? Dear God, Jay, what are you doing?
Why are you saying that?
Why are you even talking money?
Oh, and then Brandon Staley comes walking in. I couldn't stop watching Brandon Staley on the field yesterday. Am I criminal for that?
Well, I was watching Nick Storison, and I was wondering, why is he wearing a camo hoodie with the hat? It's 95 degrees out here. Now, I believe he's going to speak today.
Well, from the people that I was talking to on the sidelines who will remain unnamed, and these were people that are not with the team, they're covering the team. They were like, well, I mean, Brandon Staley's just going to, if there's any problems with Nick Sorensen, he just steps right in.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And I'm thinking, what?
Yeah,
We're signing ourselves up for the guy who couldn't figure out Mac and Bosa?
Yes, we are. Listen, man, this is the 49ers here. This is Kyle Shanahan. It's chaos. They know how to perform under chaotic situations, man. We saw it last year with Steve Wilkes. Booth. Do we come to the sideline? Does he know the scheme? What's going on with that? I mean, this is the Shanahan show, baby. Buckle up.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness. What?
I'm looking at an article from Bill Barnwell right now that just popped across my phone. Wow. Do you make Brock Purdy the $325 million man?
Oh, gosh.
Wow.
Wait. Bill Barnwell.
He's suggesting on ESPN a potential raise of $60 million per season. What would that deal look like? And he's hypothesizing that it would look something like $325 million.
So here it is. I'm looking at the tweet.
$125 million.
So here's it.
Wow.
Bill Barnwell, and we'll get into this on the other side.
$325 million. I don't even care if that's not fully realized. Wow.
So, new free column, a deep dive into the coming Brockapocalypse. So what is he? Brockalypse. Excuse me, I just butchered that one. A deep dive into the coming Brockalypse in San Francisco. Brockalypse is what he calls it. Is he a special quarterback? How much will his new deal be for? What happens next for the 49ers? How the Lynch trade makes a Purdy deal much tougher. Could they trade Brock? These are the questions that Bill Barnwell has. So let's print out this article, Sam Lubman, and let's get down into it. Because this is what and I'm already nauseated for Brock Purdy. You think you're exhausted for Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams. We've seen nothing yet because Brock Purdy's on the books. Let's get into that on the other side. Coming up, brought to you by Save Mart, Lucky, California.
The Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly is back at Lucky. This week, collect
Yo, Bay Area, what it do? It's your boy P-Lo. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. Catch all the live games on the app along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. And catch amazing interviews, too. Also, listen to podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. All right, Bill Barnwell has an article on ESPN right now. ESPN.com. Bill Barnwell covers the NFL. One of the best writers out there. One of the best. I love the way he covers the NFL. Breaks down the plays or whatnot. No biases whatsoever. And he's ranked the Niners playmakers, skill set positions in 2023 and 2024 as the number one unit in the league. He loves its collection of talent with Brandon Ayuk, Debo, Kittle, McCaffrey, Juwan Jennings, Brock Purdy. But his article, it has a headline, folks, 888-957-9570. Extend Brock Purdy, ? Or keep the core together? Every angle of the 49ers' looming decision. And when he says extend Brock Purdy, there's numbers and there's a question mark with an exclamation point. $325 million for Brock. $325. Now he talks about how great he's been with the 49ers and how he has his great talent and, you know, he's been really, really good historically. But he's going to get a raise. And he's talking $60 million a season. $60 million a season. Now, there's a lot here. There's a lot here. Damn.
Okay. So
damn, this is a lot of money. And there's questions, right? Here's the same questions that we have every day. Let me just throw the questions that Bill Barnwell writes. Can he operate as a pure drop back quarterback? He says yes. Does he struggle when he's trailing? Purdy's worst game of last season was on Christmas against the Ravens. He was awful. He was awful. But the good news is Purdy played well in the playoffs and came back in those games. Can he throw deep? Barnwell breaks that down. Can he throw to the outside? He breaks that down. So there's a lot of things here, a lot of layers. But he basically says, can the Niners keep all their playmakers together and move on to another quarterback? Or do you keep Purdy, know that you got to get rid of these playmakers? Purdy could get as much as $325 million.
So
wow.
This is just, wow. I mean, it's a staggering amount of money. And look, can we all have said, we don't know what the guarantees are. We don't know all that stuff. These are just hypotheticals. This year's cap was $255.
Mm-hmm.
If you go with the same growth for next year, you're looking at a cap, and this is from the article, at approximately $286. Okay? Well, currently the 49ers are $30 million over what next year's cap, or what this year's cap would be. So that would put them with some wiggle room for next year. But they have 9 important free agents. And that doesn't account for Brandon Ayuk's money. That doesn't account for Trent Williams' money, who also wants money currently. Depending on how they structure this thing, he's only made $2.6 million through this year. That's Purdy total. He's looking at somewhere between $64 and $65 million a year.
Yeah.
Now, this goes back to, we all think he's a good player. Is he $65 million good? Is he, okay, for example, in this hypothetical, this year, Kirk Cousins makes $45 million, okay? Is he $20 million for this year? That's just for this year. Is he $20 million better in a single year than Kirk Cousins? These are the things that Kyle Shanahan literally alluded to, what he's breaking down when he was talking to Tim Kawakami.
Yeah.
And now this is also the team that with Jimmy Garoppolo, when they gave him a big contract, they realized that their finances were up against it. They need to get cheaper there. So I think they want to pay Purdy. I don't know if they want to pay him $65 million. Right. $65 million, for example, would cost you on the Niners currently. You would say, and I'm just picking these guys, Charvarius Ward making 18, you're out of here. Brandon Ayuk making 15, you're out of here. Dre Greenlaw making 10, you're out of here. Javon Hargrave making 10 this year, you're out of here. Think about that. Again, this is what the Chiefs did. Just a couple of years ago, the Chiefs paid Patrick Mahomes. They said goodbye, Frank Clark. They said goodbye to Tyreek Hill. They said goodbye to the Honey Badger. They traded a lot of guys or cut a lot of guys, and they completely reset their team.
But you know what, though? They've drafted well.
Really
and they
well.
haven't missed on picks.
Really well.
That's one thing the Niners have done. Now, Bill Barnwell writes in this one paragraph, I'm going to read this out. What would Purdy's contract extension look like, folks? So we keep talking numbers, and I have no idea what the number's going to look like. again, I'm exhausted from talking about Brock Purdy's contract extension because we're not even there yet. We haven't even got through this season. We haven't even got to a preseason game yet. So I'm already getting nauseated by this talk about how much money he's going to make. But here it is, so we can get this out the way. What will Purdy's contract extension look like? Probably larger than you think or 49er fans care to imagine. Right now, the top of the market for a quarterback coming off his third season is a 5-year, $275 million deal with Trevor Lawrence back in June with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Purdy, as Bill Barnwell writes, has been more productive, which I agree with, and successful than Lawrence, even if he doesn't have the same draft pedigree as a number 1 overall pick in 2021. Between now and then, we're expected to see other quarterbacks sign extensions. Love's on the verge of a massive extension. Dak Prescott and the Cowboys could find common ground, given that he would otherwise be an unrestricted free agent after the season. It will be a surprise if one or both of those passers didn't break the latest threshold, and make the $60 million per year on their new contracts. On top of that, Purdy is ineligible to sign his extension until 2025, but the cap should rise even further. The cap has risen an average of just under 12% per year over the past 3 years. And if we penciled that in as the expected rise for next year, it would jump from $255 million all the way north to $286 million. So it's going to jump possibly $31 million, the cap that is. That creates more space for the Niners to work with as they build a Purdy deal, but it also encourages him to land a larger contract to keep in line with the actual value of other contracts.
Wow.
So again, as fans, we keep saying, oh, these players, they need to take pay cuts. That's not how it works, folks. This is business. The businessman in you will get all the money that you want. The fandom in us want all these guys to take pay cuts and be on team-friendly deals. But we're fans, and that's not how it works in the business world. You become a fan in the business world, you'll get eaten alive. That's not how you have a successful business. So these players are going to get what they deserve, and they're going to break the bank no matter what. Now, if he continues this level of play, as Bill Barnwell says, Shasky, my best estimate is that a Purdy deal will come in around 5 years and $325 million for an average of $65 million per season. It's always possible the quarterback could take some semblance of a reduced salary to try to make life easier for the team, but after making just $2.6 million over the first 3 years of his existing deal, I'm not sure why he would be willing to cut the Niners any slack. Now, the Niners would also have less leverage over Purdy than a team like the Jaguars would have over Lawrence. First-round picks have their rookie deals fully guaranteed, but in return, they also have a fifth-year option. As a result, when a first-round pick becomes eligible for free agency, they're really 4 years away from unrestricted free agency. So players have chosen in the first round don't have full guarantees and make less upfront than first-rounders, but they don't have a fifth-year option, which allows them to get to free agency. After 2024, Purdy will only be 3 years away from free agency. We've seen mid-round picks such as Dak Prescott and Russell Wilson parlay those accelerated timelines into massive player-friendly deals. So what would a $325 million extension mean for San Francisco, Shasky? What do you think it means? It means saying bye-bye to some very good players.
Yeah, you think? So, okay. Does what happened with Jimmy Garoppolo factor into your mindset at all? Not comparing Purdy to Jimmy, just in terms of team construction and what maybe they have learned over the years about how you field the team and how you spread your money out.
Well, I thought they had a really good team-friendly contract with Jimmy. Although Jimmy was getting his money, he had opt-outs after the, first 2 or 3 years of that contract?
Yeah.
So they protected himself.
Agreed.
If Jimmy didn't perform at a high level, which we could argue till we're blue in the face, they could have opted out. They could have moved on from Jimmy. Hell, Shanahan admitted that Tom Brady came to them, and Shanahan said no, so that's on him. That's an entirely separate conversation. But they could have got out of the Jimmy deal. So they protected themselves in the Jimmy Garoppolo deal, Shasky, I believe. And I don't think it killed them. I
know that the $65 million price tag, like $65 million it's monopoly money, right? On a $300 million payroll, you're looking at 20% of the cap, right? I mean, it's more if it's 65. If it's 65, you're like 21, 22, 23. So forget the overall number. Like the number 65, I'm looking at like percentage of the cap. It's just a lot to soak up for one player. And so when you do that, you got to have a ton of faith in getting something for the people you're removing from the situation. You know, some you're going to have to cut and you get nothing for them, and some you can hopefully trade. I think the Chiefs' situation was accelerated in terms of their rebuild because they did get 2 first-rounders for Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
Right? And they hit. They got the linebacker and the safety, right?
Yep.
And both of those seem like hits. And then you have a quarterback who clearly elevates others. It's pretty obvious.
So, you know what? It sounds absurd.
What?
We're asking Purdy to say, hey, take a pay cut, take a team-friendly deal. He can make $65 million a year. And we got fans asking him just to take 40. So he's going to just leave $25 million on the table.
Because, no, this is the joke. I'm joking. So
yeah, no.
Because the Niners are going to get you the Gold Bar whiskey deal. We're going to get you the Toyota commercial. We are going to get you, what is that seed company that he does in Iowa?
Oh, it's not John Deere, right? No, it's a seed company.
But,
I don't know.
I don't know. He does have a John Deere commercial.
Yeah.
But like that's, so like, to
Pioneer
your point.
Seeds.
I would
Pioneer
say,
Seeds?
like the one thing that like you can't suppress is his off the field earnings, right? And so I would try to line up all of the biggest sponsors with the 49ers. I'm dead serious on this. If I was running the team, the Niners, I'd be like, and I know that Jerry Jones did this with Dak. Hey, Chunky Campbell Soup, we need you to give Dak this commercial. I would talk to all of my biggest sponsors and I'd be like, we've got to get this guy front and center because if he takes, you know, $59 million as opposed to $66 million, that gives us a left guard.
Right.
No, I'm dead serious.
It is true.
I know I sound crazy.
But when I heard you guys talking about $35 to $40 million a year, I'm laughing. I'm laughing saying, this guy ain't leaving $10 million on the table. Now we're talking about, Bill Barwell is basically saying that Brock Purdy can net $325 million over a 5-year deal, 49er fans. 888-957-9570. Are you willing? If Purdy performs like he did last season, he's going to be in line to make $325 million over a 5-year deal.
I'm going to be the first at the trough at this one. I would probably have to be propped up after I pass out reading the contract details.
Yeah, I know you will.
But if I was Jed York, I would probably turn more ghost white than I already am.
Why?
Like,
Jed York already came out and said he's going to reset the quarterback market. So why would Jed York turn into Casper? Why would he turn into Casper? He knew this was coming. He came out and said it.
Bonte, this is an astronomical amount of money. Not that you don't like him. He's a really good player. I could have presented you the deal that Patrick Mahomes got.
What if you start, the 10-year deal?
With Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
I'm saying, and I'd still, and as an owner, I'd be like, yeah, I'd probably give him the deal, but it's still like, oh my God. Like this is. I'm in a hot church in Sonoma, 110 degrees, and I'm passing out in my suit. Like no. Like this is all. I am
so happy you're not the GM of my football team.
This is crazy money.
No, I'm so happy. This is pro sports, dude. Where have you been at? This stuff has been rising for over the last 25 years.
The Emmanuel Quickly deal made me want to pass out.
Well, why? It's not your money. It's
because
the owner's
Emmanuel
money.
Quickly could walk up. Well, he'd be 6'8", but he could walk up and go, "I'm Emmanuel Quickly," and I'd be like, "Who?"
Well, yeah, because you don't watch League Pass.
99% of people have no idea who Emmanuel Quickly is.
You don't watch League Pass.
And he got a $200 million deal.
Nope. New York Kitty sitting over here saying, really? You don't know Emmanuel Quickly? Come on now.
Dog.
He was begging the table when they traded him to Toronto. He loved Emmanuel Quickly.
Stop that. You're a Knicks fan.
I cared more about him than RJ Barrett at the time.
Yeah, there you go. Barrett's garbage.
There you go. He led up the Warriors. He left the Warriors, had a damn near career high. Look, man, you're pressed about the money. You got to chill. This is pro sports, dude. They're going to get paid a lot of money. A lot more money than we make. This is the price they pay.
It's not about
They're
me.
Going to get, no, you make it about relative. You. No, you pass out over any money. Brandon Ayuk can sign right now 5 years, $120 million, 70 guaranteed, and you're going to turn white. Oh my God, what if he gets hurt? It's the price of doing business, baby. This is what it is. This is the market. 5 years, $325 million. If Brock Purdy plays like he did last season, you going to have a problem with the deal? What if he puts up the same exact numbers?
I told you, even Patrick Mahomes, knowing what we know now, when that contract was given to him, I would just be like, oh my God, this is a lot of money.
When I saw that contract,
it's a huge risk.
When I saw Patrick Mahomes get $500 million, I said he's worth every damn penny. That's what I said in real time. That's what I said. No, he is worth that much. Go ask anybody in Kansas City. Go ask all the Patrick Mahomes jerseys that's selling. Taylor Swift, everybody. Patrick Mahomes is worth $1 billion. For what he's making for that organization.
You know what? He might be.
He's worth $1 billion. $500 million is a pay cut for him. I'm like, damn, Kansas City got off easy.
But
10 years of $500 million?
You don't think these owners aren't like, Jesus, this is rife with stress.
They got, Chad York is printing money. I heard you over and over. Oh, my God, the 49ers team store, the line is out the window. It's sold out. Oh, my God, they're printing money in Levi Stadium.
Do you know how rich people stay rich?
Oh, I know how they stay rich. Trust me, I got some rich friends.
By making sure they don't make bad investments.
Yeah, and is Brock Purdy a bad investment?
Bonte, I thought Jimmy G was a good investment.
He was.
Okay.
Jimmy G was a good
Cap
investment.
was a good investment. I was wrong.
Jimmy was a good investment.
Well, I mean,
you got to another industry. Listen, you paid Jimmy. You got to a Super Bowl.
22% of the cap.
Yeah, but you got to a Super Bowl, right?
No,
and
I'm
then
saying,
you got to another industry championship.
22% of your salary.
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. But what is he bringing to the organization?
A quarter of the team.
Brock Purdy, you could put this guy on the side of Levi Stadium.
So you're doing the deal, no doubt about it?
If he plays like he did this year,
no caveats. I'm not letting you wiggle out of this. If he does this,
if he plays like he did last year, and this team wins a damn Super Bowl, Brock Purdy, you're eating for free in the Bay Area. You can have what the hell you want to have.
All right.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy. This is I understand the business. The market's reset.
The playoffs take place exactly like they did last year. A little up, a little down. We win at the end. Super Bowl, we lose in a heartbreak fashion, and it's the three-peating Chiefs who beat us.
Who showed up in the fourth quarter, Jimmy or Brock Purdy? Brock Purdy showed up in the fourth quarter. Pay that man his money. You were the last pick of the NFL draft, making $800,000, living in San Francisco. He can't even buy a house right now. He can't even buy a house, and he's a starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. He's probably borrowed $5 million from his agent. He probably owes his agent $10 million for trying to live in this economy.
If this were baseball and it was Shohei Ohtani and like, dude, we got no salary cap, whatever, dude. But you got to fill out the rest of the roster.
Well,
if I give a guy, just hear me out. If I give a guy $65 million, okay, and he's got no O-line, all right, and he's got no weapons, that guy's going to be running for his life.
You're going to have to pay somebody. And how many players are going to want to play for Shanahan in this offense for the cheap? You don't know how they draft.
They've got a superstar team now, and nobody wants to play on the cheap. Everybody's like this.
I don't
they look like Iguodala pretending that he didn't foul someone. Everyone's got their hands out like we're at church.
When y'all laughed at me.
Put some money in the collection plate.
Y'all laughed at me when I said I would give Shohei Ohtani $75 million a year. People said, oh, you're out of your mind.
But there's
now y'all not laughing at me no more, though.
Yeah, but there's no salary cap.
You got CBT. Got the collective bargaining tax. Got the CBT.
That's not hitting their books.
What do you mean you don't care about that, Mr. Charles Schwab? You all about the money, right?
Payments.
Come on now.
Like because you signed Shohei, you could still sign Yamamoto.
No, I know. I get. He deferred it. We didn't know he was going to turn. I'm talking about if he just signed a deal and there was no deferred money. Shohei, here's $75 million a year.
Yeah, but you could still afford Yamamoto. In this scenario, if you sign Shohei, you got to say goodbye to Freddie Freeman and you got to say goodbye to this guy. So it's just a little different. It's a little different.
You might. You might.
No, you might. No, you will.
You might. You might. But I'm not worried about. I'm not going to fade over money. This is the price of doing business. This is pro sports. The money's skyrocketing. Television deals are skyrocketing. Ticket prices are skyrocketing. Jersey sales are skyrocketing. The price of watching football games are skyrocketing. The team salaries are skyrocketing. It is what it is. It is what it is. This is the price of doing business. So, do you want to pay him $325 million over the next 5 years? Knowing that you got a solid quarterback who's going to be a top 10 quarterback?
Can I, before I give him this contract, can I see how the year plays out? And then, what if Aaron Rodgers wants to come for $41 million?
So you would rather have Aaron Rodgers right now than Brock Purdy?
This is about building a team, right? So, like, this is why I'm not. Again, I'm just saying there's many ways to build a team, right? Let's see how this year plays out.
Yeah, but I would rather have Brock Purdy than Aaron Rodgers at this stage of his career.
So 1 second. $65 million for Brock, or I'm going to go real low. $30 million for Aaron Rodgers.
Give me Brock.
For 65.
Give me Brock. Because you're not accounting for the locker room nuisance that Aaron Rodgers is.
It's year one. He'll play nice.
No, he won't. Did he play nice with the New York Jets? He's done all kind of things. He didn't even play 4 snaps with the New York Jets. And you've got people in New York City saying, damn, what did we sign up for? They don't love him that much. You better play. You better play at a high level. New York Kitty, you're a Jets fan, right?
Dolphins.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You are a weirdo.
But the Jets are always going to jet, like you said, because this is what they do.
Yeah.
Brett Favre,
How do they feel? What do your New York buddies say about Aaron Rodgers. You're Jet, because I know you got some friends who
you
are
know
Jets
what?
fans.
They're confident, but now since it's the second year, they're shaking because they're like, oh no, could it happen again? Could he go down? I don't know. Jets are always going to jet.
So, look, man, I think we're all in position in life. Whether we're doing this radio show, whether you're doing television, aren't you trying to get the most money you could possibly get? Isn't that the goal of life? Is to get the most money you could possibly get and worry about the rest later?
No,
You
that's
gotta take
not
care
how
of
I've been
yourself.
wired in life.
Oh, you're not.
I would like to get the most money, but there's other things.
So you
in
would
life.
leave money on the table here at the radio
I learned a
station?
long time ago. There's this thing called QOL, QOL, quality of life. So, for example, when I was in my sales position for a long time, I had been offered way more money to move all across. I don't want to move.
Well, that's one thing.
No, but
okay,
that's
you don't want to move.
like you're
okay,
saying.
You want to
like,
leave
if
in
money
you
was
want to
the
live
reason,
in the Bay Area.
But I'm just telling you, like for me, and I can't speak for others. If money was the motivating factor in my life, I would not live, a mile away from my mother, a mile away from my grandfather. Like that, I would have moved away. But to me, there are other aspects of my life that I do out. Like, is there an algorithm where I'm trying to balance out how much I'm making and these other things that are very, very important to me? Absolutely. Right. So that's how I view it. And I don't expect everyone. I know other people who have moved all around the country to chase money. Okay. And that's their prerogative. And that's what they've chosen to do.
For athletes.
Well, their profession is different.
What if this radio station said, hey, Shasky, we know you're worth this, but we want to leave this off the table to keep another radio host. Are you playing team ball with the radio station? Because I tell you on the front end right now, I'm getting all my money.
No, okay.
You worry about that other set. That's your job to worry about that.
With, right? So that's a great example.
All
like
right.
there are certain individuals that are in whatever area. Like if I can't work with that person and I'm going to be miserable, well, then I'm probably going to get fired down the line anyway. And I need to make a strategic decision long term for where I'm at. So just because I got 1 year of good money, well, if we get fired 2 years from now, how does that extra money help me out?
You get the severance package or whatnot, and you put it in your contract that, hey, you get paid for the severance package and the details.
I'm always thinking short, medium, and long term. That's me, though.
That's what I'm saying.
This is why I talk to like my uncles and some of my family and friends and my wife. When I make a decision, there's a lot of things. I list out the pros, I list out the cons.
So I list out the pros, I list out the cons, and from the advice I've gotten from people who've been in this business inside and out, go get your money, player.
Okay.
At the end of the day, go get your money, player. Go get what you need to get, and you worry about the rest later. That's why people get paid to be a GM. That's why John Lynch and Parag Marathe, they got to worry about the overall team. Brendan Ayuk and Trent Williams got to worry about themselves and getting paid and getting their money. And then, yeah, sure, we want to be a great team, and I understand the cap or whatnot, but at the same time, they know what this business is. You could be cut in a heartbeat. You'd be cut and not see half that money. So if you're Brock Purdy and you're asking him to leave, hey, he can get up to 60. I know you're not asking him, but I hear from fans, oh, he's going to take a team-friendly deal because we're all constantly pocket watching. You think Brock Purdy would actually leave $20 to $25 million on the table?
I don't know what Brock Purdy's going to do. I have no idea. I have no idea.
It's a cutthroat business, man. All these businesses are cutthroat. That's why I don't blame individuals when they hold out for more money, because I know how cutthroat these. We just watched our whole lineup got shaken up last year. Guys got cut. And it could have been money related. Maybe it wasn't money related. I have no idea. But things got shook up around here at 95.7 The Game. Things happen in this business. Things happen in television. Things happen in the business world. People get cut from their jobs. You gotta go. You gotta go get your money, man.
Corporate level. So like, and this is part like what I always think about. And this is going personal here, but my uncle said to me that he ran multiple big time companies. I've worked for a couple Fortune 500 companies, and what I've always learned is that 95% of employment decisions, raises, elevations within the company, demotions, firings, happen when you're not in the room. So you better get along with people. And yes, there are things that people remember. If you try to stick everyone for every single penny and you're a jerk and people don't like working with you, those things do come back on you.
That's obvious. I don't think anybody's being a jerk, though. I don't think these guys are.
Not everyone acts
these
the
guys,
same.
Yeah, but no. Now you're getting deeper, and nobody's being a jerk. Nobody's getting a jerk. You're good people, but at the same time, it's like, hey, bottom line is, I got to get my finances in order. Nobody's a jerk. No, Brock Purdy's not a jerk. Brendan Ayuk, I don't think he's a jerk. I don't think Trent Williams is a jerk. Trent Williams is captain of the football team. They look up to him. The players who speak about Brendan Ayuk, they love Brendan Ayuk on his football team.
But for example, Bosa, and I think you've alluded to this, like the team remembers what ended up happening last year with Bosa. And down the line, if some other things, and I don't know, years from now, that's going to be in the back of their head.
Well,
people remember things.
Yeah, but they're also going to remember if he gets 15 sacks on the season per year and say, we could overlook him being a jerk.
No doubt.
We're going to pay this man his money because he's productive on the football field.
That's
there
the talent
you go, the talent tolerance. So,
and that's in every walk of life.
That's it, exactly. But I'm not going to be mad at somebody leaving. If they don't want to leave money on the table, who the hell am I to say, hey, leave some money on the table? You know? Rocket New Era on YouTube, you're right. Barry Bonds was a jerk. He was a damn jerk. And he got his money.
I think Bonds is a great example. And there's a reason why no one signed him at the end of the Giants thing.
Well, baseball basically told people not to sign him because they thought he was cheating.
Okay.
And they thought he was bad for the game. And they blackballed him out the game.
And you look at someone like David Ortiz who smiled and people like. And it's like, so there are things that are more than, there's more to life than just every dollar.
That doesn't make you feel, that's nasty work though.
What?
Think about what they did to Barry Bonds. That's nasty. They blackballed him out the game when he was still a productive player. That's nasty.
Okay.
Just to get him out the game.
But again, I was always taught don't burn bridges, right? So it goes both ways. Like, I agree with you. Yes, it is. But all those other guys upset a lot of people.
All those other guys like A-Rod burned bridges left and right, and he's on Major League Baseball Fox Sports pregame show.
People like him.
He was the voice of Sunday Night Baseball. He was a jerk. Well, he was cutthroat.
Clearly,
he cheated the game.
Okay, but
But
clearly people like him.
He was a jerk. I mean, come on. I don't know, man. I don't know. 888-957-9570 is a number. Brian Baldinger joined us this morning. We asked him if Ayuk would be more valuable on another team.
It's possible. He could get more targets on another team. I mean, you could definitely make the case for that. He shares the ball with the leading rusher in the league, with a Pro Bowl tight end, with an elite playmaker in Debo. He shares the football a lot more than he would. And they're still primarily a running team, as much as they still like to throw it. So there's teams that throw it like Kansas City. They're not probably going to, step up here, but I'm just throwing a team that throws it like Kansas City does 64% of the time. There's more targets to go around. So he's a true number one wide receiver, the way that he runs his route, his toughness, his ability to stay healthy. All that stuff, has him marked to be an elite player in this business, whether it's in San Francisco or someplace else.
All right, that's Baldy out Brandon Ayuk. But what about Trent Williams? Just how valuable is this star left tackle of the 49ers?
Kyle and Trent have a long-standing relationship. He's here in San Francisco because of Kyle.
Yep.
And Kyle has already gone to bat for him, saying how bad. We saw last year when Trent was battling an ankle injury what the offense looked like. It wasn't the same offense. Now, you can put that on a lot of different reasons, why they lost some games when he wasn't in there, but he's just that kind of a difference maker. And I feel like if you said to Christian McCaffrey, regardless of where the run is designed to go, does it end up behind Trent? And I feel like it does. I don't believe, as good and talented as Christian is, that he wins the rushing title like he did last year if Trent Williams is in the lineup. And we're just talking about the run game. Forget about protecting Brock Purdy, giving him that security. I mean, he's just that good.
He's just that good.
It's interesting because from what he's saying, and I think we all kind of know this, like, what do we think? 10 teams are paying Ayuk?
Yeah.
At minimum?
At minimum.
How many teams are paying Trent Williams?
Every team.
Okay.
Every team.
Now let me pose the same one about the Brock thing. How I don't know the answer to this. Would the Raiders, because they're a team that we were talking about quarterbacks, would they give him $65 million a year?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't work with the Raiders. I don't know what their war room looks like, but they may do it. They're desperate enough. If they're desperate enough and they see Brock Purdy perform at a high level in big-time games, yeah, you would do it. You would. But I don't know the answer to that. I don't know how they view Brock Purdy on their whiteboard. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I do.
We're looking at the New York Giants and what they value, running backs or whatnot.
You think they would?
I don't know, because in those elements, it gets a little cold, it gets a little rainy.
Yeah.
And you got to throw outside the numbers. You're going to make throws down the field. Can you throw with the proper velocity? Like, I remember the Buffalo Bills for a long time. They were hesitant on drafting California quarterbacks.
Yes.
Trent Edwards, you know what I'm saying? Rob Johnson, USC.
J.P. Lossman?
Well, J.P. Lossman they drafted, but they also assigned Rob Johnson to a 5-year, $25 million deal. He was a USC guy. Then he goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars, has a good game, covered up for Mark Brunell, replacing him. And they gave Rob Johnson, he couldn't play in Buffalo. You know, J.P. Lossman, they couldn't play in Buffalo. Trent Edwards struggled in Buffalo.
Who's your guy from Florida State?
E.J. Manuel.
E.J.
Struggled.
Manuel.
I didn't think E.J. Manuel coming out of Florida State was a first-round pick.
I
They
didn't
reached
either.
on him, but he couldn't play in Buffalo.
Yeah.
So what does it look like in the elements? I hear all the excuses in the world made for Brock Purdy in Cleveland and the Green Bay game. Well, it was raining. It was raining. It was raining. Guess what? Football sometimes is playing in the rain.
Well, that's why I don't love Tua. Let's say Tua makes $65 million. Yeah, Miami, it's great. And for Brock, it's great in Santa Clara for the most part all year round. But when you go to Kansas City, when you go up to New York, when you go up to Buffalo and you're Tua, like you're going to have to play in the cold.
No doubt. Now, Lubman has a good cut here with Baldy, and I'll play it right now. But we asked Baldy about the quarterback market and paying the quarterbacks. Here's what Baldy had to say.
Yeah, but the opposite, Joe, is if you don't have one, you can't compete. I mean, Aaron Rodgers goes down the fourth play last year. The Jets fall apart. As good as their defense was, to help win some games against Buffalo and some big games, I mean, they're out of it by the time they got to December. If the Las Vegas Raiders can't get their quarterback situation straightened out, Devontae Adams might walk out of the locker room and might come back. If you don't have that guy, you can't compete. And you certainly, if Brock Purdy isn't the sensation that he has been, then San Francisco is probably paying Kirk Cousins what Atlanta paid him to come in there and play. You know, I mean, so what's the alternative right now?
And that's kind of where we're at with Brock Purdy. If you don't pay Brock Purdy, then who you're bringing in? Do you really want to bring in Kirk Cousins? If Brock Purdy plays like he did from what Brock Purdy showed us so far this career.
No, I don't want to bring in Kirk Cousins.
Yeah. Do we really want to bring in Aaron Rodgers?
And I don't feel comfortable at all drafting anyone. Even if I said, Joe, your first 7 picks could all be quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I'd still be like, yeah, you might not find anyone who can play. Right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Right?
No
So
doubt.
like, because those are the options. Like sign a established veteran who's not as good as Purdy or whatever for cheaper, or go the draft route. Yeah, like going the draft route, it's less. Basically, you have a better chance of winning Powerball.
Yeah,
it feels like than going the drafted quarterback route.
Before I fell asleep on the Hard Knocks, I did see the part where Brian Daboll's breaking down the first-round quarterbacks from like 2012 or whatnot.
How great was that?
And how many first-round quarterbacks actually make it?
Yeah.
And the misses
are just all over the place.
It's glaring.
Yeah.
It's glaring. You know, and so you don't want to. We just saw this team miss on Trey Lance. Whether or not Trey Lance can play football or not, he may not be able to play football. But we watched them miss on Trey Lance. And fortunately for this organization, they had a backup plan in Brock Purdy. Now, they may have lucked into Brock Purdy, but they got Brock Purdy. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than not, right? And they got Brock Purdy. That could have stymied this franchise and set this franchise back and got a lot of people fired. But along came a Brock Purdy, right? Where Bill Romanowski tells us, Mike Shanahan told us all, hey, be ready, Brock. Your time is coming. So be ready.
If you are, more interested in like the team building aspect of trying to keep as many of these guys together as you can, you have to be praying for the Miami Tua situation to not be as lucrative for Tua as the Trevor Lawrence thing.
I don't even think it's going to matter if Tua, because Jordan Love's going to get his money and Brock Purdy's agency is going to say, we saw the playoff game.
That's true. Well, what if Jordan Love doesn't? I mean, I would assume he had like 7 games.
Yeah. He had a good run.
No, he did. But like 7 games.
He had a really good run.
I mean, like that's the thing.
But here's what Jordan Love is saying though. He said, I did this in the 9 games and Chris Washington was hurt.
Yeah.
Romeo Dobbs was in and out the lineup. We had a bunch of youngsters and offensive line was suspect. And you know what? I got hot and we won a playoff game and we took the 49ers to the brink.
So we're basically praying for both of these quarterbacks to take less.
I don't even think it's going to matter.
Oh, my God.
If Purdy performs at the level he performed at last season, he's going to get his money. As we see the meme with that coach, when he goes, tell them to go get me my money.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about?
Is it going to be 23% of the cap or is it going to be 17?
And,
That's really where I'm at. Like, and I know that sounds dumb because it's not great for sports radio. Is it 17% of the cap or 23% of the cap?
All right, let's get to Fast Five.
Gosh.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
Ooh, this season's going to be dramatic. We will get the football. Trust me, we will lessen the load on the contract talk. We just want these guys to sign, and we'll see what they sign for. But it is what it is. The market is what it is. My final thought is, get what you believe your value is. If the team tells you you're worth $325 million and damn it, you're worth $325 million. I'm not mad at you. Get your money, player. That's my final thought.
I'm not mad at you until the division round against Green Bay. No, I'm teasing. But because we all were losing our minds. Bonte established something today. I don't know if you know this.
But I established.
He will leave me for 1 penny more at every single turn, no matter what. No matter what.
The precepts go beat, baby. Back it up. I love you, Shasky. But I love setting my family up for life even a little bit more. I got to get baby chance to schools, man. Costs money. Gym class costs money. Ballet class costs money.
So right now,
swim class costs money.
Fresno calls you.
You know what I'm saying?
Fresno
no, I'm not going to Fresno.
Says, we'll give you twice what your salary is. Fresno calls you right now and says, Bonte, you will be the biggest entity in Fresno.
Yeah, I'm not doing
paying
that.
you twice what you're making now.
Why would I want to go to be the biggest entity in Fresno when I'm the biggest entity in the Bay Area?
So QOL does matter.
The king is spoken.
Shasky did have a point.
Oh, I'm a big boy in the Bay. Why would I go to Fresno?
Fresno to the Bay Area.
Oh, come on. I'm already a big boy here. That's why y'all call me the king.
You'd be a bigger boy in Fresno, though.
Yeah, literally, because all I would do is eat down there.
My final thought is, I feel like it just comes down to belief. Baldy said it. You know, if you believe in the guy, he has all the leverage. I was thinking about what Mike Valenti told us the other day. You know, if you're holding out for a Mahomes or a Burrow, you're going to be disappointed. You know, everyone else, like those quarterbacks, you know, they're going to have flaws, but you could still win with those kind of quarterbacks. So really it just comes down to, do you believe that Brock has the ability to get the Niners to the Super Bowl and over that hump? I think he showed what last year's that he can get us there. And so then it's just a matter of taking that last step. So if you believe in him, he has that leverage, and that's going to play out in the contract talks.
By the way, Sam, you're looking really good yesterday. I mean, you walked out practice field with the hat. Very impressive stuff on the sideline. Very impressive.
The game within the game.
The game within the game.
At least we had a good day yesterday then.
We had a good day. New York Kitty.
Yeah, I'm going to pivot back to the Giants real quick. And just looking at it, there's a bunch of teams that have gone above and beyond since June 1st. The Mets, the Diamondbacks, the Pirates.
Francisco Lindor.
Yeah, even the Cardinals, a lot of above 500 baseball teams. The Giants, since June 1st, are 5 games under 500, 20-25 since June 1st. They got to do some trading places with Valentine and Winthorpe. Sell. Robbie Ray looked good last night. Blake Snell's finally back to where he needs to be. I would sell any guy you got with the option. Just get rid of him.
Did you see that they made a mistake on his jersey for his next start? It says Blake Sell.
Oh, my God.
As in for sale.
That's a 4.
You like that?
Just sell and fire everybody.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Hey, New York Kitty. If they do sell, there's no way they could bring Farhan back, right?
I mean, depending on the value you get back for any of those guys, yeah. I wouldn't. I don't know.
I'm telling you, this is the deal I want. Blake Snell, Robbie Ray, and Camilo Duvall for Jackson Holiday.
Why would Baltimore trade him already? All right, we got to go. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. Get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steiny and the special guest host coming up. Our boy Joe Spadoni in for Guru. That's right here from 10 to 2 on 95.7 The Game.
High five! Up top!
I'm telling you right now, I'm not tolerating any of it. On the text line, the Xfinity mobile text line, or the YouTube chat. I'm not having it.
Why? What do you mean, Steiny?
I'll ban you.
What are you talking about?
I know how people are. They like to stick it to people. Daryl the Guru Johnson not feeling well today. Joe Spadoni in.
I'm out.
All right, if you're going to do the jokes, I'll give you 5 minutes on each of the text lines.
888-957-9570. Steiny. Spadoni and Steiny today. What's going on, buddy?
Not much. Good to have you in here, and we got a lot going on. 49er training camp. Steph Curry talking. We got the Giants. They won a game. 2-3 in the second half. They're making a run.
I mean, you're bearing the lead. 5 no-hit innings for Robbie Ray.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
His stock is at an all-time high.
Well, since you brought it up, I'll tell you what. See, I look at things differently. I think the Giants have never been in. When's the last time they were in this position? Sitting here at the trading deadline with assets. Whoo! You could get something for Robbie Ray. You could get something for Blake Snell. Go ahead and do it. Why not? Why not?
Well, why not? I mean, what are you talking about? They're only, 4 or 5 games back from the
4.5. 13th place.
I mean, you should buy, if anything. You're right there.
Yeah, okay, Goo.
There's a lot at stake, according to Farhan Zaidi this year. And if there's a lot at stake, you can't sell, right?
You could sell, and you could sell immediately. That's the way I look at it. So anyway,
well, then what are we doing?
Listen, okay, here's what we're doing. I'm watching the Giants game last night, and we're going to get into 49er training camp because that's what's really going on. But I'm watching the Giants game last night.
What Bill Barnwell said? Good God.
That's a bargain. It's a bargain for Joe Montana. I mean, Brock Purdy.
Oh, that's a Freudian slip right there.
So I'm watching the Giants last night, and I'm seeing Robbie Ray dealing. He's excited. He's clenching his fist. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. He's not clenching his fist because he's looking forward to the second half of the season and he thinks he can help get the Giants back into this thing. Come on. He's clenching his fist because he's rooting for himself. He's rooting for himself, Spadoni.
By what?
He's trying to get himself right and get himself up on out of here. How about this? I haven't heard much of this. You know the Giants the 4 highest paid players on the Giants all have player options at the end of this year. They all have player options. Snell, Ray, Conforto, and Chapman. They all can just walk. I mean, right there it is. Right there is the issue with the Giants. They got 4 guys who nobody knows if they're going to be here. They probably don't want to be here. Starting to worry that the Giants are just a way station for guys to get right and then move on. And that is the one thing we've been talking about for years with this team, that they just don't have anybody who's a familiar face other than Logan Webb that you can get behind year after year after year. And that may be all I say about the Giants today, but please spare me.
But you say that, don't you want to start building some camaraderie then? So
absolutely.
Wouldn't you want to keep these guys? And listen, do I think they're going to make the playoffs as of July 25th, 2024, the year of our Lord? No, I do not think they're going to make the playoffs right now. I think there's a lot of better offenses ahead of them. But you could sell me on, you know what, let's ride this thing out. If we finish above 500 and we just miss the playoffs, but Snell and Ray look good, and we'll take the chance that, you know what, they'll opt out, but we can re-sign them. We'll give them we'll give them a Giants tax, if you will. We have to pay a Giants tax, so a little bit more, but let's keep them. I could understand it. Now, will the fan base understand that, though? Like, I question where Giants fans are right now when it comes to this team, because, listen, if you're just trying to be a competitive team, you have to be good at 2 out of 3 spots for me. Either you have to have a good offense, a good bullpen, or good starting pitching. You have to have 2 of those 3 if you want to be a competitor to the playoffs. Right now, maybe they have one of those, and as of late, it's been starting pitching.
Sure.
Bullpen's trash. Offense, great. They scored 7 runs in the 8th inning or whatever they did yesterday. Congratulations. But for the most part, it's been atrocious. Chapman,
he's who Matt Chapman is. He's a career 240 hitter. He'll hit some bombs here and there, but for the most part, that's who he is. Jorge Soler's been a disappointment. Conforto, when he's been healthy, sure, he's been solid, but not really. Even him. That's another guy I would probably try to move off of. A guy like that, a guy like maybe Yastrzemski, Estrada, guys that maybe have a year left in this team. But for guys that I think could stick around for a couple years, like, yeah, I would like to see what Blake Snell can do at the end of the year. I would like to see what Robbie Ray could do at the end of the year if we are sniffing around the playoffs still. The problem is, to your point though, like, the player option is just like, and we always make fun of it for Farhan Zaidi. It's like, oh, he loves the player options. He loves the player options. He does those because he knows players are going to bet on themselves when they come here. The Giants have turned into a place where you go to reshape your career so you can play elsewhere. No doubt. And that's not where you want to be. That's what the Oakland A's were. Like, think about the Oakland A's. That was what, the Scott Kazmirs of the world, the Sean Doolittles.
Ben McDonald?
Sure. There you go.
Ben Sheets?
Barry Zito, old man, came back to the A's at the end. I don't even know if you're trying to revitalize his career, but you get what I'm saying. Yep. Like, I think he was staying there more for the AAA team at the time, Nashville, because he liked to do his music stuff. But, like, that's the territory they are in right now. And this team won 3 World Series since 2010. And now they're a farm team? That is where I would have a tough time accepting that if they do trade all these guys. Now, do I think they're going to trade Robbie Ray, Steiny? Probably not. Blake Snell, though, that's the one for me. If I'm a AL contender, if I'm the Yankees, if I'm the Orioles, if I'm the Guardians, yeah, that looks sexy to me.
So if you don't trade Robbie Ray, what if he just walks? The end of the year. Becomes a free agent.
It's tough.
I mean, here's where I think...
Hey, Robbie, we gave you a chance, and we were betting on you. We'll pay you more than another team will. We'll pay you a couple years more. If you need more extended, like... There's a Giants tax that has to be paid, Steiny, and I will go over and beyond. But to your point, they've whiffed a lot when it comes to these guys. There's no denying that.
What I think is, I think the Giants fan base right now has become so cynical that if they don't do anything at the deadline, people are going to snort. If they buy at the deadline, people are going to snort louder. And if they sell at the deadline, people are going to snort too. And what I'm getting at is, at this point, with this team and these players, I would absolutely see if I could move those 4 guys and get 8-10 prospects in here that nobody's ever heard of. I would, because to me the alternative is, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're in 12th place. 12th. Let's move on. It's a good thing Goo isn't here today. Because I'll tell you what, I was coming in and I was going to say, Goo, I'm not, I was sitting around the house last night thinking about life. And I was starting to get mad at Goo because I wanted to ask him today, when are we going to start talking about Bay Area teams realistically?
Wait, you're thinking about life and then you got mad at Guru? There you go. That's where the life is at for Matt Steinmetz.
I was going to come out today with Goo and say, Goo, you know what, I'm done talking about Bay Area teams in an unrealistic manner.
Oh.
We got the Warriors, they're in trouble. We got the Giants, they are at a crossroads. But we do have the Niners. They got the shot at it. They have a shot at it. A realistic shot at it. However, how would you describe their first day of training camp?
It's the word that I'm going to use to describe the team all year long. And I mentioned this on the pregame show a couple days ago. Shout out to the pregame show, Stein. I know you tune in 5 to 6, Monday through Friday. Did not do a pregame show today, by the way, because I got to be honest, I thought you guys are at training camp again today and the morning show. So I came in closer to 5 o'clock. Normally, I usually come here at 4:30, but it was more like a 4:50-ish.
What is going on here?
I flag on Spadoni. No pregame show today. It actually worked in my favor because now I get to talk for 4 hours instead of 5 today. Although I love talking to you lovely people. But I said the one word to describe the Niners this season is going to be tense. And it kind of felt like that a little bit yesterday. Now, there's some feel-good stuff, right? Like, guys got married this offseason. Christian McCaffrey, congratulations to him. Congratulations to... Did Brock Purdy get married or is he just engaged? You get married? 888-957-9570.
I'll tell you what, I don't know, but I'll bet he's been faithful.
There you go.
Brock Purdy's faithful. I'll give you that. No pun intended.
Shout out the 49ers face. Thank you. 49ers faithful. But the one word I would use to describe is tense when it comes to Trent Williams. Now he's holding out. We got a hold in with Brandon Ayuk. guys just walking around with shades on and basketball shorts. It's just very odd. Like, it's like attending school, but like instead of me being front and center in the classroom, I'm sitting at the teacher's desk on my phone, checked out, but I'm still kind of getting credit for it. It's very weird. And I don't know how I'd feel about that. You know, if I'm another 49ers teammate, I get it. They want to say, hey, Stein, you guys get your bag, right? We always hear that. Yep. Go. Hey, you do you, buddy. I'm going to root for you to get your money. It's easy to say that, but when you're a guy like Brandon Ayuk, Steiny, and you see Christian McCaffrey get the bag, you see all these guys getting the bag. You see who's Odom, some guy named Odom on the team who doesn't play as much as you do, but he's more of a priority, it seems like. You see all these articles coming out, Brock Purdy's going to get $325 million. You see stuff like that. And now you see Trent Williams holding out, and it feels like he might even be more of a priority over you. How am I supposed to feel about that? There's a lot going on here with the 49ers off the field. There is
a lot going on. And my question to 49er fans is, all the stuff going on, all their issues, their challenges, their obstacles do seem to be happening off the field. Is that good? If you're a 49er fan, are those the problems you'd like to have? Hopefully get them out of the way, and then you're able to attack the season. Or would you rather they actually have some football issues, which they may, but we just don't know at this point. But you're right. I mean, you run down the line of what happened one day into training camp. You got Brandon Ayuk on the sidelines. He's there, but he's not practicing. Trent Williams, he's a no-show. Ricky Pearsall is going to miss the first 4 days of practice. And I'll tell you what, we got some sound from Herm Edwards that I always mess with Guru about. Stop worrying, but maybe there's cause to worry about Ricky Pearsall. How much do you use Christian McCaffrey? We haven't even talked about that. You know, George Kittle's lost 30 pounds and gained 30 pounds in the offseason. So there's a lot going on. But I do want to ask 49er fans, day one was, I felt like, and I said this to the boss after we were down at training camp yesterday.
How was that? Was it hot? Toasty?
It was warm. It was warm.
Okay.
But I was telling the boss there was so much stuff coming in about, you know, Ayuk's there, but he's not. Trent Williams now. It was just a whirlwind day, and I would love to know how 49er fans feel about it after one day. Yeah, I'm asking you how you feel about it after one day. Do you sense any trouble? Do you roll your eyes when I say, do you sense any trouble? Because your answer is, one day in a training camp. This happens all the time, and they'll figure it out. But again, I saw a story on ESPN, Bill Barnwell. $325 million for Brock Purdy? No wonder everybody is trying to get as much money now as possible. Dude. So, I don't know. It feels like, you said the word, it feels like the 49ers, there's tension there. And I have to agree with you because I know that Lynch and Shanahan want to keep this window open longer than a year, and they may very well be able to do that. But there is an urgency on this year that I don't know what other team is feeling it right now. The Chiefs aren't feeling it because they got Super Bowls in their back pocket. But is there any team out there that's feeling this kind of pressure and experiencing this kind of tension and is more up against it than the Niners right now?
I would say not maybe as much because the Niners have done this twice under Kyle Shanahan's era, but maybe a team like the Cincinnati Bengals who have gotten to where the Niners have and come just short of winning a Super Bowl in recent memory, have beaten Mahomes before in the playoffs. The only team to do that other than Tom Brady's Patriots way back when. So, yeah, but it's really the Niners. It's not even close outside of maybe the Bengals. Like, it's an unenviable position to be in when you don't win the title, but the expectations are from the fan base and from everyone else, you better get there still.
And there is some difference between Buffalo and Cincinnati, and it's because Buffalo's got Allen. Cincinnati's got Burrow.
Burrow's hurt a lot, though.
He is.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, like, even the Baltimore Ravens, who you think of as a team that, they knock on the door every year, or they're a factor every year. They're sitting with Lamar Jackson. I think when you're one of those teams, you don't feel like this has to be a do or die year. But with the 49ers, I think we all know that because Brock Purdy's going to have to get paid one way or the other by the Niners or by some other team, that there is some, I don't know if it's finality to this year, but I think everybody knows that it's all going to change at the end of this year. And you better have a Super Bowl in your back pocket by the time things change. Otherwise, all bets are off.
Well, let's say they don't win it this year, Steiny. Let's say they make the playoffs and maybe they lose in the divisional round. Let's just say that.
Win a game, lose a game. Something like that.
Lose a game.
All right.
Fair enough. You lose to the Lions or something. They look like they're going to go to the Super Bowl or something like that. What are 49ers fans' thoughts heading into next offseason? Because if you lose in the playoffs, and that's 3 trips now, and Brock Purdy, I get if you want to give him a mulligan after that first year, gets hurt in the NFC Championship, you don't know what you have there. He's an MVP consideration last year, comes up just short in overtime in the Super Bowl, and then you're one and done in the playoffs. And now you're facing potentially a $300+ million contract in the face, and you have to start making hard decisions on guys like George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, what's going on with Brandon Ayuk because he re-signed it, what's going on with Trent Williams. That's what you don't want. So it really is, like, to your point, a very Super Bowl or bust heavy feel to it, which again goes back to that word I wanted to use, tension with the players, with the front office, with ownership. You want to get it done this year because this is the last time you're going to have the core players, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no doubt about
Deebo, all those guys, right?
Yeah.
Because something's going to change. It has to.
It has to.
It has to change.
And everybody knows it has to. And I think what people are worried about is it may be starting to change right now with Ayuk. He may be the first domino to fall in terms of a residual off the fact that they have to pay Brock Purdy at some point. I think there's another thing going on here too, though, Joe. Tell me what you think of it.
Ooh, you call me Joe. You don't do that often.
Yeah.
I don't really call you Matt.
Guru and I kind of mix it up a little bit, but it's this.
I've never heard you call him Daryl, so there's that.
Well, only when I'm pissed.
Okay.
So I don't.
It's like Matthew at home.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah, Matthew, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Joseph would be, that's not good.
No, that's my mom. When she calls me Maddie, everything's good. But when she says Matthew, trouble brewing.
Night.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's an external force at play here with the Niners that they can't control, but it's part of the equation. I really do. And I think it's, if you're a Bay Area sports fan and you're not Guru and you're more realistic than him, I really do think you look at the Giants and say, we got nothing. I think you look at the Warriors and say, we're going in a different direction than titles. We're at a crossroads, and it's probably not going to be as good as it was. And so the Niners, by default, and rightfully so, have an inordinate amount of pressure on them to do it this year because they're kind of the last. They're the last of the sure things right now with the Bay Area sports scene. The Giants used to be a sure thing 10 years ago. The Warriors used to be a sure thing 5 years ago. But right now, the only sure thing seems to be the San Francisco 49ers, and yet they're the team with nothing to show for it in terms of Super Bowls. So it's now or never. That's what it feels like, and it feels like that's a feeling that pervades the organization and the fan base.
Now or never, was that Bon Jovi? I'm not going to live forever. It's now or never, something like that.
No, it's now or never. It's a classic song. Might even be Sinatra.
Okay.
Might be a Burt Bacharach. Somebody like
Martin.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Fair
Something
enough.
like that.
All right. So it's a good place you want to be.
Elvis Presley.
Okay, there you go. It's a place you want to be in as a fan, but also not at the same time because you would have liked to have a Super Bowl, right? At least Giants fans and Warriors fans, Steiny, to your point, they got championships that they can live with. I know it's been a long time for the Giants. It's been 10 years now, which is kind of crazy, right? 10 years since their last World Series against the Kansas City Royals, a team that got all the way, by the way, which what the Niners are trying to do, got all the way to a championship, to a World Series, lost, came back the next year, and beat our guy Ken's Mets in the 2015 World Series, I should say.
Stop!
Sorry. Hate to do that to you, Kenny. The great Ken Luttrell behind the glass, by the way.
You know what? That's the first time I've ever heard his last name. I didn't know it was Luttrell. Latrell, like Spree?
No, not like Spreewell.
Is that French?
Backstreet Boy.
French?
Irish.
There you go.
Okay.
I wouldn't have guessed.
All
There you go. The great Irishman back there. Shout out Robert De Niro. Too long of a movie for me. But again, I'm going back to how fans should feel about this team. They should still feel pretty good. I know it might sound, you're tuning on your radio, it's 10:22 right now. Spadoni and Steiner, the sky is falling one day in a training camp. We're not saying that. We're just saying if you don't win this year, things are going to start getting a little heavier than you might want.
No doubt.
But you know what? You are still one of those teams, Niner fans. You still are one of the few teams with legit Super Bowl expectations, and you want to be there no matter what. No matter what, you want to be a team like if you want to go basketball, you want to be a Celtics, you want to be a Timberwolves. Hell, you want to be Oklahoma City Thunder right now, Denver Nuggets. Legit teams have a chance to win it all. If you go to the NFL right now, Steiny, who is it? Chiefs. You can go the
49ers.
Ravens. Who else? The
Bengals. Maybe the Bills.
Lions. Maybe exactly.
The Bills.
It's like 5 teams.
Yeah.
That's where you want to be right now. So as much as it might feel like there's a lot of tension right now, and there is, don't get it twisted. This team is still going to be really good this year, barring health. Might be a little tense at times. Might have a little mini losing streak. Maybe if an Ayuk or a Trent Williams gets hurt, maybe that adds a little more intrigue than it normally would. And I hope those guys don't get hurt, knock on wood. But there's just going to be some tension this year. And that's okay. Pressure is a privilege. Who says that? Billie Jean King? Pressure is a privilege, Steiny.
And pressure also brings out the best in players at times. 510 Spadoni's right. It's Bon Jovi. The song is called It's My Life. Not a big Bon Jovi fan.
Really?
No,
From, Jersey guy,
right? I know. And it's an upset. It's an upset.
East Coaster that Steiny doesn't like?
Yeah, he's a little bit,
Didn't he try to buy the Buffalo Bills? Wasn't he trying to be part of that group that
Well, he owned a Arena Football League team in Philadelphia, I believe.
Philadelphia Soul?
Oh, yeah, the Philadelphia Soul. The Philadelphia Soul, one of their problems was they never sold out very often. Mm-hmm.
They spelled it SOLE, like the shoe.
Exactly.
There you go.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm coming and asking for 49er fans today because a lot is going on with your team. You got Trent Williams not there. You got Ayuk there, but not there. We're going to play some Ricky Pearsall sound that would even give Daryl the Guru Johnson some pause. We've got Christian McCaffrey worried about his workload, and we've got Brock Purdy and what's going to happen with his future. So if you heard all the stuff that happened at training camp yesterday, what do you think about it? Or do you think it's not time to worry yet? 888-957-9570 is the number. I was also, we are going to get into Steph Curry. I was thinking about this yesterday. You know, when teams become great, especially in the Bay Area, there are things that become, I don't know if the word's iconic, but you got Pablo Sandoval, the Panda Hats. You got Brandon Bell, Giraffe. You got Marco Scudero standing in the rain with his hands uplifted.
Fan favorites.
Yeah, but we now have a new lexicon, word in the forevermore, we will be talking about the phrase bottom feeders. Steph Curry and the word bottom feeder. It will live. It will live on, trust me. And what is Steph Curry's definition of a bottom feeder? What's your definition of a bottom feeder? We're going to get into it all today on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570 is the number. AB on the YouTube text. Get ready for a roller coaster ride. That's what it's going to feel like, I think, this year with the Niners. What do you think? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on The Game is presented by Lucky California.
The Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly is back at Lucky. This week, collect bonus game tickets when you buy ready-packed salad bowls, select sizes and varieties,
You're also good.
Back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No, Guru.
Oh,
Keep your mouth shut.
Are we calling it the goo flu?
Yes, we are. Guru's not feeling it. Just stop. I can hear you laughing. I can hear y'all laughing.
Wow.
You better be careful because he's coming back tomorrow.
You better be careful.
We think. And boy, he's gonna catch some heat tomorrow.
We love you, Gil. Hope you feel better, buddy.
We're just absolutely infatuated with the guy. By the way, coming up in 30 minutes.
Thought he was holding out like his boy CD.
That's true. Maybe.
Could be.
Maybe.
I mean, that's just
sports, man.
Can you imagine if Host did that here? Doing holdout for a new contract?
Well.
Oh, boy.
Well, let me tell you something about it.
We don't want to get too serious here.
Wow. I'll get serious. My name's Matt Steinmetz, and I'm old school, and I honor contracts.
Oh.
Any other radio host right now would be holding out. They saw my paycheck, but you know what? I signed it. That's why they call me Scottie Pippen.
Oh, no.
I signed a bad contract, but I'm still coming to play and to win.
I don't know if you've seen Scotty these days. It sounded like you made a mistake. Tough. Oh, no.
Yeah. Anytime anybody ever tries to convince you, it's a fan, it's not really a business. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the Bulls really said, hey, Scotty, we know you made a mistake. We'll change that. Anyway, coming up in 30 minutes, everybody's favorite team spokesman, Draymond Green, was on the 520 podcast, the one with Jeff Teague.
It's always fun game.
And he talked a lot about Draymond Green. Draymond Green did. But he did say some very interesting things, like he often does, especially about where the Warriors are right now and what they need to do to possibly get back into the mix. And we'll play that for you at 11 o'clock, and it's pretty good.
Part of that hashtag new media. How's that doing these days, the new media?
You know what?
Better than the old media? Yeah?
No, we are the old media.
We are?
I am the old media.
Well, I'm just kind of confused because I'm going Robin Thicke here. We're kind of blurring the lines between new and old media. It feels like new media is the same exact thing. It's just a podcast.
I think you might be right there.
Okay, there we go.
I think you might be right
new
there.
media, huge win for them. JJ Redick, part of new media, now a head coach of the Lakers.
Oh,
so
and I got one better for you.
Oh.
Doug Gottlieb.
Oh.
Head coach of Wisconsin Green Bay, and still will do a podcast or his radio show.
He's doing his show, Fox Sports Radio.
Incredible.
Jesus. Is he going to talk? Is he going to do takes on his own team on air the next day?
It could be kind of fun, actually. He's going to, hey, if you're Wisconsin Green Bay, he's going to drum up some interest in that program. You guys
were talking last week, Steiny, about like worst takes you've ever had.
Yes.
Takes. I think Doug Gottlieb might have had the worst when he said George Kittle is not a good blocking tight end. Might have been one of the coldest takes I've ever heard.
Yeah, that was a bad one. That was a bad one.
Literally what he's known for.
That's true. That's true. In fact, he's known for it so much that I now say he can't catch and he can only block, and that's a better take. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got to get into 49er training camp and how everybody's feeling about it. Concerned, not concerned? What's your most worrisome thing? Is it Trent Williams out of nowhere? Is it still Brandon Ayuk? Is it confidence in Brock Purdy? Is it Christian McCaffrey's workload? Is it Kyle Shanahan? Kyle Shanahan, is he part of the problem? I shouldn't say part of the problem, but is he a concern? He's not a problem.
Well, I will ask this question too, 888-957-9570. We talk about players improving year to year. How does Brock Purdy build off of last year? Is it winning an MVP, right? Is it being a second team or first team All-Pro? How does, Christian McCaffrey, a guy who's offensive player of the year, how does he improve? How does Bosa come off a relatively disappointing season for him last year that was coming off a DPOY previously? How does Kyle Shanahan improve? Guy's been in 2 Super Bowls and has leads in the fourth quarter both times. How does a guy like that improve? Like that,
it's a great question.
I don't know the answer to it, and I would like if listeners maybe do 888-957-9570, because that's the only way the Niners win. I feel like is when Kyle Shanahan takes the next step, whatever that is, in coaching, and maybe going after Bill Belichick, Steiny. Maybe that was him admitting maybe I do need some help. Maybe I do need another voice in here to help me out in big moments. No, is that a stretch?
I think it's a little bit of a stretch. I think it was more a courtesy to a legend, but maybe. Maybe. But
I just know he got Brandon Staley as an assistant and not Bill Belichick, and I'd rather have Bill Belichick than Brandon
that's
Staley.
true. That's true. But we can get into Kyle Shanahan. I feel like the safe answer is, well, his play calling, in tight games has to get better. Well, okay, fair, but he's also known as one of the best play callers in the NFL. So, can he call better plays at better situations? Yeah, but I'll get into Shanahan because I want to bring up an anecdote that I saw, and at the time I saw it, I didn't like it, and now I look back and I liked it, and I'll tell you what it was. But let's hit Leroy first. Get us going, Leroy in Oakland. What's going on, buddy?
What's up? What's up, Steiny? What's up, Spadoni? Hey, happy Thursday, you guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Spadoni, you asked how Purdy and these guys can get better. And when we talk about Purdy, we have to see, can he get better? And the only way we're going to see that, to me, is if Kyle Shanahan increases his workload. If you keep giving him the same workload, 25 attempts, 28 attempts, we'll never see how better he can be. And Steiny, I always had a saying, was Kyle Shanahan play calling will never let us see how good certain guys can be because he's just going to lean on that running game and he's going to lean on that defense. And we say, okay, we're worried about McCaffrey's workload. Well, give some other players some more workload. I look at Brandon Ayuk's stats, right, from 2023. He had 75 receptions, and that was tied for 31st. Steiny and Spadoni.
Okay.
He had 100. He had 1,000. He had 1,300 yards, something like that. That was 7. He had 7 TDs, and that was tied for 18th in the league. It's dude, if you just give him a few more attempts, a few more balls, then all of that stuff goes up. I say he's not 31st if he gets 10 more receptions. He's 15th. You cut that in half. I think he has, double the touchdowns. It's just increase some of his load. You got to have the play calling where you take some of that load off McCaffrey. And I think players like Brandon Ayuk, he's just look, man, I want to be used more. You look at all these other receivers, they're getting way, way more. And it's dude, just use me a little more. You don't have to lay off the running game that much, but, man, give me a little more. Take some pressure off McCaffrey. Take some pressure. Hey, let Purdy start throwing 34, 33 times. Geez, man, there's 25, 28 attempts. Hey, take the chains off these guys a little bit and just give them a little more. And that's what I hope Kyle Shanahan does.
Appreciate it, Leroy.
Thanks, Leroy.
What do you think?
That's tricky because Brandon Ayuk is not the only good player on the offense. So that's where I'm I get where you're going, Leroy. You want to see more put on Purdy's shoulders, but the best player on offense is not the quarterback, which is unique for the 49ers.
True.
It's the running back. Hell, you might even say it's Trent Williams, but we'll just go skill positions right here. It's Christian McCaffrey. I want to feed him the ball as much as possible, but also, to Leroy's point, you would like to keep it a little more fresh this year. Just sign a new contract with the team. Get the Mitchells of the world, get them some more totes, get them some more touches. I want CMC to be all ready to go come playoff time, come Super Bowl time, which he didn't really have his best Super Bowl after that fumble, obviously. Did some good things, but I would have liked to see more from CMC. Maybe that was due to the workload. But when you have Deebo Samuel, former first-team All-Pro, you have George Kittle, reigning first-team All-Pro, Juwan Jennings, third and Juwan, guy gets open all the time on third down because everyone else is covered. You're just going to have to divvy it up, and you're going to have to live with it if you're Brandon Ayuk with this offense. Now, I understand where he's probably saying, and he's probably arguing with his team, is hey, if I was on, the Carolina Panthers, I'm getting 1,500 yards, I'm getting 10-plus touchdowns because I'm the only guy, all right? And they have to force feed me every single time. Adam Thielen, no, not a chance. So they're going to force it to me as much as possible. You kind of saw that when Aiden O'Connell took over for Jimmy Garoppolo last year, and Devontae Adams, who we all saw on the receiver doc. Aiden O'Connell looked at one game, I think it was against the Jets, or maybe it was against the Chiefs. He had like 20 targets. Like That's just what he did. He's a rookie. He's like, you know what? That's my best player. I'm going to focus on him. The problem with the 49ers, if you're Brandon Ayuk, sometimes you're not the best player. Sometimes it's going to be George Kittle. Sometimes it's going to be Deebo Samuel. So, Leroy, I get it. I love Ayuk too, but not every game he's the best offensive player. Sometimes it's McCaffrey, sometimes it's Kittle. He's got to live with that.
Yeah, and Kyle Shanahan had a quote to Tim Kawakami on the TK Show podcast that it kind of got buried, but I wrote it down, and somebody on the YouTube chat said Gristlizer said, is Steiny already packing up early? No, I wasn't, but I was going into my bag, my literal bag, because I had some notes in there from the other day, including this quote that I think it's telling, and it's Kyle Shanahan. And he said he was talking about the run-pass distribution. And he said, I will always try to be 50-50 between the run and the pass because I believe that's the best way to throw the ball. So what he's telling you right there is he thinks quarterbacks and a team can be at their best 50-50, not 60. He doesn't want to throw 58 times or 58% of the time because he believes that once you throw it that much, there are diminishing returns to your overall offense. He believes the easiest and most efficient way to throw the football is if you're running it half the time. I understand what he's saying, and I feel like that's just who he is. And because that's who he is, maybe there will never be a receiver that plays under Kyle Shanahan that dominates an offense, obviously like a Justin Jefferson or somebody like that who he feels like he needs to use, catch 110 balls a season, 120, whatever it is. Like he's telling you, I'm not going to ever shy away from the run because that is the best way to pass.
Well, and also, if you just look at his attempts per game passing Brock Purdy last year, the two highest attempts he has, and we'll add regular season and playoffs, they were both in the playoffs. And it was against Green Bay where he had 39 attempts, completed 23 of those for a 58% completion percentage. And then in the Super Bowl, he had 38 throwing attempts.
Yeah.
Completed 23 of those for only 60%, which is fine. But in today, you kind of want to be like 65 and above. Like, those weren't recipes for success for them. It's ground and pound, and you look more in the regular season where they had comfortable wins. You have a 24 against Dallas attempts. You have, a 21 against Arizona where he was almost perfect, 20-21. You have to find that balance with anything. And the Niners just have the luxury, to your point, Steiny, of having the best running back in football. Why wouldn't you? You don't think Patrick Mahomes, if you had Christian McCaffrey and Andy Reid, you don't think they're feeding him constantly? They do that with Pacheco already sometimes. But the difference is, and I think a lot of Niner fans, they get into this thing where it's like, look what Mahomes is doing with Andy Reid. Look at all that. Well, first of all, Mahomes is one of one. What he could do with his arm and with his body and contort it, Brock Purdy just can't, and no one else can. Like, he is on a different level. But more to the point, they have to throw it sometimes because Pacheco got locked out of that Super Bowl. He didn't have a good Super Bowl, and they had to lean on Patrick Mahomes' arm rather, and Travis Kelce in that connection, which only ended up happening a little bit later because of Dre Greenlaw's injury, which obviously that's a whole tailspin, and that sucks that he got hurt, but the Chiefs exploited that, and they ended up winning because of it.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's day 2 of training camp down in Santa Clara. You guys got concerns after day 1, or as Guru loves to say, nothing to see here. 888-957-9570. Coming up in 15 minutes, we're going to play you the Draymond Green sound. He was on Jeff Teague's podcast, and
it's better be good sound for teasing Draymond. I mean, we got Olympic action coming up this weekend. He's not even playing in it, all right?
You know what?
He's mad about that too, by the way. He was not happy he was left off the Olympic roster.
I got to tell you, I don't know why. I'm kind of glad he's not on that team. Just because
the drama.
They're not doing much for me anyway with that roster, and you put Draymond Green on it, now it becomes a little tougher to root for even. Let's go to Telmo. Telmo's in San Francisco.
You're already rooting against your country.
I'm actually not. I'm ambivalent. What's up, Telmo? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Tiny, Spadoni.
Yes.
Hey, so I was just calling, to kind of talk about, the training camp thing. You guys asking how everybody's feeling. It's day one. It's early. There's so many storylines, but I'm feeling good. And you know why I'm feeling good? Because the Niners have arguably the best roster in the NFL, if not, the top two rosters in the NFL. I'd be a lot more concerned if they didn't have a Christian McCaffrey, if they didn't have a Bosa, if they didn't have a Fred Warner, if they didn't have, all these positions that they have that are super talented. So the way I'm looking at it is like I could be a fan of one of these other teams who has no talent on their roster and has all the cohesion or whatever, kumbaya, no issues on the first day of camp, but has no talent to go into the season and give you a legitimate chance to get to and win a Super Bowl. Now, just real quick to address that last caller who was talking about Ayuk, I don't see how you could possibly in the world call for, giving him more looks or more touches over, the other players you have, namely Christian McCaffrey, because he is the single best offensive weapon in the NFL. He's so productive in terms of his touches translating to touchdowns, and I think it's no coincidence that Brandon Ayuk's numbers have gone up tremendously since Brock Purdy started playing, but also the arrival of Christian McCaffrey, because defenses can't just sit back and drop into coverage. They have to come up closer. They have to respect the line of scrimmage. You have Debo, you have CMC. So what that allows Brandon Ayuk to get beyond and get deeper down the field, and that's why he has so many yards on 75 receptions, because the Kyle Shanahan scheme forces defense to come up and respect and play closer to the line of scrimmage, and allows Brandon Ayuk to get beyond that, and that's why also Purdy had the most completions of 40 yards or more. So yeah, Brandon Ayuk's talented, but he's, like you said, he's not a Justin Jefferson, It's about a team, it's about a scheme, and you have the Kittles, you have the Debos, you have CMC, you even have, Juszczyk and Jawan Jennings and all these other people that on any given play can give you production. So it's not like you're just going to have that feature wide receiver one that you're throwing to, 16, 17 times a game.
Good stuff, Telmo. I think there's a lot there. The one thing you touched on is, and I wrote this down, I always think that's a really hard question to answer, and it's this. Okay, so the 49ers have McCaffrey, obviously, and they have Debo Samuel, and they have Kittle. Those guys get their touches. And, okay, do they make it easier or harder for Ayuk? Well, they make it easier because they take some focus off him. But at the same time, those guys also prevent Ayuk from monster numbers. Okay, so if you put him on, well, if he was this guy or that guy on another team, okay. Well, let's say he was on another team and he was the primary option. Would he be better? Probably. His numbers would go up. But what kind of team would that be? Would that be a really good team if Ayuk were used that way? Or would the team be an ordinary team because Ayuk was the guy catching 125 balls and they had to play from behind a lot, and that's some of the reason one of the reasons.
I think we have sound from Brian Balding on that. We're not going to cut you off, Steiny.
Yeah.
Baldy talked about it this morning at the morning show. I think it's in there. I'm putting Ken on the spot here. It's somewhere in the system, and he can throw to it whenever. But Baldy was talking about what his value is to another team.
Perfect. Let's take a listen. This is Brian Balding on if Ayuk would be more valuable on another team.
It's possible. He could get more targets on another team. I mean, you could definitely make the case for that. He shares the ball with the leading rusher in the league, with a Pro Bowl tight end, with an elite playmaker in Debo. He shares the football a lot more than he would. And they're still primarily a running team as much as they still like to throw it. So there's teams that throw it like Kansas City. They're not probably going to step up here. But I'm just throwing a team that throws it like Kansas City does 64% of the time. There's more targets to go around. So he's a true number one wide receiver. The way that he runs his route, his toughness, his ability to stay healthy, all that stuff, has him marked to be an elite player in this business, whether it's in San Francisco or someplace else.
Yeah, so that's Brian Baldinger talking about that very thing. And, it's one of those things where your greatest strength's also your biggest weakness. The greatest strength the Niners have is they're versatile. They can go in a lot of different directions. They got a lot of playmakers.
I do think it's interesting when fans like Leroy was talking about, and Telmo was pushing back a little on what Leroy had to say about wanting to see Brock throw it more, wanting to be more in control, because I think there's this notion that we want to compare him to, Josh Allen. We want to compare him to Lamar Jackson. Lamar's a little different because he can use his legs a lot more. It's a little bit different, but maybe Joe Burrow and Mahomes. We want to compare. We want to see them in full control of the offense, the step back, stuff like that. He's cursed, Brock Purdy is, with coming into the NFL only under Kyle Shanahan. Like, it's a gift and a curse, because you get fans like this saying, oh, what can he do given a real offense if he has to be the focal point and stuff like that? It's like, well, if he had to be in Kansas City, do I think Andy Reid is good enough to tailor his skill set to the rest of the players? I do think that. But do I want Brock Purdy throwing 40-plus times a game? I don't. I don't think that is his skill set where he is best used. I think he has a better arm than I think a lot of people give him credit for. Is it elite? No. But it's accurate where it needs to be.
Right.
I didn't think Jimmy Garoppolo had an elite arm to say, not at all. I thought he had a quick release, and that's what they liked about him. He was very quick, and he's decisive, and the same thing with Brock Purdy, and he's even better. He's way better than Jimmy was, I think. So, listen, I get what fans want to see. They want their gunslinger-type quarterback. That's just not what Brock Purdy is with this offense. That's not what Kyle Shanahan wants. And that's going to be it's a Kyle Shanahan problem more than it is a Brock Purdy. And I think fans like to come down Brock Purdy's road, but it's not his fault.
Kevin on the YouTube chat says Ayuk would have 1,500 yards, 100 catches, and 10 TDs on the Chiefs. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And he'd also get to catch balls from Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, it's different.
Exactly.
They're so unique to me, too. Like, it's an unfair comparison to compare, I feel, anyone to Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
And I think Andy Reid is also a tier above every other coach right now. Oh, sorry, I have my alarm going off. I have to pay a meter today, Steiny, a parking meter.
Okay.
Because usually I'm out of here by the time I have to pay and stuff like that. But I'm hanging out till 2 o'clock, buddy.
So that means at this break you're going to run downstairs and would you park on the street?
No, I'm all the way.
You can't park on the street here.
Well, there's a secret spot by the old building where there was free parking.
Oh, now, by the warehouse?
Yes,
the dead warehouse.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not.
So
dead.
you walk from there to here at 4 a.m?
I have a scooter over there.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot about your scooter.
See Spadoni at 4 a.m. if you are up that early. The streets of San Francisco, baby.
So you're going to
sick ollies.
So you're going to get on the scooter and go back to the old building and come back?
No, I do pay by phone.
Oh.
You just give them your license plate number and there you go.
I got you.
Technology, it's crazy.
Yeah, you kids and you're up to date on that kind of stuff.
Computer phones, it's crazy.
Hey, by the way, never forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? All right, on the other side, this is going to be a fun day. We got like 3 or 4 monster things to talk about. Listen, when I walk out of a studio at a break and the boss says, hey, Steiny, come here. Listen to this. What do you think? It usually means he thinks it's very important. So if the boss thinks it's important, it must be. And it's Draymond Green. And, well, we all know how important Draymond Green is. But we're going to get into Draymond Green. He was on a podcast recently with Jeff Teague and said some interesting stuff. And we're gonna talk about that on the other side. And I'm sure it will dovetail into Steph Curry's comments to Mark Spears, which we just touched on briefly yesterday. That's what's coming up on The Game. And it's all presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
What do you do if you can't pay your taxes? Turn your tax problems over to us.
Where were you when you were 17? Can you remember? I had acne.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, no Guru today. No jokes. No jokes. Sick. The man's sick.
The goo flu.
Something just happened to my computer.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Restarting?
I don't know.
Weekly updates?
What's going on here? I'm nothing without my computer. Okay. Anyway, we'll get that resolved soon, hopefully. Joe Spinoni in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and we're talking about sports. Mm-hmm. We got a lot going on. We've got, I'll figure it out. I don't know. I'll figure it out at the break. Did you do something to it, Lucas, when you were in last? Okay.
Everything looks fine over there. I just wanted to go check. I don't know what's going on.
My computer. Okay. We move on. Yeah, we'll figure it out. God. I'll play through it. So
we were making fun of the technology before the break.
Damn,
now you need it.
What the heck's going on here?
And this isn't like it's a phone. This is just computers.
Exactly.
You were around for those.
Yes. So anyway, boy, we got topics galore today. 49ers training camp started yesterday. What kind of start do you think it got off to? I don't know. But
they'll be fine.
The problem is now I don't have that Steph Curry quote in front of me that I thought that I had. But anyway, we're going to move on from Curry briefly. So Draymond Green was on Jeff Teague's podcast. 520 podcast? Is that what it's called?
Sure.
Okay. And he was talking about the situation that the Warriors are in right now. And obviously, the topic of the moment with the Warriors involves Lauri Markkanen and whether they're going to try to acquire him and how much they want to give up for him, and will they have to give up too much for him? But I believe that they definitely have interest. So Draymond Green.
I found that Steph quote, by the way. It was the one from Mark Spears article.
Correct.
From the Anscape.
Correct.
Quote, let's put it this way. It's a long-winded way of saying that if it is a situation where you are a bottom feeder and it's just because you want to stay there, I'd have a hard time with that. But I don't think that's going to be the reality. Steph Curry said to Mark Spears of Anscape.
However, as we also know, and Steph Curry confirmed, things change quickly, especially in the NBA. So Draymond Green's talking about where the Warriors are at, what moves they can make, and how they can get back into the playoffs, this, that, and the other. Just take a listen. This is Draymond Green, everybody's favorite power forward. Take a listen.
Regardless of how uneasy he was last year, regardless of how bothered he was, we built that organization.
That's a fact.
That organization was the laughing stock of the NBA.
That's a fact, bro.
And so in doing what we've done, there's still a care for the organization. Like, we was just about to make some trades last week, and I told them straight up, like, yo, that trade helped me. Like, it'll help me right now in my career these last couple of years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now.
Yeah.
That's a bad trade. Like, don't do that trade. Like, I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
Yeah.
And so what Klay just did, and nobody will give him credit for it, what Klay just did is he just relieved this organization of the financial hardships that the organization was starting to face. Right? You still doing for the organization.
Yep.
But nobody will say that. Nobody will say him leaving because they'll only make it about, he was unhappy.
All right, so Draymond Green says the Warriors were going to make a trade last week, or we're certainly thinking about it, and he said, you know what, that's a bad trade. That would help me, but we've got an obligation to this organization that we built, and he's obviously part of that. And so just extrapolating, let's hypothetically say he was talking about Markkanen, and maybe Lacob or Dunleavy said, what do you think about going out? We'll go get Markkanen, and we'll give up Kuminga, we'll give up Pods, and, we'll give up 2 future firsts because you and Steph deserve another shot at it, and we think this is the best way to do it quickly, this, that, and the other thing. And Draymond said, yeah, I don't think that's going to be a good trade for the organization long term. I mean, the first thing I think of is, well, wait a minute. I mean, it's an admirable thought. It really is. But I thought we were doing everything and anything under the sun for Steph. So we must not be doing that.
Has Draymond said that before, though? Has Draymond said we need to do everything it takes to win for Steph?
No. Draymond hasn't, but that's what I find interesting. We've got a fan base that a lot of fans want the Warriors to do anything and everything for Steph in the next couple years, and that's a fair point. Now we have Steph saying, essentially, I don't want to play for a bottom feeder. But now Draymond Green's saying he didn't want a trade that the Warriors apparently were going to do because even though it would help right now, which I thought a lot of people wanted, it'll hurt us 5 years from now. But I thought we didn't really care about that. So my first thought is, well, what's the plan then? And is everybody on the same page, including the players? I don't know. I don't get it.
I just think it's funny that he's so worried about the future of the team. After he signed a contract that ties him for this organization for basically 4 years, and I'm just going to say, I don't think he's going to be great that last year, or maybe even 2. And he's also going to be part of why he's tying down the team with his contract. I don't get it. Like you were saying, admirable, okay. I just don't think it's really, is it his place to be talking about the future of the team after him? Like, should he be involved in decisions where he's not going to be part of the focal point going forward for this franchise? Do fans like that?
Well, I don't hate it if I knew I could just take him at his word and he meant everything he was saying.
I think fans are going to be pissed that he is making decisions that are going to affect Stephen Curry's future with this team potentially. Because if Stephen Curry needs, and we're assuming here, we don't know what the trade was about, but we're assuming it's a Lowry Markkanen deal. Sure. If Steph needs that to stop speaking cryptically through the media, which, let's be honest, that's scaring fans right now.
It is.
Like, these two comments back to back do not make me feel good if I'm a Golden State Warriors fan. Stephen Curry saying, I don't want to be a bottom feeder, and then Draymond saying, like, yeah, they're talking about trades, but I just don't think it's going to be good for the long term. Maybe the short term. Well, that's all fans care about right now.
Right.
Is the short term. I don't care about 2, 3, 4 years down the line. I care about this year and then next year is what I'm caring about right now. Stephen Curry, who's eligible for a 1-year extension, tying him here for another 2 years, right. August 6th.
Right. Well, and I can't help but think, I mean, obviously, I would say to Draymond, whoa, wait. You just signed a 4-year, $100 million contract with a player option at the end of it. And now you're talking about, well, that wouldn't help the organization long term.
Exactly.
Who out there right now believes that Draymond's deal will help the Warriors long term? Nobody believes that. He's got 3 more years left on his deal, and it's going to be a fingers crossed last 3 years of his deal because people are worried about, A, his demeanor and attitude, and B, his level of play falling off.
And mainly the A in there, where is he even going to be on? He's one slip up away for being indefinitely suspended. And then maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Maybe you can get off that contract. But that's another conversation for another day.
Exactly. So 888-957-9570 is the number. I just think it's kind of fascinating as we're talking about the Warriors. We've got Steph Curry talking yesterday saying, look, I don't want to just stick around to be at a certain place if we're a bottom feeder. I'm not going to do that, but I don't see that happening. The reality is the Warriors are closer to being a bottom feeder than a contender at this point. And if they think the marketing trade can make them better right away, then that takes the pressure off what Steph Curry said. But now you're telling me Draymond doesn't want to do it.
What did you make of that?
I don't get it.
Well, what did you make of, because I haven't gotten your thoughts on this on air with you, about Stephen Curry basically putting the Warriors on notice through the media? I mean, for the first time since I can remember, like, he's never done something like this. And I've been kind of clamoring him to do this on the airways for a while now, going back to last year. I think it was Evan and I filling in for you and Goo one day, and I was like, I would like Steph to be a little bit more selfish and kind of put the Warriors' feet to the fire a little bit Just do what a LeBron does occasionally. Just speak through the media.
Right.
You have the voice, and it carries a lot of weight privately, but more so publicly.
Yeah.
That is, he's checking everyone up there, being like, yeah, you know what? If we're not going to be competing for play-in spots or for a play-in team, see, that's another thing on this. What is a bottom feeder? Is it completely out of the play-in? Is it a fringe play-in team? Like, what is it to you, Steiny?
I mean, he talked about, I want to be competitive, but he also says, look, I get it. You can't win every year. So I think...
Which I think is he was talking about this year specifically.
Right.
I don't think he feels like they're going to win this year.
Right. But
currently constructed.
Yeah, no, and that's not a unique thought, I think, with this team. Somebody on the YouTube chat yesterday said, it sounds like Curry wants to always, wants to have a puncher's chance every year. And I was like, I think that's a good way to put it. Did they have a puncher's chance last year? Well, they ended up not having one because of where they finished. But man, I thought a lot of stuff went through my head when I heard Curry's quote. One is, and I heard Willard ask this question, is he just talking about this now, or is he listen, he's getting asked about it. I mean, it is so clear cut right now that he's going to be, it's almost like Durant's free agency. People see the writing on the wall with Steph. They see the Warriors declining, and people are going to say to Steph Curry, what are you thinking as you turn 36, 37, 38, and maybe the team around you is getting worse? What do you think? Well, you know what? I love it here. I want to be a Warrior for life, but I want to have a shot at it. If we ever stink, then yeah, I want out. Okay, well, I get that it's Steph Curry, and he's one of one, but by the same token, I would say, man, I mean, Steph, like, you're great, and you're the reason this team has won 4 titles, but, you are 36, you didn't have a great second half, and whether you're 1% of our decline or 50% of our decline, you're part of this too. Like, you are a small part of the reason why we're not able to elevate anymore. So is it really fair for you to expect? Well, that's my second point would be, Steph, you've been here for 15 years. We've had a dynasty. We've paid everybody under the sun, including you. We paid Draymond a couple years ago. Clearly, you were into that. I mean, Steph, you're kind of part of the reason we're in a bind
Steph is
like we
culpable
are.
in all this to where the team is at today?
Yes, he bears some culpability. But
how much? If you give him percentage, 5%.
Yeah, 5%,
okay.
5 or 10%, 10%.
Because he can whisper in the ears of his obviously his words hold a lot of weight within the organization. He's the best player in the planet for a given amount of time. He's the best player in the history of Bay Area sports.
Right.
So yes. But to that same token, you got guys like Draymond Green driving to the owner Joe Lacob's house.
Right.
And saying, I want a contract. And he wants to be. You're like, so you could say Steph a little bit, but I'm putting this, and we just heard from Draymond Green. Is it possible, and dare I say this, that Draymond Green has more sway within the organization than Stephen Curry right now?
He might, just because of his voice, that he uses it more.
That's unacceptable.
No doubt about
That's just... if I'm a Warriors fan, that is unacceptable. Could you
don't
imagine
disagree.
LeBron, like Anthony Davis, having more of a sway than LeBron James? And if Kyrie Irving had more sway than a LeBron James, that's what we're talking about here, folks. We're talking about the best player on this in the history of the franchise, and one of the top 10, maybe go down as top 5 in the history of the sport. And he doesn't even have the most say on his own team.
Right.
That's a problem.
Right. And the 510 on the Xfinity mobile text line, this is actually the first thing I've agreed with Draymond saying in a while. Markkanen is injury plagued, blah, blah, blah. Now, I'm with you. If you can take Draymond at his word, I don't necessarily disagree with him.
It's been debunked a little bit. We had Sarah Todd of the Deseret News, who covers the team. She said a lot of that has been load management, kind of phony IL, if you're doing a baseball analogy. I think the missed games has been completely overblown from what I've been told and from what I've read up on.
Fair enough.
Just wanted to put that out there.
Fair enough. But what I would say is, I'm going to assume, that Steph Curry told Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy a year ago, we got to re-sign Draymond. We got to. I need him. We need him. Okay. So and at that point, what if they were thinking of not re-signing Draymond? So then Draymond goes down to Lacob's house. Lacob's thinking that they may walk away from Draymond Green. Draymond makes it hard on Lacob. And then Lacob says, let's just re-sign him because I know Steph wants him. And if we let him go now, we might have a headache with Steph a year sooner than we could already. And all I'm getting at is we've heard about it for 3 years. If Steph Curry it was the reason or was a big part of the reason the Golden State Warriors re-signed Draymond Green for 4 years and $100 million, then part of this situation they're in right now with a lack of flexibility, he's brought on himself. With that mindset, if he, in fact, was any kind of impetus toward bringing Draymond Green back, then that's on him. And now for him to say a year later, well, if we're a bottom feeder, I'm probably going to get out of here. Well, one of the reasons we may become a bottom feeder is because we're coming off a dynasty. We've paid everybody under the sun, but we've paid Draymond more recently than anybody else, and he's 34 years old and declining. So, listen, I got nothing against Steph Curry, and I think he's being asked about it, and he will continue to get asked about it a lot because he's 36 years old, and the Warriors aren't a championship contender right now. Those questions are going to come. What's he want to do? And he's earned every right to do what he wants to do.
Do you think it's a guaranteed lock that he signs an extension August 6th when he becomes eligible?
Well,
and not that it has to be that date, but during this upcoming season or right before it.
Okay.
And how much pressure does then that put on the organization after that?
This is the one I've given a ton of thought to because I think there's a lot there. So Steph's got 2 more years left in his deal, and on August 6th, he can sign a 1-year extension to tack on to the end of that year.
That's a big day, by the way. That's the whole lottery marketing thing. If he doesn't sign that day, then he can't sign him next season. He's basically done being a Warrior at that point, probably.
Exactly.
It's a big day.
Exactly. So I'm interested to know, okay, on August, does Steph Curry want an extension, one year extension to tack on to the end at $64 million? So my logical part says there's no way that Steph Curry would not want to make the most money he's ever made in 1 year when he's 38 years old. How could you possibly turn that down? We're going to pay you $64 million.
That's a lot of money.
When you're 38. Like, you have to take that on the one hand. Okay. Is there a chance the Warriors would say, any chance you're okay with us not offering an extension? Well, if I'm Steph, I'd be like, yeah, that's a problem. I want an extension. I'm due for it. I did a lot for this organization. I don't care how I want it. Now, there's 3 other ways to look at it. What if Steph believes that by not signing that 3rd-year extension, if push ever came to shove, he could become a free agent in 2 years? If he doesn't like what he sees at that point, he tests free agency. But then I think, okay, they give him the 3rd-year option or the 3rd year. Does that really change the Warriors' ability to trade him if he says, get me out of here? I don't think so. In fact, I think another team out there could be, let's say at this trade deadline, well, if we trade for Steph, we got him the rest of this year and for 2 more. That's pretty good. Like, that ain't just he's coming into town and if it works, it works. It does. You know what I mean?
And it's a risk because you would assume a team trading for them feel like they're a player away, but they'd probably dip into the second apron. There'd be a lot of financial stuff with that. But to your point, it's Stephen freaking Curry. He's still damn good, top 10, top 15, wherever you want to put him. I think he's a top 10 player still. But yeah, you're still trading for him.
Yeah, and then, I don't know. I just think it's fascinating. And then my other thing that's starting to, you know how stuff builds momentum and then you realize, man, maybe we're further. Is it starting to feel at all like something inevitable may happen with Steph at this point?
Not being a Golden State Warrior for life?
Yes.
Wow.
I mean, if you're a Warrior fan and you just hear Steph Curry say, I don't want to be on a bottom feeder, but you hear Draymond Green saying, we had a deal that might have helped us right away, but it's going to kill us in 4 years. And, I'm obliged to do the right thing, but I told him it's a bad deal. Well, okay, what are we doing then? Are we pushing our chips in for 1 year or are we not? Because if we're not, guess what? We may be a bottom feeder sooner rather than later.
I still have a hard time wrapping my head around Stephen Curry not being a Warrior for life. I go back to that quote that we read earlier from Anscape, and it's at the very end of it says, but I don't think that's going to be the reality of them being a bottom feeder. So I think that one sentence at the end here,
right?
It still holds a lot of weight for me. Now we'll wait and see, but him not thinking they're going to be horrible. Now they may end up being not a great team, may end up being a bottom feeder. You never know, health-wise. Like let's say, this is another thing. No one wants to talk about it, and I hope it doesn't happen. Knock on wood, I hope it doesn't happen. Like, there's a chance he breaks his hand or something. And something that's not super serious, but something that's going to take him out for a while, right?
6-8 weeks.
6-8 weeks. And then they end up being a bottom 5 team in the West, and then they just shut him down the rest of the year. Now you're having conversations like, okay, like we just wasted a year now. He's 37 years old. Now this is becoming a reality that we might need to move off of it.
Yep.
That is the only thing that I could think of. But again, that's something we don't want to foresee. That's something we don't want to think about. But there's so many different scenarios that go through Warriors fans' heads. I just don't think, and maybe there are, for 888-957-9570, is it even coming to your mind that Steph could not be a Warrior for life?
Yeah, I'd like to just ask Warrior fans, what do they make of the last 2 days?
Seriously.
The quotes from Steph Curry and from Draymond Green. And I'll play the Draymond Green again on the other side, but he essentially said, Warriors were thinking about making a trade last week, and he said that trade stinks. Not for now, it'll help, but down the road, it's going to stink. Let's go to Robert in San Jose. Hey, Robert, how you doing, buddy? What do you got for us?
Thanks for taking my call, Shiny. I'll say the same thing I kind of said on this subject the last time.
Okay.
I'm a Golden State Warriors fan, not just a Steph Curry fan. I was a Warriors fan long before Steph Curry was a twinkle in his daddy's eye. It's about the team. And I appreciate Draymond saying, hey, 2 or 3 years down the road, this trade is going to stink. All this talk about Lauri Markkanen being the answer, I honestly just don't get it. I keep going back to that quote. I think it was maybe you, Steiny, has said about in regards to Jerry West. It's easy for a guy to average 23 points on a team that has zero expectations. And the Utah Jazz have zero expectations. You don't know who Lauri Markkanen is going to be on a team that is going to, and a fan base is going to be expecting him to be that guy.
Right.
And what happens if he's not that guy?
Hey, Robert, remember when the Warriors traded Chris Webber for Tom Gugliotta? And then Gugliotta wasn't the guy, even though he was a pretty damn good player? And he had a lot of pressure on him, and he did not like it. And the fans got on him, and he was moved a half a season into his tenure for Donyell Marshall. And that wasn't very good.
No, it wasn't very good. And you're talking about giving up Kuminga and Pazinski and draft picks for someone you really don't know who they are.
Yeah.
We're not talking about Giannis. We're talking about Lauri Markkanen. Let's get real here, please.
Thanks, Robert.
Let's look about.
Yeah, no, Robert.
Thanks, Rob. We're up against it.
Yeah, appreciate the.
Got the goal, my brother.
Appreciate the call. All right, 888-957-9570. I'll play the Draymond Green sound again on the other side, but you think about what Draymond said, and then you consider what Curry said yesterday, and you start thinking about all the issues and obstacles and challenges the Warriors have to overcome. I don't know. You tell me what you think is going on with the Warriors and where they're at right now and what the best course of action is, because it looks like their two best players or two veteran players maybe aren't on the same page.
Gugliotta, by the way, solid career.
Very
Sneaky
good.
solid.
But look
All-star.
at his half year with the Warriors.
Okay.
And we'll talk about that and Draymond Green and Steph Curry on the other side. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. 888-957-9570. We'll talk more about Draymond Green's quotes to Jeff Teague on the other side. It's sponsored also by Safeway. I know where all the prisons are.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, good morning, everybody. Joe Spadoni in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Yay!
I'm out.
Yep.
I lost. I'm out.
Get well soon, Goo. Get well soon.
Goo's favorite team, the Dallas Cowboys, their owner just compared himself to Patrick Mahomes, I'm saying on my time.
Oh, really?
So there's
Wow.
that. Yeah, Jerry Jones is the Patrick Mahomes of owners, I guess. That's how he views himself.
Huh.
Also, more around training camp.
Sure.
Jamar Chase not practicing for his second straight day. Looks like this situation is not over per Adam Schefter. He wants a new contract. And trouble in Cincinnati, Steiny.
Everybody wants a new contract.
Everyone wants money.
Everybody wants a new contract.
But no one honors them anymore, do they, Steiny?
No, they don't. No, they don't. But that's the NFL's issue. They set it up like this. So,
but we love it, don't we?
I think they do this on purpose so that there is all this crap happening off the field.
All the
during
fines,
training. Exactly.
all this sort of stuff, the holding out, the holding in. Hassan
Exactly.
Reddick, he's been placed on the not practice, whatever the hell list that is, not injury related. It's just a lot happening right now.
No
How do the
doubt.
Jets, by the way, real quick, we'll get to the 49ers.
Sure.
We'll get back to the Warriors here in a sec. The Jets knew Hassan Reddick, former Philadelphia Eagle, wanted a new contract with them. So they trade for him, and now they're not giving him a new contract. What did they think was going to happen? I don't understand that entire situation. It's very odd. Like the Eagles got weaker on the defensive line depth, not having Fletcher Cox and Hassan Reddick. But what are the Jets doing, who are the 49ers' week one opponent? Obviously, the Eagles will be one of the top dogs in the NFC, you would think, along with the Lions, the Niners, Rams, whoever else you want to throw in there. But football drama, Stein. I just love it. I can't get enough of it.
I don't hate it. I know that. We're talking about Draymond Green.
Oh, speaking of drama.
And the reason we're talking about Draymond Green is because he was on Jeff Teague's podcast, 520, and he was talking about the Warriors, where they're at right now, where they're going, how to get there. And I want everybody to take a listen to this, because if you're a Warrior fan, I don't know, what crosses your mind when you hear Draymond Green say the following? Because there are branches galore.
Regardless of how uneasy he was last year, regardless of how bothered he was, we built that organization.
That's a fact.
That organization was the laughing stock of the NBA.
That's a fact, bro.
And so in doing what we've done, there's still a care for the organization. Like, we was just about to make some trades last week, and I told them straight up, like, yo, that trade helped me. Like, it'll help me right now in my career these last couple of years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now.
Yeah.
That's a bad trade. Like, don't do that trade. Like, I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
Yeah.
And so what Klay just did, and nobody will give him credit for it, what Klay just did is he just relieved this organization of the financial hardships that the organization was starting to face. Right? You're still doing for the organization.
Yep.
But nobody will say that. Nobody will say him leaving, because they'll only make it about, he was unhappy.
So Klay wanted to stay, but he looked at the Warriors organization and said, you know what? I'm going to help them. I'm going to help the Warriors by going to another team, because I know that, boy, they're in a bind financially. Now, they're just going to say that Klay was not happy. Like, that just hit me there. I glossed over that first part. Boy, what a magnanimous gesture by Klay Thompson. He was actually happy last year and for the last 2 years. He was in a great mood. He wanted to stay here. He was looking for a reason to stay, but he said, you know what, Joe? I'm going to do you a solid and help clean up your financial situation, because you guys are bigger than I am. And I'd rather help you than look out for my own self-interest. Draymond, what are you talking about? That last part. Hit the pike. Come on.
I think he's speaking out of turn, but that's what Draymond does. He's a podcaster. #new media. This is what he does. He goes on, speaks his mind. And whether you like it or not, and I saw we threw the tweet out there at 95.7 The Game. You can follow me at Spadoni_Joe.
Oh,
thank you, Steiny. I don't think you have a Twitter anymore. That's all right. You're not missing much. Just a cesspool out there. But we were talking about it, and we were just saying, does Draymond Green have more sway than Steph Curry? And then you were saying he might because of his voice, because he speaks like there is something to everyone hearing you and then eventually just buying into it, because the more you hear it and we hear it all the time in politics, the narratives, right? There's these narratives that you keep building upon. Well, sooner or later you keep hearing it all the time. You might think, oh, maybe he's right. And I think that's what we're getting at with Draymond Green, whether it's true or not. Like these comments, and this is from Anika who responded on Twitter. You're reacting to Draymond's comments because Draymond makes comments publicly. You don't know who says what behind closed doors. And reacting to a serial podcaster, serial podcasting is hilarious. Let's use our brains here. Well, whether he's making the comments, though, that's the thing in all this. Stephen Curry does not make comments. And now for the first time in a long time, he's made some comments to the media. So now, not only do you have Draymond chirping, you got Stephen Curry kind of putting the Warriors on notice too, saying, yeah, if we're going to suck, I'm kind of out of here.
Exactly.
If you're reading between the lines.
Exactly. And if I'm going to read between the lines a little further and say, there's only one trade out there that we've been talking about for 2 weeks, and that's Lowry Markkanen. So maybe I'm wrong on some of the particulars, but it sounds to me like the Warriors were really thinking or are really thinking about acquiring Markkanen, even if it costs maybe Kuminga and Podziemski and a couple picks. And Draymond saying that's a dumb trade because you're going to be kicking yourself in 4 or 5 years. Okay, well, the day before, Steph Curry just said, I ain't playing for a bottom feeder. So whether you like the Markkanen trade or not, I believe that, if you get Lowry Markkanen, you have a chance to be better next year. But I don't think you're going to be loving that trade in 3 or 4 years. So but
at least he's young. Like Lowry Markkanen's 27. So at least I get what Draymond's trying to say. Again, we're assuming he's talking about Lowry Markkanen. Even if maybe it was a Brandon Ingram, who's also is relatively young, right? What is he, 28, 29? He's relatively, but Markkanen's even younger than that, 27. So I don't even know if he's, can he even say that? He doesn't know that they're going to be better or not a couple of years down the line. He's assuming too. What if they trade for Markkanen and he ends up being amazing, he fits perfectly, he wins a couple All-Stars, then they are someone you have building after life of Stephen Curry and after Draymond Green. You have something to build around still, right? So even he doesn't know that. He's kind of speaking out of turn here a bit too, right? How does he know that they're not going to be good if they make that trade a couple years down the line? How does he know that?
He doesn't, but I'm with him. How will they be better 3 years from now without Steph, without Draymond, without Kuminga, without Podziemski?
Oh, you don't know. We don't know if it's both of them.
I know, but
it might be one of them.
But hey, whatever Dre says, he didn't like it. He didn't like it for 3 or 4 years down the line.
And if I'm Joe Lacob, I say that is not your concern.
Well,
that's exactly what I say. And
if I'm Steph Curry, deep down, I'm thinking, you know what? Let's go get Markkanen. We'll be better next year. That's all I care about. And because I want to keep trying to have a shot. But Draymond saying, well, no, it's time to be responsible. It's Draymond saying, we've got to consider life after Curry. What are you doing?
All things being equal, let's say in this scenario, Steph's, talking through the media. He's saying that basically, let's make a trade here to help this team now, because right now, currently constructed, we're not good enough to win a title. So let's say Steph goes to ownership. He's like, let's do that Markkanen trade. But then Draymond, they ask him later on that day, Draymond, what do you think? I don't think we should do it.
Right.
Who are they listening to? Are they you have to think about it. That's not good. I listen to my star, Steph. I do what he wants.
But there's a part of Joe Lacob that I was going to say doesn't listen to anybody, but apparently he did listen to Draymond last year. I get that. But I'm with you in that I'm hearing two different visions of what this team's considering doing, and I'm hearing a disagreement between are star player Steph Curry and Draymond Green. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of what Draymond said. I agree with it in theory. I'm not for trading future firsts and Kuminga and Pods for marketing, but I will acknowledge, it might make you better next year. So to me, that trade, whether you make it or not, is going to not dictate, but that's going to give you a window into what the Warriors' thinking is, right? I mean, it is. If they make the marketing trade, to me, they're saying, look, we're going to try to be as competitive as possible in the next year or so with Steph. If they don't make the marketing trade, they're telling me, yeah, we think about life after Curry because we have to and we owe it to ourselves. Well, which one is it? Which one does Draymond want? Which one does Steph want? I don't know. I mean, I do know, it feels like. So
well, and I think a lot of this, again, how much you want to put into it, you can if you want, but I choose to think that Steph being at the Olympics is kind of fueling a lot of this right now. I think him playing with all these stars and all these studs and all these players on legit contending teams, the Anthony Edwards of the world, the swagger that guy has, right? Say what you will at the Lakers if they're contenders or not, but he knows how well LeBron James and Anthony Davis played together. Now they're incorporating him in that. He's like, oh man, if I could just get one of these guys on my team, right? Not to say I don't think Lowry's on the level of those guys, but he's a damn good player. And I think he would be an improvement to what you already have on there. He'd easily be the second best player on this team right now. How much better than the next upgrade?
Right.
But he'd be the second best player skill-wise, without a doubt. I do think him playing in the Olympics is starting to, fuel some of this. And Draymond Green sitting back, watching, he has a lot of time on his hands. He's going to the media, going on podcasts. I think where these guys are at right now in their summers is dictating a lot of these comments.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number.
I would love to have Draymond Green on the commentary, though. Is it possible he could be doing this coverage for NBC at all? Can we get Draymond on pre- and post-game coverage for Team USA? Come on, Stein.
It's a double-edged sword.
Why?
Because I don't know.
Bobby Fitz in studio. Back to you, Draymond.
Maybe. I just want to know what Warrior fans think of it all. You get hit with a Steph bottom feeder quote yesterday, and now Draymond Green saying, "Oh yeah, we had a deal." And by the way, real quick, and I'm gonna get to some calls in a second. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump in, because I think there's more than one way to interpret all this, and we're trying to make something out of it. 650 says, I think Draymond Green was talking about the PG-13 trade. I don't know. He said a week ago we had this deal. So that tells me that it wasn't Paul George, because that was signed, sealed, and delivered by then. But who knows? Let's go to Ray. Ray is in Pleasant Hill. He wants to follow up on something you said, Spadone. What's up, Ray? How you doing?
Hey, Pleasant Ray.
Hey, fellas, great conversation. Yeah, so I think it's really interesting. What I got from that conversation with Steph Curry when he made that comment, it's very fascinating. Like you guys touched on it. He's in the Olympics right now, but who is he playing with? LeBron James. What is LeBron James known for? When he's a free agent or he's got 1 year remaining on his deal, he's known to put pressure on organizations, ownership, to get the players that he needs to compete for a title. I think Steph Curry's taking a little play out of LeBron's book and applying some pressure to the Warriors ownership, which I think is a phenomenal and a smart move. Why not? He's also watched Klay Thompson leave, his splash brother that he's been playing with for so many years. He sees the writing on the wall. He sees that this team, if it becomes a situation where he's playing, for a play-in and he's going to be a bottom feeder, he doesn't want any part of that. So, of course, he's going to put some pressure on the ownership to make a move here. So I think that's a smart move on his behalf. And I think end of the day, it doesn't really matter what Draymond says or what he says to the ownership. No, the ownership is not going to listen to Draymond. They're going to listen to one person and one person only, Steph Curry, because he is the organization. So I think it's really fascinating that how that goes on. And just one last point, guys, the trade that Draymond is talking about, I really think he's talking about the trade with the Chicago Bulls and what's his name, the one with the big contract,
Zach
Levine, I think is how you say his name. I really think he was thinking about that trade. I think he was talking about that. I don't think he was talking about Paul George, and I don't think he's talking about the Utah Jazz guy. I think he's talking about that trade.
Yeah. Thanks, Ray. Appreciate the call. I shouldn't say like I know for a fact that he's talking about Lowry Markkanen. I don't. But in theory,
that's what the Warriors have been linked to mostly. Exactly. Is Lowry Markkanen. I don't think it's Brandon Ingram. I don't think it's Zach LaVine. I mean, they could have had Zach LaVine if they wanted him. I just don't think I don't think anyone wants that contract with that foot right now.
Exactly.
God, what a disaster that would be.
Exactly. I don't. It's funny. It's Ray was saying, the Warriors listen to Steph Curry, not Draymond Green, and do they? I mean, do they?
Draymond Green drove to Joe Lacob's house to get a contract done. He clearly had some say with Joe Lacob.
Let me ask you this.
It is interesting, Sonny, and yes, I'll let you do that in a sec, but Klay Thompson's relationship clearly waned with the organization, so much so that they already knew when that final reported golf trip happened with Joe Lacob and Klay Thompson that it was just a formality. It was just them being cordial to each other. They weren't talking business. It was already done between them. So that's one guy down with the big three, the core three. You got Draymond and Steph in there. You don't think Klay leaving even elevates Draymond's voice even more so within that organization now? I mean, it's him and Steph and Lacob. That's all Lacob is known.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And the Klay thing, I think it was different because of the major injuries. That kind of soured him a little bit within the organization. Like, not to say that the injuries themselves, but I think his personality shifted, and I'm not blaming him for that. He had 2 dramatic injuries with the Achilles and the ACL. That'll change anyone's mindset. Being out of basketball for how many days was 300 plus days, however long it was. Like, that will change anyone. So I'm not hammering Klay at all for this, but clearly his voice within the organization grew very tired, and it just shocks me that Draymond Green's voice within the organization has not gotten tired at all, it seems like.
Yeah. And
with everything that's happened, he was indefinitely suspended last year.
I know.
It's just that he's still having say within trades and all this. It's just crazy to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong here, but God, it just feels like this guy's done so much.
I know.
He punched his teammate in the face, the guy that was supposed to be part of the future of this team. And he has the gall to say, no, I don't think this trade's good for the future. Well, Jordan Poole looked like he was going to be great for the future.
Right.
And you ruined that.
I just can't.
Come on.
I wonder how much Draymond talks and doesn't believe what he's saying. I really do. I mean, to take him at his word, he has a lot of say in the organization. That's what he's telling us. And I'm kind of with you. I feel like thinking those days should be over at this point. Absolutely over. The other thing I want to bring up to you, Joe, to just feel you out on this. Do you think there's anything to, all right, you're Steph Curry, you've been the good soldier, and maybe you have stayed out of personnel decisions for the most part, but you see what happened with Klay, and you know if you're Steph Curry, he turned down $48 million, and then the Warriors essentially walked away. And it was over. And there wasn't a lot of communication. And there wasn't another offer. Not so much that Steph thinks, I wonder if they could do that to me. Not that. But I wonder if he is a little sour because of the way the Klay Thompson situation went down. And maybe because he is a little sour about it, or he just didn't like it, now he is beginning to make himself known more. The other question I have for Warrior fans is this. If he is taking a page out of LeBron James's playbook, do you like it? Do you like it or not? I could see how some Warrior fans...
I kind of love it, to be honest. It's just refreshing. Like, it's just refreshing to have the best player. Finally, I can hear his voice. That's not aw shucks and not all this sort of stuff. And all. No, I want bad boy Stephen Curry right now. We're not going Diddy here. Don't talk about that. We're not going that bad boy. But I want like if we're going Star Wars, he's been the nice Jedi. I want a Sith. I want the red lightsaber. I want the blue lightsaber.
But here's the problem with that. LeBron has been doing it his whole career. And objectively speaking, if Steph's starting to do that, I would say, dude, you picked the one time, in 15 years when we've got no flexibility. You've picked the one time in 15 years where we have to get our finances in order. It's like you're putting pressure on us for the first time at the exact moment that we just can't. We're more limited than we've ever been. And Steph's got to know that.
Well, and you know what Steph replies? I don't care. Sorry. I am the franchise. You do what I want.
Well, then I get to the next question, which I think a lot of people don't even want to get into, but I think it's starting to become relevant, and it is, are you starting to feel like the Steph Curry situation is becoming inevitable? And what that situation is it's not too late anymore. Like, we've got to start talking about what we're doing. And I get it. There's 0-0 right now. But I always believe that a front office and a general manager and an owner, they have to think down the line. And if I'm Joe Lacob, I've got to start thinking, what if we don't get off to a good start next year? What if we're 11-18 for whatever reason? Then what do we do? And I get it. It's not the time to trade Steph Curry right now. But what I'm asking is it time to start thinking about it? And my answer to that is yes. You have to start thinking about it if things get a little sideways.
Absolutely. So I didn't mean to cut you off, Chris Steiny. I also want to ask the question at 888-957-9570. Also hit us up on the Xfinity Mobile text line, same number, 888-957-9570. Like, should Draymond Green have any say within current or future moves within this organization? Are you okay with that, Warriors fans? Draymond Green having a legit voice when it comes to personnel decisions? 888-957-9570, because I do not. If I'm a Warriors fans, I do not like any of that.
I don't either. I mean, I think, I don't want to go down the Draymond Green road of, are you sick of him or are you not? Because I know there are a lot of people that are, and there's still some stalwarts who love him.
Well, the frustrating part is I think when he's on the court, he's still a damn good player. It's just, when you're indefinitely suspended, when you do what you did to Jordan Poole, now he's gone, when you do all the things you've done when it goes back to Kevin Durant, all of that now, you're not the player you once were. Still good when on the court, but again, I can't even trust you when you're on the court half the time that you're going to do the right thing, you're going to stay level-headed. And now you're saying, I don't think this move is going to be good for the team in the future. But right now, it might be the best move. Well, Draymond, you're not even available for the right now half the time. So how could you even say that? Like, I just don't think he should be in any position where he could have a legit, say when it comes to player personnel here. I think this thing is ludicrous. I'm not going the rapper either. I know. But let me ask you this. Do you think that, and I want to ask Warrior fans this because I've never really gotten a definitive understanding from what Warrior fans think. Do Warrior fans think that that Joe Lacob and the Warriors were willing to let Draymond Green walk away last year without a contract extension, but Draymond Green drove down to Lacob's house and changed his mind? Do we believe that? And if we do, like, what do we think of that? Because if that's the case, that's set up part of this dynamic that maybe it's true. Draymond Green does have the eyes and ears of Dunleavy and Lacob, and all of a sudden now Draymond Green is thinking about the future after Steph and him are gone. That seems a little out of character. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about what Draymond Green said on Jeff Teague's podcast. We'll play that again on the other side. And then we'll get back to 49ers training camp. It's day 2 today. Day 1 was very, very interesting. And we can talk about that down the line too. 888-957-9570. Spadone asked the question, does Draymond Green really still have a big voice in this organization? That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this member deal. Creamy Dreyer's ice cream 1.5 quart or 14-ounce Haagen-Dazs ice cream or Haagen-Dazs.
I used a word that didn't exist the last time I was on with you.
Okay. Guru does that every day.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Good afternoon, everybody. Matt Steinmetz along with Joe Spadoni.
Huge.
Spadoni today.
John Sally.
Guru's a little under the weather, and hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. My computer's under the weather, too.
Oh, God.
Hey, we're talking about the Warriors general manager, Draymond Green, and he's basically talking about Warriors strategy in the offseason.
Real quick, before we get to that, you're struggling with your computer. How long did you use a typewriter before switching over to a computer?
Oh, boy. This guy.
A lot longer than you thought, right? Come on, no, come on.
I'm going to tell you something Thank you. I'm going to tell you something about me and typing. I didn't learn how to type until after college, believe it or not. I would have a nice young lady, Betsy Mayers. She would type my papers for 50 cents a page.
Really?
Yep.
You just didn't want to learn, or what? You just didn't care for it?
What the? I just didn't. And then, now, relax, everybody. Then I graduated from college. I was playing.
It wasn't required in school to learn that?
No.
Everything handwritten, huh?
We had cursive.
Yeah.
Cursive.
We had to learn cursive in fourth grade, or was it third grade? Shout out Unipro Sarah.
Doesn't matter. You haven't used cursive since elementary school.
No.
Now I use a hybrid.
My cursive was so bad that they told me to just go back to print and never try again.
Oh, you got that too?
They said, screw it. You suck. Sorry. By the way, the lovely Jade Spadoni texting me, Steiny, not the Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570. You and Matt are like dad and son. LOL.
I've heard that. Somebody else said that on the text line. I don't know what that means, but thanks, I guess.
I think that's a compliment.
I guess.
I don't know. Which, it might be not a compliment to one of us. I don't know.
File this under useless information.
You have a better golf game than I do. Yeah, bonding.
82 yesterday.
Huge.
That's a big round for your boy.
You want to go golfing soon, Steiny?
Sure.
It'd be great.
Sure.
I know Jade's listening, so I'm saying that now out there because I'm telling her I want to go now.
Yeah, I think we can arrange that.
I gotta ask permission sometimes.
Yeah, I graduated from college and then I broke my foot. I broke my foot, so I couldn't work. And I used that time to teach myself how to type right out of a book.
There you go.
And now I'm at 17 words a minute, baby.
Way to learn. I think it was fifth grade. So after the cursive in third, then you started going to typing like in fifth grade. We had to do like little typing games, stuff like that. Yeah.
Sure.
Sly Fox, I think the game was that you played as like a typing game. Oh. Yeah, it was very cool.
Okay. Draymond Green. I don't know if he knows how to type or not, but he knows how to talk. Take a listen to what Draymond Green said on Jeff Teague's podcast.
Regardless of how uneasy he was last year, regardless of how bothered he was, we built that organization.
That's a fact.
That organization was the laughing stock of the NBA.
That's a fact, bro.
And so in doing what we've done, there's still a care for the organization. Like, we was just about to make some trades last week. And I told them straight up, like, yo, that trade helped me. Like, it'll help me right now in my career these last couple years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now.
Yeah.
That's a bad trade. Like, don't do that trade. Like, I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
Yeah.
And so what Klay just did, and nobody will give him credit for it, what Klay just did is he just relieved this organization of the financial hardships that the organization was starting to face. Right? You're still doing for the organization.
Yep.
But nobody will say that. Nobody will say him leaving because they'll only make it about, he was unhappy.
He was unhappy. That's been chronicled. He didn't leave to do a favor to the organization. I don't know why that's hitting me now. Instead of, hey, Joe, I got a couple good trade ideas for you. I don't like that one, though. Here's a good one. Here's not a good one. Talking about, does Draymond Green really have as big of a voice as he talks about having in that organization? And is that a good thing?
Seriously. I don't think it is at all. And I think right now, Warriors fans, this is such a difficult time too. Again, I go back to that word tension as we started off the show, talking about the 49ers training camp, and we'll get back into it at some point because there's just so many different layers we can peel there. The 49ers are like an ogre. They have onions that you can just keep peeling and peeling away. But with the 49ers, I kind of liken it too. It's a tense time. It's an unknown period too.
It is.
That's actually kind of worse, I feel like, in a way. It's just the unknown because we fear that, right? There's nothing to fear but fear itself. R.I.P. JFK, stuff like that. But like the unknown is what scares people. And right now the Warriors are facing that. They have Buddy Hield, solid role player, and Kyle Anderson, Anthony Melton, solid. Maybe there's some upside there, but really the moves you make are just they're vaulting you into a team that's a play-in team right now, and that's okay. That's okay. Like you might get in there, you can win a playoff series. That wouldn't be the craziest thing I've ever heard, but that's not good enough for what Warriors fans are used to the past decade. They're used to championships, man. And it's tough right now. I get it.
But you know what else I think is going on too is, and I don't. There's nothing wrong with this. I think Draymond Green is setting up life after playing, and he wants to be in the front office. And he may also want to be on TV, but I think people say they see Draymond as a coach. I don't see him as a coach. I see him as he loves team building, and I think he thinks that he knows, and I'm not saying he doesn't. He's one of the smartest players of all time. He knows what player would really help and what player wouldn't help as much as people think. I do think he knows that.
Steiny, it's funny you bring that up because I remember he was sitting in the room during one of the drafts. I forget what year it was, but it was NBA draft night, and he was part of like the team, right, and doing all that sort of stuff. And I want to say you were doing a show that night, and you were doing it from like a parking lot. I was doing promotions back at 95.7 The Game. Maybe this was in Concord, or maybe this was in Walnut Creek area. It was something for Body Armor. Do you remember that way back when? It was like 2017. I'm going back here. 2017, 2018. And it was the Warriors had just won a championship, I think. And we were doing draft night coverage. And I forget who they drafted that night, but you were like doing the reaction show or whatever like that. And it might have been you and JD. And I was doing promo then. And Draymond Green was a part of that like whole thing. So that's why, to your point, this has been a thing for a while, like him being a part of all that. And hey, listen, that's not like the craziest thing ever because there's players that have done that, right? Like you don't think like the Chiefs are talking to Patrick Mahomes or we're going to take Xavier Worthy here, right? Like, what do you think of him? Have you watched his game? Like, no, it's not to the same degree as basketball. I mean, there's different levels to all those different sports. It's apples and oranges sometimes, but right now for what the Warriors need, I just need less Draymond involved in everything. That's just where I'm at with everything.
Yeah, I think most Warrior fans would agree with you there.
That's okay if you don't remember the Pleasant Hill thing, by the way.
Yeah, I got to try to think of that, but my memory's shot.
It's okay.
Let's go to Oakland Cheesehead. Oakland Cheesehead. We'll wrap this up and get back into 49ers training camp. It's just pretty interesting that Steph Curry and Draymond Green go back-to-back with very provocative quotes. What's up, Oakland Cheesehead? Thanks for calling in.
Cheese.
Well, a couple things.
Yep.
First, Warriors, I think a smart GM and owner listen to the players, but the final decision is obviously with them. But I think the players sometimes, are familiar with the other players in the league and their reputations and who's going to fit chemistry-wise as well as, on paper. So I think that's underestimated. And secondly, with regard to Curry, love the guy. He's been everything to the Warriors, but, if he really wants to not be a bottom feeder, how about maybe considering a Jalen Brunson move and take a little less money on your extension so you can get another star to add to your mix. And, and then you don't have to give up your young core who made a huge jump last year. J.K. and Tedeschi were amazing, and nobody's taken into consideration that they may take another jump this year. And if they do, and Kyle Anderson and Buddy Hield become, continue to be the solid role players that they've been, they could easily make the playoffs and maybe even fight for a home court advantage if they can stay healthy. But I agree with Green. I don't like that trade, whether it's Paul George, Markkanen, or, Ingram. I feel like you're giving up way too much. Let's see what you got. And,
with regard to Curry, be careful. You might end up with a Kobe contract where, at the end of his career, he's still scoring 30, but he is the bottom feeder because his contract is sucking so much of the salary cap that you can't sign anybody else.
Yeah.
And then last but not least, on the with regard to the 49ers and Ayuk, be careful what you wish for. I'm a Packer fan, and when we had Devontae Adams, they threw the ball to him all the time, so much so that everybody on the other team in big games knew it, and it cost us a couple chances to get past you guys. And so anyway, I think Shanahan's offense, just like LaFleur's this year with Devontae gone, spreads the ball around, makes it much easier to find the open man when you're not focused on just one.
Exactly. Exactly. And I think that's Kyle Shanahan's MO. Many weapons as possible. I think his offense is all about diversity. I don't think his idea, hey, you can have any receiver. I'll take Justin Jefferson. Believe it or not, I think the way he looks at it, I'm not saying he thinks he stinks or anything like that, but when you have Justin Jefferson, you better get him the ball. And he better be a focus.
Did you watch the receiver doc?
No.
On Netflix? Okay,
No.
well, they chronicled Justin Jefferson. When I watched him, obviously, he has this like alter ego when he goes out there and stuff like that, and he's very flamboyant. He's got to dance and all that, so he's got the gritty, he's got all this sort of stuff. But that's a lot of just showmanship stuff. Like, I didn't get the feeling that he was this huge, like, major, like, disgruntled diva all the time. He wanted to win at the highest level. He was very frustrated with his injuries last year.
Yeah, believe it or not, I did not mean attitude, demeanor, diva part of it. I mean, like, just in a crazy kind of way, I think Kyle Shanahan wants to design a play, and every single time he designs a play thinks, well, 25% I'll go to my receiver, 25 to my running back, 25 to my tight end, and then 25 to D. Like that's what his...
You think he's that calculated with everything?
I just think he would rather have a team like the Niners than a team where there was, and I get it's McCaffrey. I don't know. I just think that he looks at a number one go-to option, not as bad, but in some way it limits you because you got to go in that direction a certain amount of times, and the defense is probably going to know that too.
I'm
not saying he'd kick Justin Jefferson to the curb, but I wonder if he would.
What you're saying is I feel like he's getting too cute here. You're saying he gets a little too cute.
No, my question is this. Let's just say hypothetically, 49ers had the same team, and instead of Ayuk, they had Jefferson.
Yes, they're better.
But does Jefferson catch 110 balls here as opposed to Ayuk catching 75?
If Kyle Shanahan didn't at least slightly adjust his offense to feature Justin Jefferson more, then there is a problem.
And
Right now, Brandon Ayuk is not on his level. That's okay. I'm not saying he's a bad player. He was second-team All-Pro last year. But when you have a chance to get the best players, you go after them. That is why when they had an opportunity to get Tom Brady and didn't after the Super Bowl loss the first time, Jimmy Garoppolo, I think that he's never going to live that down. I don't know if he ever wins a Super Bowl. I do know that they made the trade for Tom Brady, or it wasn't a trade at that point. You just signed Tom Brady and traded away Jimmy Garoppolo. You would have had a Super Bowl by now.
Maybe.
But part of that is tailoring an offense to Tom's skill set and having to have a little give and take. And I don't know if Kyle is willing to let quarterbacks have that much say within his offense and dictate certain things. Brock Purdy, all he is known is Kyle Shanahan, so he's going to do whatever the hell he tells him to. And right now, Kyle Shanahan is going to get potentially Brock Purdy paid, according to Bill Barnwell. We can get to that article a little bit later from ESPN. What he's saying is maybe $325 million. So I'm sure Brock Purdy loves him some Kyle Shanahan. He'll do whatever he tells him to do. But guys that have already been established, guys like a Tom Brady, he's going to come in with his own ego and say, you know what? Yeah, I think we should do this instead. I think we should make this a more of a focal point. I think if I'm bringing in a Rob Gronkowski here, I think we're going to do 2 tight end sets more and more with George Kittle, with Rob Gronkowski. We're going to do a lot more stuff that maybe Josh McDaniels implants a little bit. And how does that make Kyle Shanahan feel? Well, maybe it doesn't make him feel all that good. Maybe he wants to be the guy. I think that's how a lot of the 49ers fans feel personally.
From the 925, this is kind of what I'm getting. I'm sorry, from the 415, this is kind of what I get into. He just says, you become predictable. That's exactly the word that I was looking for. And I think the one thing Kyle Shanahan never wants to be is predictable. And you might say, well, what about McCaffrey? And see, this is what I would say. Okay, when they had Mostert and when they had running backs who were leading the team in rushing, 5 different ones for 5 different years, none of them were great at catching the ball out of the backfield. So when he got McCaffrey, he looked at McCaffrey as, well, now I not only have Mostert, a 1,000-yard rusher, but I also have a guy who can catch out of the backfield. This is great. Now I got a player who can run and catch. Okay, then he's got Ayuk. Then he's got Debo. Then he's got Kittle. I just think he loves that idea as opposed to Raheem Mostert, obviously, who is going to run the football. And when you give it to him, he's going to run it. He's not going to catch it out of the backfield. I just think there's something.
You want versatility.
Yeah,
yes.
But he really, really wants it. Like, that's, I think, part of his hallmark. That's what he wants to build a roster like. And if it means we take a little less of a quarterback, you know what I mean? If it means our quarterback isn't going to be Justin Herbert, then I'd rather have it that way with 3 or 4 weapons. Now, he might not have a choice in a year.
I was going to say, he's going to have to start paying him like he's Justin Herbert, though. Like, that's another thing in all this. You're going to have to give up some sacrifices. And if you pay Brock Purdy that much money next year, you're going to have to do some cost cutting, and you're going to have to get guys that are going to be a little bit more predictable, to your point. They're not going to have, maybe you're not going to have the versatility or the plethora of players at the receiver position when it comes to Debo, Ayuk, and Kittle. Maybe you have to do cost cutting and only get to keep one of those guys. And that's going to start being, when push comes to shove, on how good Brock Purdy is when he doesn't have all these weapons around him. I think a lot of 49ers fans, and maybe less so Niner fans, but more so, the public and the outside media are willing to see is like, hey, how good is this guy? Because we just saw Patrick Mahomes. And again, it's unfair. I'm not trying to compare him to Patrick Mahomes. I'm just using him as the standard, the gold standard. He just took the Chiefs to the Super Bowl and beat the best NFC team in the 49ers and the best team all season, quite frankly, in the 49ers. And his best weapon was a 35-year-old Travis Kelce. Hall of Famer, but he didn't have any receivers. He had Marquez Valdes-Scantling, who was dropping the ball half the time. He had Rashee Rice, who was a rookie, who was good, but let's use a rookie. And now Rashee Rice has all those other problems, and that's in the conversation for another day. But that was the year you needed to beat the Chiefs or the Niners. That was the year. That was the offense. And now they got Xavier Worthy, first-round pick out of Texas, who's basically the new Tyreek Hill, they hope. And then they got Marquise Hollywood-Brown, who is a PPR machine.
Well, I'll put it this way. This is one of the reasons, and I get it. Brock Purdy is better than Jimmy Garoppolo. Okay,
yes,
let's
I will
all
agree on that.
Acknowledge that. But I also think one of the reasons that not only is one of the reasons he's better than Garoppolo, but what Shanahan likes infinitely more out of Purdy than Garoppolo is Purdy's more diverse. Like, Purdy makes more plays with his feet. Not too many plays with his feet, because I don't think Kyle likes that either. Kyle needs like that perfect balance of, you only run when you're in a little bit of trouble, and and when you do run, I'm going to need you to always get a first down. You know what I mean? And never fumble. And so, like, one of the reasons Purdy is way more up his alley is because Purdy doesn't just drop back and throw. He can drop back and throw. Well, he can throw the short ball pretty well. He can throw the intermediate ball better than Garoppolo. And, okay, we'll see how he throws bombs, in a year or two. But he can make plays with his feet. And I just feel like he wants guys like, look at Deebo Samuel. Rushes and catches. McCaffrey rushes and catches. Purdy can throw and can make some plays with his feet. I just think those guys, that's kind of what he wants. Those kind of players.
Well, it's funny you say that, specifically with the quarterback, because I feel like the guy he's been linked to all along with quarterbacks has been Kirk Cousins, who's not known for his legs. He's very robotic in how he does stuff. Now, I do think, to your point, the Purdy improvisation skills, I didn't know he had that in his bag. I don't even know if Kyle Shanahan did. Now, he did some at Iowa State, but it's a different speed at the NFL level.
Right.
And it just feels like he is always just a step, not that he's Lamar Jackson, but he is a step ahead. Just a slight step, and that goes back to the brain. That goes back to the brain and just seeing the field the way he does. He's a step ahead of these DBs sometimes, these linebackers. It just feels like every time he just gets away from them. And to your point, that was a massive part. And you saw that when he took over in that game against the Dolphins, his very first game, just taking over. Like, how many times did he run for a first down and scrambled? And now that's part because of the defense game plan for Jimmy Garoppolo, who wasn't very mobile and stuff like that. But also, that's just Purdy, man.
Right.
And that's another thing in all this is, what's Purdy's next big jump? Is it being more discerning and running it even more? Because Shanahan alluded to that in his presser there. He's like, hey, if he wants to run even more, they're fine with that and stuff like that. He bulked up this year. He said he added a few pounds, so he's getting stronger. Now his frame is still like, what is he, 6'1", 6 foot? Like, he's not the tallest guy in there. He's thick, but he's not very tall. I would still like to keep my guy. I'm paying $325 million. I would like to keep him protected, and I would not like to see him taking unwarranted punishment, if you will. But if he's going to be getting away from all these guys constantly, use your legs more. Absolutely.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's interesting. And Kyle Shanahan, obviously, this year, he and John Lynch, they got to figure out. I think what do you think's going on with Ayuk? What do you think's going to happen? Let me just throw that out there.
I think he plays this year and then he's gone.
So he's playing for $14 million.
Yeah.
And they won't franchise him.
No.
I
think what's going to happen is they are going to restructure or extend, however you want to phrase it, get a new contract for Trent Williams, give him more guaranteed money, and they're going to let Ayuk play out, and then he's going to go, and then there's going to be some decisions next year for skill position players. But I do believe Ricky Pearsall was drafted to be a replacement for him.
Yeah. For him or for one of them?
For him. I don't think they were ever... I think people called in about Debo. I don't think they were ever seriously going to move on from Debo. Yeah. And from what I've heard from training camp is Debo is looking like a monster in training camp.
And I wonder if... I'm not saying he's not looking like a monster, but I wonder if he looks like more of a monster because Ayuk's not there.
That is a good point. but that's the thing.
Right.
Hey, look at me now. And I do think Debo has a lot to prove this season. I do think he played well last year, but the thing for Debo is always going to be health for me.
Right.
And that's why I do think 49ers fans were thinking about it like, hey, if I'm banking on the future of both these guys, wouldn't I rather have Brandon Ayuk on this team? Now, I think the upside goes to Debo Samuel. What he does, you just can't quantify. Like, he took the soul out of the Philadelphia Eagles, Steiny. He talked that talk leading up to the game, and then he walked the walk, and he snatched the souls of Philadelphia a la Shang Tsung in Mortal Kombat.
Oh.
Do you get that reference? You used to play Mortal Kombat.
No, of course. Of course. Come on, Mortal Kombat with a K.
There you go. He knows it, baby.
Who's Shang Fui?
Shang Tsung.
Oh, Shang Tsung.
Your soul is mine.
Well, who is he?
Well, he's the villain.
Oh.
And the movie. You ever see the movie?
No.
Johnny Cage, Liu Kang.
Animated?
Raiden. No.
Please.
Live action.
It's animated.
No, the game is. There's a live action movie.
There was two.
888-957-9570. Your favorite Mortal Kombat character to play with.
Wasn't that a video game?
Yes.
So it's a video game?
But
It's
then
a
they
movie?
made a movie based off the video game.
No, I don't like that. I just don't like that. Is it a game or is it a movie?
If Debo Samuel, I said Shang Tsung, but Debo would be more like Jax, the guy with like the robot arms. That's kind of who he is.
Same Mortal Kombat?
Yes.
I got you. Well, who would he be on Game of Thrones? Yeah, I haven't seen that either.
I don't think he's not the Mountain, because that'd be more like Trent Williams.
Viper? How about my Game of Thrones reference the other day? You got it.
Which one?
We have a security door here that's tough to get into, and if it shuts, you got to wait. So you always want somebody to hold the door.
Oh, I did get that.
Hold the door, and then that turns into Hodor, right?
Spoiler alert, but yes.
Yeah.
It's all right. The show just tanked after that whole episode anyway.
Oh, really?
It's horrible. Did you watch last season?
No, I didn't watch it.
You didn't miss much.
Never seen it. Hey, don't forget all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the Islands, River Islands in Lathrop. All right, on the other side, we got to get into training camp. Day 2 today with the 49ers, and there's a lot of sound I want to get to involving Shanahan, involving Ricky Pearsall, involving Brandon Ayuk, and, of course, Trent Williams, who's not there. We'll update all that on the other side. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Now it's time.
Mortal Kombat character to play with.
Wasn't that a video game?
Yes.
So it's a video game,
but
it's
then
a
they
movie?
made a movie based off the video game.
No, I don't like that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Joe Spadoni in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. No jokes. No jokes. The man is under the weather. Respect it.
The goo flu.
Here's how I'm going to start this segment with a YouTube comment from Pierce Evans, who's on there quite frequently. And he's basically saying that McCaffrey touches the ball 35% of the time. So they are kind of one-dimensional. My point is that McCaffrey...
Those are just touches, though.
Right.
They don't talk about the receiving end of them, the rushing end. He does everything.
Exactly. That's kind of what I mean, Pierce. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying McCaffrey isn't the most important part of their offense. But I think the fact that McCaffrey does two things... He views McCaffrey as 65% runner, 35% pass catcher. But that's neither here nor there.
We're getting comps
go ahead.
We're getting comps, Steiny.
To
Mortal Kombat characters for Debo
Feng
Samuel. You're making up names. You're thinking of Shang Tsung.
Yeah. Yeah, you got it.
Not Oakland Mayor Shang Tao, different.
Is she still the mayor? We go through mayors every 3 months in Oakland, it feels like.
Election in a couple months. 707, he's going Sub-Zero. If you don't know who that is, he's the blue ninja.
Right.
And he freezes people.
Oh.
So he's ice cold. He's got ice in his veins.
I'll tell you what, I'm ready to open up the phone lines, and the first person who can say, give me the last 4 Oakland mayors, I'll give you $100.
Hold on.
Hey, nobody can come up with that list.
Shang Tao.
Okay, who was before
Libby
that?
Schaff.
Okay.
Boy, before
Night.
I don't know.
Who was the guy?
You've lived here longer than I have. I've lived in Oakland for like 5-6 years now.
I'll tell you the one guy I remember. He had a cup of coffee in the mayor's office. Ron Dellums.
Sure.
Ron Dellums.
The great Ron Dellums.
The respected
Ron
Dellums.
Sure.
All right, we're talking about 49er training camp. People who listen know that I'm not a fan of one particular team. But I do, and so whenever I characterize the fans, people say, you have no idea what you're talking about. Fine, I don't. I want to know if most fans are like Guru, who worries about everything, or most fans are... Listen, this is all par for the course. And what I'm getting at is all the stuff that's happening for the San Francisco 49ers. Now, I know if Guru were here today and I said, Guru, what do you think? Oh, Steiny. I don't like it. They got Trent Williams. He's out. They can't win without him. They got Ayuk.
Did he say he was fine with Trent Williams and he was going to sign yesterday at 4:30?
Well, that's just another bet he lost. And, Ayuk and Steiny, they can't win without him. And, boy, what if Purdy regresses? I'm so worried. And all right, well, let me throw one more into the equation, and then I want to ask some 49er fans how significant they think this is. What do you think of this? This is Herm Edwards, and he was on, I got to believe, with the Morning Roast, or was it yesterday?
He was on with Willard and Dibbs, and Herm Edwards, by the way, the pride of Monterey, California, graduate of Monterey High School, right next to Pacific Grove, where I grew up, and went to Monterey Peninsula College, where I also went.
That is a lot of family money we're talking about right there down on the peninsula.
Community college, but go ahead.
Well, yeah, true.
Free in California.
Hey, Ricky Pearsall, he's not practicing. Nothing to worry about, right, Herm?
He's the guy you got to be careful with. He overworks. He's that kind of guy. And he had some hamstring issues when he was with us as well, because he's one of the guys, doesn't want any rest. He goes 100 miles an hour. You got to protect him from himself, and I told John and them that when they drafted him. I said, the thing you got to do with Ricky now, he's going to go hard. He doesn't understand this is a walkthrough. This is, that's how he functions. So he'll be fine.
I love how he ended that. Yeah, he's good.
Oh, he'll be fine. He
works too much. It's like... you say your biggest weaknesses are actually your strengths. I just work too hard sometimes, Steiny. I care too much. That's Ricky Pearsall. He just works too hard sometimes.
Yeah.
That's all right. Wouldn't you rather have that, though, than the opposite, where he doesn't work hard enough? Like, with the Jamarcus Russell situation, where the guy, they would quiz him at home on certain plays. They gave him a blank disc, and they asked him which play he liked, and he said, the third one.
I feel like
nothing on there.
You know what?
It's an all-time story by Kirk Morrison, by the way, former Raider.
Let me ask you this: do you believe it?
Yes, I believe that. You kidding me? The Jamarcus Russell thing, right?
Yes.
Yes, not even close.
Right. They gave him something to look at, and he said, "Oh yeah, that was good." And there was nothing on the thing.
Yes, I believe that. I think Al Davis would do something like that too. Like, let's come on.
Oh boy, I got my daughter calling me on FaceTime, and she's in Barcelona right now, and obviously has gotten mixed up on the times.
I don't know what the FCC regulations are on that. You just have to tell her if she's on air, but take it if you want.
Let me see if she texted me because it could be an emergency.
Oh yeah, you'll do
Although,
that.
what can I do? I'm 7,000 miles away.
You got to be like Liam Neeson and Taken.
Right.
Got to go help out.
What do you need? Bail money?
There you go. Yeah, that wires real fast.
Does it really?
Well, it should. I mean, if it's connected to your bank. Zelle. That works internationally.
I don't do
right?
Zelle. I do Venmo.
Well, that's even more international then. It should be fine.
Yeah. Aqib Talib was on also with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. I like the player. Here's what he said first, and I forget when this was on, but this was not with him. But this was his original comment about Ayuk and...
this was on with Kay Adams on the Up and Adams podcast.
Yeah, take a listen.
Ayuk is emerging. I think he's probably my top 3 receivers right now. If you get him with a real quarterback, he can go crazy.
Brandon Ayuk is your as a top 3 receiver?
Man, he's just I don't really go off the stats. I go off the player and his body control, his routes, his hands, his speed. He can easily be a top receiver in the league. If you put him on a team and you make him the focal guy, he'll go crazy.
Why didn't Kay Adams say, what do you mean a real quarterback? Like, I don't care how critical you are of Brock Purdy. You can't say he's not a real quarterback.
Well, Aqib Talib joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday, Steiny.
That's
and
right.
He did elaborate what he meant by a real quarterback. Should be the 5th one in green. See it?
Like a pass first type of offense. You know what I'm saying? Like a Peyton Manning, Denver Broncos style of offense where he's going to get, Demaryius Thomas is going to get 150 balls thrown to him. 160 balls thrown to him. The Bills have a pass-first offense. Diggs is the focal point of that offense. He's going to get 160 balls thrown to him. The Cowboys have a pass-first offense. CeeDee Lamb is going to get 160 balls thrown to him. The Niners have a run-first offense, and they got a bunch of guys, and they're going to spread the ball around. So the most targets you're going to get out there is about 90 to 100. So he's getting 60 to 70 less targets than a legit number 1 receiver. So that's what I mean. I ain't want to take nothing away from Purdy. Purdy's a hell of a player, and he's in a great system. He's doing his part. All you can do is play the hand that you're dealt, and Purdy is doing an amazing job running that offense. But I think it's a lot of guys who you could put in that quarterback, and they'll be able to run that offense.
The way he says it, 49er fans will not like that. The way he runs that system, the way he runs that offense, he's a very good player. It always goes back to system quarterback when it comes to Brock Purdy.
It does. I like when he at least said, look, they're a run-first team.
Yes.
That's really what we're talking about. And here's what I believe. You tell me if you agree with it.
It is funny that he brought up Demaryius Thomas and the Peyton Manning Broncos because he was on that team, but he was on the team that won the Super Bowl. They were a run-first team.
Right.
Defensive team.
Do you think if Kyle, here's what I think. I think Kyle's number 1 philosophy is to be a run-first team. And a run-first team in today's NFL...
He wants 30 carries, right?
That's means 50-50, essentially. To me, it's not run-first means the old Ohio State teams 3 yards in a cloud of dust and they run... Or it's not like Michigan played last year on the way to the winning the national title.
Don't you slide J.J. McCarthy, first-round pick quarterback?
He stinks.
Niners will see him week 2.
Hopefully.
Better than Darnold. Come on. He's got
it. Darnold getting reps.
Seen ghosts.
Darnold getting reps. Anyway, I think it's part of Shanahan's core philosophy. He wants to be run first, which to me means 50-50. So let me ask you this. Do you think there's a quarterback or receiver out there that could make him think, you know what? I'm not run first anymore. Because I still don't think he would want to change that dramatically from what he believes in, which is run first, 50-50, 50-50.
Well, he could have had Tom Brady. And Tom Brady can throw the rock. He could run it. Like, the thing is...
Okay, what would you do if you had Tom Brady and McCaffrey? Which they could have had. Then what? How often do you throw it? How often do you run? Do you think they run McCaffrey less?
Probably.
You think?
Because you want to save him, right? And look at those New England offenses. They used to throw a lot to their running backs, obviously, but it was by committee, too. You had James White, but throughout the years, you had so many different guys. You had Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis. You had Jonas Gray, didn't show up one time, got cut immediately. You can go back to Corey Dillon days. Like, they had a lot of different people there. But... Or you can go to Ronald Jones over the Buccaneers and Leonard Fournette, obviously. But I think when you have Tom Brady, you can take the load off of a Christian McCaffrey because he kind of uses those short intermediate routes like a running game.
Right.
That's what he did with, Edelman, all those little slot guys, Danny Amendola. You kind of supplement the passing as a running game, if you will, a little bit. So you can save McCaffrey there, who you can also utilize in the short passing game, obviously, as well. He's very good at that. But you would like to use a little bit more of a Elijah Mitchell, sure.
But I guess what I'm asking is if Tom Brady were a 49er and they had two shots at it, would Kyle Shanahan try to coach him like Belichick? And to me, Belichick is a coach who, what's the strength of our team? Well, it's Tom Brady. Okay, so we're going to utilize him all the time.
A little different, though, because Belichick was defensive-minded first. Right. So I do think he has his fingerprints way more on the defense than the offense, because it really was just Josh McDaniels, the OC, and Tom Brady, and it was their kind of baby, if you will.
I guess what I'm saying is I think Kyle's philosophy might supersede his personnel, no matter what it is.
Oh, that sounds...
Arrogant?
Yeah, that is exactly the word I wanted to say. He's like, come on. I mean, you've gotten to the Super Bowl twice, but has that arrogance prevented you from winning it a little bit? Like, I hate to say that because he's gotten so damn close, and maybe that's unfair of me to say that, but I just, with all the sound coming out, maybe we play it, you could have had Tom Brady. Like, you could have had Tom Brady, and you didn't go get him. Like, that's the thing that it really just... And Sam Lubman and I were talking about this morning. Shout out Sam Lubman, doing a great job on Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast with Joe Shasky. Don't go anywhere else, Steiny, for your Giants talk. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, an Odyssey podcast.
Mm-hmm. It absolutely is.
I was talking to him about if they got Tom Brady back in 2020, right after they lost the Super Bowl, they go all in on Tom. I still think he'd be the quarterback of this team, even at 46, 47 however old he is right now.
Interesting.
I still think he would be the quarterback of this team because he's that good, and I don't think his arm has really fallen off. They could have had him. How can you not be frustrated with that? And that goes back to thinking he could win with Jimmy Garoppolo, and we knew all along he didn't get along with Jimmy Garoppolo, so why was he so hell-bent on sticking with him? Because they paid him? Did he have to eat that contract? Like, Tom Brady is known for taking pay cuts, Steiny. You had the opportunity to get him, and I'm sure you would have signed for the cheap. I'm sure you would have had a dead cap hit trading off Jimmy Garoppolo after the Super Bowl, and his value had to have been pretty good. He just got you to the Super Bowl. That one is, I didn't get that.
Well, let's take a listen to that one, because I have a rebuttal for that, and I think Kyle basically talked about what it was. This is a little lengthy, but it's worth listening to, because Kyle Shanahan takes Tim Kawakami of the TK Show podcast, takes him through it all, like 5 years of his thought process on the quarterback situation and how Brady either fit in or didn't.
I have to feel very confident just from a football standpoint and from just a relationship standpoint and what's right and wrong, kind of, to feel good about doing something. And I felt very good about that and comfortable. So it wasn't a hard conversation for me with Brock. You'd have to ask him about it. It's not always the best thing that you want to hear. But I thought when I explained it, I looked at it as a huge compliment. You know, after the 2019 season, that was Jimmy's first year as a starter in his career. And he did some really good things. And we almost won a Super Bowl. He was a young quarterback. We had only played with 1 year. And to get a call a few weeks after that with Tom Brady wanting to come play for us, that was one of the hardest things I've ever gone through in my life, because Tom Tom Brady is the best quarterback to ever play. He's who I've watched since day one of when my career started, and that was kind of a dream of mine. And I knew how good he was. But I also knew we had a very young quarterback who had got us that far. And to sit and risk that young quarterback with, I forget how old he was at the time, 41 or whatever, I just kept thinking, like, what if he comes in at that age, pulls a hamstring, and now I've messed up Jimmy and all that. So it wasn't a fun decision. But I thought for not only just that year in the long term, it was something that we couldn't mess with. We had to stick with Jimmy at the time. Nothing against Jimmy. But it was hard to avoid Tom. And then watching how that went and stuff, it was tough. And I was like, man, if I ever had a chance again with Tom, that's something I can't pass up. And at the end of the season, when Brock, who we knew was going to be our future, but when he got hurt and no one could guarantee that he was going to be healthy in week one, that he'd for sure come back the right way. There was a lot of speculation in it, and no one could guarantee it. I did want to reach out to Tom. Now, Tom was the only guy. I was willing to ride it and risk with Brock's injuries. I told Brock that. I said, Brock, in these 7 games, you've shown us, like, you're not going to be competing with Trey next year. If you come back healthy, it is your job. The only way it won't be your job is if Tom Brady decided to come here and play 1 year. And I told him this like a week after the season, which I felt confident with because he was hurt. There was questions with him, and I was telling him about Tom Brady. And so I felt very good when I told him, hey, I know we spent a lot of picks to go get Trey. I know you've only played 7 games, you have a bad injury, but we believe in you, and you are a guy of the future. The only way that won't happen is if Tom Brady comes for 1 year. And so I kind of looked at it as I was giving him the keys. I was telling him how much and saying there's this one outside chance, but I'm going to be dead honest with you. Anything in the back of my head. And that's the only thing in the back of my head. And probably there's not a very high percentage that's going to happen. So I felt like he should be leaving the room thinking, man, they believe in me. Like, the only guy he'd even consider is Tom Brady. So I kind of looked at it as a compliment. And Tom was done. And so it made it real easy. And once Tom told us that, just started counting the days to when Brock could get healthy. We worked really hard with Sam, really hard with Trey, got the depth of our quarterbacks behind Brock well. And Brock did heal up, and he came out and tore it up in training camp, tore it up in week 1, and had a hell of a year.
Do you think Kyle Shanahan believes that it was a compliment to Purdy and that Purdy took it as a compliment, that he was the guy, but for if Tom Brady wanted to play there? Like, this is where I think things are fast. Do you really think Shanahan believes that?
Brock Purdy has spoken on it before and basically said, I get it. He's the GOAT. Now he's saying that publicly.
Right.
How does he feel privately talking to his boys? Like, I mean, you kind of have to be a little bit, realistic if you're Brock Purdy.
Exactly.
Like, you have to be saying, like, hey, listen, from his perspective, I played how many games was it? Like 8 games, whatever it was, including the playoffs. Like, he's the greatest quarterback ever. Like, and he's not showing signs of slowing down. He just a year removed from winning a Super Bowl. Yeah, I can sit behind him if I'm the backup, and I could live with that. And maybe then I'm the heir apparent going forward. I do think Brock, judging from what I've seen from him, he's not a selfish, insecure player. I just don't think that's how he's wired. I mean, I think he has a chip on his shoulder. He's Mr. Irrelevant. I think you have to have a chip on your shoulder to be a quarterback in this league at some point. But he did not have the logs of games under his belt to say, you know what, that's too far. Now, if he had started, like, let's say it was this past year, Steiny.
Okay.
He just had this past year, and Tom Brady's still around, and he's still putting up right now.
Yeah.
I do think I would be pissed. Be like, dude, I was just top 5 in MVP. What are you talking about?
Right.
That sort of thing. Because that's kind of like more closer to what Jimmy Garoppolo was going through from hearing from Kyle Shanahan, right?
Right.
So
to me, there's a lot going on here. One is, I hear Kyle Shanahan saying that for whatever reason, when Jimmy was here, if I brought in Tom Brady, there were 2 things I was worried about. One is, what if Brady gets hurt and then I have to go back to Garoppolo? And what I heard Shanahan saying was, if that's the scenario, I don't think Jimmy's going to handle it. I think Jimmy will be, he could use it, mess up Jimmy. Why? Probably because Jimmy was at a different point in his career that Purdy was.
Yeah.
Garoppolo was ready to be a starter in this league. He had taken the team to the Super Bowl.
You don't think they trade him though, real quick? Like if they acquired Tom Brady at the end of the 2019 season, they just came short of the Super Bowl,
right,
against the Chiefs. Like, I would try to trade Jimmy Garoppolo at that point to a quarterback needy team, right?
I wonder. Well, but it sounded to me like what Shanahan was saying
Bring
is
a Brian Hoyer or something behind him, who you already had in your system, who's been a career backup for Brady forever.
But it sounds like the best case scenario for Shanahan was like, let's bring Brady in here, and if he gets hurt, we still got a starting caliber quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo, who I know already got us to the Super Bowl. But we can't do that because if that scenario were to play out, I'm not convinced that Jimmy would handle it all right. It might mess him up. So what I'm getting at is, and then I decided after that I had to tell Brock Purdy that if it were, Brock Purdy had played 7 games for the 49ers. He'd gotten hurt the last game of the season. And while I don't think it matters anymore, the reality of the situation is he was the last pick in the draft. Yeah. What's he going to do? What's Brock Purdy going to do?
Exactly.
He's going to handle it like a professional.
Great. You just went on like a Nick Foles type run that he had with the Eagles. He came up short. Sucks he got hurt. It is what it is. Sorry, This is the greatest quarterback of all time. This is just the business. Maybe you'll get an opportunity maybe after if he only lasts a couple of years, okay? Or if he gets hurt, you'll be on the backup, all right?
And I think it came down to he knew Purdy would have had to have handled it if Brady comes in here, but I think he knows he would have lost Jimmy. Like he just would have lost him, and then you got Tom Brady better play 17 games for you and be healthy for the playoffs.
And he I wonder how Kyle Shanahan felt watching him win that Super Bowl.
That's a great question.
And dominating the Kansas City Chiefs, a team that he has now lost twice to. That has got to eat you up. Seeing that person that you could have had dominate the Chiefs, and granted the Chiefs didn't have their 2 starting tackles. That's a big part of it. If they didn't have their 2 starting tackles against the San Francisco 49ers, the 49ers probably win. But the fact of the matter is the Bucs won that year with Tom Brady, and Tom played like an MVP. Played like an MVP after that season, too. MVP went to the Aaron Rodgers. I think it should have gone to Tom Brady. Threw for like 5,000 yards at age 44 or something ridiculous like that. He's just incredible. The more I hear about that, the more angry I'd be if I was a 49ers fan, because you should have had a Super Bowl by now with Tom Brady. And you could have. And knowing what we know now, Steiny, him and Jimmy didn't get along at all. He never saw eye to eye with that guy. I don't know if it was post-injury.
And that's probably why one of the reasons he didn't do it is because he knew his relationship with Garoppolo wasn't the greatest. And I think
that's why you should have done it. Well, because it wasn't great. Like Tom Brady is notoriously butting heads with all of his OCs. You could see him yelling at Bill O'Brien when he was the OC there. You've seen him yelling at Josh McDaniels. He always has his iPad. He throws it. You've seen him yelling at Bruce Arians, the head coach out in Tampa. Like, he gets into it, guys. He would get into it with Kyle Shanahan, but I think that's a small price to pay for Kyle for glory and winning a Super Bowl.
Well, if it's Brady,
he's got to put his ego aside. I think that's what it was.
Well, maybe that was another thing. I do think there's something to Kyle Shanahan. He wants a lot of things out of his quarterback on the field, but the one thing he better be on, you better be coachable. And Brady doesn't really need to be coached.
No, but I think he would be will be receptive to a guy like Kyle Shanahan. I think he respects Kyle Shanahan. I think you have to be aware who you're talking to if you're Kyle Shanahan, the greatest quarterback of all time. But Brady's going to come in there, and what does he want to do? He's built like Kyle in that they want to win at the highest level constantly. There is no bigger competitor than Tom Brady. I know we're up against it, but whenever I hear that, it's just in hindsight, you got to be killing yourself if you're Kyle Shanahan. You just got to be eating at you constantly. But they got Brock Purdy, and a lot of people think he's the next Tom Brady, so there you go.
I don't know about that. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Dave. I see Bill. We'll get to your calls on the other side. And I also got to get into something I saw in the Super Bowl last year that led me to believe what would Kyle Shanahan have done in the situation, or would the situation would have even occurred under Kyle Shanahan. That segment was brought to you by Lucky California.
The Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly is back at Lucky. This week, collect bonus game tickets.
When has a plant-based burger ever competed with the real burger? It's not the same thing.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Give me the meat. Still thinking of Joey Chestnut getting hosed. Frozen out of Coney Island. It's like when the maestro didn't want Jerry Seinfeld to move to Tuscany.
Oh, the maestro.
Remember the maestro?
I do remember that, yes.
Do you know that the
maestro... Is he the one with the pants off, too? He had to have the pants off?
Correct,
yeah.
to preserve the crease.
Yes.
Also, that guy was in Animal House. I don't know if it was Niedermeyer. Was it Niedermeyer?
I haven't seen that movie.
On the horse, right?
It was one of those guys in Animal House. The maestro.
There's a lot of sneakily famous people in that. Like, you look back.
Incredible.
It was Tom Holtz who's in that. He's one of the frat bros. He played Amadeus in the movie Amadeus.
The ones who come to mind for me, Terry Hatcher. Hatcher.
Mm-hmm.
Catherine Keenan. Catherine Keener. Great actor. And you can say actor now with a woman. They prefer that.
You know where Animal House was filmed, right?
I as Ed McMahon would say, I do not know.
On the campus of the University of Oregon.
Is that true?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go Ducks.
Yep. No wonder it was always gloomy for those outdoor scenes.
If you ever take a tour of the University of Oregon, they'll tell you a story about The Graduate, which was shot at Berkeley's campus.
Correct.
It was originally offered at Oregon's campus. The Oregon president turned it down. The success of the film went crazy, so he promised himself the next time a film comes to our school and wants to shoot here, I'm saying yes, and the next film that happened was Animal House.
Oregon in trouble, by the way. First year in the Big Ten, Steiny.
How come?
That's a lie.
They got to deal with Ohio State, the Ohio State University.
You hate to see it.
That's tough.
The Graduate was a great movie, but there's still one question that's never been answered. Why, when Dustin Hoffman was driving from L.A. to the UC Berkeley campus, did he take the Bay Bridge? It makes no sense. Why didn't he take 880 North?
It's true.
He should. It's just such a bad.
Maybe there's an
move.
accident.
Please. They didn't have metro traffic back then.
Is that where that the Mrs. Robinson song comes from? Okay.
Simon and Garfunkel.
Thank you. All right.
Cuckoo Cachoo.
Mm-hmm. I Am the Walrus. No?
Oh, no. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm thinking of...
that's different. That's the Beatles.
The Beatles.
Right? No, that's the Beatles. Yeah. Cuckoo Cachoo. But I'm thinking of... Here's to you.
We are kind of a father-son combo. I'm actually kind of singing it now.
There's something in there like that. Anyway, let's go to Dave in Fresno. This ain't Fresno. What's up, Dave?
Like 115 there.
What's up? Yeah, hey. Guys, hey, I'm listening to the conversation. I'm going to get in there and get you guys' thoughts.
Sure.
Yeah, the Niners, Shanahan in the front office is not giving real reason for optimism right now these days. It's like for the Ayuk situation. Like, why? I have a question. Why not get that situation settled or work out a contract with him before you go sign Leonard Floyd or re-sign McKivitz or even re-sign Jalen, who plays the same position? If Ayuk is what they said in their little quote at the podium there in their press conference, where they was hyping him up and he's a big part of the offense, yada yada yada. If that was the case, you would have got that deal done before you started spending your money on outside people and even Jennings. And with Shanahan, it's like he walks in, it's just like the same old Shanahan. I get it, we have a great roster, but when is he going to adapt? When is he going to change? Because right now, you got Trent Williams holding out, and he kind of got the Niners, right where he wants them. Because without him, do you trust the rest of that unit to protect or even, establish a run game? He is the offensive line. He can ask for whatever he wants or just retire or ask to be traded. He had the Niners right where they want them. The Niners' inability to invest in that position, that offensive line, that you kind of have to have Trent Williams at this point. So there's a lot of factors where I just see, like, he's just so arrogant. You guys are like, Brady
To be honest, I don't even think that's true. I think he's just saying that to get people off his back because it's been reports that he wants Brady, he wants Stafford, he wants these guys. In actuality, in all reality, dude, I feel like he just wants anybody who's going to listen to him. I feel like he wants to be the quarterback, and he wants somebody out there who's an extension of him and will just follow the rules, follow what I say, call the play, throw an audible line. I have the perfect play every time. Just execute it.
Yeah.
So until he changed that and his little arrogance, like he walks around like he's Bill Walsh, and fans, they treat him as such. Oh, you want to go back to the Tom Sula days? Like, it's not even that. It's just hold this guy accountable, hold the front office accountable. They talk to us like we're idiots. You know what I'm saying? Now look at us. It's just all this controversy.
Thanks, Dave. Not a Shanny fan.
No.
Super chat from Bill M.
A Shanahan fan.
That's not bad. On the YouTube chat, cuckoo cuckoo, Mrs. Robinson.
There you go.
So thank you. Terry Hatcher used to be a 49er cheerleader? Really? I'm seeing that. I'm also seeing that Terry Hatcher used to babysit for somebody who lived next door. Come on, please.
Gotta Google it.
You might. Okay.
By the way, I don't think he was like doing a conspiracy theory there that he never wanted Tom Brady all along. I was like, come on. He literally just had 3 minutes saying he's interested, but ended up picking Jimmy Garoppolo instead.
All right, so playing off that last caller, we talked about this a little bit before the show, and it's this. Okay, so I want everybody to try to remember back to the Super Bowl, this past Super Bowl. And I don't know when it was. I think it was probably in the second half. But remember when Travis Kelce accosted Andy Reid, stormed up to him.
Oh, he assaulted him.
Yelled in his ear, and quite frankly, more than startled Andy Reid in the moment. Then he proceeded to absolutely, positively lay into Andy Reid about something. And I remember watching that thinking, that is so uncool, man. Travis, I just lost a lot of respect for Kelce. What's he doing? That's your head coach. And then I thought, how come Andy Reid is like okay with it? You know what I mean? Like, look at Andy Reid. He's like, he's still looking at his play sheet. It's almost like he's, yeah, thanks, appreciate it, Travis. Hit the pike and I'll noted. Okay, I got it. And then I just started to think, would Kittle ever do that to Kyle Shanahan? And I get it. Kittle's different. But there is something to the idea that even a guy like Andy Reid, who had Super Bowls, he's been coaching for 20 plus years. There's something in Andy Reid. After I weigh that whole situation, I've come to the conclusion that there's something about Andy Reid. He knows it's a players' league. He just knows it. He knows he's a great coach, but he knows it's a players' game. And so when Kelce did that to him, Andy Reid's first thought wasn't, what are you doing to me? Don't treat me like that. I've been in this league 20 years. You may think this is a stretch, but I just can't imagine someone doing that to Kyle Shanahan and him not having a real problem with it. Like almost a problem to the extent that he might not play the guy after he felt like he got embarrassed on the sidelines.
You want to hear the exact quote after they had won the Super Bowl? Now, maybe it's different had they lost the Super Bowl and that confrontation is on like the front page of Kansas City, just anger boiled over. This is what Andy Reid quoting after the game. This is today.com. Quote, he was really coming over just to go, just put me in. I'll score. You know, so that's really what it was. But I love that. I mean, it's not the first time. So listen, I appreciate him. He goes on to say, then he came over and gave me a hug after and said, sorry about that. But you know what? He just wants to be on the field and he wants to play. And so there's nobody I get better out of than I get from him. He's a competitive kid. You know, he loves to play and he makes me feel young. I don't think Kyle Shanahan's ever saying that if George Kittle goes out there and lambastes into him and shoves him a little bit on accident.
I don't either. And if there's a coach that doesn't deserve what Kelce did, you would think it's Andy Reid.
Yeah.
And so that like
who's a player's coach. You would say Andy Reid is a player's coach.
Right.
Would you say Kyle Shanahan is a player's coach? Because I do think
he's more like Tom Thibodeau.
Oh, interesting.
And that means
they play hard for him.
Yes, but certain guys he reveres. And I don't think of sexy when I think of Tom Thibodeau. But I think that, for example, Christian McCaffrey, he has no problem with Kyle Shanahan. Why? Because Kyle uses him. And they know, they respect that part of Kyle Shanahan. But I do, like, what's crossed my mind a lot is, Tom Brady. Okay, they had 2 chances with Tom Brady. Well, okay, he said he wanted Tom Brady. He might have, but I guarantee you that one of the things that came into play for Kyle Shanahan, and keep in mind, we're talking about 5 years ago when he's only 3 years into his coaching tenure, there had to be something about not going all in on Tom Brady at that time where Kyle Shanahan felt like, it's Tom Brady. I'm not even really going to be able to coach him. How much input is he really going to take from me, a guy that's never won a Super Bowl? And I do think there's a challenge for a third year coach like Shanahan at the time to coach Brady. Okay, now we fast forward to Brock Purdy. Kyle Shanahan can coach Brock Purdy any way he wants, and Brock Purdy's going to play for him. He knows, we all know that. Brock Purdy's not going to be an attitude problem. And so Kyle's got a comfort level with Brock Purdy. I think that's better than any quarterback he's had with the Niners. And it might have something to do with Purdy's the best quarterback he's had. But then we go to Jimmy Garoppolo. We go back to Jimmy Garoppolo. And I think one of the reasons that Kyle wasn't crazy about Garoppolo is because Shanahan thought, who the hell is this guy to buck me? Like, who the hell is Jimmy Garoppolo who is trying to tell me we probably shouldn't be doing things this way, or you're not putting me in a great position, or you're asking me to do stuff like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. And Shanahan, because of who he is, looks at Garoppolo and's like, you got to be kidding me. I'm not putting up with it from you. I'll get a better quarterback who I won't have to put up with it at all in Brock Purdy. So I absolutely think there's something about Shanahan where he does want to control more so than some other coaches. But maybe if he ever wins a Super Bowl, or if he coaches another 5 or 6 years, then maybe he'll realize, you know what, I've got to be more flexible. I've got to maybe acknowledge more of what some of my quarterbacks have said to me over the years about me putting them in a box or whatever it is. I absolutely think that it's not just a matter of, let's just get a great quarterback in here. That great quarterback has got to be, that's what Kyle Shanahan meant about, I need my guy to be on the same page with me.
Yeah. Again, this all stems from the word I kept thinking about when you were saying that was just insecurity. But that comes with the level of getting older as a head coach.
Right.
Right. And you were alluding to Andy Reid for that. It took Andy Reid, you don't think Andy Reid dealt with drama before Travis Kelce? You know what he dealt with in Philadelphia?
Right.
Nothing but drama. That's one of that market will eat anyone up alive. They're already talking about firing Nick Sirianni a year after being from a quarter away from winning a Super Bowl. They were talking about firing him. Doug Peterson was only less than 2 years removed from winning a Super Bowl? Their first Super Bowl ever, and they moved off of Doug Peterson in a heartbeat. He stayed there for 10 plus years and never won a Super Bowl. That speaks volumes to the character of an Andy Reid and how much people respect and love him. But part of that is also Reid knowing his deficiencies for a very long time, and maybe still to a little bit to this day. The number one thing with Andy Reid, aside from just can't win the big one, was clock management.
Right.
It was always clock management. Did that seem like a problem last year at all? Clock management in the Super Bowl, the biggest game of his life. Part of that is Patrick Mahomes and the quarterback, the urgency. Donovan McNabb famously was not ready to run that 2-minute offense in the Super Bowl. Guy was throwing up or something like that. He was just winded. It wasn't a good time. He had Terrell Owens he had to deal with, who was, by the way, one of the all-time performances still in the Super Bowl is Terrell Owens as an Eagle with a broken leg. Doing what he did, had 100-plus yards.
Please.
Are you kidding me?
Kevin McHale played with a broken ankle, 1987.
Is
Look
that football?
No, it's
Are they tackling
basketball.
him? Come on.
Oh, boy.
It's not even close.
Oh, McHale was dragging he was dragging that leg around.
Don't even compare Kevin McHale to Terrell Owens when it comes to the grace.
I would never, because McHale is a 3-time champion.
Oh, please.
Mm-hmm. Hall of Famer.
So is Terrell Owens. Barely.
Okay. Did he have a ceremony in Canton?
He didn't want to.
Thank you.
They stuck it to him, Steiny. They stuck it to him.
Put an asterisk next to Owens.
Second ballot. Should have been first. It's because he was a little disgruntled to the media. He was jealous of his six-pack in the driveway doing his sit-ups with Drew Rosenhaus.
That happened in Philly.
It did.
It had an indelible, it's indelible.
But you get what I'm saying here, right?
No, I do.
Shanahan, he's still relatively young for coaches, which I think a lot of people just sleep on that. How was he? 45? Something like that? Let me look up his age real quick. Kyle Shanahan. He's 44. He's not even 45 yet. He'll be 45 in December.
By the same token, he's been in football his whole life. Like, he is kind of like Sean McVay.
But as a head coach, it's different.
Is it?
Yes, because Andy Reid had also been a coordinator for a very long time. Hell, he was a coordinator at San Francisco State when they had a program.
Well, let's compare Kyle to Sean McVay then. Because I think Sean McVay is more, I was going to say humble, but like Sean McVay has every bit the pedigree.
He is more of a player's coach than Kyle Shanahan is.
And he's young.
He's endearing to the media. You could see him getting the John Madden comps, like just, retiring early, got his Super Bowl, and then going to the media immediately. I think he'd shine there.
Right.
The way he speaks, the way he can recollect things, the way he can be personable. Yeah, I think that's a great comparison for him, a guy that I think a lot of people gravitate towards. And there is something, if you want to use the word arrogant, that's fine. I think it if anything, it is a deserved arrogance slightly with Kyle because he is just so damn good as a head coach. He's gone to 2 Super Bowls with 2 different quarterbacks, something Sean McVay did as well, and also won the second time with Matt Stafford. But they go about it differently. They definitely do. And there is something to, I think, Sean McVay isolating the guy he wanted in Matt Stafford, getting him, and then winning immediately with him. Kyle Shanahan's been kind of tiptoeing around who he wants, and he hasn't been decisive with that quarterback. Will he do that next year and give Brock Purdy that contract? We'll see. But he had the opportunity to get Tom Brady, and he didn't, and I think that's going to stick with him for a very long time still.
I just look at it as though, Sean McVay was the son of a Super Bowl winning executive father. John McVay.
Grandfather.
Grandfather. Yeah. But McVay came into a football family.
Correct.
Kyle Shanahan came into a football family. Why did McVay come onto the scene as a coach, clearly more of a player's coach, than Shanahan, who seemed to come in and, even though he was a first-year coach, really had an elevated opinion of himself? And I shouldn't say that, but he's more my way or the not my way or the highway, but he's just less in tune with players who are closer to his age than other coaches. You know what I mean? Like, they're both young coaches. Why is McVay a player's coach and Shanahan's not really a player's coach?
I do think there is a slight generational difference, though, because McVay is 6 years younger than him. He's 38. So I think he would be considered a millennial still, if we're just going nuanced here. But there's a generational gap here a little bit.
All right.
But I do think it is different. It was John McVay who was his grandfather. So yes, he was kind of brought up in a football family, but I do think Kyle being the son of an NFL head coach, a Super Bowl winning head coach, and being on those sidelines with John Elway, Shannon Sharp, all those, I think that does shape him a little bit and saying, you know what, I am a little bit better than you at all this stuff because I've been a part of it longer than you. I know what it takes to win. I know what I know how much he grinded to win. I know how much it does take. So I do think there is, again, I think there is a deserved arrogance when it comes to that because you know what? You have to have a chip on your shoulder. You have to. And he has a massive chip still on his shoulder, and he wants to prove to everyone that he has what it takes to win a Super Bowl. He's just come up, again, he might have just lost to the greatest quarterback of all time, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles. And then you know what?
Right.
It sucks, and that's just what he might have to live with that the rest of his career if he doesn't win the big one. He ran into the GOAT. Sorry. Is what it is.
Will's in Pleasanton. Hey, Will, how you doing, man? What's going on, brother?
What's up, guys? Just, I feel like the Trey Lance trade is still coming back to bite the Niners. And the fact that they gave up draft picks again. I mean, if they didn't make that trade, have draft picks, and let's just say they hit on half of them, or let's just say they hit on all of them, instead of having to go out there and plug holes by bringing in some veterans or some older guys in the league who are proven and they've been very good, but maybe you wouldn't need to be paying them now because you'd have those young studs you drafted correctly, and you'd still be like a kind of a Brock Purdy situation. You wouldn't need to be paying as much as the older guys.
Spadone?
Yeah, it's a good point, the Trey Lance. We haven't really brought up his name at all, but that is a name that we should have brought up because you know what?
This is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Thank you, Tyler and SF. Villain Doobie Award winner last year on the Morning Roast. Yeah, the Doobie Awards, Steiny. I don't think you were nominated this year. We'll try to get you in there this year.
415 says, Steiny, I disagree. Kyle is a player-friendly coach in the way Pat Riley was player-friendly. See, I think Kyle's a player-friendly coach to his stars, to the guys that he absolutely knows he needs. And I can transfer it to Brandon Ayuk. When Brandon Ayuk was a rookie, it was easy for Kyle Shanahan to put him in the doghouse. Like, he's the kind of guy that he knows who not to mess with. He's not going to mess with Trent. He's not messing with Kittle, not messing with McCaffrey, not messing with Warner and Bosa. And maybe that's just smart coaching. But I don't think, let's say, players 10 to 50 on the roster, 15 to 50, I think they operate out of a little fear of Kyle Shanahan because he is he can be pretty ruthless.
It's better to be fear or loved.
I think it's better to be loved.
It's nicer to be. You'd like to feel the love.
Absolutely.
But fear keeps people in check as well.
But who's to say you got to have one or the other?
You don't. You can
Andy Reid seems like he's loved and he's...
I don't think he's feared, though. That's fine. You got Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I would answer that.
There you go.
I don't want to be disliked. And that's why I've got such a chipper personality and I'm friendly. And
that was a Bronx Tale, by the way. That was Sunny. Have you ever seen the movie The Bronx Tale?
That's got De Niro, but I haven't seen it.
It's good. He posed the question to
Ray Liotta?
No. Chaz Palminteri.
Oh, okay.
Something, I forget how.
Tatum Channing? Was he in it?
No. This kid that was in it was from The Sopranos as well. I forget his actor's name.
Oh,
Coldreau was the main kid's name. They called him C. But yeah, anyways, that's where I got that from.
I thought that was a good movie.
It was good. It is good. Trey Lance, though, going back to the last caller, that furthers why, again, you messed up on Brady not getting him is because you realized soon after, just a year removed from the Super Bowl, that you wanted to move off of Jimmy Garoppolo. 1 year is all it took to say, you know what, I made a mistake. So let's go get Trey Lance.
What's a bigger mistake?
And then he made a mistake on that, too.
Getting Trey Lance or not getting Brady?
Oh, well,
yes.
What if it on Brady's way bigger? It's not even close. You won a Super Bowl.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. What's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Then, your manual, error-prone, complex network weighed you down. But now, with Juniper's AI native
as a nickname, as a society, accepted Fat Andy Reid as a nickname. It's kind of wild. Yeah.
I've never heard that.
There's a couple There's a couple broadcasters here in the San Francisco Bay Area that broadcast on certain airwaves that just say Fat Andy Reid. Guru's one of them, by the way. I've heard Guru say it, yeah.
Well, he's got a lot of nerve. Hey, Dylan Cease with a no-hitter today.
Ooh, you know what?
For the Padres.
You know what ceased to exist? The Nationals bats. Thank you.
Yeah.
Come on, that's a 4.
No way. No chance. Could have done something with those bats. Cease and desist. Mm-hmm.
That didn't do anything with the bats there, though.
Let's go to Larry.
Yeah, you pivot to Larry.
In Lafayette. What's up, Larry? How you doing, Larry? In Lafayette. What's up, Larry? John Sally.
I think Kyle's inability to judge quarterbacks and scout them correctly and get them on his team goes back a year earlier when they could have had Mahomes at pick 3 before they were even worried about. I think they picked a middle line or a linebacker, I believe, that year. And
is that Solomon Thomas?
Yeah.
I mean, I know Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky bring that up. They could have had what? Mahomes. They could have had Deshaun Watson. I mean,
He was thinking about Kirk Cousins, and he thought he was going to get him cheap, and then Kirk signed.
Right.
Back with the team. Yep.
Appreciate it, Larry. I think Kirk Cousins has been his biggest mistake. He just hasn't found a way to bring him onto our Niners.
They weren't going to draft Patrick Mahomes 3rd overall. Like, that just wasn't happening. Now, could you trade back and then do something like that? Sure. Again, that goes to scouting. That goes to all this sort of stuff. Famously, Sean Payton said he was going to take him for the Broncos or the Saints at the time. It was like, okay, let's relax here. The revisionist history on who was actually going to take Patrick Mahomes is kind of ridiculous. But Deshaun Watson was the name. That was one where it was just like, oh, okay. And this is before, obviously, all the massage Watson stuff came out, all that. So, yeah, I just don't think they were ever going to do that. It was a bad pick. They've had some whiffs, but they've also hit on Nick Bosa, and it's kind of crazy. During the Kyle Shanahan drafting era, they've only re-signed one player in the first round that they've drafted.
Is that true?
It's Nick Bosa.
That's interesting.
They didn't re-sign Mike McGlinchey, Reuben Foster, night, Solomon Thomas, night. It's pretty wild. Yeah. Everyone else, it's going to be, you'd think.
Javon
Kinlaw, thank you. Mark Randy. And then also, Brandon Ayuk could be the one, but I don't know if they're going to do it.
That is interesting.
Holding in, though, Steiny. He's holding in. Does that mean anything to the coaches? Is that like...
Well, Shanahan said it doesn't mean anything.
Right? That's kind of like...
I don't see the difference is what he said, but...
Well, I guess he doesn't get fined, but because he is still on the rookie contract, they can waive the fines anyways? Is that how it works? Had he missed it, but he doesn't want to, so...
Right.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what... and we'll talk about this probably tomorrow, but Larry Sorensen... No, not... How do we say Larry Sorensen?
Nick.
It's Nick. You know why I say Larry Sorensen? Larry Sorensen used to be a pitcher for the Milwaukee Brewers. L-A-R-Y. Not 2 R's. Ooh. I want to say he was Dutch.
It's like Mark
or from the Netherlands.
Like Mark with a C.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Hopefully I'll get more info on that. But it's almost like a little bit like Todd Gack. What kind of name you think that is? I think it's Dutch. Remember that in Seinfeld?
Gack is his last name?
Go ahead.
Fun fact, my wife works with Larry Sorensen's sister.
You mean the guy who used to pitch for the Brewers?
Yeah. Well, he played for the A's, too. So that's how
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I once saw Larry Sorensen go 7 2/3 inning of no-hit ball against the Yankees at Yankee Stadium. I swear to God.
Who did he give up the hit to?
Chris Chambliss.
Oh, the great Chris Chambliss.
In fact, I went back.
Like Dylan Cease.
You know what's funny? You know what I love to do? Yeah, I know. A little weird. I looked up Larry Sorensen's, all his game logs, and I was able to find the game in like 1977 that I went to.
That's fun.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Hey, are you, let me ask you this. We have our, I don't even know what his title is, but he's the man. Tim Jordan. You all have heard of his name. He does everything around here.
The master of engineering is what I call him.
Are you more like Tim Jordan, Spadone, or are you more like me? And here's what I mean by that.
Boy.
I said to Tim Jordan about an hour ago, I walked up to him and he was on the phone, and he looks up at me right away, and he puts the phone down. He goes, what can I help you with? And I said, I'll tell you, you always ask what could be better, and I think you're great as is, Tim, but I'll tell you what would be great if we could get some USB ports in the studio. And he said, oh, okay. 14 minutes later, we now have USB ports in the studio. Okay. When my partner says, hey, Steiny, let's get on that garbage. Somebody needs to take the garbage out. I'll say, oh, yeah, I got you. And then 4 minutes later, she'll take the garbage out.
Oh, God, it's the worst. I hope Jade's not listening still.
And I'm like, I get 4 minutes to do the task? Anyway, she's one of these people. Tim's one of these people. On their to-do list, they're just crossing stuff off left and right.
Different, though, at home versus at work. Tim is in the workplace right now. I would also, if Steiny, you told me to get certain sound. If you told me to get certain sound, I would do it immediately. But the missus at home telling me to vacuum the stairs where the cat's litter boxes are real quick. It's just maybe when I go back upstairs.
Okay, so essentially what you're saying is Tim Jordan shirks responsibility at home.
I never said that. I just have never seen him in the workplace. You're assuming he's a trash getter immediately. I don't know if that's the case. Or is he the one telling the other people to take out the trash? Because he takes out the trash here metaphorically
yes, he does.
all the time.
Yes, he does. I mean, he's working on his third straight MVP award.
It's huge.
I mean, he's unbelievable. He absolutely is. Oh, man, it's been a fun day. Down the Guru Jet. Well, I shouldn't say that because if Guru hears it, he'll say, Steiny, why was it such a fun day at 1:38? I wasn't there.
Wow.
You getting at something? Anyway, get well
it's
soon.
It's bothering me.
Get well soon.
Hope you're feeling better, bud.
You know what? I texted him about an hour ago, and he hasn't gotten back to me. I said, Goo. Oh, no, he did. I said, Goo, you good? And he said, food poisoning.
Oof.
Be back tomorrow.
Oh,
of course.
That's a quick bout then. It knocked out the misses a couple weeks ago for damn near a whole week. It's tough. If you have it like really bad, I got food poisoning when I was honeymooning in Greece.
Oh.
On the island of Crete.
Oh, that's not a good place.
No.
Mykonos is a better place to get whatever you had.
Well, they're all beautiful, but Crete, it was really nice. It was kind of more of like a chill vibe. The village, it was very nice and beautiful. And we went out to eat. Maybe it wasn't food poisoning. Maybe I just caught a bug. Sometimes it happens when you're traveling internationally. But your boy was down for the count for like 2 straight days.
Yeah.
And Jade was honeymooning by herself, just walking around the markets and just buying stuff.
Well, it got her used to marriage. Yeah, by herself. Hey, so...
Jesus.
Yeah, here's my issue with food poisoning. Because I think people use it as a crutch. Okay, I have a meal. It's now 3 hours later, and I'm like, uh-oh. Something's funky.
Yeah.
And then what happens? You know what happens. You vomit, you expel, but then it's over. Like, it shouldn't take 2 days. You get food poisoning, you expel, and it's over.
Yeah, but sometimes it's not just over. Sometimes it lasts. Like the cranberries, do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger, Steiny? I mean, sometimes it does.
R.I.P. Dolores Reardon.
Yes. God, beautiful voice. Very
unbelievable.
Unique, very unique.
Yes.
The song Zombie.
Oh my God, I love that song.
As a kid, I thought it was like actually about zombies. That's a good one too.
What's the one about the time is ticking?
But the zombie song was about like war in like Northern Ireland and stuff like that.
Yes.
I thought it was about zombies.
There was a band in the 60s
Resident Evil
called the Zombies.
Oh.
And they've got a song that I guarantee you've heard of. Time of the Season. It's the time of the season. Tell it to me. And then they also have a song called Tell Her No. Tell her no. 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 Yeah,
oh, that one. Yeah, that one I know. Yeah. that's a good one. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Wait, how does this crosstalk work? I don't think I've been here for... Oh, actually, one time I was. Yeah.
Here's how it works. Willard comes in and he dominates the studio and you just kind of listen and you hope Dibbs is in a good mood. And when he isn't, you make the adjustment and you try to stay out of their way.
I am scared of Willard.
And then you listen to...
It's okay to acknowledge things.
What you do is you end up listening to everything you said wrong that Willard disagreed with, and then you leave and say, God, I wish I would have said this to Willard to retort, but because the pressure's on, I take the choke.
You're like George Costanza trying to find the comeback.
Exactly.
The jerk store called.
The jerk store.
Out of you.
Exactly. By the way, that was a terrible line.
The jerk
that
store.
He thought was great, but we can get into that on the other side. All right. Hey, don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. That segment also brought to you by Meineke Car Care Centers.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop.
handicap and I got a par, I put a square around it. Now, I know that pars usually get nothing around it. Birdies get circles, and bogeys get squares.
Right.
Yes. But because
double bogeys get double squares. And I told you that like 15 years ago, but go ahead.
But because I was a 20, I didn't have a lot of pars.
And you looked at pars as birdies.
Or I just looked, okay, the squares are my pars. Okay, I had 3.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I still do it to this day. And I'm down to 14.5. And I said, when I get down to 12, I'll stop. I'll stop putting squares around pars.
I don't think you should ever stop. I think you should keep being you.
I like
Steiny.
Willard.
That's your scorecard.
You don't like Willard.
That's your scorecard.
You do right now.
That's your scorecard, and you do what you want with your scorecard. It's your pencil. It's your scorecard. You make pictures on it if you want. You could draw a little bunny. You could draw a rainbow.
Yeah.
You could do whatever you want on that scorecard. That's your scorecard.
The problem with his scorecard is he posted it to our group, and there was a big scribble, and there was an indentation.
Yep.
You know
sensation.
Yeah.
Was there whiteout on it? So yeah, it was like.
But why you care?
I care because we all share our scores on our thread,
which is its
what we
own
do.
question. Actually,
No,
by the way,
it's
a little bit of a narcissistic process. But anyway, go ahead.
No, it's not. It's a group, and we all. It's a scene report, and when you play around, you share your score, and that's what we do. And so he shared a score, but his score was like, wait, who's who and what's what? It was a mess. Hello, friends.
On what hole did you draw the bunny? What was that, like the 14th hole?
Only an asterisk.
Okay.
An asterisk is usually a hole. It's usually a hole where I got a terrible lie, and most players would say, you know what, I that's a drop. But I don't give myself a drop. Then I flub it. Then I double bogey it.
Oh, boy.
So then I put an asterisk and say, you know what? You should have had a fun.
I wasn't nice to myself on that hole.
Exactly.
Do you guys do mulligans?
I haven't done a mulligan in a while.
Okay.
The rule we have among about 25 of us.
About 40.
Yeah. Is you're allowed one mulligan around off the tee. But I haven't.
Okay.
I don't like to use them.
So your scorecards are all inaccurate anyway.
Dibs?
Well, I mean, his judgment means nothing to what we do. So
the guy who walks in here on the daily basis talking about the rule book, he will use it in every other sport. Rule 4.365 X dash.
Exactly.
But we get a mulligan? What are we doing? What are we doing, Dibs?
You can ask Dave Lawrence.
I don't need to ask
John
Dave
Fisher.
Lawrence. Dan Dibley's in front of me. So's Matt Steinmetz.
Right.
I'm asking you. How do you look in the mirror?
I look in the mirror and I go, God. Gosh,
I've lost 25 pounds.
Careful.
I've been a little better.
I almost did it.
Captain Rulebook.
I'm not going to do it.
Okay. Hey, it's your scorecard.
And you know
money.
what? Let's talk about the Major League Baseball rule book. If you want to talk about rule book, you can't throw to first more than twice. That's in the rule. That's stupid.
Yeah.
You know.
But a mulligan's not? Like, how do you get to decide which rule's stupid and which one's not?
It's the rule book that I play under because I'm a part of this group, and the group that I love and the people who I adore. This is the rule. So
then
that's what we do.
Good. Then keep sending inaccurate scorecards to one another, and don't get mad at him when he sends one with pictures on it.
I'm not sending him hate for his accuracy or inaccuracy.
It sounded like it.
No,
it sounded like it.
And this is typical of you not listening.
I heard all of it.
The issue is with the scribble, and the lack of cohesion.
So it didn't fit your rules.
No,
your rules.
It's not about rules.
It
It's
sounds
about
like
aesthetics.
Oh.
And I had a hard time finding out like what he shot. He shot 82.
Yes, I did.
But I looked at his front and I thought, good front.
Wait.
And then his back was a thick black line of pencil.
Great.
And then his back was like lower, and I didn't get it.
You're body shaming his scorecard.
His neck and his back.
I'm
really not. Thank you, Spadone.
The real story was I finished one and I realized, oh God, I forgot to get a scorecard.
Man.
I had an old scorecard with my score, so there were 4 spaces below it. I erased it on the front, It's so
that all sounds very understandable to me, Steiny.
It's
Congrats on your 82.
but it's confusing.
And no mulligan, right?
Don't you get it?
No mulligan.
That's a real 82. That's impressive.
I think what Dibbs was trying to say, the original scorecard was only a scorecard.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
I'll just explain more to people that don't
this guy
care.
Doesn't get it. Don't you get it?
So these guys that we play with have had a golf tournament for 35 plus years.
36.
They've started it right after college, and it's been going ever since, and now we got 40, 45 guys who play it. Their first tournament ever, they established some rules, and one is you do get one mulligan around. You can only take it off the tee, and then all these rules. So now all 40 of us will use that scoring system when we post throughout the year.
With each other.
With each other. So that means built into everybody's handicap is a mulligan.
There's like 40 people in this group chat?
40.
What?
There's
More
a lot.
like 60.
Oof.
Yeah,
there's
like
a lot.
in a group text?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a WhatsApp.
It's a WhatsApp
thread.
You're the green text in that, I'm sure.
And I get that.
I'd buy a new phone.
It's
so
a
fast.
WhatsApp thread, so if you have WhatsApp, that's where it lives because I'm not the
that's
only
better.
Android.
Okay. That's better.
That is,
Yeah.
okay, that is good.
That's
Okay.
better.
And all of you on the iPhone cult, you're on your own, and my phone broke again. Yeah, of course it did because you're on an iPhone.
We're not on.
I've never broken my
I've
iPhone.
never broken an iPhone in my life. But anyway,
we can use the 650 and finish it up this way, and I like it. Steiny gets the little T.
Yeah?
Yeah.
For the
I like
score.
little
Just
T.
a little
Yeah.
T.
Yeah.
Nobody doesn't like the little T.
I mean, they're very versatile.
Shout out Eugenics. Go get the high T.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now you lost me.
High T, testosterone, Eugenics. Come on.
Thank you.
I'll be here all
I think
week.
it just hit, it hit too close to home, possibly.
That's the guy who hears every commercial on every show all day, every day.
Good to see you,
so good.
Spadone.
You too. I use the high T joke when I'm golfing with my dad, who is 75. I was like, Dad, you should look into the high T because he's like tees his ball pretty low. Like, you should do the high T more.
I met
Come
Mr.
on.
Spadone.
It's a 5.
I've met Mr. Spadone. Yep, absolutely.
Great Bob Spadone.
I can't believe what I said to him when I met him, but I said it because I'm a team player. I said, Bob.
Wait, is this before or after Benny threw up all over me?
Before.
Okay.
It was before. Because I saw Benny.
God.
He was a little despondent.
Yep.
There was something going
I think he
on.
had food poisoning. We were just talking about it. The goo flu. He must have had it.
Anyway, I told
Man,
Bob,
it's a Thursday.
I said, you know what? You raised a hell of a son in Joe. He said,
True
"Thank
story.
you." Yeah,
that's a true story.
And he said, which one?
good
'Cause I
man.
got like 6 of them.
I have 6 brothers, so there you go. Hell of a son. Which one? Oh, the 6th?
Matt said no. You raised a good son.
There you go.
You're 1
I
for
wonder-
6 like a giant.
Does Bob put you on Mount Sunmore? Are you on the Mount Rushmore of his kids?
Well, there's 2 veterans in there. One a Marine, one currently still in the Army for like 20 years.
Okay.
So they've done a lot more for the country. Maybe that. I talk about sports for a living. He does go to me only, though, for all his sports takes. Not a Farhan guy.
What?
I don't know if there are any left. If I'm gone, I think that was it. I think I was the last man standing.
Although he's 75 and said he's like, I'm good if the Giants never win again. So he's chilling. So he's seen Willie Mays.
He got
and all
3.
That. He's got 3. He's chilling.
You know what the 650 says I should have said was, I don't see it, Bob.
That's a
Nice.
Yeah. We've actually had multiple text guys of people saying that we sound like father and son on the show today, Stein and I.
Oh, wow. That was
Jade,
kind of a...
the lovely Jade Spinelli texted that in. I don't know how Steiny feels about that.
I was going to say, that was a little bit of a low-key dig. I probably didn't feel good.
No, but he's got a kid who's almost your age because you're 30?
31.
31, and his oldest daughter, I think, is 27.
See?
I mean, it's close enough to where it could work.
Look, I know the month of her birthday. That's all I know.
What is it?
It's March.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right.
It's in November.
No, I got one
keep drawing pictures on
October,
your
one
golf card.
March, a 1 May. That's
And a
what I got.
1 May.
Yes,
That's
sir.
like a George Thorogood song right there. 1 March, 1 November, and 1 May.
I had an assistant program director once,
Fight on.
JC. You know, I really liked him, and he would always say,
All right, V.
What are
Rest
you
in
hot,
Vegas.
What are you hot on? What are you guys hot on today? Because there's a little potpourri of action.
I'm hot
going
on a lot of stuff today.
Are you?
Yeah. Yeah. Where do you want to go first?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
No,
Sure.
you give me a team and I'll give you where I'm hot.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm hot on. It's camp. And camp was awesome. I just came from
Oh,
camp.
that's right.
And, yeah. Camp is awesome. And
What'd you see?
Remember the name Malik Mustafa. Mm-hmm. He is a player.
He can play.
He can play. He's going to play a lot. He's going to start. He looks good.
You should make a
fourth
video.
rounder?
You should make a video.
4th rounder?
something.
The draft is in the rearview mirror.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's great. He looks great, and he is around the ball all the time. Brock Purdy is amazing, but the backup quarterback, I mean, it's a little shaky. And, when Dobbs comes in and Allen comes in, it's a pick fest for the defense. And, that's what you expect. But fantastic out there watching those guys get through it.
Were there fans out there today, or was it closed?
No, full house.
Okay, so they're in front of fans.
Today was first fan day.
Okay.
This was fan opener. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and fan full. And fans are like, I got texts from people saying, I can't get tickets. Can you help me? And so more fans wanted to get there than could actually get there. It was an absolute full house. It was a Niner Palooza. It was awesome.
You know what? It is really. It's football's king. It is.
Right.
You can tell.
Well, and I said this a week ago, and I know that people will go, oh, gosh, this is your echo chamber or a homer thing or whatever. I think it's the best show in sports right now. And I don't think that
the NFL.
No, the 49ers.
The Niners. Yeah.
Oh.
I really do. And that doesn't mean they're the best team in sports. It means they're the best show in sports.
Did you see Patrick Mahomes throw to Xavier Worthy the other day?
Yeah.
Pretty good. Body,
looks solid.
70 yards.
But notice, I don't think it's an accident that when, just as an example, when Netflix is putting together a doc called Receivers, they're like, we need 5. Let's have 40% of the entire doc from the 49ers. And in fact, let's grab someone who's not even a receiver and put him on the receiver doc. They know what they're doing. Those are content creators. And it's one of the best content creations of the year in sports, in my opinion. You factor that in. That's example A. I could give many, many others. The best traveling fan base. That's a metric. That's not an opinion. Over the last few years. Yeah, that's a metric. That's been measured. Like right now, because it's the NFL, because of the name value they have at so many positions, because of the Ross Rachel nature of their finishes, like the Niners and the Ring just can't get together, and so we're going to come back and watch the show again to see if they can get together. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the best show in sports right now.
I'm still fixated on it's a metric. So you're basing that on
ticket companies,
Vivid Seats. Yeah.
But you're assuming, I think you're just doing it by look at all the crimson in the crowd.
No. It's based on, like
the
ticket
ticketing
sales.
companies have reported that the 49er fan base has 2 years running now the most action on road games.
How do they know they're 49er fans?
Based on their zip code of the purchasing.
Yeah, there's the breakdown.
No. Based on zip code and based on the ticket movement of that team for that game on that road.
Yeah, I think really
like
the 49ers
fastest selling tickets are Niners on the road in that building, and the ticket sales are coming from the Bay Area.
Look at you turning on Willard. I love this.
I would think
Draw
that
another picture on your golf cart.
Now interesting. So the San Francisco Bay Area is known for transplants.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So this fan base here is as diverse as any fan base, I would say, in North America. And so just because they have a 415, I don't think we can assume they're 49er fans.
Like we could look at presidential polling right now, and I can
don't talk about that.
I can grant to you that there is a margin of error.
There you go.
And of course that's true here too.
2016.
But like there's also some things that we can take out of that. It's no different than our ratings. You know this. I know,
don't talk about that.
Well, I mean, our ratings often are based on 4 people who are cruising around out there. So there's major errors that can happen in that. But 2 years running, you're going to get the same answer on a weekly basis and tell me that doesn't count for something.
And the eye test is all you need to see. Like you watch any game at Dallas or at Philly or at anywhere, there are more Niner fans than any other road team when they go there.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. So you got dibs down at training camp today. And now, be honest, did you hear about Draymond Green?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, how much, if at all, did his comments resonate?
What do you mean by resonate? Well, no, we got to give the comments.
How much are you going to be talking about that today?
A lot.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
A lot.
So it resonated.
No, that's what I meant. I didn't know, like, did you mean, does it bother me?
Oh, no, I just mean, like, is it going to be a topic today?
Yeah. Grandy, play it. This is Draymond Green.
We have a short take and a long take.
On whose podcast was it?
This is
Jeff
the Club 520 podcast with Jeff T.
Jeff T. Yep. Okay, here you go.
We was just about to make some trades last week, and I told them straight up, like, yo, that trade helped me. Like, it'll help me right now in my career these last couple years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now. Yeah. That's a bad trade. Like, don't do that trade. Like, I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
He's always spoke to what's best for the organization. Choke Gobert, punch Jordan Poole,
well, those aren't
punch
speaking.
Nurkic.
Those aren't speaking. Those are actions. But
actions speak louder than words.
Maybe.
So, yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
So he's always spoke to the organization about what's best for them.
Was it best for the organization to give him 4 years at $100 million a year ago?
Of course not.
What? We couldn't win it without him, though, I thought.
Right, and they won it with him, and then now they will not win it with him, or they could not have him, and they won't win it without him. So what are we doing here?
Well, I know, and I think you guys speak for a large majority of Warrior fans.
My God.
You guys are bothered because it's Draymond. I don't care who said that. You can't say that. You cannot say that. That is selling your front office out in a public forum. You are making Mike Dunleavy look like an idiot.
He pulled Mike Dunleavy aside.
You cannot make it sound like the front office are a bunch of interns running around with ideas on a legal pad that they then bring to you, King Draymond, and say, what do you, you don't like? Okay, we'll go back and let me stir the coffee again and see if it's to your liking, sir. You can't do that. You can't do that. And so when you get suspended and when you punch a teammate, these are awful things within an organization, but they're athlete things. That's sports. That's competition and emotion. This, I think, bothers the front office even more. Do not sell us out with your words in a public space. You cannot do that.
How much influence do you think Draymond actually has with Dunleavy and them? Do you think it's actually like because the way he speaks, it's like, I got Joe Lacob's ear. I'm telling him, no, man. Like, are they listening to Draymond Green, you think?
Some, I would imagine. What do you guys think? I would imagine some.
He makes it seem like he's Jerry West putting the kibosh on the Klay for Kevin Love trade.
He made it sound like he was Steph. Like, this would be good for me.
Well,
like, we got to maximize the remainder of Draymond's career, do we not? No, it made it sound like he was Steph, and he's not.
I think he thinks he is just as high as Steph within the organization.
That I do agree with. He has no
his voice, anyways,
problem. None saying we built this. He's right.
Yes.
He was a part of it. But there's an assumption he makes to me where he puts himself on an equal footing, not just with Klay, but with Steph. And I'm sorry. I can't do that. It is Steph, and then it was the other two guys.
Of course.
But I think in his mind, and he might be right, we don't win any titles without me, but, we might not win titles without me, but if we didn't have Steph, we wouldn't even be a 500 team. You know what I mean?
Well, what if the big three were like, it's 50% Steph and 25% for the other two?
Yeah.
Can't you still say we built it?
Sure.
Yeah. Like, I know, see, I try to cut through we're bothered because it's Draymond.
Oh, no, I'm actually not bothered.
I'd be bothered if someone else said this too.
Yeah.
If Andrew Wiggins spoke, if he actually had...
Hold on a minute. Hold on.
If Andrew Wiggins had vocal cords, which has not been proven at this hour, but...
And I do a Wiggins impersonation.
Go ahead.
If you want to hear it.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
It's my favorite.
End of my Wiggins.
That was really good.
Yeah, thank you.
That was good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. If he had vocal cords and he had said this, I would be bothered by that too.
I'm just curious
you can't
about...
say this.
No. I don't disagree with that. And I'm not like... Draymond's now reached the point where it's like, he doesn't say anything where I'm furious at him. It's Draymond being Draymond.
Yeah.
So when he says stuff now, I try to figure out how much is Draymond, how much is accurate, how much what he talks about is actually the truth, whereas it might be something in his mind. I find it hard to believe that the Warriors were. First of all, he said we had trades,
multiple.
Right.
Last week. When was this recorded, Grandy? Don't know. Okay. Because that was, I guarantee you a lot of people are driving around thinking that too. What trade?
Exactly.
What trade are you talking about that they changed their mind on? Paul George?
Or he got him to change their mind on.
Or did he?
Well, it has to be.
Exactly.
He talked about the Paul George one in the past on a podcast. I think it was his own podcast. He said, you know what, like Paul George wanted to do it and stuff like that, but it was the Clippers pulling the kibosh on that and not doing it. So it definitely has to be after that. But yeah, it could be Brandon Ingram, Zach LaVine. Gross.
The Warriors did not. The Warriors did not attempt to acquire Zach LaVine.
Pretty
right.
That I know.
But if they were close to a trade, and then Draymond, and I'm picturing in his mind, he kicks open the door, and Dunleavy's on the phone, like, yeah, I think we can. Hold on a minute, someone's here, and Draymond says, no, Mike, we're not doing that, Mike. And Mike says, I'm gonna have to call you back. And then the deal is not done because Draymond says we can't do that deal. Give it a rest,
Maybe
Draymond.
that's exactly how it happened.
Take a playoff.
Maybe there was smoke when the door opened.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Shout out Vatican City.
You were using a landline, too, when you were doing the phone call.
Yeah, that was
always.
It's funny that no one uses those anymore.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Moneyball and, Billy Bean. Billy Bean, putting people on hold. And,
The greatest landline story of all time involves Sprewell and Gary St. Jean.
Tell it.
Well, so when Sprewell choked Carlissimo, he choked him.
You were there.
I was in the building. I was not in the gym.
Choke artist.
You were the one who broke the story, though, right?
So
just make it about you for a minute.
Come on, pat yourself on the back.
I won an award. Papers 175 to 350 circulation. Anyway, so I wasn't in the New York Times category. Sprewell tries to choke Carlissimo and succeeds in a lot of ways. It gets broken up. They get Sprewell out of the gym, but he is still on one. St. Jean, this took about 3 or 4 minutes.
Hello, fellas.
St. Jean is on the phone with Arn Tellem, the agent for Latrell Sprewell.
Shout out landline.
So 5 minutes after Sprewell tried to choke Carlissimo, he marched up to St. Jean's office, walks in, and he goes, Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? And St. goes, I'm talking to Arn Tellem. He took the phone out of St. Jean's hand and said, Arn, get me out of here. Get me out of here right now. That's a landline story.
That's a landline story.
Did the phone get thrown?
That I don't know.
Or was it handed politely back to Gary St.
That's a
Jean?
great question.
Thank you.
And was it one of those landline phones? And Spadoni, I apologize because you aren't old enough to remember, but
we have a curly cord. Yeah.
And you remember the curly cord that was like 50 feet long? So you could take a call and you could go like 3 rooms away to not have to worry about like.
But it was always tangle. So if you did try to do that, the phone would come with you and fly off onto the ground.
Unless it was mounted on the wall.
Unless it was mounted,
yeah.
Which they usually were in the kitchen.
That's exactly the way. That's exactly the way my parents did it.
In the bedroom, the phone sat by you.
I love the young people.
DSL.
I got you.
DSL.
That's right. Don't be using that phone.
I don't love the young people.
No.
Yeah.
What are you coming out with, you think, today?
We're going to start with the Niners.
Yeah.
We're going to start with the Niners. This whole, it was funny. I sort of got more fascinated by something else in the TK show and the conversation with Kyle Shanahan. And TK is going to be on the show today with us.
Nice.
4 o'clock. But one of the things that I thought was one of the most interesting, because you very rarely hear people in the league refer to point spreads. You don't hear that very often. They'll act like they don't know. You know what I mean? Oh, I don't know what point spread is. Kyle Shanahan talked about, someone asked him, well, not someone, TK asked him about the offensive line. And goes, I think a lot of fans want to know why don't you address the offensive line in the draft? And he starts weaving through like why.
Right.
And it's not like it's not against any position. It's all circumstantial to the pick and when it comes to us and who's a prospect and what we're looking for. And we're not looking for a start every position. You have to decide, is it a starter or whatever? But he weaves his way towards something that I thought was fascinating. He goes, a lot of people will criticize like this draft pick or that draft pick or the offensive line. But I've also been in the league a long time, and I've never been a part of a team that for 2 years running preseason is favored in every single game they play. Every single game. He says that must mean that people outside the building actually think we've got a great roster.
Right.
So, and it wasn't, he did it in a way that I thought wasn't very braggadocious. He was just like, so there's something we're doing right with our roster construction. And I wasn't only fascinated by that, but then how that leads to what we're experiencing now, which is everybody at every position wanting more money.
I also think that it's interesting because coaches, for the most part, don't want to put it out there, I'm coaching the best roster.
Right.
Like that is the anti-Don Nelson. Don Nelson never wanted to have or never had the best roster, so he always liked to operate as kind of an underdog.
What do you guys think about this? Because I was throwing this out to our director of sports, Lucas Alexander. Well, I was kind of like, boy, I do think
don't do that.
The larger front office of the 49ers, like the basis of the criticism around them, is probably somewhat unfair when you look at like they've built this unbelievable roster. And he goes, it's also actually the source of the criticism. So if I said to you, the Niners have the best roster, does the front office get credit for building the best roster? Or do they lack credit because with the best roster, they still haven't been able to win the last game?
Well, they get credit, but it leads me to the one thing that I'm going to say that you hate, and I'm going to say it between now and February. It's Super Bowl or bust.
Bob.
It is.
Yeah.
Super Bowl or bust.
What does bust mean, though?
Bust means you're going to have to bust this thing up.
Yeah.
Either Debo goes or Ayuk doesn't get paid or something happens to where this roster is not what it is now.
That's true no matter what they do.
Yeah, but it's even more dramatic now because you have more and more people who are going to get paid, and either Ayuk gets paid or not. And I saw Charvarius Ward today out there on the sideline, and the little group of corners, and you're not going to be able to keep all them. And you start to think about all the pieces that you have, this beautiful roster. You can't keep it all.
No, $325 million too, apparently, for Brock Purdy. You guys see Bill Barnwell's piece?
But you could win the Super Bowl, you could lose the Super Bowl, you could miss the playoffs. That's still true. So it's not, to me, it's just Super Bowl or mad. It's not Super Bowl or bust. What last year wasn't, this year isn't. It's just, it's no different. I get what you're saying, that it's ramped up because it feels like the last dance. But it's the last dance no matter what they do. It's Super Bowl or mad.
Yeah.
That's what it is. People are just going to be mad.
Before you go, Steiny, I just want to one quick vignette because you're here and we're all here. And I stood behind Diameter Lenore and Mooney Ward and Jair Brown. And the three of them are our size.
Dude, Eric Davis.
Dude, it hit me. Yeah. I'm like, you guys are I'm not going to say that they're little.
You could have been a DB.
No, but you look at them and they're all 5'10", 5'11".
No, corners are small.
No, but you watch what they do on the field, and that it hit me you guys are out there doing violent things with real violent athletes, and I'm here oh boy, how about those Warriors and Draymond's comments? But they're not all massive dudes. The three of them are all Charvarius is 5'11", 170.
There's more of them than Trent Williams.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
It's the most difficult position, too, when it comes to the rules and everything. You can't touch any receivers or anyone. It is so hard. The transfer from college to the pros, I think cornerback is the most difficult.
And also, be perfect. Don't ever get beat.
Never.
You get beat once or you have one flag. And
you're a chump.
Exactly.
Yeah, so, and that's why these guys, they must have a short memory. They must.
And where do they have a short memory?
On 95.7.
Thank you.
The Game.
Wasn't your best.
No. See ya.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7, The Game.
I'm glad you brought that up, Dan Dibley, who is fresh off of camp. I'm glad you brought that up because the first week of camp is a great time to do that. It's a great time to go out there and realize there are probably as many people on the 49ers right now with jerseys who are smaller than us as opposed to those who are bigger than us. You're bringing up the cornerbacks. there are some running backs and scat back wide receiver types that are on the roster first week of camp, especially now with those new huge, what do they call those things?
It's the Great Gazoo.
The bobblehead helmet thing, the soft helmet thing that they wear at camp. It's hysterical looking. It's completely hysterical looking. And there are some people out there that look like they're in middle school.
They're called the Guardian Caps.
Guardian Caps. All right, there it is. Guardian Caps that are being worn out at Niners camp. So you had a good time, huh?
Yeah, fun.
What else did you notice?
Brock Purdy is he's pretty good, Mark. Brock Purdy looked good, and he's got the ones out there. But beyond that, the defense was feasting on the twos, and Josh Dobbs with a pick or two, and Allen had a pick, and the defense, the secondary, they were feasting a little bit on the twos, and also a lot of Jordan Mason. And the one big woo moment was Christian McCaffrey went left on a run right in front of us, and he went down. I don't think he got tackled, but he went down, and there was like,
oh God,
there wasn't contact, but he went down like he either stumbled or he got nudged. But the crowd went, oh, yeah, and it was right in front of me, and he was fine.
He's fine.
But it was one of those moments where you are reminded that this is all like pass, catch, I will touch you, you'll touch me, and it's all good. That was the one moment where somebody went down, and it was right in front of me. I was like, oh my God, that's 23.
Yeah. And you're
my God, are you okay?
Oh my God, like
please be okay.
The season's over if he doesn't get up.
Totally.
The season's over.
Yeah.
Season's over. What?
And I did see Ricky Pearsall on a side field running, and he looked good.
He looked good running?
Well, but he was running. But
I love, has an NFL wide receiver ever not looked good running by himself?
But when you have a guy coming off a hammy, you want to make sure that when he's running, he looks like he looks good running. He looked good running.
They've said it's
Mark,
not a big deal. Yeah, they're not scared.
That's my Ricky Pearsall update.
It's a good one.
Ricky Pearsall ran, and he looked good.
And he ran, and then he stopped, and everything was fine.
Yes.
All right, good.
And he ran again, too.
Let BA walk. Yeah. Dibs is reporting that Ricky Pearsall is going to be a future star.
No doubt.
Okay.
He ran, Mark, like 30 yards. Might have been 40.
Listen, he could be a story this year. He like bigger than you think. I mean, this is to me, this is where we are with the 49ers right now. Is sort of like wrapping our head around the idea that this year's not going to look like last year. And I don't mean that in terms of the Super Bowl or whatever, but this jockeying that is going on between Trent Williams, Brandon Ayuk, Kyle Juszczyk, Christian McCaffrey, Parag Marate, all of it has to then be transferred out to the season. And this is why I think the 49ers are probably, the more I think about it, they're probably smart to figure out whatever they need to figure out with Trent. I'm not saying acquiesce and just do whatever he tells them to do like he's threatening them. But obviously you can't go function without Trent Williams. You can't do that. And I don't think it's terribly complicated to figure out. So you figure that out. And then after that, it probably does make some cringeworthy business sense to make Brandon Ayuk just go play, because it keeps so many things on the table that we don't know about yet. It's great that Debo looks so strong in camp. It's wonderful. And it's great that Brandon is here, and it's great that Ricky Pearsall can run a straight line, and that looks wonderful. And we can sit here today excited about so many different little pieces of this, but I have no idea how it's going to unfold. Which one's going to get hurt? Which one's going to get hurt bad? Which one's going to have to fill in when someone gets hurt? And which one's going to look good when you do that? And aren't the 49ers smart for letting that happen before they decide to hitch any wagon anywhere? Because right now, in that position room, they are relatively unhitched to anyone. Your options are endless with all wide receivers on the whole team right now. So it sets up a little reality show at that position.
For sure. And we saw Danny Gray today and Ronnie Bell, and you saw people who may or may not make the team, and they're out there, doing their thing, and they're trying to be wide receiver 3, 4, 5.
Trent Taylor's out there wearing Devo's number. Yeah.
Exactly. Whoever it is, they're all out there trying to compete for the person who would be next if something bad happened to Brandon or Debo. Jawan was out there and made a couple of great catches, and so you see some of the names that you're used to seeing and you see names you're not used to seeing. And you look at the depth chart for a team that's really good, and you look at the twos on the depth chart and you think, wow, that guy's actually really pretty good. And that's a luxury. And that's where, Kyle talks about the roster and we talk about the roster, and you look at where it sits right now with the 90-man roster. And when they get down to cut downs, you're going to have to make some cuts of players who are going to land elsewhere because they're good players.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, they're loaded. And I mean, that's something we can throw out to you because I think that you can have a fair answer on both sides. I know what my answer is. 888-957-9570. If you all accept that the 49ers have the best roster, and I'm not going to let you not accept that because they're favored in every game and the Chiefs are on the schedule for the second year in a row.
Yeah.
So they're favored in every game. So that's paper. I'm not saying it matters. It's not the end all. But if you're projecting and you're just going based on roster, I'm not going to let you say the Niners don't have the best roster because they do. That's a fact. So we're just like, that's our premise here. But when you hear that, do you go, dude, bravo, front office. Like, you got here and we're coming out of Tom Sula-ish things. And this was not good. Yeah, this was not good. And Kyle Shanahan reportedly told the 49ers in the interview, dude, your roster is very jacked up. Like, it's awful.
Yeah. Chip Kelly, they were 2-14.
Totally.
Look at those names. Do yourself a favor and go to Football Reference and look at that roster. And there are 50 guys who never played anywhere ever again.
Right.
It was terrible.
Absolutely terrible. And now we sit here through what feels like, and I'll grant the echo chamber and Twitter and all of that, where there's a lot of hand-wringing, there's a lot of criticism. You overthrew Emmanuel Sanders, and you didn't run the ball, and you didn't trust Jimmy, and you signed Jimmy, and then you drafted Trey, and you're an idiot, and Solomon Thomas, and Reuben Foster, and you guys are morons. And then you show up to camp and look at the picture, and you're like, holy hell.
Yeah.
Warner and Kittle and Williams and CMC and Debo and Brandon and Bosa.
And Ward and Juszczyk and Purdy.
God.
And, go through it all.
It is a damn show. Favored in every game. Doesn't matter who's coming. I wonder if the Chiefs and Eagles put their teams together. Who would you favor if they showed up at Levi's? I don't know. So do you go, wow, like just step back for a second from my you should have run the ball, you moron.
Right.
And say, wow. Or do you look at that and go, yeah, you just built the biggest, baddest thing on the planet and you still can't get it done? Which resonates with you more?
For me, it's the former, but as we get deeper into the year, the latter does become a real thing because the last 3 years, they're 35-16 in the regular season, which is next to, I think, nobody in the NFL. And yet you've been to 3 NFC championship games, 1 Super Bowl, and you lost it. And he's been to 2 Super Bowls. He's been to, I think, 4 conference championship games, and he's 0-2 in the Super Bowl, and he's 2-2 in the conference championship game. So you get to that point where you got to get over that hump.
Yep.
And he talked about it in the TK pod, and we'll talk to Tim a little bit later in the show about that conversation and about camp. And I know he's talking to Joe Lacob today, and I don't know if he'll reveal those thoughts, but that podcast will drop tomorrow. But the idea of, winning the big one versus being there every year, like, what's more important?
Well,
you want to be there every year.
Sure,
you want to win the big one.
I love yearly relevance. That to me cannot be beat in sports.
Right.
And you're going to win the last game. Sometimes you hope, and you're usually not. Like that, no matter who you are, best team or not. Like that's the way it's going to go. You know what I mean? Like, and we can look across all sports and find those examples. Bobby Cox's Braves, how many times they win? Like once, right?
Yep.
And they had like the sexiest rotation you ever seen in your damn life. Okay? And then go to the NBA. And okay, like did the best team win this year? I think so. But does that happen every year? And look at some of the greats. And I mean the greats. You're winning MVPs. and you can't even get to the championship round.
Milwaukee.
Joel Embiid. How
Yeah.
you doing?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you can't
Milwaukee's got one,
you
right?
can't get there.
Yep.
And so you can have this window or sustainability, and you're still going to lose most of the time. And so that's where my brain goes. I'll take this because I know that our frustrations stop us from remembering that Kyle has actually not been here that long. He really hasn't. Like I know, oh, you've been here for 6 or 7 years.
7 years.
It's not that long.
Yep.
That's not that long. Andy Reid's like...
And it took Andy 20 to win one. 20.
Exactly. This has not been that long. And yes, there's all kinds of bumps in that road and everything. But to answer your question, yeah, dude, give me a ticket to the party every year and see what happens.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
And they should have a ticket this year based on the roster and everything that you have. And even if you lose certain people to injury, not the quarterback, but you do have depth around the team to where you should be able to withstand some of these injuries if you face them.
888-957-9570 is the number. The Niners' great roster. Is that a credit to the front office, or is it a sign of frustration? Because with the best roster, they have not been able to get over the hump. So we can take some calls on that. We're going to play for you the Shanahan comment that sort of inspired this conversation. Yes, Tim Kawakami is joining us in an hour and a half. That will be 49ers and Warriors related, the Draymond stuff, and a potential package for Lauri Markkanen that has been reported. Would you or wouldn't you? We'll do all of that coming up on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to
Pause.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Dude, we've had a really fun week with who's joined the show.
Yeah.
Aqib Talib and TJ Hushmanzada. And help me out. Who am I forgetting?
Herm Edwards.
Herm
Hello.
Edwards. Hello.
No, just relax. It's okay. You'll be fine. It's going to be good.
You know what? I need that to not be about our show. I just need that. I need that with
in
a
your
little
life.
Yes, a little button in my back pocket, especially late at night. I know we've talked about this before. I'm such a morning person.
Yeah.
And Lovely Christy will do this a lot when it's like post 9 o'clock. She'll get a text and she can feel my tone, and she's just like, "Go to bed. Day's over."
It's gonna be good.
Yeah,
No, just relax. It's okay. You'll be fine. It's going to be good.
There you go. I need that because after 9 o'clock, I get irritable. The kids are not doing what I want them to do. The house is a damn mess. I'm exhausted. My mind's going 1,000 miles an hour. Dog's looking at me, and I'm like, "Nobody walked you today while I was working all day." All right, I'll do that too. And you get mad, and I need to hit a little button in my back pocket and have Herm say that to me. I need that.
That'd be good.
Don't we all need that?
We kind of need that. And it's funny because as we talked to Herm yesterday, I was thinking like, Herm, can we talk like, I don't know, not every day, but like 3 times a week? Like not on the air, but can I just call you, Herm, and have you give me 5 minutes of like, don't press send and it's going to be okay and all the rest of it? Because Herm is inspirational.
Well, we want to be one of his peoples.
Right.
He talked about all of his guys. That
He
he's
calls
coached.
them all. Yeah.
And they all call him.
Of course.
And I would like to be one of those people.
Don't you want to call him?
I want to call him.
Right.
I do. I want to call him. I'm just like, I'm not feeling great right now, Herm. And then I just, like, all I need is 5 seconds of your time. Is that how long that is, Grandy? Feels like that's about 5 seconds.
Yeah.
No, just relax. It's okay. You'll be fine. It's going to be good.
But now I'm better. I'm better now. I'm better.
And that's why I asked him, I kind of led him to the don't press send bit because, that's one of his favorite famous bits. But, sometimes I do want to like blast away. And like you, it's late at night and you see something on Twitter and somebody bugs you. And it's like, you know what? I just want to blast you right now. And I think about Herm. Just don't press send.
Yep.
Just don't do it.
You ever done that? You ever written out a whole email?
So many.
You've written out a whole email. And then you're like, I probably should go to sleep.
Yep. So many. More tweets and emails, but yeah.
Put that in the drafts folder.
Yep.
And let's see if we still want to send that at 8 a.m.
Emails, Yelp reviews, texts.
Yelp review. Have you left Yelp review? I've never left a Yelp review.
Oh, God. I'm the Yelp master.
I already know the answer.
I'm an elite Yelper. And you know what about me with Yelp is I'll give, like my Yelp, if you go to it at Dan Dibley, there's 5s, 4s, 3s, 2s, and 1s.
Are you really trying to get followers on your Yelp page right now?
No, I already have them.
Okay.
I got thousands. But you look at some people's Yelp and it's either 5s or 1s. And that's where like, oh, things are good. And I'm mad. Somebody screwed me. You have to have, as a Yelper, a variety. You got to have some 4s and some 3s and some 2s in there as well.
That's what I used to ask for out of my basketball coach in high school. I was jealous one time. We went to a tournament at St. Ignatius, and Loyola of L.A. was visiting.
Yeah.
And we watched them play St. Ignatius right as we arrived.
That's the Sand Dune Classic.
That is exactly right.
You're welcome.
I had that T-shirt, and I wore it for years, very proudly, because I was amazed that we were in this tournament because I watched Loyola play SI, and I'm like, Coach, we don't belong here. Everybody's dunking. We should go home now. Toby Bailey played for Loyola of LA at the time.
Shout out UCLA.
Yes, he went to UCLA, played for the Phoenix Suns and whatnot. And so, he got the ball at the top of the key right as we were walking in the gym. And he took one dribble and he flew over someone and jammed it in their face. And that was when I was like, Coach, we should leave. But then...
Coach, I got to tell me.
Coach, I can't do that. So anyway, we sat down and I started to really take the whole thing in. And I was watching Loyola of LA's coach, and I wish I knew his name back then. I could probably look it up. But I was very impressed because he was intense, but he was as intense on the good as he was on the bad. And we at times had a coach. I had 4 coaches in 4 years. I was kind of the Alex Smith of San Mateo High School basketball. Wow. But anyway, at times, I won't say which one, I had a coach one year who just only did the negative. A screamer, a yeller, a stomper, a kicker, a thrower, one of those guys. And but very little. Like you knew you done good if he didn't say anything. And I'm like, no, be like that guy. Say something. Be as excited when it's good. Leave your Yelp review of a 5, and then I'm with you. Then I don't mind if you want to leave a 1 as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Just keep it fair. I mean, give me some love, mixed in with the hate. Hate's too strong, but, all the rest of it. You got to have the wide variety of reviews no matter what you're doing.
There you go. So, all right, this is a little bit of a lengthy sound clip from Kyle Shanahan on the TK show, and TK will join us in a little bit. But we want you to hear the whole thing because it really did inspire this conversation. And for me, it is the reason that 49er football is where it is right now. We're sitting here. There is equal amounts of excitement for the season, but anxiety about contracts. It's what the whole offseason's been about. You got Brandon Ayuk, you got Trent Williams, you got Christian McCaffrey, you got all these things going on. And there's a lot of ego, and there's a lot of money, and there's a lot of I want mine, and there's a lot of that's fair. That's fair. Like, you're all really good. So you got all these players on the team. And what do you do about it? And what we're asking today is, does this regime get credit for that? Like, look at your roster. Or are you like, dude, you haven't won a Super Bowl yet? Look at your roster. So it's very rare that a head coach will talk about point spreads. But it came up in this answer when TK asked him, hey, a lot of people want you to address offensive line, particularly in the draft, and you didn't. So why? And how do you go about assessing that position? And listen to where the answer goes.
I've heard the narrative that, that we're ignoring the O-line and stuff and everything. And if we felt the O-lineman was the best pick there's no doubt that's who we'd take. But there's some O-linemen there at the end of the first round that you feel they have just as good of a chance as the guy at the end of the second round. One's a higher prospect and might have a higher ceiling, but I'm not too concerned about the ceiling. I want to know if he's going to be a starting left tackle, a starting left guard, whatever, a starting NFL player. And if you are a starting NFL lineman, I think we can have a good team with you. Now, if we have a bunch of starting NFL linemen, there's no one who can score points, we're not going to have that good of an offense. It's weird to me that, going into, I've never been on a team that was favored to win every game the whole year before the season started. And we've been that 2 years in a row. So what that tells me is people think we got a really good roster. Well, if we were drafting only O-linemen, we wouldn't have as good of a roster. And one of the biggest things that drives me crazy throughout my whole career is being at places that just draft O-linemen in the first and second round because no one can really talk about whether they're big busts or not. Because you can be in a top 10 pick at O-line and be very average, and you'll play for your 5 years, and it won't look like a bust. Do that at a different position. You got to move on. You got to move into backup. And that doesn't always look good. We don't really think in that way. We don't have a philosophy to avoid O-linemen. We just don't have a philosophy that says we're always going to build inside out because you got to establish that for the run game. And look at our run game everywhere. Look at our run game in Washington. I mean, we drafted Trent Williams. We had the 4th pick in the draft, and we thought he was worth it. We took him. Our left guard was cut from Denver. Our center was a practice squad player. Our right guard was a free agent that we got from Baltimore, and our right tackle we got off the street. And then our running back was a 6th-round pick. We rushed for more yards than the Hogs ever did, or John Riggins, and all those big-time Hall of Fame people. And I hear you. I would love all those people. Like, we want O-linemen, don't get me wrong, but you don't just get to pick whoever you want. And that's why I always go back to, and we have been favored in every game for 2 years in a row. Our roster's damn good. I wish also it looked like we'd invested all the same in O-line. And then I feel like people wanted to ask that question, but I bet we wouldn't be favored in 20 or 34 straight games in a row.
That's a phenomenal answer.
Yeah.
It's a phenomenal answer, and I know that
it's multi-pointed, too.
It's multi-pointed, and I know some people will say that it's Kyle being arrogant again, and I would argue, and
he did it based on his history.
He's right.
He had Alfred Morris as a 6th-round pick, and he, rushed for more yards than the Hogs ever did and stuff, and, they liked Trent Williams, and so they used the 4th pick, and they got him, but everyone else, and he's going through it, street free agent, 5th-round pick, found this guy, got that guy, and you know what? It worked because, and what he doesn't say in that is, it works because my system works, and I don't need high-priced offensive linemen. I need guys who can run my system, and even a running back who's a 6th rounder.
Yeah.
I don't need to have the best running back in football, although they have him now, but the system can work based on him.
I mean, it does feel like at least 7 times a year, Kyle needs to look at a member of the media and go, you do know that I know what I'm doing, right?
Exactly.
Like, right? You do, right? You know that I know what I'm doing, right? And there are still, I feel, and again, maybe this is my rabbit ears in Twitter and sports radio, but I still think there are a lot of people out there who don't buy that. Oh, you got all the way to the Super Bowl and you didn't tell your team the overtime rules? Idiot. You didn't run the ball? Idiot. Jimmy G? Idiot. Like, you do know that Kyle knows what he's doing, right?
I do think that notion is a little bit more of what you talk about, the echo chamber of the fans. I think that people who know football, people who cover this team, they understand that you don't get to this point without him. And if, the overtime thing, was that a mistake? Sure.
Sure.
Was that the mistake that cost him the game? I don't think so.
Probably not, but even if it is, like knowing what you're doing does not mean you're perfect.
Exactly.
That's not what it means. Who the hell does that? I don't know.
Who the hell is perfect?
Nobody, right? Obviously. So
even Robbie Ray last night was, close. But
that was a funny first inning.
Right?
Yeah. But anyway,
anyhow,
yeah. Like I look at this and I listen to Kyle say a couple of things in there, and let's spotlight a couple of them. One of them I think is brilliant. Okay, you wanted me to draft an offensive lineman. If we had drafted an offensive lineman, do you think that now you like our roster better? What if we were like, wait until you see our tackles? Just wait. Oh, and wait until you see our guards. Oh, they're big, they're round, and they're mad.
They can block.
And who's doing that? Who's doing that? The reason that we think that the team is so sparkly is because Christian McCaffrey is on the team, and Deebo Samuel's on the team, and George Kittle's on the team, and Brandon Ayuk is on the team. By the way, Brandon Ayuk is still on the team, and Fred Warner's on the team, and Nick Bosa's on the team. And yes, you now have a quarterback that you believe you can trust. You have a play caller that you largely like. Again, they're not going to go 17-0. But if they're granted pretty nice health, go win most of their ball games. I know we referenced this so many times this week. I hope it's not getting annoying. But there was a line in the receiver doc where Deebo, they'd crushed Philly, and Deebo had his 3 touchdowns. And the cameras follow him home. He's back home now. And it's probably Monday or Tuesday. And Deebo's on the couch with his girlfriend and his son. His son is the cutest thing you ever seen in your life. And so little man is crawling around on Deebo's lap, and his girl is talking to him about they're watching the film of the game against Philly, and she's just kind of wowing it, like, man, you guys, this, that, and this was incredible, and she was like, if you guys keep winning, and then there was a ... and he kind of interrupted her, and he was like, oh, we're gonna keep winning. It was not like, like we got to this. No. All they have to do is be healthy, and they're going to win 2/3 of their games, period.
And they'll be a playoff team. And then
absolutely
you get to January, and then, you decide.
You get what you
get. At that point, you get what you get. And if you have a bye, you have a greater chance to, advance and do big things like they did last year. And so that's really what you're looking for. And I can't help but look at, the last 5 years of Kyle as a regular season coach. It was 13-6, 10, 13, and 12 wins in the regular year, which means that's 4 playoff berths. And the one where you didn't get there, you had the injury to Jimmy G, and you had no real fallback plan. And now it feels like you might have that if something happened to Brock. You got Josh Dobbs, and he could probably win some games, but if your QB's healthy, you can go out there and you can be a winning team with this roster.
Quick aside, this is way too early thing.
Oh, no. I saw it today.
I'm down on Dobbs. I know, it's so early, so it's a stupid thing to say. but I am not into what I've been seeing and hearing from Josh Dobbs. I'm just not into it.
And that's where Larry Krueger talking about Tanner Mordecai makes me, raises my eyebrow even more because I'm with you on Dobbs. Today he looked a little shaky and Allen didn't look great either.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, that's probably the smart thinking is that maybe Dobbs and Allen are battling for number 2 and maybe Mordecai is going to be number 3 either way. And maybe Mordecai will end up being number 2. Gee, has a number 3 quarterback ever had a relevant sort of outcome in the year? Can't think of it. But
not here.
Anyway,
yeah,
like I don't dig what I saw. And part of this is even going back to last year. I know Dobbs had that little moment in Arizona where it was like, oh, this is kind of fun. And then he got to Minnesota and they're like, yeah, with Cousins gone, you're our guy for the rest of the year. And about 3 weeks in, boy, the air flew out of the balloon.
Totally.
I'm not in on Josh Dobbs. It's a backup, so whatever. But what I watched yesterday did not make me change my mind at all.
And me, same thing today.
Yeah,
didn't really pop off the page.
I thought also a really interesting part of that comment, because I've never heard a coach say this before. He's sort of low-key accused front offices of using top half of the first round, or even just any first-round capital on offensive linemen because it's safe. If you draft a QB or a wide receiver in round 1 and it doesn't work, it is a colossal disaster. Hello, Jamarcus Russell and Henry Ruggs. How we doing? It is an absolute explosion of problem, and you can see it everywhere.
Oh, Trey Lance.
And you have to wear it. But an offensive lineman can sort of hide. Like, McGlinchey wasn't the 10th best player in the draft. But he can, hang out for 5 years and play. That's fine. He's usable. And so he's saying that front offices do that a lot because they know that they won't have to wear it.
Right, and fans won't scrutinize it because fans don't know.
They're not watching.
And McGlinchey, honestly, as the 9th overall pick, that was a good pick for what they needed at that time. You had Joe Staley getting close to retirement. You needed a tackle. You drafted a tackle, and he played a lot of games for you, and he played winning football for you.
He was fine.
It was good.
He was
good. He was better than fine. He was good.
He was good at some things.
He was not so good that you wanted to give him a second contract.
Yeah, he was good at some things. He was not great at others.
Right, but you got to that point where it was second contract time and he didn't get it because he wasn't, so good that you had to keep him.
And now he's, overpaid in Denver, correct?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And good for him.
Right. And nobody had to, really apologize for that with the 49ers. There have been some people that took a shot here or there on the Mike McGlinchey pick, but nobody really had to wear that one.
No, of course.
So that's interesting. And the 49ers, meantime, if you do look at, first round capital, I think that for a while now, this team has been labeled as a group that does really well in the draft once the third round comes around, but not so great in the first round. And I wonder, is that truly fair? I get it. I know the Solomon Thomas and the Reuben Foster and the right. We can do all of those things. Javon Kinlaw,
McGlinchey, Bosa, Ayuk, Kinlaw, Lance, Pearsall. That's it. That's your first round picks. From Lance to Pearsall, you had nothing, obviously, because you traded them.
Give me the list again in order. These are Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch first-round picks?
Reuben and Solomon.
Those are
Reuben Foster, Solomon Thomas.
Thumbs down, thumbs down.
Mike McGlinchey.
Thumb medium.
I would go thumbs up.
Okay.
I think you got 5 years worth of 4 or 5 years of good, solid right tackle play.
Out of the first round, I want someone who I want to keep for a second contract.
Okay, so that would be thumb sideways.
But he wasn't an awful player.
Right.
Yeah.
Bosa.
Obviously, thumb up.
Ayuk.
Thumb up.
Kinlaw.
Thumb down.
Trey Lance.
Thumb down.
There you go. End of list.
All right.
Spadoni put this out earlier, and I didn't realize it. The only first-round pick Shanahan and Lynch have made that they have signed to a second contract so far is Bosa.
It's Nick Bosa. Yeah.
Good call.
Yeah. Ayuk is in the middle of the window.
Yeah, and you would think that he would get a second contract, but it's not yet.
Yeah.
It's not exactly Steiny noise.
Well,
it's not done yet.
I just look at this, and I'm going to fully admit, sort of, and this is our world. This is our world. This is certainly our industry. Our opinions evolve. You know, if you'd asked me this 2 months ago, and we did, you know, like Brandon Ayuk, my God. You said they're not a Super Bowl contender without him. And I'm like, well, he's going to play. He has to play. But I was all in on, come on. $28.5 million, 29, whatever. It's Brandon Ayuk.
Pay him.
He's phenomenal. And you say these things, and just by nature, like I don't have their cap in front of me. I don't know exactly, like, who's leaving if he stays. I don't have that in front of me. I still don't. I think I got a little bit of a better idea now. Also, at certain points of this conversation, at exit interviews, we did not know that the 49ers were going to draft Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing, who I thought was also intriguing out there yesterday. I don't know about today. I don't know what you said. Yeah. Another tiny little guy running around out there.
Right.
Little man, you know? But, like, this evolves. And I am no less a fan of Ayuk today as I was 3 or 4 months ago, but I think have a better understanding now of the full situation, and I've sort of arrived at a camp where I'm like, if I'm the Niners, I'm probably going to actually try to just play this out. I don't want to sign anybody right now. Trent, but I mean wide receivers.
Right.
I want the information. That's what I'm signing to a 1-year contract.
Information.
We have signed information
totally
to a 1-year deal, and I want to know in February who's healthy, who played well, which rookies look like they popped, who had a good attitude through what was clearly a difficult situation. I want to know.
There you go.
I want to know all of that.
The attitude, I think, is a big one.
And then we'll figure it out.
Exactly. And let's see how the year goes, and we'll see who does what and who acts in a certain way. And if you're Brandon Ayuk, you know that you come in making 14.1 and you're playing for your future, not only here, but maybe elsewhere as well. And you have to have the stomach for that. And not everybody does. Not everybody does. And I freely admit that. This is going to be hard on Brandon. This is going to be hard on Brandon. And I know there's a bunch of you out there, oh, boo-hoo, $14.1 million. And he signed it. You signed it. So you got to do, and you're right. That is fair. And Brandon's only recourse is to go try to play even better. But my concern is actually wrapped up in that idea. Brandon has to play well, and Brandon doesn't play well unless someone else throws him the ball. So high possibility. You know when Smokey is over there on the side of the road? Fire danger is high today. Right.
Yeah. Sideline incident danger is high. Because when Brandon's open and Brock doesn't see him, that's what I want to see how he handles.
Only you can prevent sideline fires.
That's right. Exactly right.
Thank you.
All right. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. TK in an hour. We got to get to two things, Golden State Warriors. Draymond's comments, number one, plus a reported package that, quote, probably gets it done for Lauri Markkanen. Would you or wouldn't you? We've got all of that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Neuropathy can
opens up an entirely different can of worms.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Draymond.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money.
Oh.
Dollar bill, y'all.
Oh, Day.
Yeah. I love Draymond Green.
No, you don't.
I do.
Draymond, stop.
You don't.
You know why I love him?
Why?
Mark? Because he provides me with the fodder.
Well, sure.
To allow me to continue to work and continue to move the chains.
But that's not loving Draymond
and put
Green.
Diapers on my baby girl.
Right. No, that's loving the effect of Draymond Green.
No, I love Draymond Green.
You don't.
Grandy, go ahead and record this and you can send it to the Warriors.
You don't.
Draymond, I love you. I love you, Draymond Green. I love you for your inflammatory takes.
Yeah.
I love you for your irrational behavior. I love you for your suspensions. I love you for your flagrant fouls. I love you for your untimely ejections. I love you, Draymond Green.
Take the industry out of it? Let's just say you're a Warrior fan.
God.
You love Draymond Green?
No.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You don't love Draymond Green.
I do love Draymond Green. I just did 40 seconds on how much I love Draymond Green.
Yeah, but that's like disingenuous.
No, it's completely genuine.
No, but it's indirect. What word do you want to use? Like it's in a selfish way you love Draymond.
It's not selfish. It's just business.
Well, stand on it.
Yeah, like
I'm saying it with my chest, Draymond.
Stand on what you say.
But again,
I
you
am.
Don't, but you
stand on what you do.
You don't.
I'm surprised you're talking to me.
You don't love Draymond Green. You love the effect of Draymond Green.
I love Draymond Green.
You love the result of him being him.
I love the process of Draymond Green.
No, you don't.
Without Draymond Green, our Warrior topics are much more pedestrian.
Again, that is industry benefit to you.
Right. And that's a part of who I am.
And
this business is who I am, Mark.
Dibs, can you say one more time you love Draymond Green?
I love Draymond Green.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I feel like I was set up there.
No, you don't.
It was a setup. Steve, I've got your back. No, you don't. No, you don't. And
you don't. I mean, it was very funny.
Caclosaurus Rex over here crushing me.
It was funny.
I love Draymond Green.
No, you don't.
I need Draymond Green.
Yes, you do.
I love Draymond Green.
You don't.
You're right.
You don't.
I need you. I need you on that Draymond. I want you on that Draymond.
You are nauseated by Draymond Green.
Personally,
it's a nauseation sensation.
That's a buck. Professionally, I am begging for Draymond Green to crack the mic and say what he just said.
Okay, so
because he's good for business, his and mine.
Look, I
love Draymond Green.
Yeah, okay. I think we got the semantics part of our conversation out.
Too much?
No. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? I guess what I'm going for today is talking about this that we're about to talk about and try like hell to remove all of your Draymond emotions from the conversation.
Impossible, but I'll try.
Why impossible?
Because the Draymond part of it is intertwined with the very essence of what's going on. Because, my emotions for Draymond are mixed. Yes, we wouldn't win a title without you, and I love the team, and you brought 4 chips, of course, and all the rest of it, and all the other things that go into Draymond as a player. But for you to ask me to remove the Draymond part of it, I do think it's impossible because it's all inextricably linked to the fact that it's him who's saying what he's saying.
All right, can I challenge you for a sec?
Do it.
Okay. Listen to what you just said. You can't unlink all of the Draymond things from him saying something today. But somehow you've been able to unlink the first part of your statement. Well, I get it. We haven't won 4 championships without him.
Right.
And he probably is the reason he's on the list of top 10 reasons why 95.7 The Game has been successful.
For sure.
Okay. And you've been here now for how long?
13 years.
Okay.
coming up. The anniversary is in August.
Why are you, and let's go
It's in a
ahead,
week.
Let's go ahead and bring everybody into the conversation. 888-957-9570. And it's not really the point I want to get to. We'll get to that. But why are you able to unlink all the positive and not the negative?
I can unlink all of it.
You just said you can't.
It's hard. It's very hard.
But why?
Because
why?
it's all intertwined into one person, one team, and for me, one station, one job. And I think about when we didn't have the Warriors, and I think about this station in the early days, the nascent days. We were the A's flagship, and we were Joe Namath struggling, and we got fired. My whole show. Shout out Whitey and Crides and me, and we got fired because people weren't listening, and then I got back on the station, and then we got the Warriors, and the rest is history. So I am also career-wise intertwined with him and them and it.
So why can those good things? Why can his key role in your
my career,
professional life, and his key role in 4 championships? Why, for so many of you, does that not at least counteract punching Jordan Poole, choking Gobert, constantly talking,
keep going,
constantly needling, constantly? How come that all those quote unquote negative things shade every single Draymond subject going forward, but the positive doesn't come along with it?
It does.
It does?
No, it does.
How? Because I don't see it.
No, it comes along with it, which is where you have a greater level of tolerance to all the negatives. Without the positives, then if it was all negative, if there were no titles, if there was no good times, then all these negatives would be far, far more dramatically exacerbated. So there is a balance sheet to it.
But I'd argue that for many, and let's go ahead and use names. Let's do this, okay?
Do it.
I on this station have sat here all along and been like, yeah, I can totally acknowledge the challenges of Draymond Green. I also completely acknowledge the positives. And so I think that on each occasion when something comes up, I can be upset by something. Like I think what he said in this podcast, I don't think you can say that. That's a terrible thing to say about your front office. But I also can look over here and be like, I'm not getting rid of Draymond Green. But there's a lot of people at this station who, if they had the reins, he'd be gone. If you had the reins, he'd be gone. If Steiny had the reins, he'd be gone. If Shasky had the reins, he'd be gone. And if Bonte had the reins, he'd probably be gone. If Guru had the reins, I think he'd still be here. There'd be a lot of emotional conversations, right? And if I had the reins, I probably would have tried to be a little bit more heavy-handed than the Warriors have been at times. I don't know what the exact right thing to do is, but I firmly still want Draymond Green on this team. Like, firmly, absolutely, unequivocally, there is not one fiber of my being that thinks Draymond Green should be gone because of, keyword here, antics.
It's not for me antics. It's contract, and it's his ability to still be a winning player. And when you're trying to turn the page on a franchise that is trying to maximize the Steph Curry window, I do think that his contract makes it a little bit more difficult than if he was not here. You wouldn't have that contract. You wouldn't have that same difficulty.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be a good team either.
Well, I don't think you are a good team. And you weren't last year as a 10 seed?
Define good.
Good would be a playoff team.
Were they good the year before?
Yeah, they were.
They won more games last year than they won the year before.
It doesn't matter how many games you win. It matters relative to your competition.
Okay,
and we can debate that another day.
All right, let's play so that everyone can hear this. Draymond Green on the Club 520 podcast with Jeff Teague.
Man, I don't subscribe.
I'm sorry. Is there any NBA player that doesn't have the podcast? It's fine. That's great. Everybody's got their platform. That's wonderful. But here's what Draymond said on that podcast in talking about Warriors trades.
We was just about to make some trades last week, and I told them straight up, like, yo, that trade helped me. Like, it'll help me right now in my career these last couple years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now. Yeah. That's a bad trade. Like, don't do that trade. Like, I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
Okay. I get why people will hear that, and I think most of your minds are going to go directly to, oh my gosh, he's just so damn arrogant. He's so arrogant.
Well, the implication is that he didn't like it, and so they didn't do it.
Well, that'll help me.
Right.
I get that trade would help me. I think most Warrior fans are like, no, nobody's making this offseason about you. You're making it about you. We know who this offseason's about. He's on Team USA right now.
Steph.
Yes.
The chef.
But that's Draymond. And for me, I accept it. I get who he is, the way he thinks. He is a champion. He is a massive name in this business. And so you talk how you talk and you think how you think. My issue with this is not that he made it about himself. My issue with this, if I'm in the Warriors front office, is that you just made us sound stupid. Let's understand that in professional sports at a high level, everyone's got a huge ego, and these are multi-billion-dollar outfits. In fact, the Warriors are the most multi-billion-dollar outfit in professional sports at this hour. So this multi-billion-dollar, very, very accomplished organization, Draymond would have you believe that they are being run by a group of people who are Draymond's interns. And they show up with a cup of coffee and they're like, is this how you like it? Is this the right amount of vanilla? Or do you need me to? No, you don't like? Okay, let me go try again. You don't like the trade, then we won't do it. My God, that is so kindergarten. If the Warriors were actually being run that way, I do not believe they're being run that way, but he publicly just made it sound like they're being run that way. And I would imagine that if my last name were Lacob or if my last name were Dunleavy, that would really tick me off.
Of course, but that's what he does. He doesn't think about, the organization or how this might land. He just goes on the 530 podcast, 520 podcast.
520.
I'm not sure which one. Yeah. What the number is. Jeff Teague and company, and he speaks his mind because that's Draymond's brand.
And that's right.
My
that's
brand
fine.
is I speak my mind, but the implication is that he was the one who went up there and said, you can't do this for the future. And they thought, oh boy, we're about to do this trade until Draymond came up and told us about the fact that it might be a bad trade. It's a bad look, and again for me, I'm conflicted about Draymond because he's so good for business, and business means a lot to me to have a job and to be able to talk about Draymond, and he always produces content and all the rest of it. And when he's gone, I'm going to miss that part of it. The part where Draymond Green might just haul off and punch a guy, and that's 3 shows. Or he might
3 shows.
He might get suspended.
333 shows.
We're still talking about Jordan Poole, and that's almost 2 years later. So, Draymond is good for business. It's good for content, and that part of it I enjoy because I like what I do, and I like talking about our team and the fact that there's stuff to talk about. But this sort of thing, it just kind of makes me raise my shoulders up, and it makes me feel some kind of way.
Mark Grandy wanted to add. So what'd you want to add?
Well, there's kind of some weird context with this comment. If you go and listen to the whole pod, the 520 podcast with Jeff Teague, the whole episode, they were talking about Klay Thompson, Draymond was, and how Klay ultimately, by leaving and deciding to go elsewhere, was thinking about what's good for the Warriors organization, because maybe it wasn't best for Klay and best for the Warriors organization to be burdened with the Klay contract when he's unhappy and all of that. So he was saying Klay leaving, ultimately he was thinking of the good of the Warriors organization. And then Draymond goes on to say, and Steph and I, we're also thinking about the good of the Warriors organization, not just what's good for us. Like, for example, I said, don't do this trade because while maybe it helps me now, it hurts the organization down the line. So that was the context. He was providing an example of how he, like Klay and Steph, thinks about the good of the organization. I'm not sure that changes your mind about it at all, but that was the extra context.
Yeah, I don't buy it one bit.
No.
I don't buy that Klay Thompson was thinking about helping the Warriors when he left. I think he flipped them off when he left. I understand that he in a way did them a quote unquote solid. I think it was also the most solid thing for him. And I can unequivocally report to you right now that Klay Thompson did not walk away with wonderful feelings, all warm and fuzzy about the Golden State Warriors and the way the front office handled the last year. I'll tell you that right now. That's a fact. That's not a guess. That's a fact. That's how Klay walked away. So the idea that Klay was like, before I leave, I've got to make sure that the Warriors are fully taken care of here because I won't be able to sleep at night.
Unless they get something back for me. Yeah.
That I don't buy that.
I don't buy it either.
I don't buy that.
I don't buy that in the least bit. And I do think that as you get further down the road with any of these teams, and we could think about the Niners in the same way. And, Trent Williams is not going to the team thinking, I want to get more guaranteed money, but darn it, Brandon's still out there. And gee, I know Brock is going to need a new deal and all that. So maybe I shouldn't go there and, try to get what I have coming to me. All these players at their essence are trying to take care of themselves, as all of us are in the same way.
I want to say hello to this texter, 415. Or it's as simple as they asked him his opinion and he said, nah. But then again, it's Mark Willard who loves to overreact. Here's the problem. That's not what he said. That's not what Draymond said. Allow me to play it again.
We was just about to make some trades last week, and I told them straight up, like, yo, that trade helped me. Like, it'll help me right now in my career these last couple of years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now. Yeah. That's a bad trade. Like, don't do that trade. Like, I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
Understand the words that he chose. We were about to make the trades. And then I stepped in there to represent the future of this organization. And I told them, don't do that. And of course, there weren't any trades. So they must have listened to me. He didn't say, hey, there's some things on the table, and they came to me, and I told them that my opinion, because the future of this organization matters too, in addition to the now. And my opinion was that trade's not a good idea. He didn't say that. He said, we were about to make trades. Then they talked to me, and then they didn't. And I'm just telling you, is there something on its face wrong with that? No. But if I'm Mike Dunleavy, that ticks me off because you just patted me on the head. You just sunned me. You just sunned me on Jeff Teague's podcast. You just made it sound like I have no clue what I'm doing. I'm a first-year general manager and or first year and a half general manager.
Sure.
And
Draymond has final say.
And Draymond's got final say.
Right.
And I'm stupid because I was about to do something stupid. And thank goodness Draymond stopped me.
And he doesn't say what trade or which one that would be and, whatever the deal is. So it's very vague as to, what trade might have been out there. So we don't know what, Draymond's even referring to. And it's easy for him to say, yeah, I told him that, that might help us for now, but I'm about the future. And, I'm thinking about the organization for when I leave. I want to make sure that it's intact. I smell BS for me. I mean,
I don't even know when it's recorded. Is he talking about Paul George?
Right.
Is there a conversation for Cam Johnson that we don't know about? Is he talking about Lauri Markkanen?
Yeah, Brandon Ingram, Zach LaVine, the hot deal that might be close to being done.
There's no
Probably
way,
not.
There's no way in hell that the Golden State Warriors attempted to trade for Zach LaVine.
I know, but what trade is he talking about?
I don't know. I don't know. So that's all I'm saying. Like usual, I think all of us understand where Draymond Green is coming from.
He's coming from Draymond Green.
Right, and that's fine. I accept that.
Yeah.
I accept that. My opinion is that not that this is a problem for you or a problem for me or a problem for any Warrior fan out there. My opinion is that if I'm in the Warriors front office, this bothers me, and I call Draymond today and I say, hey, here's what we're not going to do. Here's what we're not going to do on podcasts.
Keep our business out your mouth.
Yeah, because actually, if you're thinking about the future of the organization, this doesn't help. This doesn't help us. And I have that conversation with him. That's what I would do because that would be appropriate in this particular case. We look at the NBA and we look at their stars and we see them like they're running the damn show. In some cases, LeBron, it's an absolutely absurd level. He's literally running the organization for which he works. But as Steve Kerr told us, He told us the last time he was on, 2 weeks ago, there is Steph Curry, and then that's it as far as who's discussed, who's not discussed in trades. Everybody is discussed in trades, unless his name is Steph Curry. So Draymond Green's the employee, and the Warriors are running the show. And I know that line has been blurred at times.
Big time.
And that is a very fair opinion. But it's a different thing to be out in my opinion, to be out in public basically saying that. If I'm Mike Dunleavy, I don't want you saying this. You're making me look bad.
Of course, but what are you going to do about it? I mean, are you going to try to silence Draymond Green?
Well, what does that mean?
He can't be silenced.
No, but I'm going to
No,
listen.
I mean, Draymond, do me a favor and let's not talk about front office dealings on your various podcasts or your appearances.
I'm having that conversation with him.
Right.
I think Draymond is a more reasonable person than a lot of people think.
I think that he's reasonable.
You can have that conversation with Draymond
At the same time,
Green.
he's going to offer his opinion when he wants to offer his opinion.
Sure.
He's never held back.
Right,
and he's got a guaranteed contract, and there's really nothing that you can do as Mike Dunleavy or Joe Lacob or Steve Kerr. There's not a thing you can do.
Of course there's. See, I think this is where
There's nothing that you can do
This is where my
to change
Draymond
his
opinion.
behavior.
Yes, there is. Draymond is not, I feel like a lot of times because of his history, people are cruising around feeling like Draymond is purposefully out in the world trying to stick it to the team that's given him $200+
he's not trying
million.
to do that. He's just speaking his mind.
Right. Then there's a way to do that helps us, Dre, is what I would say to him. You can speak your mind. We're not going to muzzle you.
Of course.
But, can we do this in a way that doesn't look like you're patting me on the head? I'm the general manager of this team. We got business that we're trying to do right now. That's all. And I think Draymond would hear that.
I think he'd hear that, and then he would pat him on the head.
See, that's what I'm saying. Why do we think that Draymond is, literally out in the world trying to mess with Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy?
He's not trying to mess with him. He's just living his truth. He's just speaking his mind. I don't think that he thinks about it like, I'm about to son Mike Dunleavy. I think he gets asked a question, and he's going to tell the truth because that's what Draymond does.
But that's very, very likely not the truth. That's not the truth. That the Warriors were like, we're about to do it. Wait, you don't want to? Okay, we won't. There's no way that's true. There's very little way that it operated that way.
It might be his truth.
Maybe it felt that way to him.
Right.
But again, we were about to make some trades.
Yep.
And then we didn't because I told them not to. I really doubt it was that simple. Fingers on the button. I'm about to hit the trade machine. Oh, wait, Draymond says, no, let's not. I have a very difficult time believing that. Very difficult time believing that that's the way the Golden State Warriors operate.
That's the way he portrayed it. That's the way I heard it. So I don't know. I mean, he's a lot closer to Mike Dunleavy than I am. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how, what the process is when they're close to a trade and they call Draymond, they call Steph.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
They call Kavan and GP2.
But that's not what he said.
Usman Garuba. I mean, do they call them all?
It's very different to have a conversation as opposed to this, which is that, no, we're doing it. We've decided to do it. And then Draymond came in with a cape and all of a sudden we're not doing it.
I'm not saying it's not a bad look. It's a terrible look. But the whole idea of, Draymond, if you wouldn't mind, not, doing that or saying that again. I mean, I think that's a fool's errand.
Is it? I mean, is that not what Bob Myers did for years in this organization?
That's Bob Myers.
Yeah.
This is not Bob Myers.
Well,
this is Mike Dunleavy.
Draymond doesn't hate Mike Dunleavy.
No, I'm not saying he doesn't hate him. I don't know his relationship with Mike Dunleavy, but it's a different era now. Draymond's older. Draymond's gotten his last big contract, and Draymond's got a platform now that he didn't have 5 years ago.
There is it's only reported, but a reported offer that this reporter says, quote, gets it done for Lauri Markkanen. We'll list it for you. You can weigh in, would you or wouldn't you? 888-957-9570, and Tim Kawakami joins us in a half hour. This is Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to Chilton Auto Body.
Back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
Steve, we like your dog. No, you don't. No, you don't. I don't know if Steve likes his dog.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
I know what Steve likes.
What does Steve like?
The dibber. Steve loves the dibber. We've got
sometimes, yeah.
You can play everything you want to play.
Sometimes.
Catch any interview we have. I'll say something moderately funny.
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
There was that.
Remember that moment?
That was the last time I tried to grill him. Since then, it's been simpatico. Steve and I.
He deserved it.
Yeah. Steve, I've got your back. No, you don't.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
It was a playful moment. He knew I didn't have his back.
There was vitriol in that voice. That was not playful. He said it twice. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
He's mid.
He loves the dibber.
On you.
I'm sorry. I'm just distracted right now.
By what?
Getting a call from my dentist, which tells me that I probably have a dentist appointment tomorrow.
Oh,
the only time
is it during the show?
I don't know. I can't take the call, but the only time my dentist calls me is when it's his hygienist who calls to say, yes, just confirming your appointment tomorrow at
such
fill
and
in the
such
blank.
a time.
Yeah.
Well, thank God they do that, or else we'd miss them all.
Everyone.
Because every time you leave the dentist, you make do you want to make your next appointment now? Sure.
6 months from
if
today.
We're alive by then,
Perfect.
yeah, stick it on the calendar, and I'll never hear from you again.
Ever.
Thank goodness they call.
Right.
Thank goodness they call.
So I may or may not be here tomorrow.
All right. Well, good luck to you.
Thanks.
And your face.
Yep. I got good teeth.
Do you?
Yeah. Great teeth.
Thanks.
A little yellow, but they're solid.
The fake smile at the end of that comment was tremendous.
Yeah.
Big week for dentists. Yeah, it was at ortho with the daughter earlier today. They got dentist appointments tomorrow. You'd love my dentist. Big listener of the show.
Okay.
Big listener of the show.
Mine is too, yeah.
Yeah. How you doing, Dr. McConnell?
Dr. Cavalli. Dr. Bill Cavalli. Yes.
Sounds like a Bond character or something. But anyway, all right, as you were. Glad you're with us. Tim Kawakami jumping on in about 25 minutes. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Tune in. Watch us. Look at Dibs' teeth. You get to do that. I'm going to unveil this Twitter deal for Larry Markkinen. No, in a second. First, Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm doing some ironing. Hey, about Draymond Green, and it's just my opinion, and what do I know? I think Draymond Green's voice weighs a ton. I mean, it's super massive. It's so dense that they listen to him. Hey, I got a few proofs of that, and one proof is why is he allowed in the war room during draft day? Another proof, remember that superstar Easy Buckets? He called that guy the B word, and that guy is gone. Another proof, he punched what's supposedly the future core of the franchise, and he even came with a cool nickname, Pool Party. And what happened? That guy's gone. Fourth, when his contract was up, what they do? They extended it. They gave him a new contract. So Draymond Green, in my opinion, is the second most important Warrior in the history of the Warriors.
Jonathan, I don't disagree with you completely, and maybe I've done a very poor job of drafting my point. Thanks, Jonathan. I'm not telling you that Draymond doesn't have a voice in the room. My God, of course he does. I'm telling you that he shouldn't go on a podcast and make his general manager look like an intern. That's all I'm saying. Why does Draymond get in the war room? Because he's Draymond. He goes over to Chase Center and goes into any door that he wants. He's Draymond. When he needs a new contract, he drives to the owner's house. He's Draymond. Yes, he's got a huge voice. My point is that you can't say about your organization, they're a bunch of pups, and they were about to make a huge mistake until I saved their butts. That's not good for the team. That's my point.
Right, but it's good for Draymond because
Why?
Because he's out there, and I'm Draymond. I speak my mind, and I'm on podcast 520, and I have my own pod, and I'm going to be on TNT, and I'm a media member, and I'm a straight shooter. I keep it real, and part of the Draymond Green brand is basketball, but it's also media. So when you have Draymond Green on, and you ask Draymond a question about anything that's going on, you expect him to do exactly what he did. That's his brand. And that's what he did. He's a straight shooter. I'm going to tell you exactly how it went.
I mean,
we were this close to making a deal, and then we decided that it was a bad deal for the future.
I don't know that he is. Okay, Draymond's a straight shooter. Like, Draymond is willing to discuss anything.
Right.
I don't think everybody thinks that Draymond is a straight shooter. I think that some think he's an embellisher.
Has he ever given a cliched or like a half-hearted response? Every response he gives is basically what he thinks is his mind. He's going to tell you exactly how he feels. That's Draymond Green.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And that's,
but that doesn't make him a straight shooter.
Well, it makes
Speaking your mind doesn't make you a straight shooter.
Well, in this case, he is telling you exactly what he thinks about whatever deal was either in there,
right,
in place or not in place.
Like Kyle Shanahan's a straight shooter.
He's a very straight shooter.
Because he will look a player in the eye. You know, Jimmy Ward. Remember that conversation that he talked about with Jimmy Ward? Jimmy's like, why are you putting me at this position? I don't want to be at this position. And Kyle goes, so you don't want to start? All right. That's a straight shooter. That's someone who will be honest with other people about the situation that they are facing and be willing to tell someone what they don't want to hear. Now, I'm not saying that Draymond's not a straight shooter. I'm questioning whether or not we can fully say that, because a lot of what we're talking about here can't really necessarily be confirmed. To me, the packaging of what he just said here is a net negative for the team, because whether Draymond meant to do this or not, he very much made it sound like the team was about to make a huge mistake and I stopped them. Again, that's what, to me, you can disagree, but
no, I agree.
This one, I know some disagree though, but like this, play it again. That's what this sounds like to me.
We was just about to make some trades last week, and I told them straight up, like, yo, that trade helped me. Like, it'll help me right now in my career these last couple years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now. Yeah. That's a bad trade. Like, don't do that trade. Like, I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
I get what Draymond was trying. I actually do. I think I get what Draymond was trying to do, and it's actually a valid sort of subject matter, because many are worried. This is almost like Farhan's ID right now. Many are worried that Farhan's going to try to save his own butt, not do the right thing for the organization, because what's right for Farhan? Bye. See if we can go on a miracle run. It's the only way I'm going to keep my job or whatever, right? Same thing with Steph and Dre. Like, Steiny, I feel like, has been trying to die on this hill for about 3 months. Don't let Steph and Dre determine your future. Don't give up the future of your organization for this season just because of Steph and Dre. This is a subject matter. And I think what Draymond was trying to say is, I care enough about this organization that I wouldn't do that. I'm not in the other room screaming and yelling about, like, make that marketing trade right now. Paul George, do it. Do it. The only thing that matters is me and Steph. His point is, no, that's not what we're doing. I care about this group. I care about these people. I care about this organization. But tucked into that, I feel he made it sound like his general manager doesn't know what he's doing. That's what I feel. That's what it sounded like to me. General manager about to mess up, and I stopped him.
Right. And he doesn't care enough. What I hear is that Draymond Green doesn't have enough care, because I do think that he understands the power of his words, and he understands the power of his message, and the fact that if he goes on that podcast and says what he says, it's going to get picked up and it's going to be a thing. And I don't think he gives an F about anything. I do think that he understands.
He does.
Well, then you wouldn't say it. If you really cared about Mike Dunleavy, then you wouldn't say what you said, because whatever he said, I take him at his word that it's truth, whether or not he was the one who went in there and killed the deal or not. He definitely weighed in on what he thought was the right thing to do. But when you say what you said on a podcast and you have people like you and I going on and talking about it, it takes on more of a life of its own. And I do think that he knows that. And if he honestly thought about it from a standpoint of how would this affect Mike Dunleavy? How would this affect the front office?
I mean,
if he really thought about it, and I think he does, if he really cared about it, I don't think he does, you wouldn't say it. Because I can say whatever I want right now about you, Mark, Lucas, the show, the station. I can do whatever I want on this microphone. And if Grandy doesn't dump it, it gets heard, and there are consequences. And so I use my words carefully about my station, my company, our partners, everything else around it. And I do think that he knows that what he says has power, and I don't think that he really cares.
Yeah.
That's what I hear.
I don't agree with that part. I think that there are people in this world, I've been one of them at times in my life, they shoot from the hip to such a level that they don't necessarily really realize maybe the way something's going to land. And I realize that there are plenty of people listening to this that are like, that's not how it landed for me. Well, that's how it landed for me. And does Draymond care about that? No, nor should he. I don't think he cares how it landed for you and me. I think he does care, though, about how it lands for Mike Dunleavy. Like, that's the one thing that maybe is at the core of sort of how we all feel about Draymond. I don't think Draymond, just because he's emotional, controversial, whatever word you want to use, that means he doesn't give a rip about anybody but himself. I don't think that about him. I think that there is collateral damage sometimes because of who he is and how he conducts himself. That is fair. I think that he realizes that, but I don't think he's someone who's just out in the world. I'm careless, and I'm going to say it because I don't give a rip.
He's not careless.
I don't care about the Warriors. I don't care about Mike Dunleavy. I don't care about Joe Lacob. Like, that's not.
He's not careless. He's measured, and he is a media savant, and he's a member of the new media. And I think that he has a great understanding of what the media is and what the power of his words are. And as a result, I don't think you can say what you say on this podcast and, pretend that you're not going to have that be heard by Mike Dunleavy or be played by us and other stations. I think he knows fully well what happens when he speaks. I don't think that there's any part of that has naivete from Draymond Green.
No, but
and so I don't think that I do think that he goes into all of these appearances, his own podcast 520, Podcast P, whatever other appearances he does, he knows exactly full well that these words that he says are going to be picked up. I don't give him a pass. But you're talking about when he speaks. I'm talking about what he said. I'm talking about both.
I think he knows
when he speaks and what he says.
I know that there's gravity to it. I think that, he might be, if he were in this room right now, he'd be like, that's not what I said. And I'd be like, well, that's how it landed to me. And I can see all over the place, there's plenty of people that felt like it landed a different way for them. And that's fine. There are some who agree with me. There's some that are not. That's how it landed for me. If I were the general manager of the Golden State Warriors, this would have made me mad. And I'd have called him. And I'd have said, hey, can we present that in a little bit of a different way next time? We're going to go to the phones. And Tim Kawakami is going to join us in 15 minutes. But high time that I mentioned and paid off what we said we were going to talk about. Now, this comes from Jake Weinbach. He's an NBA reporter. I don't, he's not Woj. He's not Shams, but he does cover the league. And therefore, he's got a reason for saying what he said. I don't think this is just for clicks. This is what he wrote. If the Warriors are all in for Lauri Markkanen, I believe this could be a package that ultimately lands the Jazz forward. 2 unprotected first-round picks, 2 unprotected first-round pick swaps, GP2, Moses Moody, and Jonathan Kuminga. Now, that's one of the first proposals I have seen that does not include Brandon Podziemski. We have heard also source reporting say there's no way this deal happens without Brandon Podziemski. I don't know what is posturing at this point. It's July 25th. We've still got we've still got 12 days before something has to happen with regard to Lauri Markkanen. I read that off, though, just to say, if that's true, if the Warriors could get Lauri Markkanen for that package, I'm in. I am in. Big time.
Yeah, geez, that to me is a lot. I mean, you're talking about 4 first-round picks, 2 picks, and 2 swaps.
2 swaps,
and,
so that's only giving up 2 first-round picks.
Right, it's giving up 2 firsts, and it's giving up 2 swaps, and I don't know when those swaps would be. If those swaps are after Steph Curry is gone, now you're swapping a lottery pick for maybe not a lottery pick, depending on what Utah does and how that lands lottery-wise. But Kuminga, Moody, and Payton, fine. And I wonder about Utah, and he did follow up his tweet by saying the Warriors would likely have to include either Kuminga or Pods. Mm-hmm. If you're Utah and you're looking to really rebuild, do you want Kuminga, a player you're going to have to give $35 million a year to, or do you want Pods? So for me, if it's Pods, Moody, and Payton, and the 2 firsts and the 2 swaps, it becomes a little bit more of a difficult choice.
Well, and I don't know how the Warriors do that then. Like, financially, that one becomes crazy. Like, Wiggins is still on the team. Kuminga needs an extension. Markkanen needs an extension. Steph might be asking for a 1-year extension. Draymond already makes $25 a year. Like, I don't even know how you do that.
Right.
So, to me, the things that are not discussed in Markkanen and probably could be, should be, A, how do you fit this with Andrew Wiggins still on the team? Is there a way to get Andrew Wiggins off of the team? And I don't know.
Maybe that's the deal that Draymond vetoed, was a Wiggins trade.
Maybe.
Mike, you cannot trade. You cannot trade Andrew Wiggins.
No, he said it. He said the deal was going to help him now. He said the deal was going to help him now.
Yeah, and losing Wiggins doesn't help him now.
Right. So that can't be. He said the deal was going to help him now, but it's a bad deal long term. I don't know.
Yeah.
Can you get Wiggins off of the roster? I don't know. And then secondarily, then, yeah, you get into the Kuminga question. And this is where I do think the leverage starts to come into play. Do the Warriors, if you want us to include 2 picks and 2 pick swaps, then no, you don't get Pods. Utah, you're going to have to pay somebody here. We can't just take on all of the future money and you get all of the future picks. That's a bad idea. Maybe that's what Draymond said.
Could be.
That's a bad idea. So, I don't know. That's the leverage back and forth. You want Pods? You get fewer picks. You want more picks? You get less Pods.
You get Kuminga. You get more Kuminga.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, Kuminga is going to be a guy who gets extended and he's going to make 35 or who knows how much per year. And so are the Warriors going to be in the market of paying Jonathan Kuminga?
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't know.
That becomes interesting.
We do want to go to the phones. The Giants have lost game 4 of their 4-game set in LA, 6-4, and probably in maybe the most rub-your-face-in-it way I could ever imagine in my life. You're not going to believe it if you haven't been paying attention. The Giants rallied for 2 in the top of the 8th to tie the game at 4, and then in the bottom of the 8th with 2 outs and nobody on, recently signed Nick Ahmed. Walked to the plate and hit his 2nd home run of the year off of Tyler Rogers to take a 5-4 lead, rub it in a little further with a back-to-back homer. Shohei Ohtani on the very next at-bat.
His 31st.
31st of the year, 6-4. Dodgers win it. Giants lose again. Tim Kawakami in 10 minutes. FP Santangelo will join us after that. I mean, for me, if the nail in the coffin was not already in, the hammer just whacked it for the last time. That's my opinion. Others are saying with Blake Snell and Robbie Ray pitching the way they have, seeing Ray yesterday, how could you sell when a team has a starting rotation like that? I don't know. They're
2-5 since the break.
They're 6 games under 500. That's how.
Yeah, and 2-5 since the break.
Yeah.
You lost a series in Colorado, and you dropped 3 of 4 in LA, and yeah, you come home for 4 against Colorado, 4 in 3 days, and darn it, that doubleheader is going to be fun. Little country music in between, and who knows what can happen, Mark? Maybe they sweep the Rockies, and they're still sub 500 if that happens.
Like that just happened. A 4-4 tie in the bottom of the 8th at Dodger Stadium, and Nick Ahmed,
his second homer of the year,
put one into the freaking tank.
His second home run of the year during a Giants game.
He just got signed yesterday.
Yeah. Big tank.
I mean,
probably shouldn't have let him go, Farhan.
I don't know who the hell.
Yeah.
I don't know who believes in what, but do you believe in signs? Do you believe in signs?
That felt like a sign.
If I were a sign believer, I would believe that the world is trying to tell me something. And the message is the Giants ain't going anywhere this year. Like, if that's how you lose this quote-unquote must-win game, feels like it feels like the world's telling us something.
Maybe. I mean, for Nick Ahmed to do that, especially after you came through with a Jorge Soler base hit on an 0-2 pitch, and he hits a little flare to left, and you think, okay, they might actually steal this one. They might actually split this series. What? And then Nick Ahmed.
Nick Ahmed. Oh, my gosh. That's so...
Gone!
How did that one feel in Farhan Zaidi's luxury box?
Ouch. Yeah.
Ay.
Right.
All right. Jay in the 510. Hi, Jay. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, Willard and Diz? Love you guys, man.
What is good?
I just wanted to speak on this whole Draymond Dunleavy thing. And I think it's on Joe Lacob, man. Like, why hire a GM when a guy that's still playing in the association probably knows more than your GM? Put all contracts and money aside. If Draymond were to retire today, I'd take Draymond as my GM over Mike Dunleavy.
Why, Jay? I mean, like, can I know that maybe you're just kind of like, is this a fun conversation, or why? Like, why, after everything that's been said and everything that's been felt about Draymond Green, why would you want him as your general manager?
I think he knows more. I think he's basketball smart, like more than Dunleavy. You know, Dunleavy had a average, maybe even below average because of his expectations. But I don't know. Like, I feel like he's a lot more basketball smart than Dunleavy is. And to say not to make those trades, like, he probably had a reason why.
You know,
we don't know those reasons why he said not to, but
no, and I don't even know what the deal potentially was. Jay, thank you. Can I ask, because Jay brings this up, why are people, I feel like I hear this, people, I don't want to say they're down on him, but boy, there's a lot of doubters out there about Mike Dunleavy, who all he's done in a very short time as GM is he might have had the most productive draft with absolutely no good assets in it at all last year. He had 2 picks. He might have found 2 starters. One of them's on the all-rookie team and might actually be the linchpin to the biggest offseason deal if it were to happen. This offseason, we have no idea what the draft was, and it's not over. Why are people... What did Mike Dunleavy do that's bad so far?
Well, it's not that he's done anything bad. The Pods pick was good, and he got TJD based on nepotism. Let's be fair about that. TJD's agent is Dunleavy's brother.
That doesn't mean that was the only reason it happened.
That was the big reason, because Mike Dunleavy guaranteed him to get an actual full contract.
Right, which is a smart move, apparently. Like
it is, but the reason why he was able to get that straight line to the player was because the player's agent was his brother.
Not until they got to the second round, and all of the NBA teams had passed on him already because they didn't want to guarantee something to him.
A lot of teams were not passing on him, and the agent made it known that, he was going to need that full guaranteed contract.
And they passed on that idea.
Right, which, his brother had in tow because his brother was the agent's brother.
I think that's being a good GM.
I agree.
They were willing to offer something
I'm
to
not
TJD.
saying that I hold that against him, but it's not like that was any super special coup. He had an inside line to it. And then since then,
he had a great draft.
You missed out on Paul George. And how was this draft? Do we know?
We don't know.
Exactly.
We don't know.
We don't know how this draft has gone.
Quote, missed out on Paul George. I mean, I don't even know.
All we know right now is that Klay Thompson has left, and you replaced him with guys who may or may not be good.
Yeah. I see nothing in ink that he did bad. There's some things that we're still in we'll see mode, right?
For sure.
All right. Tim Kawakami's about to join us. Not only did he just do the pod 2 days ago with Kyle Shanahan, he literally just got done talking to Joe Lacob. And it hasn't dropped yet. Nobody knows what Joe said to Tim. You will be the first to know what's going on with the Golden State Warriors when Tim Kawakami joins us next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Willard and Dibs.
And it is Fremont Bank that I'm
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's rock. We've been waiting for this, quite frankly, all week long. Great to connect with Tim Kawakami out at Niners camp yesterday. And all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And he joins us now at a time where we've got a ton to go through. Niner contracts, Warriors situation, Lauri Markkanen, and the fact that we're told, Mr. Kawakami, you just got done chatting with Joe Lacob. So please tell us everything he said.
Everything.
Yeah, maybe not on that part, but it'll be released tomorrow morning. But I can just kind of go through. I just got done with it because, it's like we went through all the topics, asked them all the questions. Klay Thompson, Steph Curry. Started with Steph Curry. He told Mark Spears and Anscape, I think it's not a surprise if you know Steph Curry that he wants to remain a Warrior for life, but he doesn't want to be a bottom feeder. Usually, he wants to win, and asked Lacob about that, and he had the answer basically that we want to win, absolutely. Like, we want Curry on the team, but absolutely, like we all share the same thing. I think you get kind of where he's coming from on that is that they don't foresee themselves ever being bottom feeders. There's more to it, sort of on and on about just kind of going through the details of what happened with Klay, the offer that was on the table in the fall that was not there towards, free agency, how that all occurred, where they think they improved, how good they, do he thinks they have a shot at winning championship with this roster, but there potentially is a next move coming. We can't, I couldn't ask him or couldn't get him, he's not going to say a name of another player who was on his team, but I think we can all imagine the Lauri Markkanen stuff is still out there. We don't know if that's going to happen. Certainly no trade is happening like right now, but like there are hints in this conversation about what might happen next. A whole lot of things, guys. Talked about everything.
That's a great tease.
As I tried to do with Joe Lacob, but there's a lot of conversation about Steph, about Klay, and about what they might do next. I think those would be the three highlights from that conversation.
Great highlights. And just, I don't want to have you give too much away from the pod because we'll all listen to it. And I do want to get into your Kyle Shanahan conversation coming up because I thought that was fascinating. But are you sensing that they're antsy about making a move now, or is it more about kind of a wait and see and, get to the deadline and see where they are from there?
Yeah, I think first you got August 6th, which you probably all know. That's the first time Lauri Markkanen can redo his deal with Utah. And also, it must be that day for him to be qualified to be traded at the end of the trade deadline, which is in February. So it's a very key date. I think they're waiting for that. A whole lot of things could happen there. No one knows for sure how this will go. My point has been, hey, Lauri Markkanen has a decision here too. He does not have to sign on August 6th. He could say, I'm not signing August 6th, so you cannot trade me with a new deal. I'll wait till August 7th. They might trade him before that. I think that's the first pause. Now, if he signs the deal on August 6th, he cannot be traded again till the last moment of the trade deadline. And then maybe that's where this ramps up again. Maybe the Warriors and Jazz have to delay it till then, or some other team. But that August 6th is huge. I think many of us have been pointing to that. The thing that I've been emphasizing, and I will continue to emphasize, Lauri Markkanen has sales for this. It's not like he's just going to say, I'll sign it whenever, and you can trade me in 6 months. He can try to control the situation. Let's see what happens August 5th, August 6th.
Great stuff. Tim Kawakami with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. What about the people that Joe Lacob can talk about? Like, Tim, did you get any sense for a willingness to part with Kuminga or Podziemski, and is one of them a bigger lean than the other?
Yeah, he's not going to tip his hand on that. He loves Kuminga. We know how much they like Podziemski, but also I think it's pretty clear that I think I asked him, is Podziemski possibly the guy holding back a trade? He goes, listen, you can trade anybody. Like, there's one or two players that we will not trade, but everything else is in discussion. It's the old Shanahan thing, right? If they made the right offer for him, John Lynch would probably trade him. It depends on who's offered. It depends on what the timing of the deal, but I don't know that Podziemski or Kuminga would be the thing they wouldn't give up. It just depends on what package. Is it all the picks and one of those guys? Is it all the picks and both those guys? I don't think they do that. What picks are you talking about? I've theorized, and I don't think my conversation with Lacob would change that, is It's probably like, hey, if we put Pajemski in, we're taking out picks. If you put Kuminga in, we're going to take out other picks, and we're not putting them both in. It's a variation. It's a discussion. It moves up and it moves down. I do not think one of those guys would be the sole reason they don't do a trade. I just don't think they're going to go, okay, the whole boat, with 3 first-round picks, 2 first-round pick swaps, Kuminga and Pajemski. That I don't think they're going to do. Now, again, we get to that moment, maybe they do pull the trigger, but I don't think they're there. At least that's not the posturing. But then if they put one of those in, some of those picks have to come out.
Do you get the sense that even if they stood pat and made no moves, that he sees them as a team that could really threaten for a title?
Yeah, he says that. Who knows? I think they are counting on this next move or some other moves down the road to seriously say that. But you're not going to say they stink, right? I don't think they do think they stink. They did win a bunch of games last year, even with Draymond suspended. I think it was 16 total. Even with blowing all the late games that we know they did, I think the way he puts it is they project themselves to be better than last season, and they thought they were pretty good last season. They didn't make the playoffs, but they won 46. Can they win 48? Can they win 49? Get themselves the 5 seed? I think they project that kind of thing, and I don't think that's out of hand. And then the next move maybe gets them to the next echelon. Listen, I think even if they acquire Lauri Markkanen and they're not giving up a ton of things, they're not a championship favorite. They're not, Oklahoma City, Denver, Boston, any of those teams. They're in the conversation, and I think part of this is, can you get yourself a realistic shot? Like 2022, I don't buy the line that, no one believed in them. I thought they were pretty good, but I didn't think they were going to win a championship. They got in there, they got hot, they won a championship. Could a team with Lauri Markkanen on it do the same thing? I think that's in a discussion. I don't think a team without Lauri Markkanen on it and with much the similar roster is going to, be a serious threat at that. I think they just think can you get a 6 seed with this team? Can you get the 5 seed and win around and scare somebody in the second round? I think you could. At least you can talk yourself into it and then be in position to make that next move if it's there.
Tim, I know you've been busy today. Are you aware of the comments on Jeff Teague's podcast that Draymond made about the team supposedly having some trades that they were about to make until he kind of talked them out of it? Are you even aware of this comment?
Someone brought it up to me.
Okay.
I don't know what that would be. I don't know what. I think Draymond obviously is involved in a lot of things. I don't know what trade that would be because I think I follow this pretty carefully. I don't know where that would have come from, but who knows? Draymond's involved in a lot of things.
Well, and I guess my question would be: Is this even viable? But more so, like, and I want to play it for everybody in case anyone listening doesn't know what I'm talking about. This was the comment.
We was just about to make some trades last week, and I told them straight up, like, yo, that trade helped me. Like, it'll help me right now in my career these last couple of years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now. Yeah. That's a bad trade. Like, don't do that trade. Like, I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
How do you think that lands in the front office, the implication that you were about to make a bad deal and I told them don't do it?
I think it's a shrug because I don't know what that would involve. I do think a lot of us overreact or react in a way to Draymond stuff that the Warriors front office doesn't. Is Draymond. They hear this stuff all the time. And, he's involved and he's super, super knowledgeable and he has a podcast or he's on other podcasts and so it goes. I don't know what this is. I mean, I guess just listening to it, I did not hear the specifics. That could mean like, don't give up all this for marketing. That's how I would project it. Maybe Draymond could tell me if I'm wrong. I think it's like, don't give up everything for marketing. Because guess what? You know who would fit stylistically with Draymond really well? Lauri Markkanen.
Yeah.
So that's maybe the Draymond reference. That's what makes me think like that. Like, hey, that would fit my game, but let's not do all that. If I had to guess, believe me, I would ask Lacob about it if I had heard about this. I didn't hear about it after. I would think it would maybe, I'm just saying in my own mind, I think maybe it's a reference to don't give up everything for Lauri Markkanen. I don't think there's been ever an agreement. Like, if you give all this up, it will happen, but maybe that's the reference.
And philosophically, do you think that the franchise is thinking about it in those terms? Like, you want to maximize the Steph Curry window, and Draymond's a part of that as well. But realistically, are they thinking about the next 2 years more than they're thinking about the future?
Well, next few years are the future. So, yeah, I mean, I think they're thinking about everything. They're thinking if they get a surefire chance to be one of the top teams this year, you do it. But I don't know exactly how that would happen. I don't think that's marketing. I think he's more of a longer play, give him a better shot this year and a better shot next year and a better shot the year after. I mean, it's all levels. It's like, what do you have to give up in order to get this? And then what do you have to give up to get the other thing? I think they're always going to try to get better. They absolutely thought they were going to get Paul George, and that would have been a lot, probably more than they're offering for marketing. I probably know that as for a fact. I guess I can get aggregated for saying that, but whatever. I think, it just depends. They thought Paul George really could make themselves a threat. They really did. And, Paul George had his best and his healthiest could. And, if you're going to pay him $210 million, he better. I would question that, but I get what they're thinking. And then marketing, is a slight step below that, or maybe close to that. Then what are you going to give up for that? It's a lot of different sliding situations, this, but not that, this and this, but we take that out. So, I think it's all measured. It's all part of it. I just think, I'll put it this way. I think they put themselves in a place where they can make that next move. Doesn't mean they will. And they think they're better now. And for the next few years of Steph, maybe 3, maybe 4, maybe 5, the way he's playing. And they've also given themselves the option to go bigger. And what they didn't want is to be limited. Like, we can't make this next move. We're stuck. The money says we can't go any harder. The second apron means we can't do anything. And that's what they've done. They've dropped out of that. They moved back into luxury tax, but it's not terrible. And they think they're better, and they're younger, they're cheaper, and they do have this chance to do this other thing. Now, they got to do it for us all to stand up and take attention, but I think they feel like this is, where they're at is a better spot than they were last year, and it's also like willing to put themselves in the conversation for that next big move.
Tim Kawakami with us. The TK Show is part of the Odyssey family, and it is must listen. Joe Lacob coming out tomorrow. Kyle Shanahan came out earlier this week. Great stuff in there. Tim, what is your umbrella view of sort of the news of camp yesterday? Brandon Ayuk is here, not practicing. Trent Williams is not here. What is your best guess for how these situations play out over the next 3 or 4 weeks?
Yeah, it's gonna take some money. Like, they're in that world now, and the locker room. We know how good it's been. We know that there's togetherness, there's unity, but there's also guys who want to get paid and who see. My point is, the Purdy contract's out there. They know there's going to be a massive investment in Brock Purdy for all unless something crazy happens, and that's going to be next offseason. And the dollars might be getting a little short at that point. And I think Christian McCaffrey got his new deal, and Brandon Ayuk wants to try to maximize it. And you had Nick Bosa do it last year, which I really think kind of broke precedent. And Trent Williams now is saying, this is time for me to get that money, because I'm not saying it's all because of Brock Purdy, but they've been able to keep this roster together, this very talented, very expensive roster together, because they had a quarterback on making very little money, right? That was the whole Trey Lance thing. And then it turned into Brock Purdy making even less. Well, that's going to change next year. And I do think there's pressures being put. It would happen to any veteran team that has this many good players. But I think we're right in a little moment here. It's after Nick Bosa broke the bank, 100% broke the bank. Took him, stared him down to the week before the first regular season game last year, and got every penny he would have possibly wanted. Absolutely beat them. 49ers don't usually get beat like that in negotiations, and he beat them because he's Nick Bosa. Other players are saying, okay, I kind of want some of that, and also I better get some of that, because once the Purdy deal is done, like you see with other teams with quarterbacks making 55, 57, 59, like the Cowboys are dealing with right now with Dak Prescott, and they might have to pay him more, but maybe they don't feel like they have all the money in the world to pay CeeDee Lamb or Micah Parsons. 49ers haven't had to all the way deal with that because they had the quarterback on a low deal. Well, they're about to not have the quarterback on a low deal. I think there's a general mood around the team about that. I don't think, when I talk to Shanahan, I don't think he and Lynch are absolutely panicked over it, but I think they realize this is a unique moment for them, a unique moment for Jed York and Parag Marate. To keep this together, a lot's going to depend on Brock Purdy, and it's going to be dependent on how they pay guys around him and who they put around him.
And does Brandon Ayuk have the stomach or the countenance, Tim, to go into this year and not have a long-term deal and be able to navigate a year on the fifth-year option and be able to go out there and, compartmentalize and put that aside and still be a good 49er?
We shall see. Who knows? That's the game that's being played, right? It's make a lot of noise, show up for camp, make sure every media member sees them, not practicing, and continue to put the pressure on. I don't know if 49ers will cave into that. I don't know if Brandon Ayuk will cave into that. The sense that he's there, would make you believe that there's a path towards it. But I continue to be told that there's still a money difference and it's not small. And where is his stomach for it? I don't know. We shall see. I think he's going to want to play. I don't think he's going to give up checks. But will it affect how he plays the way that Bosa and Deebo Samuel have said that long negotiations kind of affected the way they played the year after? We shall see. I don't know. This is something that I think the IU camp is putting onto the 49ers. Like this is a big deal right now. The urgency is right now. You want to win a Super Bowl, you have to pay this guy right now. And the 49ers are saying, no, we got the leverage. So I don't know how that's going to play out. This is a unique one. I think John Lynch was pretty clear about that a couple of days ago when he talked about it. This is unique. This is not one that they thought was going to get this ugly. I don't think they thought it, even though there were signs of this throughout. They didn't think it was going to get to this point. They take all these to the deadline, right? They take Fred Warner signed the day of camp, and Kittle was maybe 1 day into camp, and Deebo was 2 days into camp. This one, I think, projects to go a lot longer. I don't know if it's going to go as long as Nick Bosa, but I think this one is kind of in that category.
Tim, do you think, is there even a smart conversation about the idea of the Niners not even wanting right now to extend Brandon Ayuk just because you get another year of information on the health of both players, plus you get a year to see what Pearsall has got? Is there a thought that maybe the Niners don't want to do this until after the year?
Well, no team wants to do it until they have to, right? I mean, they can get him for $14 million on his fifth-year option. Of course they'd want to, but that's not how the NFL works. Nick Bosa got his new deal with 1 year left. Fred Warner got his new deal with 1 year left. Deebo Samuel got his new deal with 1 year left. This is how it works. Every team, they'd love to have Brandon Ayuk signed for 10 years at $1 million a year. That's not the way this works. So, they could, stare him down and say, you have to play on your, fifth-year option for $14 million. They could do that. But is it in question that they would rather have another year of this and not pay him $25 million? Yes, they absolutely would rather. It is not the way the league usually works. It just isn't. It hasn't been the way they've worked. So that could be interesting. You could say, why can't I get the same stuff that Nick Bosa got? Why can't I get the same thing that you just extension for McCaffrey? Why can't I do that? Then you have discussions about it, and then you have who's going to blink? To this point, as I wrote, this morning, nobody's blinked, and that's why you have the situation you got.
Tim Kawakami with us here on Willard and Dibs. Tim, also I know you mentioned off the top some of the things that Joe Lacob addressed. Specific to the Klay Thompson situation, I sort of detect that maybe there was some interesting stuff there. Is there anything that you can share with regard to how that all sort of is viewed now by Lacob and the organization?
No, I don't think it's. And again, I'm trying to replay it in my head. I think it's generally what has been reported. I don't know if he said it specifically until now. There was an offer in the fall. It was reported. He didn't say this, but it was reported. I believe it's very much accurate by Sean Sharani of the Athletics. It was $26 million a year for 2 years. And Klay turned it down, and then circumstances changed. And it's Lacob basically talking about that, and then at that point, the Warriors decided to try to go. This is, again, he's not saying this. This is what happened. He's certainly not denying it. They try to get Paul George. So if they're going to try to get Paul George, they couldn't have a deal with Klay Thompson on the table. While they were trying to get the Paul George thing done, and even though it didn't, then Klay Thompson decided he wanted to go somewhere else, and I think they believe he really did want a fresh start. Now, some of that was probably where he didn't love the way the Warriors were handling it. Joe Lacob cannot speak to that, but I think all these things that we've talked about, we've surmised, that have been reported, some of it by me, some of it by others, that this is the way it played out. And if you listen to Joe Lacob describe it in the way that he can, from what he knows, I think that will be all fleshed out. And I think that part of it is underlined and maybe, explained in a way that everyone can understand the big picture.
Tim, thanks, man. Great stuff. We look forward to listening when it comes out.
All done. Guys, thanks so much.
Thanks, Tim.
There he goes. TK show. Boy, I got a lot.
Yeah.
Out of that. I tell you what my number one sort of takeaway is, and again, got to listen to Joe Lacob on the TK show that'll come out tomorrow. Listening to Tim talk, did you not get the sense that the Warriors are absolutely still planning another move?
For sure. And you look at the roster, and how could they not? They've got too many players for not enough spots.
Yeah. I mean, because it's not easy. That's why. You know what I mean?
But I think it is easy. It's not a question of how hard, it's how much. I think that Utah wants to move Markkanen, and the Warriors want to acquire Markkanen. So then it becomes not if, but how much. So how much are you willing to part with in picks and players? And, Tim said it. It's not going to be Pods and Kuminga and picks. It's going to be Pods or Kuminga and picks. So then it becomes, how do you balance out the picks? And you don't want to get rid of Pods, and you really don't want to get rid of Kuminga either. But if you want Markkanen and one of them has to go, then it comes down to how do you structure the deal to make it work for you.
He also very clearly stated, I mean, and this is my opinion. I know sort of like the money comes into it, so it's not even, Steven, when you, I think this is a normal Warrior fan conversation right now. Pods or Kuminga or Pods. Well, it's not an equal conversation because one's about to get a massive extension and the other one's cheap for a long period of time. One played a lot of college basketball and is a little bit more ready. The other one has a higher ceiling and is flashy and potentially a fan favorite. You have to factor all of that in. But at the end of all conversations, I do think all roads lead to the same place. I'm not giving up both of them, but you're damn right I'd give up either one of them.
Right.
I'd give it, yes. My answer is yes. If it's one of those guys for Lauri Markkanen, and obviously there'll be other things in the package, you got to do that, don't you?
You do, but if you're the Warriors, you're thinking about, like, if you keep Kuminga and you acquire Lauri Markkanen, then there's another deal that has to be made. Not now, but over the course of the next year, because Kuminga's making 7.6, but he's headed to make 35. Pods is making 5. He's making 3, heading toward making 5.5. So if you trade Kuminga and you keep Pods, well, then you don't have to make another deal right away. But if you keep Kuminga and you trade Pods and you bring in Markkanen, well, then you got to either trade Kuminga or Wiggins in the next year, or else you're right back in that second apron.
Sponsored by Lucky California. There's much more discussion coming on this. However, FP Santangelo is also going to join us next. A little birdie tells me he's mad. Okay?
Well, if you're mad, he's got to be double mad.
Well, listen.
And you're mad.
I could argue that what happened to the Giants today is the most embarrassing thing that's happened all year. I could argue that.
Part 6.
Yeah, that too. So all that's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
The Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly is back at Lucky. This week, collect bonus game tickets when you buy ready-pack salad bowls. Select sizes and varieties are only $10. Mix and match. No purchase necessary. See store for...
center field. Is it going to stay in the park? Gone. Here's Ohtani. Down the line. And gone. Giants have kept him in the park the whole series until now.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Mark, it ain't no fun if the Giants can't have none. Man, 2-5 since the break. Frisbee guy.
Yeah, Frisbee guy. Tyler
Swinging
Rogers.
a drive.
Tyler Rogers in a leverage situation.
Nick Ahmed.
Oh, man.
Nick Ahmed.
That's
not WebMD.
No.
Nick Ahmed. Ahmed.
It's embarrassing. Can I get a Ahmed?
Not today, you can't. You could last time he hit a homer, which was also in a Giants game, but that was for the Giants.
That's embarrassing.
You think?
That's really, really embarrassing.
Walk me through it. What's so embarrassing about DFAing a guy because he's not good enough and then having him hit a home run against you in it's not a must-win because you know me. I'm really passionate about must-wins being must-wins, but that one was as close to a baseball July must-win as you would find.
Yeah, except for tuck in, like all of them have been. Like all the games since the break are very, very important, and the Giants are 2-5. So that's definitive. Like,
win the game or try again.
Yeah, like no. The answer,
no.
This is a big old no from me, dog.
Okay.
You know, and sure, we're at a point where it almost sounds stupid, where I'm like, you know, we came here Monday, and I'm like, you got to go 6-2 this week, or else I don't want to talk about it. And they're now 1-3 since then. So 6-2 has left town. Honestly, even 5-3 sounds absurd. The Giants winning 4 games in 3 days this weekend, even though it's the Rockies in town. I'll believe it when I see it.
Don't sleep on the Rockies.
I've been sleeping on the Rockies, and I'd like to sleep on the Giants too.
Rockies are playing good ball.
Whatever.
Better ball than the Giants.
Yeah, whatever. Great. At home. Like, the Rockies are a horrific road team. The Giants have a bunch of cool starters now. All of that's fun, but that's absurd. Nick Ahmed is not a good hitter. And so for that to happen in this situation with these uniforms and that backdrop, all of that, I'm sorry. It's embarrassing. And and it's a problem. It's going to be a problem for Farhan Zaidi, I believe. Like, I don't know what you do this week now. What are you going to do? Go buy 6 games under 500? But what are you going to do? Sell and admit that your whole season is just an abject failure? Which do you do? Because both sound awful to me.
Well, I don't think that the team didn't show you that they're worthy of a buy, and he doesn't have the gravitas, I think, of being able to sell.
So what do you do? You just sit there and twiddle your thumbs? All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Guess who's on our guest line, ladies and gentlemen? It's former Giant and our good friend FP Santangelo, who, by the way, will sit in this chair with you and Mark Grandy.
I can't wait.
Monday through Wednesday next week. And we'll only say nice things. You guys get to sit in here and do the trade deadline together. Won't that be fun, FP?
Yeah, you can play that shot special noise that you do with breaking news, and we'll be like, the Giants got A.J. Pollock again.
Nice. I like the player.
There it is.
I like the pick.
No, come on, FP. Let it rip. How you feeling right now?
This one got me today. I don't know. I'm in a bad mood. This one pissed me off, for lack of a better term, and a more intelligent term. And it just, like, you guys, when a team gets rid of you, or a team doesn't tender your contract, or you move in a different direction, and you sign with a new ball club in the offseason, it's your dream as a player to get a big hit against the team that didn't want you. Like, that's only the really good players can do that. You know, I tried, and the more you try in baseball, the worse it gets. But to be released one week, to go to your rivals the next week, to play against your old team that just said, we don't want you, and to hit a game-winning home run, that's like every player's dream come true. And every front office's nightmare come true. So it's not just that the Giants got rid of Nick Ahmed and he went to the Reds and he hit a game-winning home run. It's the Giants got rid of Nick Ahmed, the Dodgers signed Nick Ahmed, and Nick Ahmed as a Dodger beat the Giants. Like, I mean, if I'm being 100% honest, this is the low point of the season for me as a fan. Not as a broadcaster, not as a former Giant, as a Giants fan, this is the low point.
And for it to happen in that spot where you kind of scratch and clawed back and Jorge Soler with a neat little knock to left, a little flare to tie the game, you're thinking, okay, maybe one shutdown inning and one big hit away from splitting a series and coming back home and getting some momentum. Is it the timing of it too, FP, that made it hurt even more, the fact that you lost the series to Colorado and you did have a chance for a gutsy split and you lost any chance at momentum?
I think you're dead on, Dibs. I mean, I had a tweet ready that this was, when it was 4-4, I'm thinking, can one game on July 25th, like, determine your season? When it was 4-4, I was thinking happy thoughts. Like, they split at Dodger Stadium when they lost like, this is good. This is a good split. When you lose the first two and win the second two, that's a good split. Like, obviously you want to win every series, but you lose the first two, you win the second two in a place that's your rival. It's hard to win, blah, blah, blah. They haven't had success there. That's a good split. And now you're thinking, okay, trade deadline, 5 days away. Now we're buying. Now we're doing this. Now we're at momentum. The Rockies are coming into town. The A's are coming into town. And now you're starting to feel pretty good. But, man, when you get rid of a guy and then he puts on the wrong uniform and then he beats you as a rival, it just did a 180, I think, for all of us. I think, I don't want to ever speak for all Giants fans, but I think a lot of us are feeling the same way today, just really crappy after that game.
So, FP, solve the conundrum. They are not good enough to buy, and Farhan is not in a position to sell. So what do you do?
I don't know, man. I don't know. This is why I'm not a GM, Mark. This is why I'm not in the front office. You just stand pat? Do you do that? Do you sell off some veterans for some prospects? Do you get rid of guys that have been here for a while that could have value in a pennant race to somebody else, and then you could swoop up some good A-ball players? Would that satisfy Giants fans? Would that satisfy the clubhouse? Would that satisfy the manager? Or do you say, like, okay, it sucks right now, but we need Jazz Chisholm, your guy. We need whoever. Just throw some names out there. I don't know. I don't like the fantasy aspect of the trade deadline,
right.
But Pete Alonso.
They need energy. They need an energy guy. They need somebody that sparks them, that has confidence and cockiness and swagger and maybe a little arrogance, and it's not afraid to piss off the opponent. And I know that doesn't happen a whole lot in baseball today, but I mean, you saw the Rockies and the Red Sox yesterday. That was great. I love that. I can't believe what Quantrill said, but like, I love that. Like, he's got a little edge to him, a little attitude about where you should do things and what's not appropriate. But in the heat of battle, for him to pull that line out, it's like, oh my God, I like stuff like that. I don't like my sports lovey-dovey. I like my sports with a little edge and a little I don't know, rivalry to it. And I think there's something missing, and it's really hard to put a finger on it. Whether it's the offense swinging and missing too much, whether it's one weird play every day. And I've said this on the air. If you play good baseball over the course of 6 months consistently, no matter what kind of talent level you have, you're going to win more games than you lose. You're going to be 500 above 500. If you play good baseball for 6 months consistently and you have horses, you're going to win way more games than you lose. It's a pretty simple formula. Just play fundamentally sound baseball. It's not that hard. Run the bases aggressively and intelligently, throw strikes, play catch, timely hitting and offensive execution, and getting guys over, getting guys in. But consistently every day, you're a machine. We're not going to go out and try to win tonight. We're going to go out and try to play good, solid, fundamental baseball every single night. That's our goal. Oh, you look up, it's 3-2, we won again. Oh, you look up, it's 5-3, we won again. Oh, you look up, we lost 2-1, but we played good baseball tonight. Like, that's what good teams do. And the Giants, for some reason, once or twice a night, there's head scratchers, and you're like, what's going on here? That ball has to be caught. I can't believe he dove for that ball. I can't believe he didn't cover. I can't believe he swung at that pitch. I can't believe he threw another fastball when the slider was the pitch. And it just seems like every single night there's something going on that's not conducive to winning over 162 game season consistently. They just don't play good baseball consistently. They're good baseball players. They're good dudes. If you get to know them all, they're wonderful people. But like, as far as going out and executing on a nightly basis and playing fundamentally sound baseball consistently, I'm not just saying they're the bad news bears every day. There's some really good baseball players on that team, but there's one or two plays every night that you guys see them. It's just like, whoa.
Yep.
And good teams don't have that whoa at the wrong moment consistently, and the Giants have.
Yeah, and we saw it last night when the pitcher shouts out, catch the blanking ball, and it was the second straight game where there was a fly ball that was routine, that was not caught. And so when you look at those moments and you see a pitcher kind of losing his cool at his own team, what does that tell you about the overall, I guess, construct of a clubhouse and where a team's at, FP?
Well, I think that's just an emotional thing, Dibs. I think we'd all be going way too deep into that and reading way too many things into that if we said, oh, the clubhouse is terrible because that's heat of battle thing. Like, yeah, you just don't want people to see you doing that. You put your glove over your mouth or you go break something in the tunnel after the inning. But it's if pitcher shows up as fielders who are diving for things and trying to save runs for them all the time, and you're a young pitcher, that doesn't go over well with the guys that are trying to help you on a nightly basis. You know, they didn't want to drop that ball. And not in their defense, because there is no defense for that. It's unacceptable. But at Dodger Stadium, they do scream and yell loud. You guys have been there with pop-ups more than any other stadium. So what you do is you use hand signals. Because I could scream, I got it, I got it, I got it, as loud as I can 26 times, and the guy 5 feet from me is not going to hear it. So you, like, put your glove in the air, or you push the guy off, or like with a Heisman pose. So you're always kind of peeking to the off outfielder for signals, hand signals. It's like a silent count in football when you're playing in a hostile environment, same kind of thing. The night before, they had the close-up of Matos yelling, I got it, I got it, I got it, I got it, and he hit the brakes. I'm sure Ramos didn't hear Matos on that. So, I mean, there's ways to combat that. But as far as Eric Miller goes, he's a great teammate. He's a great guy. He just heat of battle, emotional game. Shouldn't have done that, and he probably knows that. But I don't think there's anything deeper than that. There's just like, I don't know, when you're in traffic and you snap real quick, it's not like you really dislike the guy that just cut you off. It's just a natural reaction.
Yeah, you're actually you're preaching to the choir here. Although I've gone now, and I was going to tell Mark earlier, I've now gone 4 straight weeks behind the wheel without using my middle finger or using the horn.
This guy doesn't just use the middle finger. He stops the car and gets out and tries to fight. So I don't know. Might not be the right.
A little bit feisty, FP. You know that the little guys are the ones you have to always watch out for.
Oh.
Yeah, you're like a little chihuahua, dude. I wouldn't be scared,
dude. No doubt. One bite, I might have rabies.
FP, tell the story. Tell the story of what Dusty said to you in the dugout when you were in the outfield and Richie was running at you and you guys let one drop in the outfield.
I was in center at Candlestick, and it was a day game, and a ball, that Bermuda Triangle behind second base. It was Jeff Kent, Richie, and I was playing center, and we all kind of stopped and looked at each other, and the ball dropped. And the crowd groaned, and I don't know if like a run scored or whatever, but Dusty was waiting in the dugout, and he said, that's what we have trainers for. I'd rather you guys run into each other, crash into each other, and the ball drop than sit around and watch it drop like that. And he was upset, and Dusty never got upset. But that was his line, and it just resonated with me and stuck with me the rest of my career. That, I mean, he didn't mean for us to like full out injuries, stretchers on the field, but he said he'd rather see us crash and not catch the ball than I'll just stand around and let it drop.
So, I mean, should Elliot Ramos run these guys over? He's the center fielder.
I mean, we all saw Willie Mays run into Bobby Bonds, and we've been seeing that highlight for, I don't know, since Willie passed away, right? The one in Candlestick in right center field where he just crushes Bobby Bonds.
Yep.
Going full speed, and that ball in right center field up against the chain link fence. I don't know. They both made it out okay on that.
Yeah, it's better.
As far as I know, I just saw the highlight. I didn't see if Bobby was laying on the ground for too long after that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It feels better than the alternative, which is what we've seen the last, couple of games where the tentativity. It kind of has felt like it's been a hallmark of this team throughout. So deadline move or no deadline move, are there things they can do internally to try to, I don't know, turn this thing around? And I know you're not a big flip the spread guy, but what needs to change to get this team to play with more urgency?
Play better. It's pretty simple. Play better. Like, there's no excuses. It's the highest level. We used to have a saying, like in the minor leagues, if you don't like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches after BP, play better. If you don't like long bus rides, play better. If you don't like losing, play better. If you want to be in the playoffs, play better. It's pretty simple. Like, everybody has to look at themselves in the mirror and say, I need to do better. I watched Logan Webb after the game today, and maybe you guys will get some sound of that.
Yep.
But he's like super accountable, and I'm big into extreme accountability. But like he said, I've been pitching like S the last 3 starts. I got to do. He wears it so hard, and like I would love to tell him, and maybe I will, that dude, you don't have to wear it this hard. Like we know you've had a couple of bad starts, okay? But like I just think it just reinforces things from a sports psychology standpoint. It sinks it in more. Like, being accountable is beautiful, right? But being like over accountable, where he's just like crushing himself in the news conference. I want to say, like, Webby, you're an all-star, man. This is baseball. It has ebbs and flows. You're going to be fine. But when you stand up there, it's super pro, right? To stand up there and say, I was horse blank today and I need to be better, and I haven't been good for 3 starts and I've been terrible and it's on me. That's good. And we like that. But I just feel like he's burdening way too much of what's going on, and he's wearing it too hard for me right now. And I just love the kid, man. And I think he's great. And I hope he snaps out of this little funk he's in July.
That's interesting stuff, man. That's an interesting take. FP Santangelo. All right, man. Thank you for doing it. And come help take care of us next week. Tibbs doesn't like to talk very much, so you got to be aggressive next week, okay?
FP and the barking chihuahua from 2 to 6, Monday through Friday at 957.
Wow. Go ahead and cross me, Santangelo. You better watch your back, and you know better, FP. You're this big pro athlete, this really handsome, big, tough guy. You better watch your back, kid. Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
I know where you live. I know where you drink. I know where you hang out.
See you, buddy.
Watch your back.
You just moved, actually.
See you guys.
Yeah, see you, bud.
Take it easy.
Oh, I love it.
FP.
I love it. That was perfect. I'm going to fly as far away as possible. I don't want to be anywhere near this clam bake.
No,
Sorry about my dog.
Yeah.
Cut it out.
Oh,
Grandy,
gosh.
FP, and Dibs, Monday through Wednesday, trade deadline special.
Yeah.
And you tend to leave always at big deadline dates.
No.
You left at the free agency deadline,
Yeah,
too.
I left and Klay Thompson was gone. Maybe when I get back, Michael Conforto will be gone too, or something
Yeah,
crazy.
that'll be less impactful, but yeah, I think something's going to be different.
I mean, something. But listen,
And that's quite a take from FP. Play better.
Well,
go ahead and cut that for next week.
He's right.
Of course he's right. Play better.
Well, but here's the thing.
Ooh, sizzling hot.
Nah, here's the thing. You want to know what needs to change?
They need to
Unfortunately,
play better.
No, the trade deadline can't fix it. You want to know what needs to change? The feeling in our belly. I'm sick of it. You can feel this everywhere right now. And we don't deserve this. And he's right. I can't put my finger on one thing. I know many of you want it's Farhan, and then you'll feel better. Okay, I won't. Not yet. That's not enough. Or that's not the thing, or it is the thing, or I don't know what it is. I'm sick and tired of this feeling that's in the Giants fan gut right now. They have this knack. I don't know what it is the last 3 years, but the San Francisco Giants have a knack. They have a knack for making us feel inferior as fans. And that has got to go away. It has to go away. I know that many of us think we've got the cure. Oh, well, we need an exciting young player. Well, I kind of, Elliot Ramos went 3 for 5 today, made the All-Star team, hit a home run at Rickwood Field, Oppo Taco. There's your exciting young player. Do you feel better? We need a real rotation. Oh, do you feel better? I'm sitting here telling you, I don't know what the one thing is. I don't think it's one thing. But I also know it's not our responsibility. It's not
as fans.
It's not our responsibility to make us not feel this way. I know what I feel like when the Dodgers are in town and I can't find a row that's not filled with blue. Or when I turn on the game and the Giants are in LA and I know that when the game is tied in the 8th inning, it's going to get bleeped up somehow. I don't know. It's not my job. I just know that they've got a knack for making us feel like crap right now. Whether it's telling us that our city sucks or just not being able to land the guy that everyone's talking about, or not having somebody that ever feels like they can hit the 3-run tank at the right time, always feeling like the hamster on the wheel. Oh, they come back. Well, how about playing from ahead? How about playing up to your abilities? How about looking buttoned up on the field, catching fly balls, covering first base? It's 1,000 little things. Death by paper cuts for the 3rd year in a row. It's the responsibility of this organization to excite us. And for whatever reason, or all of the reasons, for the last 3 years, they have been incredibly adept at making us feel inferior. And today, FP is right, is a damn highlighted moment. You DFA a light-hitting shortstop, he grabs a Dodger uniform and tanks you in a 4-4 game in the bottom of the 8th?
2 for 4. Tanks you. Tanks.
Tanks very much, Nick.
Tanks for nothing, Farhan.
It's uncanny. It's absolutely uncanny.
It's actually very canny.
Well,
it's gross mismanagement.
Well,
and
but I mean, it's
poor
not
play across the board.
But it's not like you wanted them to keep Nick Ahmed. It's not that.
No, but he immediately came back to haunt you.
Yes,
it's a lot of things.
That's uncanny.
And I would not excuse Bob Melvin from any of this because
of course
your team is playing sloppy ball.
All right.
And that's on the manager.
Let's get into it. We got an absolute potpourri off of this game, off of Tim Kawakami's Joe Lacob comments, off of the 49ers and their contracts. We'll get into all of it here in our last hour coming up. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your calls. Let's roll. It's Willard and Dibs.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. Here at Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand that your time is valuable.
The app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Three and two. Got him, and that's the ball game. Right down the pipe. So the Giants, like they seem to always do, they come back late in the game to tie, only to give up back-to-back home runs in the bottom of the eighth. It's a tough loss.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, we sort of started this conversation with Dave Fleming off the top of the week. That's from NBC Sports Bay Area, and Kipe is mad. And so is Kruk, and so is Flem, and so is FP. And, like, you can hear it. Like, the broadcast team is like, they're just annoyed. And good on them. They should be. So are we. And I don't know, man. To me, you've sort of touched on it too. I don't think Farhan is in great standing right now. I also think that it has to, at minimum, be deeper than that. I know a lot of Giants fans want a pound of flesh right now. Does that fix it? I mean, does that bring anybody exciting to the roster? Does that make you a good team next year? I'm sick of this feeling.
I get it.
I'm sick of the feeling. I want it to go away.
And I hear it from Kipe, and I heard it from FP, and I see it from Kruk and Dave and John and you and everybody. And yes, you're sick of it. So let me just play this out. If Farhan right now, behind closed doors, just went to one of the various Johnsons and said, I'm going to step down and I'm no longer going to be president of baseball operations. And, don't tell anybody. I'm just done. Maybe he's already done. Maybe he's already walked off the job. What does that do for you between now and the end of the year? It does nothing. For me, the only thing that could do something would be, like FP said, and I kind of made fun of him because now we're enemies after his calling me a chihuahua and whatnot.
Yeah,
but
that's the end of that. You guys are set up for war next week.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 days of war. But, yes, the only thing that can happen is your players play better. But is this team capable of really playing better? How much better can you play? You've played 104 games, and this is what you are. You're 6 games below 500, and, help in the rotation. It's on the way. And, boy, look at Ramos. He's having a great year, and you can't get Fitzgerald out and all the rest of it. And still, you're 2-5 since the break. So, yes, we all want a pound of flesh, and that pound of flesh will probably be Farhan Zaidi, and somebody has to pay for another year of mediocre baseball. But what does that really do for you in terms of on-field baseball being better?
Well, I mean, it recalibrates how you go about your business. So the best I can say is I don't know, but I'm not going to say that the answer is nothing. It recalibrates how you go about your business, and something about how they're going about their business is not working. You talk about it being a mediocre baseball team, and that's a kind word right now. At the same time, this is a sum of the parts conversation. There's some very accomplished baseball players on this team. And for whatever reason, it's not adding up. I would imagine even the Dodgers, there have got to be people that look at the Giants starting rotation right now on paper, and they're jealous. I mean, are you kidding me? Snell, Robbie Ray's back, Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison as a young pup, throw in Birdsong, Cobb's coming back. I mean, there's an embarrassment of on-paper riches there.
On-paper riches.
Right.
But let's talk about the people behind the names.
Why is it not translating?
Logan Webb he's been mediocre.
It's a rough stretch for the last 3 starts.
Rough stretch, but in total, his year has been... It's been okay.
It's fine.
It's been fine.
It's just, it's not the problem. I get that it may
Kyle Harrison has not been great.
No.
He's been okay.
He's
I know,
but
all these names, and, you want to talk about Blake Snell. He's been bad other than the last few starts. Robbie Ray, 1 for 1. Good on you. Alex Cobb, you haven't pitched. And Birdsong, nice little start, but that's not really what this rotation has been. It's been openers and Keaton Wynn and a lot of shakiness.
Okay, now then let's go to the other parts. Why, Camilo Duvall, you're an all-star. Now all of a sudden you stink. You stink, and you're bothering people in the clubhouse. Tyler Rogers, you've got your tidy ERA, but it feels to people, whether this is fully true or not, It feels to people like every time there's a really important situation, you give up a gopher ball.
2 today.
2.
Back to back.
I mean, one of them's to Shohei. I can forgive that. Nick Ahmed, what are we talking about here? What are we doing? You know what I mean? Like I could go player by player and do this. So Lair can hit 35 homers in the bigs. Not now. Not here. Matt Chapman, you're amazing with the glove, but at the same time, there have been some like really big errors at the wrong time. You know, Lamont Wade's got everybody's attention because it's like, wow, that on-base percentage is sparkling. Why has he only hit 3 home runs? You're a first baseman. 3? It's almost August.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so, like, you bounce around, and Bailey's having this good year. Okay, I love it. Your catcher's a switch hitter hitting 285, and he's got a hose behind the plate, but he doesn't have a pitching staff that knows how to give him a chance. There's just all these tiny little weird things that seem to render everything that's supposed to be true meaningless, worthless, and powerless to the point where it adds up to nothing. And I don't know what the answer to that question is, but there's a math equation in there somewhere that has no answer right now.
Right.
Like it does not add up. Individually fine, collectively, yuck.
Which is why you're 6 games below 500.
Yes.
And that's where I look at it collectively and you think about who to blame, because that's what we do in sports. And you look at a team that is 49-55 and they're heading toward 78 and 84 and not being a playoff team. And I mean, even to put that out there, that would mean that they would play 500 ball the rest of the year. And right now, they're not a team that's even capable of playing 500 ball. So they might wind up 72 and 90. I mean, that's a possibility. They could. I don't think they'll do much worse than that. But, you know, you could start to think about how this could end. And then you look at who's to blame. And it's easy to say, well, Farhan, he's the one who put this together. But you mentioned it. You've got real, legitimate, back of the baseball card baseball players who have a long track record of being better than this. Why aren't you better than this?
There is no way to escape that this has not been a good first year for Bob Melvin. You can't escape that. I know we love the guy because why? There's 2 reasons. He wore the uniform and his name's not Gabe. Those are the 2 things we love about him.
Yeah, and we remember him from the A's, and he's won a lot of games in this league and all the rest of it.
Cachet,
Great guy, too.
But you're right. I love the guy. I was excited about it. But you cannot functionally look at the year and tell me, quite frankly, 1 or 2 things where you're like, dude, that's going great. That's Bomel. I mean, there was seemingly a clubhouse vibe, respect, whatever, and he gets credit for that. But I don't know what you're supposed to do in sports when people don't cover first base, don't hold runners on, don't catch fly balls. Who are we looking at? If this guy's name was Steve Kerr, people will be throwing pianos on his head.
Well, if his name was Gabe Kapler, same thing. And honestly, the Gabe Kapler teams looked more buttoned up on the field than this team does.
Ouch.
I mean, just in terms of how they played.
Actually, they were
baseball.
buttoned up on the field. I don't think they were very buttoned up in the clubhouse.
Agreed.
Now they're buttoned up in the clubhouse, and they're not buttoned up on the field.
No, and just, I mean, you could look at any game across the board, and you could see, like you said, pitchers not holding on runners, and stolen bases allowed, fly balls that aren't caught, shortstops who can't catch ground balls, throws that go wide of first, and all the rest of it, and you start to add up those little 90-foot increments, and that's how you play losing baseball.
Yeah. It is weird. It really is. It's just one of those teams that it seems like whenever it's like this is a key moment for a key play, something oddly prevents that key play from happening, whether it's a fly ball in between 2 outfielders. How about the error of the key moment? I can't remember if this was Monday or Tuesday. One of the first 2 Dodger games they lost. Where, and actually maybe it was even Colorado, whatever. One of these games on the road trip, y'all remember what I'm talking about, where like the Giants are up by a run, and there's a man at third, and it's a chopper to Chapman, and he grabs it, and he turns to throw to first, and he trips. What?
Yeah.
Like you just tripped over your own feet, and the game is tied, and you lose. It's like, what? Like, Honestly, I'm not a huge believer in signs, but it really feels like the universe is trying to tell us something. Nick Ahmed in a 4-4 tie in the 8th, who just traded jerseys 48 hours ago? You can't, that's not real. You can't write that book and get it sold. That's wild.
Yeah.
That didn't just happen, but it did.
And he has 2 home runs this year. One as a Giant, one versus the Giants. And the other home run he hit, we were so excited we had him on the show. We had Nick Ahmed on the program. We were so excited.
Yep. We were so excited we kept him too long.
Probably.
Not probably. We did.
And do you remember what he said during that interview? He's like, yeah, earlier in my career, I never wanted to be a Giant.
Yep. He did.
Because I hated this ballpark.
He hated the ballpark. Well, that's fair. I don't even think there's anything wrong with that. Let's be like sure, if you're an offensive player, you hate the ballpark. Rich Aurelia said that 20 years ago. I remember sitting in front of him at Dodger Stadium during the Bonds home run chase. And he's like, I'll never forget this line. He goes, I don't know, because at this point, he's talking to the road media. And he's talking about Bonds and what Bonds was doing. And he goes, I don't know if you've all experienced our ballpark as a hitter's park. It's not much of one. He said that while Barry Bonds was in the midst of hitting 1,000 home runs. But yeah, not fun for offensive players. You wonder why you can't sign any.
We kept Ahmed too long, and they didn't keep Ahmed long enough, is the way that went.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't remember us keeping him too long. Too long of an interview?
Well,
something happened on the back end?
Yeah, they were like, let's
wrap it up. Yeah. Let's wrap it up. We got to DFA this guy.
Exactly. He's only going to be on the team for 12 more minutes. Right. You should probably let him go. This is, by the way, FP was talking about Logan Webb and accountability and really putting it on himself. Here's what Logan said.
Not great. I think winning here is pretty disappointing. I'm disappointed. I pitched pretty last 3 times that I've thrown, and there's no excuse for it other than that's not great.
All right. I mean, and I know that's not perfect audio, NBC Sports Bay Area, but Logan Webb, yeah, I've pitched like blank over the last 3 times, and there's no excuse. And FP was kind of saying, dude, you're almost taking too much accountability. It's making it a story. I don't even know if I agree with that. I understand where he's coming from. I love Logan Webb. Logan Webb is every bit the leader that you could hope for. And, he hasn't pitched well the last 3 times. But I also think if people are pointing to Logan Webb, you're mad. I get it. Like, Logan Webb is so far down the list of the Giants' problems, so he hasn't pitched well for the last 3 starts. Okay. And he's so far down the list of Giants' problems, I'm not going to get into Logan Webb.
I'm not either, but I do think it's a symptomatic of what has been a bad year when he's been your best pitcher, but he's 3.59 ERA, which is fine. He's been good, but you're supposed to be a team that is thriving on pitching, bullpen, and defense, and your defense has been shaky. Your bullpen has been very erratic, and your starters have mostly been inconsistent.
Logan Webb was asked if he feels added pressure to win because the deadline is coming.
There should be pressure all the time. If you don't feel like you should be winning, then you shouldn't be playing. So,
That's my pitcher. That's my starting pitcher right there.
Yeah, you should be feeling pressure to win no matter what.
I'm gonna die on that hill right there.
Yeah.
Right? That's our guy. That's how I feel about Logan Webb. That's how I feel about Logan Webb.
He's a great guy.
And he performs. And he's clutch.
He performs. He shows up for sure. He's among the top 3 in baseball in innings pitched. He takes the ball, and he's durable, and he gives you 6, and he pitches well most of the time.
All I ever needed to know about him was Game 1 in 2021 against the Dodgers. That's all I needed to know about him. Dude, are you built like that? And he was like, yep, I'm built like that. Perfect. You're here. You stay.
Yep.
That might be the first name that I utter if someone said, who stays?
It's stays. Logan Webb, yeah.
Logan Webb stays. Ben in Fairfield. Hey, Ben, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Yeah, guys. Obviously, hearing you guys talking about the Giants, and I think the nail on the coffin for me was the Eric Miller debacle with the 2 dropped fly balls and just the kind of erratic nature of that. And he's coming off the mound last night, and of course we won the game, but it almost felt like a moral loss. He's screaming into his glove, catch the bleeping ball, and I couldn't have agreed more with him myself. And we won the game, but then I'm sitting in a bar this afternoon after work, and we lose another one, and it's hard to feel. It's hard to feel optimistic, Mark. I'm just like you. I want to be positive, but it's just they're making it so dang hard to do so.
Ben, I know you and I don't know one another. Dibbs will know what I'm talking about here. If you rob me of my optimism, oh my God.
It's a bad thing.
You went and did something wrong.
Big time.
Do you know how hard it is for me to lose my optimism? I mean, to the worst fault that you could ever imagine, you cannot rob me of my optimism. It's gone.
Yeah, this team has robbed you of your optimism.
Absolutely gone.
Yeah, you haven't. I mean, some of the things you've been texting on the show thread have been less than optimistic. Not that you're giving up, because you never give up. It's not in your nature, but you have been disgusted at a level that I've not seen from you with this team in the 3 years we've done this and in the 20 or 25 years I've known you. I've never seen this side of you. I kind of like it.
Sometimes I think about sports this way. As fans, like, you get to do this. Let's say, what do we live? 75 years,
sure.
80 years.
Hopefully more, but
hopefully more, whatever the average is. But X out, obviously, the first 6 or 7. You don't know what the hell's going on. Maybe you X out the last 6 or 7 too. I don't know. We'll see how it all goes. But somewhere in that whole deal is like, I don't know, 65 trips around the sun. We get to do this in our life each season. You get to do it, like, if you're lucky, you get to do it 65 times. That's how precious each season is. That's why I am so turned off, and have been, by the way, whole time you and I have been doing this show. Whenever, how I react when someone's like, well, but build for the future schmoocher. We got 65 of these. And in my life, 3 of them so far have been nailed. You got 3 rings. And that's beautiful, because I actually spent the first 20 trips around the sun with
30, 35,
with
whatever. Yep.
Bubkiss. Okay? But now here we are. We got 3. That's cool. That's why I feel for the 49er fans who are still just 30 years old, because they feel like we've gotten none. But I got 65 of these, man, and they're precious. And this is 3 now. 3 of them. Okay? So we're talking about 5% of my Giants fandom has been wasted. It's been wasted, not because you have to win every year, but I do think that you have to connect. You have to connect with the fans on some level. I want to still love you when you lose. That's kind of one of my mottos. And I think if you've been a family member in life, and y'all have been, that's part of the deal. I want to love you even when you tick me off. It's not all going to be sunshine and beers. We're not doing that every day. So I'm not asking my sports teams to win championships every year. But you cannot put me to sleep, and you cannot run around out there and look like you're not making the millions of dollars that you are. So, the Eric Miller thing that he brings up is interesting, because you and I kind of saw it, I think, the same way, but also a little bit different.
Right.
For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, Eric Miller, the reliever, it's the same pitcher 2 nights in a row where the fly ball was hit to the outfield and 2 outfielders let it bounce in between them. Ramos and Matos, followed by Ramos and Yaz. And maybe it wasn't consecutive nights. Maybe it was 48 hours apart, whatever. And he let the frustration get to him. And without covering his mouth, easy to read his lips last night as he's leaving the field, he screams, "Catch the bleeping ball, ... bleep." And he let it rip. And then George Kontos was on TV last night, really said, you can't do that. You can't do that. You're showing up Yaz. And I get it. I understand that. But by the same token, I want to appreciate or at least have Eric Miller's back for a second, because you know who Eric spoke for in that moment? Us. That's how I feel. That's what I'm doing in my living room. You have a $200-and-something million payroll, you can't catch a ball? I know you're not going to catch them all, but like, you have made this a characteristic of Giants baseball, which is like being out there and sort of kind of doing the wrong thing at the wrong time. Does that not feel like what it's been all year long? We got 65 of these.
Yep.
And you're using one of them to watch balls bounce and not cover first and not hold runners.
Well, and I excuse Eric Miller to the extent that when that happens, and neither one of those is an error, those are both base hits. So you're Eric Miller and you're thinking about your future and a contract, and you're a rookie and you're thinking, oh my God, those are both going to be earned runs, and they were. So Eric Miller, that hits you where you live because you're trying to be a professional. And, you know, when you get to arbitration, they're not going to remember those plays. They're going to look at your numbers and go, oh, geez, your ERA as a rookie, 3.55 rather. What happened there? Looked like you got knocked around a little bit. And you can't just like show highlights of two plays that should have been made, which would have lowered your ERA by about 0.5 point. That being said, you absolutely cannot let that happen to where you are captured on camera and everybody in the world knows that you are saying catch the bleeping ball followed by one loud bleep. You got to go in the glove. And like FP said when he joined us a little while ago, you got to save that for the tunnel. And he's a young pitcher, so it's something he'll learn as he gets older. But that to me was just symptomatic of a bigger issue with this team, that they're feeling the frustration across the board. And it doesn't seem like there is much of a cure. I don't know if it's a lack of leadership or if it's just a lack of, of just stability. But right now, that to me was symptomatic of a deeper problem with this team.
Yeah. I mean, Eric's a pup. I mean, he's 26, so maybe he's not a pup, but he pre-arbed for at least,
right.
Nobody's looking at his salary for a long time. He makes less than Brock Purdy. But I get your point. And it's a completely fair point. And, it also, just going back to that idea of it feels like the universe is telling us something. I mean, can we just take a quick snapshot of this road trip? Some of the stuff that's happened, okay? You're up 3-0 with 2 runners on base, and you're about to hit a 2-run triple. And a ground ball hits a base and an umpire. Turns into an out. Then
instead of a 2-run triple.
So now it's 3-0 and not 5-0. And then an inning later, a batter on the other team essentially begs the umpire not to send him to first because the ball hit his bat, but the ump thinks it hit his arm. The hitter's like, it didn't hit my arm, it hit my bat. Then replay shows that it didn't hit his arm, and he still ends up at first base, and the next guy hits a tank. And now it's 3-2. You go on to lose the baseball game. On the same road trip, you've had fly balls bounce in between the outfielders.
Twice.
Can of corn fly balls in both cases. I know the first one was hit well, but easy catch for a major league outfielder. We've had that. Bomel got thrown out before a game even started. A young pitcher broke a record at Coors Field, struck out 12 in 6 innings, and found himself in San Jose the next morning. Okay? You DFA'd a non-hitting shortstop who somehow weaved his way to your rival, and 48 hours later, he's breaking a 4-4 tie in the bottom of the 8th with his second home run of the year at Dodger Stadium. And I'm probably forgetting 12 more things. That has all happened in the last 7 days. I mean, I ain't much of a believer in a lot of different things, but hey, whoever you are up there, Captain Universe, I heard you. Good Lord.
Wow.
What the hell? What is this team?
It's a bad team.
It is.
So for me, it's not about baseball gods. It's just about a bad team. And when you're not a very good team, you find your way into losses that you otherwise shouldn't have. Bo Mel getting thrown out before a game to me was hilarious. And that's actually one of 2 games they've won on this road trip. So that might be the blueprint for how they go about winning games is get your manager ejected pregame. That was the 3rd game in Colorado where he got thrown out. And he was definitely mad about that play that you described where the ball hit the base and the ball hit the ump. And, well, the ump's part of the field of play. And so you got to deal with that. And so instead of being up 5-0, you're up 3-0. You don't score again, and you go out and you lose that game. But all those things you listed, for the most part, are just plays that either were made or weren't made by a bad team.
Right. Right.
You know.
Well, I mean,
you can point to baseball gods like the one off the base in the umpire.
Yeah.
That's a fluky play. The ball hits the umpire almost never in a baseball game.
Right.
And that one not only hit the ump, but it careened right to the Rockies player.
But I mean, a Rocky being like, it didn't hit me. And he's like, it did. You're going to first. But it didn't hit me. I'm sorry. You got to go to first. And I knew. I'm not kidding you. You're going to call me a liar. The second they came out with that review and they're like, play stands is called, runners at first, the first thought that I go, the next guy's going to hit a homer. I know it. He's going to hit a homer. It's Coors Field. Giants fan, been here every year. Something that makes the top of your head fly off of your body happens every year. And I go, and I'm pretty sure today's the day. Gone. I'm like, it's just not their year. It's just not their year. So if you want to go chasing that it's your year this weekend, I'd argue that that's a bad idea.
Exactly.
It's a bad idea.
And unless you want to trade a major league player for a future prospect, or somebody who can help you next year, I think you sit and you stand pat.
Oh,
you just chalk it up.
No, but I got no problem with that. If they want to trade Michael Conforto and Alex Cobb, if you can get something,
Snell,
Robbie
Ray,
I'm open to it. I know that's painful. I doubt like hell they'll do it. But man, I would listen if somebody really wants to give you something that you feel is a can't miss deal. Somebody who could really be a game changer. You got to listen. You have to listen. Skills and Vallejo's on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Skills, what's up?
What's up, Willard? What's up, Dibs? I think a good chunk of what's going on with these Giants, the problems they're having, it's like we've all done in our life. We've all at some point in our life worked for someone we don't respect. And I can preface that with a short story. And I used to be, in a previous life, a transportation guy. I used to be drive trucks and things like that. Box vans, I guess is more accurate. And one day I had to take a test. I had to navigate around a series of cones in a parking lot to prove that I could do it, prove I was competent. And my trainer, this lady, she was supposed to do it first to show me how it's done. And she failed miserably. And then it's my turn. Skills, you can't, this is not possible. I don't know. Why are we even wasting our time? Blah, 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 blah. I did it easily on the first try. Blew it away. And the whole ride back to our base, she's muttering and just complaining. She's revealing herself to be an idiot. So basically, I say that to say this. When you have the team president who's cutting people, demoting people for daring to strike out 12 guys in 6 innings like you were just talking about. This goes back to cutting Pablo Sandoval in 2020 and Hunter Pence in 2020, guys. People respect it. This goes back to all the different moves over the years. You don't know. You can't even go to a slump on this team. You can't have a 2-game slump or else you're going to get sent to Sacramento. And now you can't even have a good game because you're going to sit to San Jose. And if I just know this. If I'm on that team and I'm playing for somebody who's going to send me out for doing well, and I know that I can't even dare to have an 0-4 game in the major leagues, I'm not going to give that guy my best effort. I'm just not. My head's not going to be in it. My heart's not going to be in it. And I'm going to stop now before I start getting really upset. Bye, Willard. Bye, Dibs.
Bye,
Thanks,
Skills.
Yeah.
Just a public service announcement. You're more than welcome to stay on the radio when you get upset.
Yep.
We prefer it.
We like it here, especially in times like these where
I'm upset right now.
Yes, and the Dodgers take 3 of 4, and Nick Ahmed spoils the party with a home run to knock you out.
Incredible.
And, that home run,
Jeff.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that home run might be the one that sticks with us as this season goes on.
Maybe.
I mean, when you look at like win this year really got away from you, you drop 2 of 3 in Colorado, that's bad. And then you go to LA and you had a chance to split. And if you split those 4, you come home 3-4 since the break, thinking, okay, Colorado, we got 4. If you go 3-1, now you're 6-5 in those 11. Not great, but still you're creeping back. And instead, Nick Ahmed tanks you, and then Shohei, fine, whatever, Shohei. The game was already mostly over at that point. Yeah. Do your thing. But you get back-to-back from Ahmed and Ohtani, and you lose 3 of 4. Another blown series. And now you get into this weekend, and you think, not who cares, but it's almost like, yeah, if you don't sweep Colorado in the 4 games over 3 days, who cares?
My brain is really starting to, the end of the movie, Usual Suspects.
Yep. Kaiser Soze.
Yeah. No, but I always reference this because I think it's one of the great scenes in cinematic history. And we're far enough away now that we don't need a spoiler alert because I think this movie's like 30 years old or something like that.
Yeah, I want to say 2000. No, it's got to be before that.
Let's look it up.
No, it's probably 94.
I think I watched it in college. Usual Suspects came out in 1995.
Funny because I went to visit my ex-wife's aunt in Bisbee over, it must have been Christmas in 2000, and my then wife was pregnant with our first kid.
Okay.
And my aunt put on Usual Suspects. And so, I mean, not a Christmas movie.
Interesting movie to choose in that case.
We're watching it, and about halfway through, I look over, and the entire family, they're all snoring, and I had seen it before, and I'm just absolutely riveted.
Enthralling, right?
Yeah.
Grandy, have you even heard of you've heard of Usual Suspects?
I have heard of it. I actually have never seen it.
You've never seen
You'd
it,
like
right?
it. You'd like it.
Lucas, you ever seen Usual Suspects?
Never even heard of it.
Never heard of it. Okay. Grow up, will you?
1995?
Yeah.
Wow, a year before I was born.
Exactly. However,
it's a movie with a great twist at the end.
It's an unbelievable twist, and the way that it sort of plays out is there's a police suspect interview going on, and I'll go through this quickly, but turns out there's a bunch of like little pictures and posters on the wall behind the police officer, and the suspect is making up a story, and it's totally based on different things he sees in those pictures. So in other words, it is clear once the suspect is let go, the police officer suddenly turns around and realizes he's been had because he sees all of these little pictures on the wall that were the inspiration for all the lies that the suspect just told. And it's one of those moments that I'll never forget because it's like, oh, the puzzle pieces all fit together, and your brain sometimes starts to put them all together, and you're like, oh, that moment of realization. And when I think about balls bouncing off bags and then umpires' chests, when I think about Jorge Soler getting hurt by hitting a foul ball in batting practice off of a cage pole that bounces back down and hits him in the head, when I think about Nick Ahmed, who can't hit, getting the big home run at Dodger Stadium to maybe put a cap on the Giants season, when I think about $31 million and Blake Snell and the preseason party that he was, leading to here we are in almost August, and he still doesn't have a win, even though he now pitches well. He still does not have a win on his record as a Giant. You start and I could do this with more. There's so many more things. I mentioned the Chapman thing. Big play in Colorado, snags it, turns to throw to first, trips over his own damn feet.
Ahmed did that too earlier in the year.
Absolutely. Throws the ball right by the first baseman.
Logan Webb not covering first. Marco Luciano committing 7 errors over the course of 3 games.
Lamont Wade makes his whole season about Rick Woodfield. I cannot, this means the world to me. And gets hurt right before he gets there. I'm not a believer in curses, but the way we use that word, this team has felt cursed from the very beginning. This is an unbelievable set of ridiculousness that has unfolded for this team all year long.
It's been ridiculous, but at the same time, it's been very believable when you look at who these players are and how they went about their season. And Blake Snell missing all of training camp, all of the preseason season, and then you get hurt. Well, there's no surprise there, and you're relying on Robbie Ray to come back from Tommy John, and he finally did, and boy, he sure looked good yesterday, but it's late July, and we're running out of time here, and Alex Cobb, one setback, followed by another setback, followed by another setback, followed by another setback. So this dream rotation that we all were wondering about, it may never come to pass.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, check me on this, the first 9-figure deal that Farhan, the only 9-figure deal that Farhan has signed in 6 years, runs into a wall and misses the rest of the year, literally as the crowd was just learning to chant his name.
Jung-Hoo Lee, torn labrum.
I'm
gone.
What the hell are we doing?
You know,
what's going on? What's going on?
A lot.
It feels like some forces working against the Giants right now, or maybe within the Giants.
Right. And if it's within the Giants, then hopefully they can make the change. And I just wonder about everybody who says, you know, Farhan's got to go. Okay, Farhan's got to go. President of Baseball Operations. What does that mean? So does that mean you elevate Pete Patilla, who's the GM, to President of Baseball Ops? Do you bring in a new President of Baseball Ops? If you do that, well, he's going to want his own GM. And then you're going to have to bring in a whole new scouting department. And you're going to have to make wholesale changes, I think, in the front office. And maybe you wind up bringing in a different manager as well.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. Like, it depends on who you're bringing in. It depends on what their philosophy is. It depends on all kinds of things.
A lot of things,
I will tell you, you know, like my first question would be, if you're bringing in, if that ends up happening, okay, because it will at some point. Someday the Giants are going to be looking for a new president of baseball operations. Who's making that call? Who's interviewing him?
One of the various Johnsons.
Oh, great. Boy, doesn't that feel wonderful.
Well, they own the team, so they have every right to do that.
Yes, they do. They have every right. Do you have any faith in them?
Well, I mean...
Any?
Of course.
Do they know what's going on in baseball? How they doing?
How are they doing?
I don't know. I mean...
Farhan won 107 games.
Yes, he did. He won 107 games.
And the other 5 years, they've been struggling to reach 500.
Yeah. But I mean, to me, that's okay. There's the standings. But if you want to go to ownership, right? We're on podcast talking about breaking even. We're spending time trying to hold up mirrors because dad is somewhere donating to God knows what. So, there's that side of it. Just total discomfort at the idea that whatever the next decision is,
they'll get it right.
That's what it's coming from. Meantime, you're printing money, but you get mad when your team finally gets back into the top 10 in payroll and then doesn't perform right away. And don't forget, the higher-ups in the organization have spent the better part of 2 years saying that we would be able to get people to come here, but, our city.
Exactly.
Sweet.
Right.
Awesome.
So go ahead and reboot the whole thing and see if that, makes the changes that you're looking for.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Abundant Life weight loss. And it's the journey I've been on since early to mid-March. And I lost 25 pounds. And you know what? I'm still down 25 pounds because of this great program. And the thing about it is you don't have to worry about injections or drugs. There's no surgery, no side effects, and there's no counting calories or worrying about prepackaged meals or exercise or any of the rest of it. It's just a good, solid program. All you have to do is give us a call for a free consultation, 925-854-5140. You make the call and you get a consultation and you realize, you know what? Now's the time for me to get started with my weight loss journey. You don't have to wait until January and any resolution. You don't have to wait until fall or summer. It doesn't matter. The day is today for you to get started on your weight loss journey. Many people find out the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. And it's really not a secret when you call and you get on board with the program. It's 925-854-5140. Don't wait any longer. Get started on your journey today. 925-854-5140 or AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah. Dave's company just got the